Chapter 1. The script seems a bit off. Within the grand hall adorned with intricately carved beams and vibrant decorations, exuding an air of opulence, Chen Fan gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings and softly murmured, "Have I truly crossed over?" He was not a denizen of this world, but rather an orphan from Earth. Employed at the city's Archives Management Bureau, he could only recall feeling a discomfort in his heart one day while working overtime, and upon awakening, he found himself in this realm. Much like the tales depicted in novels, this world known as Shenzhou Tianlu thrived on martial arts, where strength reigned supreme, initially believing himself to be a mere waste of potential, a jilted fiancé, a discarded child. Typical tropes of protagonists. She soon realized, upon delving into the memories of the original owner, that something was amiss. Born into an ancient family of cultivators, he bore the title of a celestial body, a phenomenon rarely seen in a millennium. He was a direct disciple of the Qintian sect, one of the most renowned sanctuaries for cultivation in the Eastern Domain. Just a year prior, at the tender age of 16, he had stepped into the reincarnation realm, setting a record as the youngest to achieve such a feat. Earning acclaim far and wide, his father, Chen Xuanba, was a towering elder within the Qintian sect, renowned for his formidable prowess, with disciples under him being the pride of the contemporary era. The script seems rather off. Perhaps due to his recent transmigration, Chen Fan's memories were somewhat muddled, but the fragments he possessed hinted at underlying issues at that moment. A dull knock echoed from beyond the hall's entrance. A shiver ran through Chen Fan, and after a moment's contemplation, he mimicked the demeanor of the original owner and spoke, "Enter." As the doors swung open, a man clad in black swiftly entered, kneeling a distance of about 10 feet from Chen Fan, and declared, "I pay my respects, young master." From the remnants of his memories, Chen Fan recognized that the original owner's father, Chen Xuanba, had trained a group of assassins under the guise of blood guards. These individuals were formidable, ruthless, and utterly loyal, with the man before him being the leader, Yi Yu. "According to your orders, I have inquired thoroughly today. No one has entered your chambers," Yi Yu stated flatly. "Shall we replace the guards?" "No need." Chen Fan instinctively declined from the original owner's memories. Such a replacement was merely a euphemism for extermination, and it had occurred more than once. The solution to every problem seems to be violence. How typical of a villain's minion. Chen Fan felt increasingly disheartened, yet puzzled. What was the purpose of the investigation? It seemed the original owner had sensed an intrusion after returning to the hall and had encountered something truly horrifying. As recollections deepened, a wave of terror in the face of death surged within him. Having experienced despair as an orphan in his past life, Chen Fan was all too familiar with that feeling, yet he had no recollection of what transpired afterward. Could it be that the original owner met his demise in such a manner, allowing me to cross over? Chen Fan fell into contemplation. "Young master, are you all right?" Yi Yu's voice jolted Chen Fan back to reality. "I'm fine. You may leave," he replied, somewhat impatiently. At that moment, his mind was a tumult of confusion, weighed down by the inexplicable death of the original owner, which loomed over him like a heavy burden. If the assailant knew he had survived, would they strike again? He could not accept dying so soon after his arrival. Yet, Yu did not take his leave, but lowered his head and said, "I have one more matter to report." "Speak." Reporting to the young master, "The blood guards have yet to locate the whereabouts of Chu Tian. He may have fled beyond our territorial reach. Should we broaden our search?" Chu Tian? Chen Fan meticulously recalled this name, and his memories began to crystallize. 3 months prior, in a border nation within the Qintian sect's domain, a rare treasure known as the Xianyu flower had emerged. The original owner had led a group to seize it and had encountered Chu Tian and his companions along the way. Noticing the decent talent of a young woman among them, he had inquired whether she would like to accompany him back to the Qintian sect. Such encounters were not uncommon in the realm of cultivators. After all, the foundation of a grand sect lay in its resources and talent. It was not unusual to bring suitable individuals back to the sect. The distinction was that encountering a kindly old man with a white beard might be deemed a stroke of luck, while meeting someone as handsome yet arrogant as the original owner could easily be perceived as coercion. For countless individuals, gaining entry into a sect of such high stature was a dream come true, and the young woman had readily agreed. However, Chu Tian, her childhood companion, vehemently opposed. He immediately cast the original owner as a scheming, bullying dandy, leading to a fierce confrontation. One of the original owner's subordinates effortlessly defeated Chu Tian, but failed to deliver a fatal blow. Before fleeing, Chu Tian had left behind a phrase that resonated deeply with Chen Fan. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. The humiliation of today shall be repaid tenfold in the future. Naturally, one would not let go of an ant daring to challenge the might of the Qiantian sect subsequently. The original owner had dispatched men to hunt him down. As a transmigrator, Chen Fan was all too familiar with this sequence of events. Next would be dispatching underlings to level up and cultivate prestige, followed by personally confronting the adversary. Once in a position of power, he would resort to mockery, only to be countered by the enemy's hidden trump card, leading to his eventual downfall in due time. His sect or family would intervene, providing the enemy with a grand gift. As an observer, Chen Fan would relish such a spectacle. But as a participant, especially as a stepping stone for the protagonist, that feeling was far from pleasant. Disregard him, withdraw all personnel. Chen Fan commanded decisively, having pieced together the context. It was possible that Chu Tian was the fabled child of fortune, wielding formidable hidden cards. If he could not secure a decisive victory, sending more people would merely result in granting experience points. Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What's going on? Why does my transmigration begin so differently from others? It seems I've been handed the villain's script. Although Yi Yu sensed something was amiss with the young master today, he did not dwell on it and respectfully took his leave. In his eyes, the so-called ant named Chu Tian, despite possessing some skill, was not a significant threat thus. Mounting a large-scale inquiry into other sects was indeed somewhat unwise. After Yi Yu departed, Chen Fan leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the crystal hourglass on his desk. The original owner's mysterious death, his own lack of memories, and the potential presence of an invisible killer weighed heavily on him. Having taken on the villainous role, and with a possible child of fortune lurking outside, he was consumed with thoughts of vengeance. The best course of action would be to seek assistance from his powerful father, but who could say whether he would detect any irregularities? Without a firm understanding of this world, he needed to tread cautiously. Calmly analyzing the pros and cons of each option, Chen Fan suddenly sensed something unusual within his body and instinctively declared, "Do not worry now that I have become you. I shall live well in your stead regardless of who killed you. I will avenge you." Perhaps due to the unresolved grievances stemming from the original owner's untimely death, Chen Fan found that the assurance he offered dissipated the lingering attachment he felt to this body, as if the final shackles had vanished. Simultaneously, a resounding echo akin to a grand bell reverberated within his mind. Before him, a familiar monumental structure materialized, reminiscent of the place he had worked on Earth, the Shenzhou Tianlu Archives. As he pushed the door open, an endless expanse of bookshelves filled with countless tomes stretched before him, seemingly infinite. Is this my golden finger? An archive? This is laughable. I indeed held a fixation for this position in my past life. But for heaven's sake, this is a fantastical world. I've been handed a villain script, and now the newbie gift package is also a joke. Where is the system? Where is the old man? Chapter 2, The Triple Nothing Sidekick. Enough, let's see what's available first. Ultimately, Chen Fan sighed, adopting a mindset of acceptance as he reached out toward the files before him. However, to his surprise, an invisible force thwarted his hand, preventing him from touching the shelves at all. Is this some sort of joke? Chen Fan felt utterly speechless, when suddenly an idea struck him, and he took a few steps back. His gaze fell upon the entire archive, which was subdivided into numerous sections, each labeled with floating colorful characters indicating different areas. Before him was a geographical designation, and judging by the description, it belonged to the Eastern Domain. Unfortunately, he found no information about this place within his memories, suggesting it was rather obscure. Is it because I lack knowledge about this location? Chen Fan pondered, silently invoking the name Qiantian sect. In the next instant, the booming bell tolled once more, followed by the entire archive, spinning wildly. The bookshelves rearranged at an unimaginable speed. And when they finally settled, the description of the area before him now displayed the three characters, Qiantian sect. Indeed, this time, The books on the shelves were no longer untouchable. They even thoughtfully labeled their categories and contents. Chun Fan casually flipped through them, revealing tales of the Qiantian sect's history, some of which aligned with the original owner's memories, while many more unveiled secrets unknown to him. The second-generation sect master was the illegitimate daughter of the first-generation sect master. The third-generation sect master actually preferred men, marrying his disciple merely to maintain appearances. The fourth-generation sect master was secretly in love with the wife of the third-generation sect master, hence remained unmarried throughout his life. As he gazed at the densely packed text, Chun Fan felt as though he were on the brink of madness. Goodness, what a chaotic circle! Nevertheless, if all of this were true, then this transmigration gift package was truly exceptional. Beyond the gossip, it also documented each individual's cultivation techniques, spiritual artifacts, and flaws. Though only briefly noted, the revelations were staggering. Theoretically, did this not mean he could uncover the secrets of everyone? Chun Fan eagerly flipped back to find his own record. Strangely, the paper bore no content. Could it be because I'm a time traveler? After pondering for a moment, he silently chanted the name Chu Tian in his heart. This time, the bookshelf rotated, revealing countless records detailing the life of Chu Tanomai. Chun Fan was taken aback and hurriedly added limitations after Chu Tian's name, finally transforming the record into a substantial entry. Strange. Could there be other conditions for limitation? Observing the sparse notes on the record, Chun Fan displayed a look of confusion. The records concerning Chu Tian were voluminous, yet only the initial pages bore clear text, while the subsequent content was obscured by indistinct ink blots, rendering it unrecognizable. Furrowing his brow, he set aside Chu Tian's record and began to meticulously examine the archive. Time elapsed without his notice, and he eventually discerned some clues. Theoretically, everything in this world existed within the archive. Anything he was aware of would have a corresponding record accessible for perusal, while that which he did not know could not be touched. However, the depth and clarity of the records varied, seemingly correlated to his own intimacy and understanding of the subject. As a disciple of the Qiantian sect, the records regarding his sect were exceptionally detailed, while those of other sects were merely summarized, with the remaining content existing yet remaining elusive. For instance, Yi Yu, his loyal assassin, was recorded in considerable detail, yet fellow disciples who had merely heard his name found only a rough outline of his life. Besides, there appeared to be other limiting conditions, such as those surrounding Chu Tian, a potential privilege of a child of destiny unbeknownst to him. Chun Fan felt an inexplicable pressure. Moreover, the archives seemed to possess a function for completing records. Incomplete martial arts techniques, weapon forging methods, and alchemical recipes, which lingered in the original owner's memories, were all comprehensively documented here. Chun Fan shut his eyes, striving to master the means of entering and exiting the archive. After several attempts, he finally returned to the real world and instinctively glanced at the hourglass before him. It seems the interior resembles a mental realm, where the passage of time aligns closely with the external world. Just as he prepared to verify a few more matters, an overwhelming fatigue surged through him, as if all his strength had been drained, leaving him slumped helplessly upon the desk. As his consciousness began to fade, Chun Fan let out a primal roar from the depths of his being. Damn, this Threno auxiliary. When Chun Fan awoke, a day had already passed. He still felt weak and pale, having fused with the original owner's memories. He was acutely aware that his mental exhaustion was severe, and if it worsened, he might very well perish. The root cause of all this, of course, was that enigmatic Threno auxiliary. Reflecting on the archive, Chun Fan was filled with a bittersweet ambivalence. He admired its power, yet loathed the inherent risks that could easily lead to his demise. Suppressing the urge to explore the archive once more, he took up his pen and began to inscribe an alchemical formula from memory. One could not deny the remarkable utility of the Tiangang's sacred body. Possessing the ability to remember everything at a glance had already placed him ahead of many. If only he had possessed this talent during exams, there would have been no need for late-night cramming that nearly exhausted him. He retrieved a jade tablet and lightly tapped it. Moments later, a cloud of black mist swirled within the chamber. And then Yi Yu appeared, kneeling on one knee as the legitimate eldest son of the Qin family. Theoretically, no one could intrude upon this grand hall without his permission. However, recalling the original owner's mysterious death, Chun Fan felt this theory was rather unreliable. Find someone within the Blood Guard who can concoct elixirs and hasten the creation of this creation. Pill as you command. Young Master Yi stepped forward to accept the alchemical formula, but her expression instantly changed. Disbelief etched across her face. The creation pill? Is there a problem? Chun Fan furrowed his brow, puzzled. Though he had assimilated the memories, there remained much that was unfamiliar and difficult to comprehend. The creation pill was something he had previously encountered within the archive. According to the records, this type of elixir represented the best option for enhancing his strength at present in the realm of Shenzhou. Cultivators were categorized into 9 grades and 13 realms. Although the systems were varied and interpretations differed across regions, they ultimately fell within this framework. Accordingly, martial arts, techniques, spiritual artifacts, and elixirs were also classified by these 9 grades, with distinctions made between the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow according to their quality. The rotational realm of 6 grades, in which Chun Fan resided, represented a watershed moment. Such a level would afford one a position as an elder in most sects, and in more remote areas, potentially even as the head of a sect. In other words, breaking through this realm was immensely challenging. Fortunately, the archive contained detailed records for each realm, listing the best methods for assisting breakthroughs. Chun Fan found the materials listed on the alchemical formula familiar. He believed the Qintian sect possessed them all, thus opting for this elixir without the need to exhaust himself in gathering ingredients. Please, young master, reconsider. Yi Yu bit her lip, her face filled with sorrow. You are a priceless treasure. Do not recklessly pursue advancement through malevolent means. By using this blood sacrifice required elixir, if discovered, you will be doomed beyond redemption. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan was instantly taken aback. The materials on his formula, while indeed precious, seemed entirely normal. Malevolent means? Blood sacrifice? Were we referring to the same thing? Chapter 3. The Creation Pill and the Dual Yi Yu transition from a single knee to kneeling on both knees, embodying the essence of a deathly warrior leader whose sole purpose was to protect Chun Fan. Faced with matters that could tarnish his reputation, he felt compelled to counsel, even at the risk of inciting the young master's ire. Does this creation pill require a blood sacrifice? As soon as Chun Fan uttered these words, memories began to crystallize in his mind. Perhaps due to the recent merging of memories, many concepts only dawned upon him at critical moments, and he still felt somewhat disoriented. Although Yi Yu found this puzzling, he nonetheless responded, the original method for refining the creation pill has been lost for many years. Though successors have attempted to deduce it from fragmented formulas, the results have been far from satisfactory. It was only when some individuals incorporated the essence of young boys and girls into the concoction that the issues were resolved. That my lord, you must enough, Chun Fan interjected. Let us first examine the formula in your hands before continuing. Yi Yu was taken aback, but lowered his gaze to the formula he held out. A mere glance elicited a cascade of expressions: relief, astonishment, disbelief, elation, and confusion across his face. Chun Fan watched with keen interest as Yi Yu displayed such a theatrical range of emotions. Curious about how one could exhibit so many feelings simultaneously. Before Yi Yu could speak, Chun Fan preempted him. This formula is something I obtained from ancient texts. Its authenticity remains uncertain. However, you should find someone to refine it regardless. Your subordinate obeys, Yi Yu replied, now grasping the gravity of the situation. His expression was multifaceted. Inexplicably, he felt that the formula in his possession might indeed be genuine. The creation pill held great renown as the finest auxiliary elixir for breaking through the cycle realm. Beyond its remarkable efficacy, its most significant attribute was its affordability. Most breakthrough elixirs were crafted from rare materials rich in spiritual energy, yet such treasures were exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Over time, the availability of these elixirs diminished, while the number of cultivators seeking breakthroughs continued to rise. Thus, the importance of these elixirs became self-evident, making them the focal point of contention among various factions. Otherwise, Chun Fan would not have personally led an expedition to seize a single Xian Yu flower. The creation pill defied this trend. While its ingredients were precious, they were not exceedingly rare and could be cultivated artificially. With the same effects, the investment required to produce one of any other elixirs could yield 2 or even 3 creation pills, significantly reducing the cost of breaking through to the cycle realm. It was for this reason that, in the past, factions engaged in fierce battles over the formula for the creation pill, resulting in countless casualties and ultimately leading to the formula's loss. The creation pill thus became a coveted yet unattainable rarity. For many years, numerous individuals attempted to recreate the formula, only to fail, producing merely inferior versions reliant on blood sacrifices. Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure that no one else learns of this matter. Yi Yu declared solemnly that if the refinement were to fail, it must remain concealed, as it would undoubtedly tarnish the young master's reputation. Conversely, if successful, it must remain secret, for the true creation pill could facilitate the mass production of cycle realm cultivators. With such a treasure in hand, the young master would be unstoppable. Yet, contrary to expectations, Chun Fan shook his head. No, it is essential that others inadvertently learn of my endeavor to refine the creation pill. Seeing Yi Yu's perplexed expression, Chun Fan opted not to elaborate. The notion had struck him suddenly, and its efficacy remained uncertain. He gestured for Yi Yu to withdraw and fell in a deep contemplation. The emergence of the creation pill heightened his awareness of the astonishing capabilities of the archive, a 3-in-1 cheat. And Yi Yu's reaction reminded him of previously overlooked blind spots. His greatest advantage was not the original S foundation, nor even the archive's assistance, but rather the insights and mindset he had acquired from his past life, saturated with information overload. This world was not Huaxia. It lacked the teachings of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. That it did not embrace the philosophy of seeking common ground while reserving differences. Nor did it espouse peaceful development or win-win perspectives. Instead, it resembled a certain eagle-headed empire, rife with parochialism, class struggle, and a belief in the law of the jungle. That in such an environment, the most effective means of self-preservation was to render oneself indispensable, becoming a crucial cog in a massive wheel of interests. Those who wished to act against him would have to think twice, but if someone sought to harm him, there would naturally be others with vested interests to intervene. The archive provided the necessary leverage for coercion and enticement, as for restoring order. Chun Fan had no interest. He considered himself no great figure akin to the progenitor of Huaxia, merely wishing to live a good life. Changing the world was exceedingly difficult. Merely avoiding its alterations was already quite a challenge. That it seemed he was destined to tread further down the path of a villain. To avoid the embarrassment of only responding when matters became critical. Chun Fan organized the memories swirling in his mind, increasingly feeling the weight of his predicament. Both the Qintian sect and the Qin family appeared to be formidable, with ulterior motives concerning the original. 3 days later, an agitated Yi Yu knelt before Chun Fan, gazing at the potent white pill in his hand. Trembling with anxiety, he feared the young master might inadvertently destroy the precious creation pill. Indeed, according to the formula provided by Chun Fan, they had successfully refined the creation pill. Although only 7 complete pills emerged from the cauldron, with the rest being inferior products, this was merely a matter of refinement technique. The formula itself was sound. Yi Yu could hardly find words to articulate his excitement, his mind consumed by 3 words: creation pill. The formula, for which several top sects had fought violently in vain, had now materialized. The young master was indeed blessed with fortune. In stark contrast to Yi Yu's exuberance, Chun Fan remained remarkably composed. The correctness of the formula was anticipated, given his status as a transmigrator. What truly occupied his mind was the prior plan. He had deliberately leaked information regarding the blood sacrifice creation pill to draw out those within the sect who harbored hostility towards him. The original mysterious death was too outlandish. He was eager to assert his authority. However, 3 days had passed without any sign of disturbance, which struck him as odd. From past memories, he recalled that many within the sect despised him. Why had none stepped forward to create trouble? Could it be that his intentions were too overt, and the Qintian sect, being composed of astute individuals, had chosen not to fall for it? Chun Fan pondered but found no satisfactory solution. This had been an impulsive decision, and a lack of results was, in essence, reasonable. That he then spoke. Continue to disseminate the news that you command. Yi Yu replied, though he struggled to comprehend Chun Fan's rationale. There is one more matter. Zhao Tianhe has emerged from seclusion, declaring that he will duel you on the discussion platform in 3 days. That he has not issued a formal challenge, merely released this information. Chun Fan paused for a moment before a knowing smile crept across his face. He remembered Zhao Tianhe, also a true disciple of the Qintian sect, of humble origins and lacking any backing, yet possessing extraordinary talent. They had previously clashed over cultivation resources. 6 months ago, they had fought, and Zhao Tianhe had suffered a crushing defeat. Chen Fan chuckled to himself, relieved to have found a target for establishing his authority. The opportunity had presented itself at his doorstep. Chapter 4. The discussion platform. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with a cold light. This duel seemed laden with significance. Evidently, many were eager to take action, but he did not regard Zhao Tianhe as a threat. The individual was indeed formidable, with remarkable talent and mastery of the celestial grade technique. The Crimson Sun Ascension. Yet the archive contained detailed records of Zhao Tianhe, documenting not only his weaknesses and flaws, but also the formidable treasures he had acquired. With the archive's resources at his disposal, Chen Fan found it relatively easy to break through, avoiding detours and saving time that would otherwise be spent grappling with obstacles. The creation pill in his possession, along with the elixirs prepared by his family, provided ample resources for indulgence. Even if he were to fail a few times, it would not matter. When the time came, with matching realms and equipped with spiritual artifacts and ancestral skills, the likelihood of defeat would be minimal. Even for a novice. What concerned Chen Fan was the timing and action surrounding Zhao Tianhe's appearance. The preemptive announcement of the duel left no room for evasion, not even a moment to react. Had the original died, the Chen family would likely have opted for discretion. This revelation gradually unveiled the truth that a cold smile surfaced on Chen Fan's lips as he issued a few instructions to Yi Yu before retreating into seclusion to break through. Outside the Grand Hall lay a magnificent palace, constructed along the mountainside, with abundant spiritual energy almost visible to the naked eye. A prime cultivation haven, bustling with nearly 100 maidens and servants. This was the privilege of the Chen family as legitimate eldestess at the entrance. Yi Yu had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Chen Fan emerge, his eyes lit up with joy as he bowed and said, "My lord, everything has been prepared as per your instructions." Chen Fan nodded. "How many are coming?" "Many. Several elders are bringing their disciples." Yi Yu replied coldly, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Then my lord, forgive me. I have yet to uncover who is orchestrating this. Not investigate. They are not individuals you can confront." Chen Fan smiled nonchalantly, retracing his steps towards the debate platform in accordance with his memories. Today, certain individuals would inevitably face great disappointment at this moment. The surroundings of the debate platform were already teeming with people, as several elders arrived accompanied by their disciples to witness the event. The official explanation was that the disciples were there to broaden their horizons. Yet discerning individuals could easily perceive that today's affair was far from simple. The Qintian sect, a colossal entity, harbored a complex internal power structure, broadly categorized into two factions. One faction comprised established families with profound legacies, enjoying cultivation opportunities, techniques, pills, and martial arts that were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, that as long as their heirs were not exceptionally foolish, they could easily amass formidable cultivation levels utilizing these resources. They merely needed to ensure the continuation of their family line. The other faction consisted of impoverished disciples lacking a foundation, relying solely on talent, hard work, and fortuitous opportunities. They sought every chance available and fought fiercely for every single resource, as they could neither afford to lose nor be defeated. The relationship between these two factions was inherently adversarial, characterized by countless open and covert struggles, with Chen Fan and Zhao Tianhe serving as representative figures of each side. "Look, Brother Luo has arrived. Sister Sun and Sister Zheng are here too. It seems all the true disciples, except for Brother Feng who was in seclusion, have gathered." "What is going on today?" the observing disciples exclaimed, their voices rising in astonishment. The presence of nearly all the sect's true disciples was an unprecedented sight, rarely seen outside of significant sect ceremonies. "Brother Li, what do you think the outcome of today's battle will be?" On the sidelines, a white-clad young man with a smile at the corner of his eye gently opened his folding fan. It was the true disciple Luo Yunxi. The man known as Brother Li, a swordsman named Li Bowling, replied with a grin, "Both Brother Zhao and Junior Brother Chen are extraordinary individuals. Today's contest promises to be quite interesting, but I cannot predict the outcome." Luo Yunxi, seemingly oblivious to Li Bowling's implications, squinted and said, "I believe Brother Zhao has a greater chance of victory. How about we place a bet?" Li Bowling's gaze swept over to a nearby elder standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an ethereal demeanor, and he chuckled lightly. It seems junior brother is already confident of victory. Have you perhaps received some foreknowledge? Luo Yunshi smiled. I merely heard that Brother Zhao has stepped into the divine realm. It is said that during this seclusion, his master specifically exchanged for the Dewey pill. Perhaps there is more to it than that. Li Bowling shook his head. But it is well. I have long coveted that Fangsuan sword in your possession. Ha ha! Brother is indeed straightforward. If junior brother Chen emerges victorious, I shall present the Fangsuan sword to you with both hands. Should Brother Zhao triumph, I hope you will part with that extremely cold-iced soul. Luo Yunshi declared confidently that a gentleman's word is as good as his bond, that a swift horse and a whip. They both shared a knowing smile, their eyes glinting with a hint of malice. At that moment, a blinding light suddenly erupted in the sky, followed by an intense heat descending upon them, startling even the most composed among them. Brother Zhao is here. Brother Zhao has arrived. A voice rang out. And the crowd turned to look out. On the debate platform stood a young man clad in a golden robe, the esteemed Zhao Tianhe, a direct disciple of the Qintian sect. Was that not the manifestation of a resonance between heaven and earth? Could it be that Brother Zhao had indeed reached the divine realm? Indeed, Brother Zhao practices the Qiri Tontian technique. When he manifests his divine powers, it causes a resonance with the heavens, someone remarked. Today, Brother Chen may be in trouble. Others whispered that on the debate platform. Zhao Tianhe first bowed to several elders, then saluted his fellow disciples, exhibiting perfect etiquette. After completing these formalities, he closed his eyes, adopting the demeanor of a meditating monk. Yet a smile graced his lips, clearly pleased with the surrounding admiration. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Although he was aware that someone intended to use him as a pawn, as long as he could stamp Chen Fan underfoot and avenge past humiliations. He found it acceptable to play the part of a pawn. The Qintian sect upheld strict regulations. Every disciple's cultivation resources were fixed, and acquiring additional resources required contribution points. However, it was evident that the scions of influential families were exempt from such limitations. They had connections, privileges, and could mobilize countless individuals to help them procure the materials they needed, while they merely focused on their cultivation. Chen Fan was a prime example among them, receiving an abundance of cultivation resources without lifting a finger, while others were left to hunt demonic beasts and battle against malevolent entities for their survival. Previously, he had meticulously planned to acquire several materials, but after enduring hardships and injuries to accumulate sufficient contributions, he discovered that the items had been taken through connections and ended up in Chen Fan's hands. In frustration, he sought an explanation, only to find that Chen Fan had shown him no courtesy, leading to a humiliating defeat. Not only did he fail to obtain the needed materials, but he was also subjected to verbal scorn. Weaklings have no right to boast. With poor talent, one should remain humble and not attempt to covet what one cannot obtain. Such heart-wrenching words nearly shattered his spirit. After recuperating from his injuries, he trained diligently for a year before challenging Chen Fan once more, only to be struck senseless by dazzling spiritual artifacts, resulting in another failure and rendering him a laughingstock within the sect. Even his master expressed disappointment. Reflecting on these past events, Zhao Tianhe clenched his fists tightly at his sides. Why should I, with superior cultivation, be defeated? Why should he possess boundless resources and spiritual artifacts? The humiliation he had endured previously would be repaid in full today. Chapter 5. The first battle. Brother Chen is here. Another gasp echoed through the crowd as a purple cloud drifted slowly across the sky, seemingly unhurried. Yet in the blink of an eye, it appeared upon the debate platform that of Zhao Tianhe's presence was akin to a thunderous force. Then Chen Fan was like a leisurely stroll, exuding an effortless grace. The expressions of several elders who had initially doubted Chen Fan shifted, their inner thoughts now filled with admiration, setting aside other factors. Such an unburdened demeanor is indeed remarkable. The true disciples, too, ceased their light-hearted banter, their gazes growing serious as they focused intently on Chen Fan. Compared to Zhao Tianhe's imposing aura, the seemingly tranquil Chen Fan exuded a far greater pressure. Simultaneously, the onlookers felt a sense of confusion. This Chen disciple appeared somewhat different from his previous self that in their memories. This pride of the Qintian sect had been a brash individual, known for his sharp tongue and utter disregard for others. Yet Chen Fan possessed the capital to be arrogant. Extraordinary talent, an exceptional physique, a distinguished lineage, and a visage that could be deemed handsome. These advantages, difficult for ordinary individuals to attain, coalesced within him, rendering his name, which bore the character for ordinary, an unspoken mockery. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Chen Fan felt a sense of admiration for the original owner of this body, who had managed to offend the entire sect to such an extent. Truly an extraordinary feat. Interestingly, this figure deemed a villain by others had not committed many heinous acts, that he had not engaged in debauchery or arson, as for leveraging power to intimidate or seize resources. Such was the nature of this world's rules. However, others understood the nuances and practiced discretion. They neither offended others nor failed to inspire gratitude. The original owner believed in the supremacy of strength. If you held differing views, then engage in combat. Win, and you were right. Lose, and you should depart as far as possible. Such notions of human relationships and the importance of harmony were foreign to him, both uncomprehended and dismissed. Chen Fan had no intention of defending the actions of the original owner. He despised such unreasonable conduct, yet that did not mean he would adopt a saintly demeanor. Confucius once stated, "Repay virtue with virtue, and repay grievance with rectitude." The founding ancestor had also said, "One should pursue the remaining courage to chase the retreating enemy. Not seek fame by learning from tyrants. Only the victors possess the right to dictate the outcomes according to their will." Upon seeing Chen Fan's arrival, Zhao Tianhe was eager to engage. "Junior brother, your numerous spiritual artifacts in our previous battle truly opened my eyes. During this period of seclusion, I have gained some insights and am eager to exchange ideas with you that I hope you will not take my abruptness amiss." Chen Fan was keenly aware of the veiled implications behind Zhao Tianhe's courteous words. The subtext implied that his previous victory was merely a result of abundant spiritual artifacts and family backing. And compelling him to engage in battle today was somewhat justifiable, a classic case of double standards. With a sardonic smile, Chen Fan replied, "Of course not. I was concerned that my previous remarks might have dampened brother's spirit. Now that I see you remain so ignorant and fearless, I am reassured." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianhe could no longer maintain his smile, his face darkening. "I hope your abilities are as sharp as your words." "You will find out shortly," Chen Fan replied, a hint of pity flickering in his gaze, that he had never regarded Zhao Tianhe as a worthy opponent. Had the latter chosen to endure humiliation or fight valiantly, Chen Fan might have held him in higher esteem. However, Zhao Tianhe had opted to become a pawn for another, trading his dignity for a chance to defeat him, a choice that destined him for mediocrity. Zhao Tianhe valued his pride, yet lacked the courage to fight for it, failing to grasp the balance of gains and losses. Even if Chen Fan were to lose today, what of it? The original owner might be infuriated, but he would not be. Moreover, the Chen family backing him would not let such a defeat go unpunished. But what about Zhao Tianhe? In defeat, one faces abandonment due to a lack of utility. In victory, the same fate awaits. The wrath of the Chen family is not easily quelled. The gaze of pity ignited Zhao Tianhe's fury. With a thunderous shout, 9 crimson marks emerged upon his brow, subtly hinting at a convergence. Simultaneously, a blazing sun rose behind him, signifying the divine might of the heavenly level technique, the Crimson Sun Ascension. The onlookers could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Brother Zhao had indeed reached the pinnacle of the rotation realm. Yet it remained uncertain whether he had broken through the final shackles to enter the divine realm that on the stage. Zhao Tianhe sneered, "Junior brother Chen, you must contemplate carefully. The arena of discourse is a place where life and death are not trifled with. Do not act out of impulse." Upon hearing these words, many praised him, and linked to his earlier statements, Zhao Tianhe's image as a figure of righteousness was firmly established. That I was impulsive in challenging you. My strength is superior, so why not concede? It would be unfortunate should you sustain injuries. However, discerning eyes scoffed at his words, as they were indeed heart-piercing. That I in the path of cultivation, one must defy the heavens. The cultivation of the heart is of utmost importance. Should one cower in the face of challenge, it is highly probable that inner demons will arise, jeopardizing future cultivation, and perhaps leading to a collapse of one's true essence in a fallen realm. Chen Fan remained as composed as ever, responding calmly, "I welcome the battle." "Good. This was precisely the response Zhao Tianhe had awaited. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth, his long hair dancing without wind, and brilliance shot forth from his eyes. With the transformation of his hand seals, torrents of crimson flames burst forth, encircling him with formidable fire attribute spiritual energy that dominated the arena that moment. Under the midday sun and the might of heaven and earth, the flames radiated a violent aura, captivating hearts and souls. Zhao Tianhe, a true disciple of the Crimson Flame Peak's Sunlight Master, had indeed mastered the Crimson Flame spell to perfection. An elder, stroking his long beard, commented with evident satisfaction, while the onlookers marveled. To wield the Crimson Flame spell with such might, he truly is a direct disciple, far surpassing us. Beside them, Luo Yunxi nodded repeatedly, envisioning the humiliation of Chen Fan being pinned to the ground. Having endured countless hardships and faced death repeatedly to become a true disciple from a humble background, he harbored disdain for someone like Chen Fan, who was born with privilege. Brotherly, it seems that the extreme cold ice essence will soon be mine, Luo Yunxi remarked with a smile, his words dripping with pride. Li Bowling, feeling vexed at Zhao Tianhe's rapid advancement, replied with feigned nonchalance, the outcome is still undecided. Are you afraid I might renege? Seeing through his facade of calm, Luo Yunxi sneered and chose not to respond on the discourse stage. Chen Fan stood motionless, silently observing as Zhao Tianhe completed his invocation of the Crimson Flame spell. Simultaneously, in his mind's archive, he accessed data on Zhao Tianhe and the Crimson Flame spell. Deficiency 1. An excessive focus on power resulted in prolonged release time. Deficiency 2. The technique's operation lacked fluidity, leading to an imbalance in the spell's potency. Deficiency 3 through 7. Due to insufficient cultivation from forced elevation, the Crimson Flame spell lacked sustaining power. In the archive, the seemingly flawless Crimson Flame spell wielded by Zhao Tianhe had 7 notable deficiencies. Chen Fan had countless opportunities to interrupt the spell's execution, yet he refrained, waiting for the most impactful moment to strike. When Zhao Tianhe unleashed the 9 strands of the Crimson Flame spell, Chen Fan finally made his move. With a single finger, he gently tapped that in an instant, the first strand of Crimson Flame disintegrated, and the subsequent fiery waves proved entirely ineffective, vanishing without a trace. Zhao Tianhe staggered back, eyes wide with disbelief. The onlookers were equally stunned. Many who had applauded Zhao Tianhe now awkwardly held their hands aloft, uncertain of how to react, while others looked toward the elders, hoping for clarification. Did junior brother Chen perceive the flow of spiritual energy in the Crimson Flame spell and interrupt it? One elder pondered aloud. Another elder, less convinced, responded, perhaps it was mere coincidence. Ultimately, the martial skills and techniques of cultivators are merely means to channel spiritual energy into tangible forms in theory, if one can discern the path of spiritual energy. Severing it at its weakest point should suffice to dismantle the technique. Sword cultivators, renowned for their might, directly cleave through the flow of spiritual energy with unparalleled sword intent, rendering all variations powerless. However, aside from sword cultivators who embody their blades, it is exceedingly difficult for others to achieve such feats. The myriad martial skills and techniques in existence, even when executed by the same individual, will differ between instances that perceive and accurately identify weak points in the heat of battle is nothing short of an extraordinary challenge that if one were to leverage their superiority in realm and experience, such a feat might be possible. Yet in battles of equal standing, such opportunities are scarce. Could it be that Chen Fan's vision surpasses that of Zhao Tianhe by a considerable margin? Witnessing this, Li Bowling, though astonished, felt a sense of relief and remarked, it seems the extreme cold ice essence cannot be claimed by junior brother just yet. Luo Yunxi, upon hearing this, wore a grim expression, remaining silent on the discourse stage. Zhao Tianhe's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Yet before he could react, Chen Fan had already made his move. Without any visible transformation of hand seals, he merely raised his hand slightly, and in an instant, a colossal hand of condensed spiritual energy descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, each strand of energy forming the hand resembled the intricacies of runic seals. Is this the Great Sumerupalm? How could this possibly be the Great Sumerupalm? Gasps of astonishment reverberated once more. What Chen Fan wielded was not some clandestine technique, but rather a common martial skill available for exchange at the Qintian sect. Most of the observing disciples had encountered it before and understood its nature. Yet precisely because of this familiarity, their shock was profound. The great Sumeru palm, they remembered, required numerous hand seals to prepare and execute. Cumbersome in nature, and to achieve a palm the size of a person was already commendable, let alone the overwhelming spectacle before them. Harnessing the surrounding spiritual energy to form runes, thereby omitting the time-consuming hand seals, was the true essence of the great Sumeru palm. Some discerning disciples recognized the underlying truth and shouted in realization, with others nodding in agreement. Chen Fan had not anticipated that his execution of the great Sumeru palm would cause such an uproar. His actions were dictated more by necessity than choice. Although he had integrated memories, mastering those arcane techniques required time. Even with the archive's assistance, rapid mastery was unattainable. Otherwise, this world would be filled with deities and powerful beings in abundance. Yet, who could have foreseen the disparity between the archive's recorded methods and the understanding of these onlookers? As the disciples below erupted in cheers, Zhao Tianhe, now filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, witnessed the great Sumeru palm descending upon him, that he bellowed in rage. Channeling his power, that in an instant, he radiated like a blazing sun, resplendent and vivid. With his hands flying, he formed seals, summoning a crimson sword aura that shot up from the ground, quickly transforming into dozens of shadows, forming a sword array that in an instant. The sword energy surged, flames roared, and Zhao Tianhe's surroundings resembled a fiery abyss. A dragon coiled protectively. However, an eerie phenomenon unfolded once more. The immense hand in the sky flicked its fingers, and the entire sword array crumbled into nothingness, mirroring the collapse of the earlier Crimson Flame spell. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped, rendered speechless by the shock. Another one. In just 2 brief exchanges, Zhao Tianhe, who had initially appeared formidable, now displayed signs of defeat. Nay, he was utterly suppressed without a chance to retaliate. Elders close to the Chun family could not help but laugh heartily. This child is remarkable. The legacy of Chun Xuanba lives on. Meanwhile, on the discourse stage, Zhao Tianhe, disheveled and wild-eyed, radiated an aura of madness, his blood-red eyes locked on a Chen Fan, seething with boundless hatred that I will kill you. As those words fell, the 9 rotating inscriptions on his brow fused completely, transforming into a singular crimson rune. Flames cascaded down, enveloping Zhao Tianhe, who now exuded a terrifying presence reminiscent of an ancient demonic god. "Break for me!" Zhao Tianhe raised his hand and swung it through the void. The flames on his arm morphed into a long sword, unleashing an unparalleled sword aura that shattered the great Sumeru palm Chen Fan had conjured upon contact. A divine ability. Zhao Tianhe has indeed entered the divine realm, gasped one onlooker. Heavens, a divine realm expert under 40. The crowd gathered below erupted into a frenzy. Although there had been rumors suggesting that Zhao Tianhe had entered the realm of divinity, those were mere whispers. Now they bore witness to a miraculous event. The elders present could hardly conceal their excitement. While the lifespan of cultivators exceeds that of mortals by a considerable margin, it is not limitless. The transcendence realm serves as a critical threshold. The later one breaks through, the lower their potential achievements. Among the myriad of cultivators across the land, countless individuals aged 1 or 200 have yet to transcend this pivotal stage. In contrast, Zhao Tianhe's breakthrough before the age of 40 speaks volumes about his potential. The supernatural abilities that can only be wielded by those who have entered the realm of divinity are fundamentally why cultivators are venerated as immortals. In essence, those who have yet to reach this stage merely sense spiritual power and utilize techniques to either enhance themselves or vanquish foes. Upon entering the divine level, however, they can refine and reorganize spiritual energy according to their will, unleashing various supernatural feats with boundless applications. Even the most basic techniques and martial skills, when executed by those in the divine realm, far surpass those of their lesser counterparts. Common supernatural abilities include transmuting stone into gold, summoning rain, and conjuring winds at even higher tiers. These powers can alter the very fabric of reality, resurrect the dead, or create spaces independent of the world at this moment. Zhao Tianhe was unleashing one of the 3 supreme techniques of the Qi Yin Peak, the Qi Yin Batian sword art. The flames ignited by the sword technique can incinerate spiritual energy, rendering ordinary methods futile in extinguishing its blaze. Although Chen Fan had previously suppressed Zhao Tianhe with his own formidable abilities. The moment the Qi Yin Petion sword was unleashed, the crowd's confidence in Chen Fan began to wane. It is not uncommon for cultivators to rely on their foundational strength to defeat opponents of a lower realm. But such feats are contingent on the differing levels of cultivation. Reaching the divine realm signifies a qualitative transformation in a cultivator's prowess. From one perspective, cultivators who have yet to ascend to the divine realm still reside within the realm of ordinary humans, while those who have entered this exalted state join the ranks of the immortal. The chasm between these two stages cannot be bridged by external means or other methods. Chapter 7. Defeat with a mere thought. Zhao Tianhe propelled the Qi Yin Petion sword to its utmost limit. The ethereal flame sword morphed into 49 sharp sword shadows, each one imbued with a devastating force, hurtling towards Chen Fan with relentless fury. Faced with the onslaught of sword shadows, Chen Fan remained composed. His hands, which had been hanging idly by his sides, finally rose, clumsily forming a seal, that as he moved his fingers, walls of ice materialized before him, perfectly positioned to intercept the incoming sword shadows. However, the freshly conjured ice walls appeared fragile as tissue paper against the overwhelming might of the sword shadows, unable to provide even the slightest resistance. The spectators shook their heads in disbelief. The disparity between the divine realm and the transcendence realm was simply too vast. Not to mention, the sheer quantity of spiritual energy that could be summoned during the execution of techniques was worlds apart. Unrefined spiritual energy could not hope to withstand the refined kind. That a frown creased Chen Fan's brow as he began to grasp the chasm, separating the transcendence realm from the divine realm. It was not that he sought danger intentionally. Rather, as this was his first battle in this world, he wished to adapt more thoroughly. With such a rare target at hand, how could he not take full advantage? The archives had meticulously detailed the flaws of Zhao Tianhe and the Qi Yin Petion sword, alleviating concerns about potential hazards. 9 marks of the transcendence realm manifested on his forehead, then coalesced into a misty purple aura that vanished from sight. Unfortunately, this entire process was obscured by the surrounding sword shadows, leaving no one the wiser. In an instant, shattered ice crystals sprang into the air. Linked by an unseen force and countless rings, they swiftly constricted, ensnaring all 49 sword shadows, rendering them immobile. How could this be? Zhao Tianhe's face was a portrait of shock, that he had not anticipated that even his divine technique would fail to vanquish Chen Fan. A sense of retreat flickered in his mind, but recalling the warning from that individual and hearing the cheers from those around him, a resolute expression crossed his face that if he were to concede now, not only would he be unable to establish himself in the Qiantian sect, but that individual would also not let him off the hook. With gritted teeth, Zhao Tianhe twisted his wrist, and a scroll materialized in his palm. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the scroll vanished, taking with it the debate platform, and the two combatants that in their place emerged a vividly rendered microcosm, complete with mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, the treasured artifact. The landscape map, an elder exclaimed in astonishment. Treasures and spiritual tools share similarities, yet are fundamentally different. Spiritual tools refer to items infused with spiritual energy, used by ordinary cultivators. Swords, array flags, and containers fall into this category. In contrast, treasures, whether in terms of materials or functions, are several tiers superior to spiritual tools. The most notable distinction being that treasures possess multiple divine abilities that if spiritual tools serve to enhance a cultivator's capabilities. Treasures are the means to expand their limitations and compensate for deficiencies. The enhancement a single treasure provides a cultivator is monumental. However, utilizing treasures is no simple task. The consumption of spiritual energy is astronomical. Only those who have attained the divine realm, capable of refining spiritual energy, can barely manage to wield them. Moreover, crafting treasures is even more challenging, requiring exceedingly rare materials, and the masters capable of forging them are few and far between. The elders and true disciples below wore solemn expressions. They recognized the landscape map on the debate platform and understood why it had appeared in Zhao Tianhe's hands. Normally, the emergence of such a situation would call for the cessation of the duel, as any injury to either combatant would represent a loss for the Qiantian sect. However, for reasons unknown, Everyone chose to silently observe the unfolding events. Feng Xiaoyang, nestled within the landscape map, Chen Fan effortlessly blocked Zhao Tianhe's surprise attack with an ice wall. Displaying no signs of panic, with the archives at his disposal, he was well versed in the efficacy and shortcomings of the landscape map. Although this artifact was indeed remarkable, Zhao Tianhe, who had just entered the divine realm, could not unleash its full potential, limited to only basic functions such as suppression and concealment. In other words, as long as he could thwart Zhao Tianhe's ambush, he would remain invulnerable. Realizing there was no danger, Chen Fan began to contemplate. Perhaps due to limited interactions with Feng Xiaoyang, the archives contained scant information about this individual, aligning closely with his memories. This person was the eldest senior brother of the younger generation in the Qiantian sect. Possessing exceptional talent, he had ascended to the divine realm within a mere century to AT that time. He was practically the designated holy son of the Qiantian sect, a candidate for the next sect leader. However, as Chen Fan began to exhibit remarkable talent and physique, the Chen family entered the fray for the title of Holy Son, causing this individual to gradually fade from prominence, spending most of his time in seclusion, rarely making public appearances. Yet unexpectedly, he had chosen this moment to intervene. What could this signify? Was it a scheme of his own design, or was he merely a pawn in someone else's game? Or could it be a mere coincidence? A furrow creased Chen Fan's brow. He did not believe Feng Xiaoyang could have stealthily murdered the original owner without leaving any trace. This matter was far more complex than he had initially imagined. The wind howled as Zhao Tianhe launched another assault. Chen Fan's gaze turned icy as he swiftly pivoted. Since there were subsequent leads, this individual held no further value that a colossal ice wall abruptly materialized. Zhao Tianhe's expression shifted drastically, filled with confusion. Those trapped within the landscape map could not draw in spiritual energy from the outside world, and their own energy was subject to the map suppression, leaving them with limited resources. That he had calculated this factor, launching several hit-and-run attacks to deplete Chen Fan's spiritual energy. Logically, at this moment, Chen Fan should have been completely drained, unable to conjure such a massive ice wall. Fool! Chen Fan's eyes glimmered with derision as he moved his fingers slightly. The ice wall before him shattered with a resounding crash, then closed in, and in that instant, Zhao Tianhe was ensnared within the ice. His ability to circulate spiritual energy sealed, leaving only his head exposed. As Zhao Tianhe was subdued, the landscape map lost its source of energy and instantly reverted to a scroll, falling into Chen Fan's hands. How could this happen? The frozen Zhao Tianhe's eyes brimmed with rage. He had risked exposing his connection to senior brother Feng by utilizing the landscape map, yet it still concluded in defeat. The spectators below were equally astonished. The divine realm and the treasured landscape map, such a monumental advantage, had failed to subdue Chen Fan. This exceeded their comprehension. Luo Yunqi's expression was grave. The power Chen Fan exhibited surpassed his expectations. More terrifyingly, to this point, Chen Fan had only employed ordinary martial skills and techniques from the Qiantian sect, without utilizing any secret techniques, yet his might was unfathomable. Logically, the Transcendence realm merely borrowed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, incapable of yielding such power, unless Luo Yunqi instinctively turned his head, only to find Li Bowling staring back at him. The two exchanged a moment of bewilderment before quickly refocusing on Chen Fan. The faint, nearly imperceptible mist of purple energy struck their hearts with a resounding force. Zhao Tianhe atop the platform also recognized this. First in astonishment, then incredulity, he bellowed, You have broken through to the divine realm. How is this possible?" The crowd erupted in an uproar upon hearing these words, all hastening to cast their gazes towards Shan Fan. In Chapter 8, the youngest record, Chen Fan, noticing the reaction, ceased to conceal himself any longer. His previously restrained aura suddenly burst forth, and a purple mist enveloped him, shimmering like starlight, ethereal and dreamlike, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience below. Many female disciples gazed at him with eyes full of admiration, while most of the male disciples were unable to bear the crushing blow. This must be a joke, right? The unification of the 9 seals cannot be a fabrication, can it? An entry into the divine realm before the age of 18. This record does not exist in the divine land, does it? The disciples looked towards the elders, only to find them with equally grave expressions. disbelief etched upon their faces that in the entire eastern region. Historically, geniuses who entered the divine realm before the age of 20 could be counted on one hand. Even Chen Fan's father, the renowned Chen Xuanba, achieved this feat at 19 years and 10 months. Yet, Chen Fan surpassed him by leaps and bounds. After a brief moment of shock, all the elders revealed expressions of unrestrained joy. Though both were in the divine realm, the disparity was undeniable. They recognized that Zhao Tianhe's breakthrough was superficial, neglecting the foundation, akin to a house of cards, inherently unstable and unlikely to yield significant future accomplishments. Nevertheless, entering the divine realm was still beneficial for them all. However, Chen Fan was different. His foundation was evidently solid. In the same divine realm, Chen Fan was several tiers above Zhao Tianhe. Thus, their battle unfolded in an overwhelmingly one-sided manner. One elder, gazing at Chen Fan, standing with hands clasped behind his back upon the debate stage, suddenly burst into tears, murmuring, "May the ancestral master bless us. With such a peerless prodigy, our Qiantian sect's resurgence is hopeful." Chen Fan swept his gaze across the surroundings, taking in the expressions of the crowd, and nodded in satisfaction. Half of his task for the day was accomplished. His objective was simple: to showcase his worth. When someone becomes significant enough, stakeholders will naturally emerge to protect them. Even villains have their ranks. As the saying goes, great treachery resembles loyalty. Great skill appears clumsy. Why not simply play the role of a behind-the-scenes magnate? Those who constantly shout threats and disdain others are merely ruffians, lowly thugs. As for the other half of his goal, Chen Fan's expression turned indifferent as he focused on Zhao Tianhe, abruptly raising his hand to grasp at the in an instant. The debate stage was plunged into chaos. With light and darkness intertwining, the sun and moon exchanging places, and the stars illuminating the sky like a fantastical dream. With Chen Fan's actions, a point of cold brilliance suddenly appeared in the starry sky, descending with incredible speed. The falling star. It is a divine ability. Brother Chen has indeed entered the divine realm. The streak of starlight drew nearer, its speed increasing, and the immense pressure was palpable to all present. The first to bear the brunt was Zhao Tianhe, who was frozen in place, his heart swelling with fear as the brilliance expanded within him, in the face of the threat of death. Zhao Tianhe felt stripped of all dignity, but he knew that begging for mercy in front of the sect's disciples and elders would tarnish his reputation, rendering him devoid of respect, and his master would no longer regard him highly. After all, his actions today were to vie for the position of the chosen one on behalf of Feng Xiaoyang. Should he succeed, he would be heralded as a hero, but should he fail, he would merely be a pawn sacrificed to quell the Chen family's wrath. Regrettably, he realized this too late, yet preserving his life became his only priority. "Brother Chen, I acknowledge." However, his words were cut short as a flash of light from Chen Fan's fingertips struck his chest, rendering him incapable of uttering another syllable. The immense starlight descended from the heavens, and Zhao Tianhe, immobilized, was engulfed in despair, his body overwhelmed by fear and regret. Why did I let myself be bewitched and oppose him? Just then, a voice of authority erupted from among the observing elders. "Enough! The victor has been determined. This duel has come to an end." Chen Fan glanced sideways at the speaker, none other than Zhang Baolin, the enforcement elder of the Qiantian sect. Well, another one has jumped into the fray, he thought. When Zhao Tianhe had summoned the treasure, the river and mountains painting, Elder Zhang had not intervened to declare a resolution. The other elders remained silent, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, perhaps believing that the Chen family's influence within the Qiantian sect was too strong and seeking to suppress it. Now that Zhao Tianhe had met his downfall, Zhang Baolin had emerged as a peacemaker. How naive! Chen Fan sneered dismissively, showing no intention of halting his actions. Elder Zhang had not anticipated that his words would prove ineffective, and resentment surged within him. Although they had not directly participated in the duel, most elders were privy to the underlying circumstances and had welcomed the outcome. For a disciple in the divine realm challenging someone in the rotating realm was inherently unjust. Yet, who could blame the Chen family's overwhelming influence? Whether allied with or opposed to the Chen family, everyone felt the immense pressure. Today's competition, from a certain perspective, was a manifestation of various factions within the Qiantian sect expressing their demands, with Zhao Tianhe merely a pawn. Who could have foreseen Zhao Tianhe's abysmal performance, even with a divine artifact in hand. Naturally, no one expected Chun Fan to be this monstrous, entering the divine realm before the age of 18. He was among those opposed to Chun Fan's lineage. Even if Zhao Tianhe lost his value, it was unacceptable for Chun Fan to publicly kill him, as it would make future control even more challenging. As the starlight descended, Zhang Baolin realized that he could no longer afford to remain passive. He bellowed, "Enough! Do you wish to openly harm a fellow disciple?" With that, Zhang Baolin raised his hands, summoning a pair of enormous phantom hands that soared towards the falling starlight. Attempting to shatter it, the two divine abilities clashed in midair, and the gathered crowd held their breath in anticipation. To their astonishment, the anticipated earth-shattering confrontation did not materialize. Instead, the starlight in the air suddenly erupted, transforming into countless shards of brilliance, like a rain of arrows raining down, directly obliterating the phantom hands, leaving them in tatters and vanishing in an instant. The onlookers were left in utter shock. Although the Enforcement Elder belonged to the divine realm, he had been immersed in this level for many years. His experience and mastery were profound, making him a renowned figure in the eastern region, with countless glorious achievements to his name. Yet in this encounter, he found himself at a disadvantage. Zhang Baolin stood stunned, unable to comprehend how easily his divine ability had been countered. What kind of divine ability was this young man employing? He had never witnessed anything like it before. In the midst of his astonishment, the myriad of starlight descended upon the debate stage with a deafening roar, the brilliance engulfing Zhao Tianhe. The audience watched as the defensive formation outside the debate stage swayed precariously, swallowing hard at the sight of Chun Fan's formidable power. Moments later, as the starlight dissipated, a massive crater remained on the stage. Chun Fan glanced at Zhao Tianhe, who was left with barely half a life, and sighed. His usage of this divine ability was not yet refined, and although interrupted by the Enforcement Elder, he had ultimately spared Zhao Tianhe's life. However, with his meridians shattered, he had become a cripple, which was of little consequence. In Chapter 9, Interrogation, the Enforcement Elder Zhang Baolin wore an exceedingly grim expression. His failure to save Zhao Tianhe, after personally intervening, had left him humiliated, casting a venomous glare at Chun Fan. He coldly stated, "Chun Fan, you have severely injured a fellow disciple in front of everyone, violating sect regulations. Come with me to face punishment." Chun Fan chuckled disdainfully at this remark, saying, "The debate stage was established by our founding ancestor. According to his rules, unless one party concedes, life and death are not to be discussed. Has anyone here heard Zhao Tianhe utter a word of surrender or make any gesture of begging for mercy?" He then turned to glare at the Enforcement Elder, speaking each word with emphasis. "Elder Zhang, do you believe there is a flaw in the sect's regulations, or do you harbor grievances against the ancestral master?" Since the day he traversed into this realm, he had plotted for his survival, and with the aid of the archive system, he had already anticipated the outcome of today's duel, thus preparing accordingly. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, the Qintian sect had a regulation prohibiting excessive force during sparring among disciples, ensuring that any unresolved grievances were settled on the debate stage. If one were to concede, they were not permitted to strike. This had always been the case, and Chun Fan was no exception. He merely acted openly rather than covertly. At that moment, Zhang Baolin was seething with rage. "You interrupted him from conceding," he retorted. "He was still in the act of bowing in submission while you had him frozen. Everyone knows you are intentionally twisting the facts." Yet, in his flustered state, he had no better solution. The flaws within the sect's regulations and the rules of the debate stage were common knowledge, yet no one intended to alter them. The power dynamics within the Qintian sect were intricate. Without a place to resolve disputes, matters would become far more troublesome. That if he clung to this issue today, he would surely become the target of collective ire. Understanding Chun Fan's leverage, Zhang Baolin's expression darkened further with resentment. However, he quickly regained his composure. It was time to play his trump card. With a cold smile, Zhang Baolin spoke, "You dare invoke the ancestral master's rules. Let me ask you, from whence did your realm originate?" "From whence did my realm originate?" Chun Fan chuckled derisively, his face a mask of disdain. "How dare you even ask?" Faced with Chun Fan's mockery, Zhang Baolin's expression darkened considerably, that he had not anticipated that invoking the topic of realms would lead Chun Fan to publicly ridicule him. Did he truly believe that he would not dare to confront him? His gaze swept across the silent elders, dark and brooding. The allies who had previously agreed to join forces against Chen Fan now opted for silence. Clearly wavering due to the value Chen Fan had demonstrated that a group of unreliable individuals, Zhang Baolin, aware that he had no path of retreat, felt a flicker of hesitation. After all, that incident could deliver a significant blow to Chen Fan and the Chen family. Yet everything felt oddly amiss, as if it had been deliberately leaked that he had intended to investigate further before making a decision, but time was no longer on his side. Without the backing of his family, and with the enforcement elder being one of the most pivotal positions in the sect, his replacement was merely a matter of time. The value Chen Fan exhibited today would undoubtedly accelerate this process. Everything he had would vanish in a thin air, and he was unwilling to accept that. Following today's duel, Chen Fan's reputation and worth had reached an unparalleled height among his peers. His father, a formidable figure in the returning Ruins realm and a prominent strength of the Qintian sect, further bolstered by the immense influence of the Chen family, made the position of Holy Son virtually a certainty. Zhang Baolin had initially contemplated leveraging that incident to negotiate with the Chen family. But since they had failed to recognize the opportunity before them, he resolved to let the situation spiral out of control. With a newfound determination, he coldly remarked, "It is indeed astonishing for someone under 18 to achieve the spirit realm. Yet this elder is curious. When did you break through?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into hushed whispers. "Indeed, when did Brother Chen break through? I recall that breaking through the wheel-turning realm requires quite a few special elixirs, and our sect supply is limited and must be reported. Now that you mention it, Brother Zhao had prepared a substantial amount of elixirs when he broke through. What about Brother Chen?" The elders began to realize the implications, their gazes shifting between Zhang Baolin and Chen Fan, deep in thought. The elixirs needed for breaking through the wheel-turning realm were exceedingly precious. Even the Qintian sect had only a limited supply, with each one being of utmost value. After all, not every practitioner at the wheel-turning realm could successfully break through. Such resources required careful distribution. Those with superior aptitude would be given better elixirs, while those lacking would receive inferior ones, or perhaps none at all. And no one in the Qintian sect dared to conceal such matters. And during this time, aside from the elixirs used by Zhao Tianhe, there had been no record of any other elixirs being claimed as the legitimate eldest son of the Chen family. It was hardly surprising that Chen Fan would have access to elixirs for his breakthrough. The enforcement elder seemed to lack the authority to pry into family affairs. Elder Chu, who maintained a friendly relationship with the Chen family, spoke up, casting a disapproving glare at Zhang Baolin. It was evident he intended to escalate the issue. "That statement is not accurate." Another elder, Jiang Boishuan, interjected, "It is better to clarify such matters. The elevation of Chen Fan's realm is indeed extraordinary and warrants suspicion that if it's legitimate, there is no harm in proving his innocence." Though he was unaware of Zhang Baolin's intentions, as a fellow opponent of the Chen family, he felt compelled to offer assistance that it was impossible to charge in a battle, but making a subtle contribution posed no risk. Just as Elder Chu was about to respond, laughter erupted from the discussion platform. Chen Fan pointed at Elder Jiang, who had spoken earlier, and said, "If you suspect me and demand I prove my innocence, may I also suspect you? Why not find a woman here to prove your own innocence?" This remark sent the male disciples in peals of laughter, while the female disciples flushed crimson, letting out a soft huff of indignation. Furious, Jiang Boishuan was about to take action, but was restrained by an outer sect elder beside him. "Why stoop to the level of a junior, Elder Jiang? Chen Fan, how can you speak to an elder in such a manner?" The outer sect elder then turned to Zhang Baolin, saying, "Enforcement elder, have you forgotten the sect's regulations? Any wrongdoing of a true disciple must be collectively reviewed by the elders. Your unfounded accusations in such a public forum. What is your intention?" Realizing the implications, the other elders also reacted. Zhang Baolin's actions were clearly aimed at amplifying the matter, and it seemed Chen Fan might indeed have some leverage over him. They harbored doubts about Chen Fan's rapid advancement. Given the Chen family's usual conduct, if Chen Fan were preparing to break through, they would have likely made a grand announcement, as it was an excellent opportunity to enhance the family's reputation. Achieving the spirit realm before the age of 18 was indeed worthy of great acclaim. Moreover, as the legitimate eldest son of the Chen family, the entourage accompanying him during his breakthrough would be quite impressive. The last time he entered the wheel-turning realm, A third of the Sect's elders had been summoned. Could it be that this child was truly anxious for quick success, resorting to some dubious methods to achieve his breakthrough? This matter required discreet handling, that in an instant, the elders reached a consensus. They were indeed engaged in power struggles and had their own agendas, but the underlying principle was to avoid harming the Qiantian sect, as the sect was their foundation. However, Zhang Baolin, having burned his bridges, cared little for such considerations. He would not allow this matter to be suppressed. Chun Fan, at this point, will you not admit to using the creation elixir to break through? As these words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The creation elixir? How could this be? Brother Chen has actually used such a malevolent substance. What a disgrace to our sect. This shameless scoundrel has resorted to blood sacrificial methods to concoct elixirs. I am ashamed to be his peer. The countenances of the elders turned ashen, particularly those who had maintained a good rapport with the Chun family, drenched in cold sweat. The Qiantian sect was a prestigious righteous sect, a leader among the eastern domains, where reputation held paramount importance. They could never afford to be associated with the sinister and unorthodox. While it was true that every faction had its share of less than savory dealings, those were always conducted in secrecy, never to be exposed, especially not in such a public manner. What was more critical was that the one making the accusation was Chen Fan, under 18 practitioner of the spirit realm. Regardless of how the matter was handled, would result in a loss for the sect and could potentially sever ties between the Chen family and the sect. It was well known that Chun Fan's father was a formidable figure in the returning ruins realm. If his son were to be wronged in such a manner, how could they expect him to remain passive? Such a consequence was one that even the Qiantian sect could hardly bear. Zhang Baolin, what nonsense are you spouting? Several elders spoke in unison, eager to minimize the impact. Quickly report this to the sect master. Chun Fan, come with me. The rest of you disperse. Yet they did not anticipate that Chun Fan stood resolute on the discussion platform. Seemingly indifferent to the chaos, Zhang Baolin, amplifying his voice with spiritual energy, declared, our Qiantian sect stands as the foremost righteous faction in the eastern domains. Must we show leniency simply because Chun Fan is the son of Chun Xuanba, the legitimate heir of the Chen family? Such actions would hardly satisfy the public. With his words, the disciples chimed in unison. Yes, the sect's rules are strict. Does Chen Fan truly have special privileges? The founder's teachings are inscribed at the mountain gate. Eradicating evil is our sect's mission. Such a nefarious individual who employs blood sacrificial methods to concoct elixirs must be exterminated. Observing the fervor among the crowd, Chen Fan quietly took note of the few disciples who initially sided with Zhang Baolin. He was all too familiar with this tactic, stirring the crowd to escalate the situation to achieve their goals. Those who were oblivious to the truth believed themselves to be the arbiters of morality, unaware that they had become mere pawns in someone else's scheme, and afterward they would revel in their perceived accomplishments. The expressions of the elders turned grim. The situation had escalated beyond control. Zhang Baolin's allies now regretted their involvement, realizing they had underestimated his recklessness. Regardless of the outcome, it was clear that Chun Fan would likely be disqualified from the position of Holy Son and might even face execution. But what about the repercussions for them? What chaos would ensue? What kind of disorder is this? Have we lost all sense of decorum? The outer sect elder frowned as he activated his power, exerting pressure to quell the unrest among the disciples. Then turned to Zhang Baolin. Do you have any evidence for your claims? Think carefully before you speak. Framing a fellow disciple is a grave offense. The outer sect elder did not shy away from his threats. The situation had already spiraled too far. Their only glimmer of hope lay in Chun Fan executing the matter flawlessly, leaving no traces behind, as Zhang Baolin could only rely on rumors and lacked any solid evidence. There is indeed evidence. Suddenly, Zhang Baolin appeared unconcerned by the outer sect elder's threats that he had wagered everything on this day. Destroying Chun Fan was his only chance for survival. Chun Fan's blood guards had procured materials from the sect's pharmacy, all of which were required for the creation elixir. Furthermore, there were disciples who had overheard the blood guards discussing how Chun Fan had ordered Yu to find someone to concoct the creation elixir. These matters left a trail to follow. I have already detained the relevant individuals. Why not have Chun Fan summon his blood guards for confrontation? At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. To concoct the creation elixir through blood sacrificial methods without secrecy. Even sourcing materials from the sect's pharmacy Was Chun Fan overly arrogant, or were his blood guards truly unreliable? The elders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a suitable course of action. Then, on the discussion platform, Chun Fan spoke up. "Very well, let them be brought forth." The elder of the outer sect was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his face. He then cast a puzzled glance at Chun Fan and nodded, issuing further instructions that in a short while, all relevant personnel, including the Blood Guard, had gathered. The outcome of the confrontation left everyone utterly astonished. Under the persistent insinuations and confirmations from the elders, the leader of the Blood Guard, Yi Yu, divulged that Chun Fan had indeed ordered the concoction of the transformation pill for breakthrough purposes. Had they not been acutely aware of the Chun family's unique methods of controlling the Blood Guard, one might have presumed a collective betrayal had occurred. Ha! Ha! Laughter erupted as Zhang Baolin pointed at Chun Fan with a smug expression, exclaiming, "At this juncture, with irrefutable evidence of your blood sacrifice method for pill refining, what further defense can you muster?" His mood was euphoric. He had not anticipated Chun Fan's foolishness to such an extent, allowing him to secure victory without exertion. Of course, the cost was steep, as he had nearly offended everyone from the Qintian sect. Yet, what of it? With this incident, the rift between the Qin family and the Qintian sect was solidified, and even if others were displeased, they would not sever their own limbs. That would be excessive for someone of his caliber. He not only preserved all that he had, but also gained the opportunity to vie for even more. On the debate stage, Chun Fan considered Zhang Baolin's accusations seriously for a moment before responding. "Indeed, I commanded them to refine the transformation pill for the purpose of breakthrough." Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, where one could hear a pin drop. They were perplexed. Should he not be vehemently denying the claims? Should he not deflect the blame onto the Blood Guard? What was happening? Yet, Chun Fan paid them no heed and smiled at Zhang Baolin, saying, "The law enforcement elder insists that I refine pills through blood sacrifice. I fail to grasp the connection between concocting the transformation pill and blood rituals." This statement only served to deepen the confusion among the onlookers. Was it not true that the refinement of the transformation pill required the blood of youthful boys and girls? Indeed, the authentic method of crafting the transformation pill had long been lost, leaving only the blood sacrifice technique. Suddenly, everyone froze, the elders' gazes towards Chun Fan turning peculiar, as if they had all come upon a revelation. "Chun Fan Yu." The voice of the outer sect elder trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence. However, Chun Fan disregarded their astonishment and forcefully hurled a porcelain vial at Zhang Baolin's feet. A crystalline, radiant pill rolled upon the ground, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. The sacred glow bore no semblance to the tainted blood sacrifice. Chun Fan scoffed, "Open your eyes and see clearly." The elders gazed at the pill on the ground. Their excitement was palpable. The translucent pill, detectable from a distance due to its rich medicinal fragrance, was evidently a top-tier elixir, devoid of any trace of the blood sacrifice method. The outer sect elder reached out, and the pill leaped into his palm. The other elders eagerly surrounded him, their expressions reflecting disbelief, their breaths quickening. Chapter 11. Prodigy. The transformation pill. It is truly the transformation pill. Ha! I never imagined I would behold such a divine elixir in my lifetime. The ancestors have manifested. Truly, the heavens have blessed our Qintian sect. The excitement was not limited to the elders. The surrounding disciples were equally exhilarated, particularly those true disciples who had yet to break through the wheel-turning realm. They had long heard of the transformation pill's rarity. Even for a leading sect like Qintian, the annual output of breakthrough elixirs was limited. For true disciples to acquire sufficient elixirs for breakthroughs was exceedingly challenging. Their fixed quotas scarcely sufficed to support their aspirations. Their talents were not deemed worthy of additional resources from the sect, leading to fierce competition over contributions and resource exchanges. However, with the advent of the genuine transformation pill, the future landscape would undoubtedly undergo a radical transformation. The availability of more elixirs of equivalent value signified that they all had the opportunity to shatter their constraints and ascend to true immortality. More importantly, the materials for refining the transformation pill could be cultivated artificially. Perhaps one day, every member of the Qintian sect would possess enough elixirs for breakthroughs. Those with a closer relationship to the Chun family and Chun Fan could no longer contain their laughter, while those aligned against the Chun family were left dejected. some even in despair, that on the debate stage, Chen Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. Today's objective had been exceeded beyond expectation. While there may be individuals with greater talent and the family's influence was not solely his, the emergence of the transformation pill, a matter that could influence the futures of countless cultivators, would elevate his reputation to unimaginable heights. This achievement was not limited to his own clan, but would benefit all cultivators yet to attain the divine realm. Zhang Baolin and those who had opposed him. Why engage in the contest for the Holy Sun? Was it not driven by self-interest? Yet, what advantage could rival the allure of the transformation pill, which promised to aid cultivators in their breakthroughs? As for the future, there appeared to be numerous rare elixir recipes, lost martial techniques, and esoteric methods still archived. This was inconceivable. That moment, a roar erupted that a figure suddenly appeared on the debate stage. It was the law enforcement elder. Zhang Baolin, in disarray, bore a face of utter despair. It was over. Everything had come to an end. The fruits of his painstaking efforts over the years had dissipated with the revelation of the transformation pill, all because of this accursed individual. In a flash of lightning, surrounded by crackling electricity and shimmering, profound runes, Zhang Baolin, having cultivated the Thunder God technique, almost instantaneously appeared before Chen Fan. Intent on delivering a lethal blow to in his view, Chen Fan had only recently entered the divine realm and was not yet proficient in his divine abilities. His prior inability to thwart him was merely a lapse in judgment. Now, with full force, he believed Chen Fan would stand no chance of resistance, that he had already become infamous within the Qiantian sect. And the Chen family would not overlook him. The only viable option was to capture Chen Fan as leverage to escape. As for what lay ahead, survival was the priority. The Thunder God technique was inherently swift, and the other elders were momentarily stunned by the shock of the transformation pill. By the time they regained their senses, the debate stage was enveloped in lightning, and no one dared to act recklessly. Chen Fan's identity was now distinct, and with the matter of the transformation pill, it was uncertain if anyone would seize the opportunity to exploit the chaos. Failing to intervene could lead to complications. But if they failed to save Chen Fan, it could prove even more disastrous. Confronted with Zhang Baolin's vengeful assault, Chen Fan remained unfazed. Having had prior encounters, his dossier within the archives was detailed, with all advantages and weaknesses laid bare. Channeling his internal techniques, an icy aura began to emanate. Suddenly, dozens of glistening ice spears materialized before Chen Fan, while beneath Zhang Baolin's feet lay a frost-laden pathway. How could he know my vulnerabilities? Zhang Baolin's expression shifted drastically, that he had never anticipated that Chen Fan would unleash his divine abilities so swiftly and target his physical weaknesses. The ice spears were aimed squarely at his frail points. Though the Thunder God technique boasted speed and power, it required a robust physique to support it. Despite his years of dedication to this path, he had not perfected his body into a vessel of thunder. There remained areas within his body where the thunderous energy could not circulate, rendering his defenses vulnerable. The struggles of ordinary cultivators were often akin to climbing a steep mountain, which is why those with inherently unique physiques were the envy of many. A coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Zhang Baolin refused to believe it, yet he dared not risk continuing his assault. Pausing, he quickly inscribed numerous runes upon his body, forming a golden bell that encased him within its protective embrace. As the Thunder God technique ceased, the brilliance on the debate stage faded. From below, someone exclaimed, "That is the law enforcement elder's ultimate technique, the purification bell." The other elders displayed expressions of astonishment. The purification bell was Zhang Baolin's trump card. His signature technique, having secured him countless victories in life-or-death battles, that it was unexpected for him to employ it against Chen Fan today. Just as everyone was bewildered, the dozens of ice spears collided forcefully against the purification bell. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the ice spears shattered into countless fragments, causing the purification bell to sway violently. That a fierce glint flashed in Zhang Baolin's eyes as he prepared to shift from defense to offense. But suddenly, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over him. That moment, gasps arose from the audience below. Zhang Baolin looked up abruptly, only to witness a massive cascade of starlight descending from above. Not good. He hastily activated his techniques, fortifying the purification bell's defenses to their utmost limits. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as the purification bell was instantly shattered, its intricate runes dissolving into nothingness. Zhang Baolin felt an indescribable force surge through him, as if his meridians were being pierced by countless blades, sending waves of excruciating pain throughout his body. He collapsed to the ground, blood spilling freely. The law enforcement elder had proven no match for a single exchange. All eyes turned toward Chen Fan, revealing a profound astonishment. They were oblivious to the events that transpired amidst the surging lightning. How could Zhao Baolin, who had initially held the upper hand, suddenly adopt a defensive stance, only to be struck down to the ground? It must be noted that Zhao Baolin had immersed himself in the realm of divinity for a century, possessing a deep reservoir of spiritual power and a plethora of combat techniques. Any ordinary practitioner would be no match for him. Yet he was vanquished by Chen Fan, who had only just stepped into the realm of divinity. Previously, they acknowledged Chen Fan's remarkable talent and illustrious lineage. But never did they anticipate that he would prove to be such a prodigy. Observing the listless law elder, a sense of unreality gripped them all. Some elders began to reminisce, realizing that those once regarded as the chosen ones at this age were unable to achieve such feats. Elder Chu, who maintained a favorable relationship with the Chen family, could not help but clap his hands in laughter, exclaiming, "After a century, who among us can rival him? To have the fortune of witnessing the rise of an unparalleled talent. My life has not been in vain." This statement was clearly intended to elevate Chen Fan's stature, and it was likely to spread swiftly. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to refute him. Given the prowess Chen Fan displayed today, he undoubtedly deserved the title of a prodigy. Chapter 12. Alliances. After delivering a devastating blow to Law Elder Zhao Baolin, Chen Fan refrained from further action, instead contemplating with a thoughtful expression. Although his execution of the celestial technique, Starfall, was significantly more proficient in both speed and power than before, there remained a considerable gap compared to the descriptions found in the archives. Effortlessly received and released, gathering and dispersing at will, the domain of stars, the heavens falling together. Indeed, celestial grade techniques were not easily mastered. Shaking his head, Chen Fan did not dwell on it too much. After all, he had only recently adapted to this body, and it was reasonable for him to be unskilled in skill deployment. Furthermore, he was not particularly adept in terms of physical strength. His greatest asset lay in the intellect and knowledge he brought from another time and space. He held no concern for Zhao Baolin's fate. He was merely a cornered, rabid dog, and even without Chen Fan's intervention, others would rush to deal with him, whether it be the face-saving members of the Qingkong sect, those eager to curry favor with the Chen family, or Zhao Baolin's former allies. They all sought to bring this law elder to his demise, and it was not unlikely that they would engage in fierce competition to do so. Zhao Baolin was evidently aware of this. Despite being able to rise at any moment, he remained prostrate on the ground, his face ashen. The elders of the Qingkong sect, led by an outer gate elder, soon regained their composure, exchanged a few perfunctory remarks, and commanded that Zhao Baolin be taken away before departing, having never uttered a single word to Chen Fan throughout. Yet, each elder cast a deep glance at Chen Fan as they left, their gazes filled with complex meanings. Frowning slightly, Chen Fan quickly grasped that his actions had drawn their attention. But so what? Having already taken action against one law elder, it mattered little if there were a few more. Observing the disheartened law elder, the disciples present also began to process the day's events, which had far exceeded everyone's expectations. The once lofty law elder had fallen so easily. Who could have imagined that a long-lost formula for the creation pill would manifest in such a manner? Everyone instinctively believed that crafting the creation pill necessitated the use of blood sacrifices. Had Zhao Baolin not been so eager for immediate results, attempting to suppress Chen Fan, perhaps the outcome would have differed had he merely inquired. Rather than acted so aggressively, in the end, it was the victors who wrote history, and no one felt sympathy for Zhao Baolin. In fact, many who had previously suffered under his oppression secretly plotted their revenge. However, gazes directed at Chen Fan transformed into one of reverence. The entire incident appeared to be a deliberate orchestration, yet could the audacious heir of the Chen family truly be so cunning? Regardless, he had not leveraged the Chen family's power. He had crushed two masters of the realm of divinity solely through his own strength. That a powerful yet arrogant practitioner is not to be feared. However, if combined with a meticulous mind, it becomes a cause for concern. Breaking through to the cycle realm and concocting the creation pill were both monumental events, yet he managed to keep everything under wraps. With the only leaked information being Zhao Baolin's death warrant. Was it mere coincidence or a meticulously crafted scheme? Did he have a mentor guiding him, or were all his previous actions mere facades? Not only the elders but also many disciples were engrossed in pondering the deeper meanings behind the day's events, as this was a matter of choosing sides. The fates of Zhao Qianhe and Zhao Baolin served as stark reminders of the consequences of offending Chen Fan. As the events drew to a close, Chen Fan did not hasten his departure. Rather, he descended from the debating platform with unhurried composure. Outer Gate disciples, eager to engage with the rising star Chen Fan, hesitated as they observed the inner gate and true disciples converging around him, ultimately departing with a sense of regret. The Qiankong sect upheld strict hierarchies, categorizing disciples into outer, inner, and true ranks among them. Outer Gate disciples were the most numerous. Their identities varied. Aside from cultivating, they also performed menial tasks, holding a lowly status, merely a notch above servants. This group included ordinary folk raised in the mountains, sons of affluent families, and even royal kin from worldly dynasties. Yet, regardless of their backgrounds, all were bound by the rules of the sect once they ascended the mountain, with no room for transgression. Those with superior talents and notable achievements in cultivation could ascend to inner gate discipleship. Failing that, they either left the mountain or descended to become mere servants, waiting for an almost impossible opportunity. The status of inner gate disciples was considerably elevated. At this level, diligence alone was insufficient for cultivation. It required talent, opportunity, and relentless training. According to Qiankong sect regulations, all true disciples must first serve as inner gate disciples for 2 years and complete 10 missions before qualifying for promotion. This was intended to instill an understanding of the cruel realities of the practitioner world. Even within a sect as formidable as Qiankong, only half of the inner gate disciples returning from missions would come back, and even fewer would complete their tasks. Achieving the status of a true disciple fundamentally transformed one's identity and standing in truth. The stewards and elders managing the Qiankong sect were selected from the ranks of true disciples, signifying that, barring self-destruction, the future for true disciples was exceptionally bright. In other words, these true disciples represented the future leadership of Qiankong, a promising stock, and Chen Fan certainly would not forfeit this opportunity to familiarize himself with them. Be it his adoptive father or the Chen family behind him, Chen Fan harbored no illusions about their reliability. Consider the current situation. The original owner had mysteriously died within the palace. With no one the wiser, it was quite possible that it was the work of someone from the Chen family, as outsiders would find it exceedingly difficult to eliminate him without a sound. Today's duel had seen no appearances from the Chen family, and even among the elders, only a few were closely aligned with the Chen clan. This was a clear indication of ulterior motives. Yet he had not been informed. Familial bonds and kinship were foreign concepts to Chen Fan. Thus, he possessed no trust in them. As Chen Fan approached, the true and inner disciples were taken aback. Their impression of him had been that of extreme arrogance, to the point of being intolerable, as if he were the sole being in the universe, viewing all others as mere ants, and he would never condescend to associate with them. However, apart from a few who had clearly positioned themselves against Chen Fan, most true and inner disciples remained to extend their greetings. Chen Fan, unpretentious and polished through the trials of human relationships, knew how to respond, making each individual feel a sense of closeness while maintaining his dignity. Could this elevation in status truly bring about such a transformation? Many questioned silently, yet they did not express their doubts. This world was indeed governed by the principle that the strong held dominion. Congratulations, junior brother Chen, on your splendid display today. I, your humble senior, am utterly convinced. Li Bowling approached with a beaming smile to offer his congratulations. Although he hailed from a humble background, he had cultivated a close relationship with the Chen family and was among the few who could converse with Chen Fan regularly. Beside him, Luo Yunxi also offered his congratulations, though it was apparent to all that his smile was forced. Chapter 13. Provocation. Luo Yunxi had not aligned himself with the faction opposing the Chen family, maintaining a neutral stance. However, his disdain for practitioner clans was well known. At this moment, he felt considerable frustration that he was acutely aware of the reality. The so-called anti-Qin alliance was merely a coalition of several factions within Qiankong sect, united out of necessity, and it was a balance sanctioned by the sect leader. While disciples from humble origins might gain some short-term benefits by joining, they ultimately served as mere pawns for others, and the risks were too great. The Qin family, a colossal entity, could not be shaken easily unless annihilated entirely. With that unparalleled overlord in place, how could the Qin family face extinction? The sect leader would never allow one faction to be crushed that if Luo Yunxi were to join that so-called alliance. It would be tantamount to courting death. What of Zhao Shanhe and Zhao Baolin? Did they not charge into the fray only to become useless? He pondered, did I ask there even one member of that alliance bold enough to speak up? However, at this moment, it is indeed somewhat unfair to expect him to engage in light-hearted banter with Chen Fan. Initially, he believed that insider information would lead to substantial profits. Little did he know that Zhao Shanhe was so inept. No, it should be said that no one anticipated Chen Fan's profound cunning. Until now, no one had realized that he had entered the realm of the divine. Chen Fan gazed at the beaming Li Bowling with some surprise. In his memory, although this individual was close to the Qin family, their relationship was not particularly good. Suddenly, a soft laugh came from beside him. Of course, senior brother Li is genuinely delighted. After all, junior brother Qin has triumphed and won a fountain sword that is nearly refined into a magical artifact. Oh, Chen Fan, intrigued, turned his gaze towards Luo Yunxi. Luo Yunxi first shot a glare at the true disciple Pei Qingyu, who had spoken, then did his best to feign indifference as he remarked, "It is a rare privilege to witness junior brother Chen's extraordinary abilities. A mere fountain sword hardly holds significance." Chen Fan inwardly nodded. Aligning with the records in the archives, he gained a general understanding of the personalities of those present. Li Bowling was shrewd, composed, and understated. Luo Yunxi possessed a modicum of cleverness, often forgetting righteousness in pursuit of profit. Each had their merits for exploitation, and Pei Qingyu, it seemed, harbored considerable ambitions that moment. Chen Fan deliberately stated, I have indeed heard of senior brother Luo's fountain sword. There are not many items that can match it. Li Bowling furrowed his brow, contemplating how to sidestep this topic. Beside him, Pei Qingyu interjected, naturally, senior brother Luo specifically requested the extreme cold ice soul as a wager. It seems he is not far from breaking through to the wheel-returning realm, is he? Luo Yunxi shot a fierce glare at Pei Qingyu, puzzled by the woman's unexpected hostility towards him. Was she attempting to sow discord between them? Determined to take on the role of the antagonist, Chen Fan instantly grasped Pei Qingyu's intention and decided to go along with it, saying, senior brother Luo is indeed well-informed, even aware that senior brother Li possesses the extreme cold ice soul. Upon hearing this, Li Bowling's expression darkened as if he recalled something, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Luo Yunxi before he clasped his hands towards Chen Fan and said, I just remembered I have matters to attend to. I shall visit again another day. Please do, Chen Fan replied, watching as Luo Yunxi departed with a faint smile, sensing that a rift was about to form between the two. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant air brushed past him. Chen Fan turned to see Pei Qingyu approaching him, respectfully performing a bow as she said, Greetings, senior brother Chen, a true disciple of the Qiantian sect. The timing of entry into the sect determined seniority. Thus, despite his youth, Chen Fan was a senior to many. Today, Pei Qingyu donned an elegant palace attire, solemn yet graceful, though perhaps intentionally slightly loose. While walking, it posed no issue, but at this moment of bowing, the angle was quite pronounced, causing her pure white chest to seem on the verge of revealing itself. Chen Fan was no naive fool, yet he found himself momentarily distracted by the spectacle. Even the original owner's steadfast heart momentarily wavering. Just then, Pei Qingyu straightened up, seemingly unconsciously adjusting her slightly sagging garment. What are you staring at, senior brother? Nothing, Chen Fan replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Fortunately, a voice intervened to alleviate the tension. Junior brother, what was the divine ability you used earlier? It seemed not to be one of our Qiantian sect's techniques. Turning his head, Chen Fan saw a graceful young woman in fitted sword attire approaching. It was none other than Qin Chujian, a fellow true disciple. It was merely a rudimentary technique. If senior sister is interested, I could arrange for a copy to be sent to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. He replied. Thank you, junior brother, Qin Chujian said, stepping forward to express her gratitude while standing in front of Chen Fan, provocatively smiling at Pei Qingyu, who glared at her, sensing the tension in the air. Chen Fan suddenly regretted engaging with these true disciples. That as the saying goes, 3 women can create a play, and 2 are nearly sufficient. Chen Fan was well aware of Pei Qingyu's motives. Likely, she aimed to stir discord between Li Boling and Luo Yunxi, muddying the waters for her own gain. Lowering his posture was probably part of her strategy. Having integrated the memories, he understood that the Qiantian sect was rife with such intrigues, and Pei Qingyu was adept at exploiting these situations for her benefit. While he did not mind engaging with such individuals, he had little interest in entangling himself further. Survival and consolidating his position were his paramount concerns. However, why did Qin Shujian suddenly intervene? Logically, he had no particular rapport with this usually aloof senior sister. Was it a disapproval of Pei Qingyu's tactics, or Chen Fan felt uncertain? Perhaps due to insufficient interaction, the archives did not provide detailed records of Qin Shujian's experiences. On the surface, she seemed to have minimal connections within the Qiantian sect. Adopting a cautious approach, Chen Fan refrained from delving deeper, engaging in lighthearted conversation with everyone before excusing himself, transforming into a streak of rainbow light as he soared towards his quarters on Qingyun Peak. Upon landing, the already returned Yu approached with a smile, offering congratulations. Young master, your calculations are impeccable, and your divine might is unparalleled. The surrounding guards and maidservants also joined in the congratulations. Chen Fan smiled faintly, gesturing for them to rise. They are merely 2 insignificant clowns. Not worth mentioning that in the future, do not become arrogant. Remain on Qingyun Peak as much as possible. This was not excessive modesty on Chen Fan's part. In truth, both Zhao Tianhe, who had issued the challenge, and Zhang Baolin, who had intervened, were but ants in the vast power structure of the Qiantian sect, lacking any foundation or backing. Their demise or incapacitation was inconsequential. Yi Yu readily complied, but then expressed confusion. Young master, are we truly letting that Feng Xiaoyang go? With a sigh, Chen Fan felt a sense of helplessness, as the leader of the Blood Guards. Yi Yu was fiercely loyal, but lacked strategic insight. His instinct was often to rely on brute force to resolve matters that, of course, this was also tied to the Chun family's immense power, as his former master was virtually invincible. Yet the reality of the Qiantian sect was far more complex than it appeared that in this world. Brute force could not solve many problems, at least among the top forces in the eastern region. There was a balance of power, with no one possessing absolute strength to dominate others. Internally, the Qiantian sect also had means to suppress the Qin family. Otherwise, how could the reclusive sect leader, who had been in seclusion for many years, remain hidden while allowing them to engage in their endless conflicts? If given a choice, Chen Fan would prefer to find a quiet place to cultivate in peace. However, this identity was destined to draw him into the whirlpool of conflict, making it impossible to remain aloof. According to the archives, Feng Xiaoyang was not merely a simple candidate for the Sacred Sun. He concealed a formidable power behind him, and his true strength was not as superficial as it seemed. Noticing Chen Fan's silence, Yi Yu realized his previous words were inappropriate, but could not pinpoint what was wrong. Feeling puzzled that in the past, young master would have long sought trouble with Feng Xiaoyang. Recently, it felt as though young master had transformed into a different person. However, Yi Yu did not ponder this too deeply. His loyalty to Chen Fan was blind and fervent, so if young master was unconcerned, he would not dwell on it. Suddenly, recalling an important matter, he quickly spoke up. Young master, have we found traces of Chu Ting? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Is it truly so coincidental? The autumn winds blow fiercely, a season typically marked by the decline of all things. Yet upon the 1,808 peaks of the Qiantian sect, vitality flourishes, devoid of any hint of desolation. The path of cultivation is inherently a defiance of fate, and it is not uncommon to manipulate the forces of nature. However, the scale of the Qiantian sect's endeavors is indeed remarkable. That it was the grand design of the sect's founder, who, through unparalleled supernatural abilities, relocated these 1,808 mountains to form an inverted yin-yang array of the 5 elements, thereby creating a premier paradise within the vast eastern domain. This monumental feat is what has immortalized the Qiantian sect's reputation. Nevertheless, this very feat has rendered the sect's status within the eastern domain somewhat precarious. For generations, their power has warranted recognition as a leader among the 4 great sects, yet they remain unacknowledged. maintaining a relationship with the other sex that is neither too distant nor too close. The root of this issue lies in their mountain gates. While the founder Celestial Prowess established the sect's renown, the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world, though ever-changing, remain largely constant, much like luck. When an individual possesses exceptional fortune, they naturally draw upon the luck surrounding them, ultimately establishing a formidable presence and achieving supreme powers. Ultimately, the struggle among cultivators is a contest of fortune. However, the heavens are flawed, and so too is luck. With astute planning, the weak can indeed triumph over the strong, and the complexities of cause and effect involved are not easily summarized. The ebb and flow of spiritual energy, while less intricate than luck, bears some similarity. The founder of the Chintian sect seized a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, inevitably diminishing the spiritual energy available elsewhere, particularly affecting the other sects that occupy paradisiacal realms. In essence, the rise of the Chintian sect represents the appropriation of the fortunes of other sects within the Eastern domain. It would not be an exaggeration to call it seizing food from the tiger's mouth. Over the years, countless overt and covert conflicts have arisen between them, yet the formidable strength of the Chintian sect has led to a tacit acceptance of this reality. The sect's fortunes have grasped a flicker of hope, evolving from nothing to an irreversible momentum, embodying a paradigm of defying fate. However, while the Chintian sect is indeed a paradise, not all of the 1,808 peaks are rich in spiritual energy or bustling with life. In truth, aside from a few peaks abundant in spiritual energy, many of the sect's mountains are nearly deserted, visited only by patrolling disciples, with some areas even untouched by their presence, rendering them almost untraveled. The first step for a cultivator involves tempering the body to expel impurities, thereby achieving purity to communicate with spiritual energy. In other words, unless one employs unconventional methods of cultivation, most practitioners reject the intrusion of turbid energy into their bodies. While there are myriad methods of cultivation, the path rooted in spiritual energy is the broad and well-trodden road, a fact universally acknowledged. The issue of turbid energy entering the body is not insignificant. With sufficient personal cultivation, turbid energy should not be able to penetrate the body. Yet should one encounter severe corruption, it could result in the destruction of their foundational physique, thus ending their path of cultivation. The sitting forgetting peak epitomizes a place where spiritual energy is sparse and turbid energy is dense. At this moment, a man clad in white sits before a thatched cottage, holding a black and white chess piece, engaged in a solitary game against himself, appearing as if he were a leisurely recluse. Were there outsiders present, they might find it hard to believe that this is Feng Xiaoyang, the once illustrious prodigy of the Chintian sect, the eldest disciple among the true heirs, who has now faded from the limelight. Just over 40 years of age, he is still considered young in the realm of cultivation, especially compared to others of his age. Though he has reached the profound realm, he feels out of place among the typical practitioners of his age. Before Chen Fan's emergence, Feng Xiaoyang was the brightest star of the Chintian sect, a near-certain candidate for the title of Holy Son. As he played, Feng Xiaoyang paused momentarily, revealing a jade slip of communication in addition to the chess pieces. The news conveyed was that Chen Fan had achieved a divine realm, while Zhao Tianhe had been defeated and rendered a cripple. After perusing the message, Feng Xiaoyang grasped the events that transpired at the discussion platform that day, yet a look of confusion crossed his calm visage. Closing his eyes, he moved his fingers rhythmically, as if the sun, moon, and stars were swirling at his fingertips. After a brief moment, Feng Xiaoyang opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Strange, his fate has not altered. Why is this so?" He had not thought much of Chen Fan achieving the reincarnation realm at the tender age of 16, that everyone experiences fluctuations in fortune, especially considering that Chen Fan is the sole progeny of the unparalleled sovereign and the legitimate heir of the Chen family, whose fortune since birth has been astonishingly immense. It was only logical that he would not surpass him. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that after turning 16, Chen Fan's fortune began to rapidly decline. It coincided with the period when ordinary people experience misfortune, not to the extent of suffering from every misstep, but certainly marked by a string of unfavorable events and an impending life-and-death tribulation. A grave expression crossed Feng Xiaoyang's face as he swept his hand across the chessboard, causing the black and white pieces to vanish, only to fall back onto the board like rain on banana leaves. Observing the irregular patterns formed by the black and white pieces, he pondered aloud, curious, indeed. Although Chun Fan has passed his life-and-death tribulation, according to the divination, his fortune should be at its nadir. Logically, this scheme should not fail. However, he quickly shook his head, a wry smile escaping his lips that I was mistaken. Though the art of divining fate and fortune is rare, the Chun family and that unparalleled sovereign are not without means. It is entirely reasonable for them to employ measures to remedy this that I was too hasty. Regardless, Chun Fan and the Chun family's fortunes are intertwined. They would not easily relinquish their claims. Chapter 15. The discussion of fortune. Feng Xiaoyang once again disrupted the chessboard. His expression grave. Unlike ordinary individuals, the struggle for fortune among cultivators is a matter of life and death. The heavens are unjust, yet they are also fair. Everyone experiences peaks of fortune and valleys of despair. However, due to various influencing factors, the strength of fortune varies from one individual to another. Chun Fan possesses a father who is among the most formidable in the Eastern domain, alongside the Chun family that command a significant portion of sect power. Even at his lowest, he faces merely a life-and-death tribulation, and once surpassed, his fortune would gradually restore to a normal level. Perhaps he would encounter some misfortunes, but nothing beyond that if no unforeseen events arise. He would likely evade any mortal peril, retreating to cultivate diligently, avoiding entanglements, and assuredly achieving great heights in the future. And what of Feng Xiaoyang? When his master was alive, his fortune flourished, rivaling that of Chun Fan. Yet with the passing of his master, his fortune plummeted. Were it not for his preparations using the Great Transformation technique, he might well have met his end long ago. Consequently, in recent years, he has maintained a low profile, daring not to tread upon any cause and effect. Yet, even with such caution, he has narrowly escaped death on several occasions that he had initially planned to seize the opportunity during Chun Fan's period of misfortune to eliminate him and appropriate his fortune. But unforeseen complications arose. With a sigh, Feng Xiaoyang lamented, "The legacy left by my master diminishes with each use." His current arrangements were not particularly meticulous, relying on the Qintian sect's desire to keep the Qin family's growing power in check. While the law enforcement hall, out of respect for his master, chose to remain indifferent. Feng Xiaoyang knew that after this incident, the law enforcement hall would revert to neutrality and would no longer owe his sect any favors. As for the elder Zhang Baolin of the law enforcement hall, he would soon be devoured without a trace. Exhaling a breath of turbid energy, Feng Xiaoyang quickly steadied his mind and resumed his chess strategy. The path of cultivation is fundamentally a contest against fate. The Qin father and son, with their overwhelming fortune, have attracted the envy of the heavens, prompting various factions to covet the lamb for their own gain. As long as he plans meticulously, there remains a chance for him to emerge as the greatest beneficiary in light of this incident. It is clear that the Chun family is already on guard, and he must proceed with greater caution. Soon, the chessboard became a battlefield of black and white, various phenomena rising in the interstices that a small white dragon exhibited a might that seemed to swallow the world, while a black serpent, trapped in the abyss, yearned to soar, but was unable that a white-clad man slayed the serpent and butchered the dragon. Chu Ting. Chun Fan gazed at Yi Yu with surprise, recalling that he had previously instructed her not to pay attention to him for the time being. Had this fellow taken matters in her own hands? It was not that Chun Fan was intolerant. Rather, the situation seemed precarious, with internal and external threats looming, that he preferred to refrain from reckless actions until he fully understood the circumstances. Yi Yu, sensing his concerns, quickly replied, "Young master, you misunderstand that a few days ago, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred in the Withered Bones mountain range, suggesting the emergence of a rare treasure. Various sects have dispatched personnel to investigate. And someone here recognized Chu Tian that in accordance with your instructions, they returned to relay the message that a treasure capable of provoking a phenomenon is indeed extraordinary, and it is only natural for many to vie for it. Whether it be heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or ancient relics, all represent significant resources for sects and transformative opportunities for wandering cultivators. How fortuitous! Yet, the current status of who the prey remains uncertain." Chun Fan secretly nodded, feeling a surge of anticipation that Yi Yu hesitated before continuing. That Chu Tian seems to be traveling with the daughter of the Sitting Forgetting sect's leader, Murongdi. Murongdi? Chen Fan's gaze sharpened. This young woman is the only daughter of the Sitting Forgetting Sect's leader. Endowed with immense fortune and remarkable talent, having reached the reincarnation realm at the tender age of 17 furthermore, she is renowned for her unparalleled beauty, ranking among the most stunning in the Eastern Domain. If memory serves correctly, this Chu Tian had previously clashed with the Sitting Forgetting Sect and now finds himself entangled with the leader's daughter. This is a setup. Heaven not only bestows upon the son of fortune a companion, but also grants him a first-rate sect in the Eastern Domain. Such treatment seems rather excessive. Various thoughts flickered through Chen Fan's mind, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Through the fusion of memories, he had gained substantial insight into this world, yet his understanding of the concept of fortune remained rather superficial, with scant records available in the archives. Nonetheless, it was evident that certain individuals burdened with immense fortune existed, destined to become the rulers of their era. Truly the pride of the heavens, akin to Lu Xiao. The Emperor Guangwu of Han in the Huaxia realm, it felt as though a formless power was subtly orchestrating the destinies of all. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan inquired, "Have the candidates for our sect's treasure-seeking expedition been finalized?" Yi Yu responded essentially yes, but the leader has yet to be determined. Most of the true disciples are preoccupied. There was originally a Zhao Tianhe, but now, typically in such high-stakes contests, it is customary for sects to dispatch their younger disciples to participate, while the elders, even if accompanying, would refrain from intervening. This is partly because conflicts among the younger generation rarely escalate into sect disputes, allowing for a semblance of restraint even if grudges fester beneath the surface. Moreover, it serves to showcase the sect's heritage, signaling to the world that there are successors to carry on the legacy. Chen Fan was taken aback. With a rare treasure emerging, his sect coincidentally found itself short-handed. Such coincidences were hard to come by. Was this compelling him to encounter Chu Tian? Chen Fan's gaze turned steely as he made his decision, instructing, "Send the formula for the creation pill to the Deacon Hall and inform them that I shall personally venture to the Withered Bones mountain range." Yi Yu was momentarily stunned. Although puzzled, he complied with the order. After Yi Yu departed, Chen Fan sat quietly at his desk, lost in thought. His ancestor had once said it is wise to prepare in advance rather than dig a well when thirsty. His decision to seek out Chu Tian was not a spur-of-the-moment whim, but a carefully considered choice. Currently, he faced a dual dilemma that on one hand, there was the struggle among various factions within the Qintian sect, and on the other, he could not rely on the Qin family, as each member had their own agendas, leaving him to navigate the storm with a passive stance. Through this debate on the platform, he aimed to prove his worth, hoping to secure a period of stability. The purpose of distributing the creation pill was threefold. First, to convey his stance to the Qintian sect. Second, to demonstrate to the Chen family that he had other options. And third, to garner goodwill among the sect's disciples. Anyone who utilized the creation pill would have to remember Chen Fan for using the creation pill to win people's hearts. He did not entertain such thoughts. Although the original creation pill required materials that were not rare treasures, gathering them was no simple task, especially without a skilled alchemist, but he grasped the pill formula, aware that producing it under various pressures would yield limited results. It would be more advantageous to distribute it to enhance his reputation. Chapter 16. Establishing a persona, it was foreseeable that the various factions would reassess their alliances and strategize, leading to a period of turmoil within the Qintian sect. While withdrawing at this juncture meant forfeiting potential gains, it also spared him the trouble of becoming a target. Moreover, he wished to test Chu Tian's depth, even if he could not eliminate him. Having access to the archives, a Threno auxiliary, would allow him to unlock more content, perhaps even uncovering a method to ensnare the Son of Fortune. Once he confirmed that his strategy held no significant flaws, Chen Fan began organizing his collection. Facing the Son of Fortune, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. However, he soon stumbled upon an awkward predicament. The resources at his disposal were somewhat inadequate. The medicinal pills were primarily for assisting in the rotation realm, while the treasures in the vault were mostly spiritual artifacts. After all, no one had anticipated that he would break through to the rotation realm in just a year. He possessed a few magical artifacts, yet they were primarily for self-preservation and consumed considerable spiritual energy, rendering them unsuitable for regular use. With his elevated rank, his equipment remained outdated. He had items but lacked sufficient resources. He sighed, shaking his head and relinquishing his desire for new treasures. the magical artifacts needed to establish a connection and nurture, which could not be completed hastily. Instead, it would be wiser to devote time to diligently cultivate a few divine abilities. After all, considering past experiences, the techniques produced by the archives were quite reliable. Cultivation had never been an enjoyable endeavor. It involved monotonous cycles of practice, painstakingly deciphering abstract texts. Even with the auxiliary help of the archives, Chun Fan's progress in cultivation was not swift. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the techniques he chose were of the highest caliber, their obscurity comparable to celestial text that if not for the original owner's solid foundation. Comprehending their meanings would have been an arduous challenge. Days passed uneventfully until an unexpected guest arrived at the palace. Elder Chao Yi of the Law Enforcement Hall. The power structure of the Qintian sect could be broadly categorized into several factions. The Ancestor Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, the Deacon Hall, the Guest Hall, and the Disciples Hall. The Guest Hall primarily consisted of non-sexual powerhouses, also falling under the Chun family's influence, while the Disciples Hall was divided into outer, inner, and true disciples, with numerous members and elders having favorable relations with the Qin family. The relationship between the Law Enforcement Hall and the Qin family was rather delicate. After all, the elders responsible for upholding the laws were likely the most averse to nepotism from family disciples, especially when these individuals often displayed arrogance, abusing their power. Yet, out of respect for the Qin family, they had to exercise caution in their dealings. Qin Fan was somewhat taken aback, unsure why this esteemed elder would personally visit. But he promptly ordered the doors to be opened to welcome him, ensuring he was afforded due respect. Dressed in black and wearing a stoic expression, Elder Chao entered the hall. Upon witnessing the formal reception, he was momentarily stunned, especially when his gaze met Qin Fan's eyes, which sparkled with mirth, that a sense of foreboding gripped Elder Chao's heart. It seemed that achieving his goal today would not be an easy task. Elder Chao Yi, a figure of significant authority, was a seasoned individual whose cultivation and reputation were commendable, having once been a notable figure in the Eastern Domain. Seeing Chun Fan greet him with a smile, Chao Yi, burdened with a mission, felt compelled to soften his demeanor and managed to force a smile, congratulating young Master Chun. Breaking through to the rotation realm before the age of 18 is indeed a testament to your extraordinary talent. It's merely luck, Chun Fan replied, beckoning a maid to serve tea and dismissing any idle attendees. Once the guests were seated, he got straight to the point. What brings you here today, Elder Chao? Chao Yi observed the young man before him, whose cheerful demeanor took him by surprise. Having previously interacted with Chun Fan, he found him somewhat difficult to deal with, yet not overly challenging. That a brash and defiant individual was often easy to manipulate. However, the Qin Fan of today left him somewhat perplexed. After a brief contemplation, he followed the prearranged plan and inquired, I have heard that young Master Chun intends to lead a team to the Withered Bones mountain range? Chun Fan did not deny it. Indeed, I have been in seclusion for too long and wish to stretch my limbs. Chao Yi nodded. It is indeed unwise to remain hidden. Your breakthrough into the rotation realm presents an excellent opportunity to announce your achievements to the world. While the journey to the Withered Bones mountain range may pose some dangers, it is not life-threatening, making it an ideal sharpening experience. Qin Fan felt satisfied. The persona left by the original owner was quite useful. Although his recent actions had deviated somewhat from that persona, it could still be reined in. That he snorted coldly, declaring, precisely, a rabble of misfits daring to call themselves the pride of the heavens, utterly lacking respect. This time, I will ensure they understand the consequences. Elder Chao Yi's heart leaped with joy at this response, realizing that Qin Fan had not changed his character. The prior incident must have been a coincidence and was thus not a cause for concern. A remarkably gifted youth was not frightening, but one who possessed both intellect and talent was indeed formidable. Ultimately, the path of cultivation is one that only a select few can persistently traverse. Most individuals, aware of their limitations in achieving longevity, gradually shift their focus toward other desires. For them, cultivation becomes merely a means to secure their status. What is there to gain from the monotonous routine of sitting in meditation daily? Is it that the power in their hands no longer entices, or that the beauty in their arms has lost its allure? One's strength is inevitably limited. Qin Fan, despite his exceptional talent, lacked the backing of a family or sect, and thus had no vast resources at his disposal to squander in achieving this record of entering the divine realm before the age of 18, that if he chose to act arrogantly and pridefully. It would only serve to satisfy his vanity. If he understood benevolence and righteousness, he would be constrained by emotional ties. Elder Chow, he stroked his beard with a smile. With such ambition, the sect will not hinder you. You shall lead this expedition, and it is imperative that they understand the might of our Qintian sect. Feigning arrogance, Chen Fan huffed and remained silent. Elder Chow, undeterred, sipped his tea leisurely and continued. Zhao Tian's meridians have been damaged, and his foundation is compromised. He is unlikely to recover in this lifetime. Currently, he is heavily injured, making it unwise to hold him accountable. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Having surmised Elder Chow Yi's intentions, that he suspected that today's visit was to negotiate terms and probe his limits, that it appeared he had underestimated the effects of the creation pill. The sect would undoubtedly require some form of recompense upon acquiring the formula. They likely believed that this was orchestrated by the Chun family from behind the scenes, merely placing the spotlight on Chen Fan. Navigating this situation could prove cumbersome. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Fan feigned arrogance once more, declaring he deserves to die. Chow Yi was momentarily taken aback, failing to respond as Chen Fan continued, "And that Zhang Baolin, who does he think he is to question me? Even now, there is no explanation. If you in the law enforcement hall do not take action, I shall personally deal with him." As he spoke, Chen Fan made a gesture to rise and leave. "Hey, Chen Shiji, what are you doing?" Chapter 17. Another visitor. Chow Yi was alarmed and hurriedly restrained Chen Fan. "Rest assured, Zhang Baolin has violated the sect's rules and has already been stripped of his rank as elder. That a resolution will come shortly. And that old fool from Qiang Peak and Feng Zhaoyang, what are they capable of but sneaking around? If they have the guts, let them come out and face me. Chen Shiji, be cautious with your words. If there is no evidence, it is best to refrain from making such claims." With great difficulty, Chow Yi managed to dissuade Chen Fan from seeking a confrontation with Zhao Jinren, that he was drenched in sweat and left in haste. However, upon exiting Qingyun Peak, the frown on his face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Chen Fan had indeed not changed. He remained the same reckless brute. Zhao Tianhe and Zhang Baolin were already discarded pawns. Their fates sealed. Without true disciples and the status of elder, their enemies would soon swarm in, devouring them until naught remained. There was no need for grandiose actions or declarations of their demise. To expend effort and connections for such doomed individuals was hardly the act of a wise man for Zhao Jinren and Feng Zhaoyang. They were not easily provoked, even with the alchemical formula for the creation pill at stake. Originally, his goal was to minimize Chen Fan's demands once the formula was presented, but to his surprise, Chen Fan squandered that opportunity. The task had been completed too effortlessly. The Chun family had miscalculated this time. Yet he soon furrowed his brow, realizing that Chen Fan's behavior had evidently changed. Most likely, the Chen family intended to alter their strategy and begin cultivating Chen Fan. Was there a disruption within the family? However, Chow Yi quickly chuckled and shook his head. The nature of a person is hard to change. The TO expect a reckless individual to become a cunning strategist to sheer folly. In the Grand Hall, Yu observed Chen Fan, who was humming an unknown tune, and cautiously chose his words. "Young master, is this course of action truly wise?" He was already aware of the outcome of their earlier discussion, and it was difficult to articulate the feelings swirling within him. From the moment the formula for the creation pill was handed over, he had reservations, yet reflecting on Chen Fan's recent actions. Although erratic, they always seemed purposeful, ultimately yielding unexpected results. Perhaps this time, too, held some deeper significance. Nevertheless, he still thought too much. The young master remained unchanged. He had relinquished the formula for the creation pill, a highly coveted asset that countless individuals sought after, and had entrusted it to a sect with which he had distant ties. How could he justify this to the family? The already tenuous relationship between the young master and the clan would surely worsen. Perhaps a prodigy like him could not comprehend what the creation pill meant to an ordinary cultivator. After voicing his concerns, Yu lowered his head. In the past, he had advised Chen Fan. But the outcomes were never favorable. He understood his master's temperament all too well. Yet as a blood guardian, it was his duty to voice such concerns. Contrary to his expectations, Chen Fan displayed no displeasure. Rather, he appeared intrigued and inquired, "Oh, do you believe I should submit the formula for the creation pill to the Chen family?" Yu raised his head, astonished. "Isn't that the case? After all, the Chen family is your." He halted mid-sentence, as if realizing something but unable to articulate it. Chun Fan shrugged. The family has a rule. The position of the family head cannot be held consecutively by the same lineage. In other words, this is the direction they have been training me since childhood. With a light chuckle, he continued, as a mere enforcer, one need not possess much initiative. The more trouble I stir up, and the more enemies I make, the happier they are. In the end, I would be left isolated and forced to serve the family, while simultaneously lacking the power to seize control. Yu felt as though an explosion had occurred in his mind. As a blood guardian, he was merely aware of serving his master. Yet this did not imply he lacked intelligence. He had long been puzzled as to why the old master paid little heed to Qin Fan. Despite the Qin family supplying all resources to him, few were close to him. While he could understand the distant branches, it was peculiar that even direct bloodlines were similarly aloof. Initially, he believed it was due to Chun Fan's arrogant and solitary nature. But it now appeared that this was not the case. The answer had always been evident. Even Qin Fan's temperament was deliberately cultivated by the Qin family. Yet why did the Chun family enforce such regulations? And what was their reasoning? Yi Yu unraveled many mysteries, yet found himself entangled in even more complex questions that he instinctively asked. Does this mean you intend to distance yourself from the family, starting with the creation pill? They have already obtained the formula for the creation pill. Qin Fan looked at Yi Yu with some exasperation, lamenting that his father had found such a not-so-bright, but not entirely foolish individual to be his chief bodyguard. Throughout that duel, the Qin family had refrained from intervening, not even sending a familiar elder to attend. What could be the reason for that? At this juncture, Yi Yu finally grasped the situation, exclaiming, could it be that there are spies among the Blood Guardians? Qin Fan nodded and said to the visibly shaken Yi Yu, indeed, there are those among the Blood Guardians who monitor my movements. Why you see that? How could this be? Young master, do not worry. There are not many who have handled the formula for the creation pill. I will certainly track down this treacherous traitor. Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. It cannot be uncovered. It is best to maintain some semblance of dignity in matters we are both aware of. But, young master, if you had been defeated that day, your reputation would have been tarnished, Yi Yu protested. Qin Fan chuckled. As long as I possess the creation pill, I won't fall into such a predicament. Besides, if I were truly to be defeated, it would be precisely what they desire to see. Young master, there is a guest. Why you wish to say more, but a maid rushed in hurriedly. Qin Fan paused, reflecting that today was indeed bustling. Who among the Blood Guardians served as the Chun family's informant was of little consequence. Perhaps there was not a single one, or perhaps they all were. Yi Yu was likely the most skilled performer among them. Yet, what did it matter? The words he spoke today were meant to convey a message to those within the Chun family, to express his stance. I am aware of your intentions, and I have no interest in disrupting the rules, but you must also exercise restraint. There are matters you should not touch, and schemes you should not entertain. Human nature is complex, and the attitude one adopts towards fools differs greatly from that towards the wise. At this juncture, Qin Fan required a period of relative tranquility to untangle the intricacies of this world and chart a course for his future. Junior brother, I hope you do not mind my uninvited arrival. That a cool voice interrupted Qin Fan's thoughts. He looked up to see a figure clad in simple white brocade, with dark velvet showcasing sinewy branches, and peach-colored threads outlining blooming plum blossoms, extending from the hem to the waist, cinched by a jade ribbon, revealing a delicate figure that exuded both grandeur and elegance. Chapter 18. Qin Shujian, surrounded by countless faces that seemed to be mass-produced internet celebrities. Qin Fan had never encountered such an unadorned, naturally beautiful visage, and he stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. It was not until Yi Yu cleared his throat lightly that he snapped back to reality and extended his hand. Gesturing, Sister Qin, please, no need for such formalities. Seeing this, Yi Yu swiftly led the others away, avoiding any further breach of etiquette. Qin Shujian took a seat, appearing somewhat shy and ill at ease in her skirt attire. Qin Fan composed himself, contemplating her purpose for visiting. Evidently, from what he remembered, Qin Shujian always presented herself as aloof and noble, typically donning dark, neutral robes. Such an aberration must be significant. Qin Fan's mind raced as he activated his archive, scrutinizing Qin Shujian intently. Based on his conjecture, one of the conditions for unlocking information about her was contact. The content varied depending on the relationship, and he had a fitting subject for this experiment. This particular appearance was undoubtedly a blatant display of her intentions. Indeed, as rumored, she seemed to regard others with disdain. Arrogant and somewhat lascivious, that it was baffling how the Chun family had nurtured such a disposition. Internally cursing, Qin Shujian, recalling her own desires, felt compelled to endure, warning him with a hint of admonition. What is my junior brother gazing at? Whose daughter is so exquisite? Chun Fan instinctively answered, feeling no impropriety. I was merely admiring the beauty before me. Suddenly, Qin Shujian sprang to her feet, her anger palpable. Junior brother, you are just as the rumors suggest. This truly opens my eyes. Chun Fan felt somewhat helpless. It seemed he had created an exaggerated persona for himself. But was such a statement truly worthy of such a reaction? Wait, what rumors? Chuckling, Qin Shujian replied, is it of any use for you to conceal the truth now? Do you truly believe no one knows of the incident where you descended the mountain to abduct women? As cultivators, we sever worldly ties. That is the righteous path. Your age may warrant such feelings. Yet how could you act in such a despicable manner, disrupting the bond between childhood sweethearts? No. When did I ever? Chun Fan instinctively retorted, only to suddenly recall the incident involving the woman he had brought back to the mountain. The one who had been accompanying the suspected child of fate, Chu Tian. What was her name again? Yun Nishang. That woman is endowed with remarkable talent. She should have originally entered the mountain gate. However, due to Chun Fan's crossing over, this matter has long been forgotten. Now, as that woman remains on Qinyan Peak, a man has brought her back and housed her in the palace without any explanation to the outside world. Damn, this is a significant misunderstanding. Chun Fan feels somewhat troubled. This situation could escalate or diminish greatly in this world. It is only natural for the weak to rely on the strong. The powerful can seize more resources, whether they be objects or individuals. The distinction lies in the fact that some individuals brazenly engage in such activities, ultimately leading to their downfall, while others do so discreetly, even crafting a fade, and are still revered despite their indulgences. Coincidentally, Qiantian sect is a prestigious righteous faction, and his identity also requires a good reputation. It seems that this senior sister Qin is quite an upstanding person. Chun Fan is too lazy to trace the source of the rumors and does not particularly care. He even finds this gossip somewhat pleasant. The fact that he brought Yun Nishang up the mountain was not a secret. Those who knew about it were numerous, in any case, this rumor has not had any significant impact on him, aside from causing some annoyance, whether he is viewed as a good person or a villain. Survival is of utmost importance. As long as he has a clear conscience, that suffices. It is impossible to provide explanations. Instead, he will allow the rumors to fester, hoping to buy time to develop in seclusion. Once he possesses overwhelming strength, the rumors will naturally dissipate. Why then, countless individuals will come forth to justify him, embellishing the narrative that everything he did was right and had its reasons. Yet, having a cold and aloof beauty glaring at him with disdain is undeniably uncomfortable. However, maintaining his persona is crucial. Chun Fan, who has decided to take a laid-back approach, shifts into a slightly more comfortable position in his chair and adopts a nonchalant demeanor, saying, "Is Senior Sister Qin here to lecture me? If so, please spare me. Matters of Qinyan Peak do not require outside interference." Qin Shujian is infuriated, her pink gauze attire billowing with turmoil, causing Chun Fan to momentarily lose focus again, since the situation has already unfolded this way. Regardless of Qin Shujian's intentions, she will surely leave in a huff, and they will never cross paths again. What a remarkable figure she is. Could it be that cultivation has some other auxiliary effects? Just as Chun Fan is lost in his thoughts, Qin Shujian makes an unexpected move. Since Junior Brother Chun has his own views, I shall refrain from saying more. Qin Shujian takes a deep breath, managing to calm the turbulent waves within her, and returns to her seat. I trust Junior Brother has discerned that the discussions at the Daoist platform that day were merely a pretext. I did not wish to disturb you, but I had no choice but to intrude. Chun Fan furrows his brow, his expression somewhat peculiar. But if Senior Sister has something to say, please do. A flicker of hesitation crosses Qin Shujian's bright eyes. I wonder from where Junior Brother obtained a formula for the creation pill. As if fearing a misunderstanding, she hurriedly explains, "It is said that the writings of the three-fingered wanderer fell into the hands of the Chun family many years ago." I thought. Chun Fan, momentarily taken aback, quickly regains his composure. The Three-Fingered Wanderer, as mentioned by Qin Shujian, was a notorious villain who roamed the eastern region over 2 centuries ago. This individual seemed to have been wronged by a woman, leading him to seek revenge against the beautiful female cultivators of the East. Those abducted by him were found in horrific states, inciting outrage. However, the Three-Fingered Wanderer was not to be trifled with. He possessed formidable cultivation and many peculiar methods, making him a challenging adversary to capture. Ultimately, he was slain for abducting a direct descendant of the Qin family, which led to a widespread hunt. It is said that the Three-Fingered Wanderer possessed a notebook detailing his mysterious techniques, the authenticity of which remains uncertain. Yet most speculation suggests that this relic fell into the Qin family's possession, making Qin Shujian's inquiry regarding the creation pill formula quite reasonable. After a moment of careful contemplation, Qin Fan, having confirmed that his memories do not include any information about that notebook, replies, "The formula for the creation pill I possess is not derived from there. As for the notebook, to my knowledge, it does not exist that I see." Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian is momentarily stunned, her bright eyes dimming instantly that a hint of disappointment is evident on her cool countenance that I have overstepped. Qin Fan instinctively responds, "What do you need that notebook for? If there is any difficulty, I can assist you." Qin Shujian's face reflects a fleeting look of surprise as she shakes her head. "No need. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave." With that, Qin Shujian stands and turns to exit. Just as the sun sets, its golden rays spill into the grand hall, illuminating her vibrant long skirt in the golden light, exuding an indescribable nobility. Yet for some reason, there is an indescribable melancholy in her silhouette. Sister. Chapter 19. The profound and mysterious cold poison. Qin Fan feels a sharp pain in his heart, unable to restrain himself from speaking. However, Qin Shujian pays him no mind, continuing to walk away, lost in thought. Profound and mysterious cold poison. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration strikes Qin Fan, and he instinctively calls out. Qin Shujian halts momentarily, astonished, and turns to fix her gaze on him. "What did you say?" Seeing her reaction, Qin Fan realizes he must have guessed correctly and ignores Qin Shujian's murderous glare, stating, "Logically speaking, Senior Sister and the Three-Fingered Wanderer are not from the same era. If you were interested in the contents of that notebook, you wouldn't have sought it out today." Qin Shujian purses her lips, remaining silent. Qin Fan continues, "If there is any commonality, it is that the Three-Fingered Wanderer was once afflicted by the profound and mysterious cold poison, just as your parents were." Qin Shujian furrows her brow and asks, "What else do you know?" Qin Fan shakes his head, "That I have only heard some rumors." This is indeed the truth. The archives have scant records regarding Qin Shujian, and even less about her parents. However, it can be confirmed that both of her parents succumbed to the profound and mysterious cold poison. Her mother had a chance to survive, but chose to give birth at the cost of her life. Consequently, Qin Shujian was born with deficiencies and possibly harbors the profound and mysterious cold poison within her as well. Qin Fan deduces this from scattered clues. Qin Shujian gazes at Qin Fan with a complex expression, her lips slightly parted. "Junior brother is indeed perceptive that in that case, I hope you." Qin Fan interrupts her, "If Senior Sister does not mind, I can take a look. Perhaps I can help alleviate the profound and mysterious cold poison." After saying this, Qin Fan feels a twinge of regret. The archives do contain records of the profound and mysterious cold poison and methods for its antidote. More than one, in fact. Yet the issue lies in the fact that the profound and mysterious cold poison is a premier poison of the eastern region, a closely guarded secret of the Xianyu sect that if he truly finds a cure, it would create significant trouble, far beyond what a mere reference from ancient texts could explain. Never mind, I'll just say that I cannot provide a cure. Qin Shujian reveals a bitter smile. Junior brother's kindness is appreciated. I have long since abandoned hope for an antidote. I only hope that you will not spread word of this matter. Qin Fan was initially going to refuse, but upon hearing this, he finds himself asking, "Have you forgotten the creation pill formula?" Qin Shujian furrows her delicate brows, seemingly in thought. Qin Fan does not know why he feels a pang of sympathy upon meeting her eyes filled with despair. This is not how a qualified villain should behave. However, given the circumstances, there is no need for regret. Qin Fan continues, "The profound and mysterious cold poison is indeed a unique poison in the world. But it is not without means of suppression. Logically speaking, senior sister is not directly poisoned, so the severity is not critical. Otherwise, it would not have taken so many years to manifest that I can examine the extent of the crystallization in your body. Even if I cannot provide a cure, it may be possible to conceal the symptoms from outsiders. What do you think? After much contemplation, Qin Shujian ultimately sits down, somewhat embarrassed that in that case, I must trouble junior brother. She desires vengeance and requires strength and time. Even though her parents were elders of the sect, dying in the line of duty for a secret mission, if word gets out that she is poisoned and on the verge of crystallization, the sect may attempt to preserve her life, but only to that extent. She could live out her days in the sect, but she would never have the chance for revenge. Even though this junior brother before her has a poor reputation, he has produced the genuine creation pill formula, and perhaps he possesses a solution. The vengeance for her parents cannot go unavenged, even if there is but a slim chance. With this thought in mind, Qin Shujian grits her teeth, loosens her belt, and raises her skirt high, revealing her long legs. Chen Fan, who had just stood up, is left in a daze. His intention to examine her was merely to touch her pulse and utilize the archive's capabilities to ascertain her condition. Who would have thought that Qin Shujian would misunderstand? However, it seems to work out well. After all, contact is necessary. What does it matter where he touches? A qualified villain should not feel shy. Chen Fan kneels down, reaching out to grasp Qin Shujian's slender calf, gently lifting it. Sure enough, the archives update in his mind, revealing the severity of Qin Shujian's condition. It is somewhat serious. Senior sister, what kind of treatment are you seeking? Qin Shujian lowers her head, her cheeks flushed. This is the first time she has been so close to a man throughout her life. She instinctively thinks that with Chen Fan's reputation, this so-called treatment must have ulterior motives. However, seeing Chen Fan's serious demeanor as he examines her without any inappropriate actions, she begins to relax. One hand supports the table, while the other presses down on her skirt to avoid any accidental exposure. Let us not jest. The profound and mysterious cold poison is the Xianyu sect's prized possession. Only the current sect master knows how to cure it, and being able to suppress it for a few more years would already be a stroke of luck. Chen Fan offered a faint smile, but refrained from elaborating. I must step out for a while. We can discuss the matter of detoxification upon my return. For now, it is advisable to temporarily suppress it. Although the process may prove somewhat troublesome, is it truly possible to suppress it? Qin Shujian responded, her disbelief evident. That I fear no inconvenience, as long as the toxins can be contained. You may state any request you have. After saying this, she seemed to recall something and quickly added, as long as it is reasonable, I can comply. Chen Fan shook his head, choosing not to explain further. Instead, he directly removed Qin Shujian's shoes and grasped her ankle. Instinctively, she recoiled, momentarily forgetting her formidable abilities, and timidly questioned, What are you doing? Release me at once. It is improper for men and women to be so familiar that we are merely detoxifying. We are both children of the martial world and should not be bound by trivialities. As Chen Fan explained, he performed the techniques recorded in the archives, stating there are actually 3 methods to resolve the Xianyu cold poison. The first involves using the Xianyu stone from the Xianyu sect. The cold poison can be absorbed back through it, though the means to manipulate that stone is known only to a select few within the sect. The second method employs medicinal pills in conjunction with martial techniques. I possess several formulas for the pills, but gathering the necessary materials will require considerable time. That I will provide the techniques to you later. For now, familiarize yourself with them. Qin Shujian mumbled in agreement, as the warmth spreading from her ankle and the tingling sensation rendered her nearly limp in her chair, sapped of strength. With the cold poison surging, her body gradually became icy, slipping into numbness. She could scarcely recall the last time she experienced warmth. The shock of suddenly discovering hope at the brink of despair left her in a state of disarray. In the golden glow of the setting sun. The graceful beauty, clad in a flowing gown, blushed as she slightly turned to maintain her elegant posture. Her pristine legs emerged from beneath her skirt, one delicate foot held by a man, while the other gently arched. Balancing on her toes, the interplay of lines and light, creating an exquisite tableau. Chapter 20. The third guest, Chen Fan, did not gawk at Qin Shujian, but diligently focused on executing the techniques documented in the archives. As for the third method, it was devised by the 3-fingered wanderer, utilizing a unique approach to transfer the cold poison to another. What? Qin Shujian froze momentarily, hastily attempting to retract her leg. "Junior brother, you cannot do this. Let go, I cannot allow you to." Chen Fan instinctively pressed down on her thigh and, with a hint of exasperation, said, "Allow me to finish. This cold poison is a rare treasure. Have you not noticed that those from the Xian Yu sect wield it as a weapon, effective in killing and plundering?" Qin Shujin glanced at the hand resting on her thigh, then at the earnest expression on Chen Fan's face. Unsure of what to say. "Junior brother, you know the method to handle Chao Dong's Xian Yu cold poison. That is a closely guarded secret of the Xian Yu sect, known only to a select few disciples." Well, consider it a secret, Chen Fan thought. Realizing he had revealed too much, he quickly changed the subject, saying, "By the way, your attire today seems rather different from usual." Qin Shujian, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Some have suggested that, given your personality, dressing this way might make you more approachable." Chen Fan was momentarily speechless. While her words were delicately phrased, their meaning was unmistakable. It seemed he had been categorized as a lecher in the eyes of others. The hall fell silent, punctuated only by the occasional drip of water from Chen Fan's palm and the slightly labored breaths of the young woman. Qin Shujian propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Chen Fan's strikingly composed face, lost in thought. She had heard many rumors about him and had encountered him a few times, yet today something felt distinctly different. She understood the decorum, regardless of the circumstances. It was inappropriate for a woman to face a man in such a superior posture, especially one of his exceptional status. The unparalleled overlord, the legitimate heir of the Qin family, gifted beyond compare. The youngest to attain the divine realm in the eastern region. Here he was half-crouching, holding her ankle. Even though Qin Shujian's singular aim in life was vengeance, her heart was flooded with an indescribable sensation at this moment. Tension. Trepidation, as if she were fully aware of her transgressions, yet unwilling to halt her actions. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Chen Fan lifted his gaze. "What is it? Is something amiss?" Qin Shujian snapped back to reality, straightening slightly, and replied earnestly, "Junior brother, you seem a bit different. You appear less aloof and unconcerned about certain matters that if outsiders were to see you, they might have much to say against you. One who does not incur jealousy is a mediocrity. No matter how grand one's demeanor, one must face the consequences. I possess the strength to disregard such so-called conventions, for I am the one who establishes the rules. That is indeed as arrogant as you usually are." The coldness in his hands was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress, and Chen Fan reluctantly paused as he felt the warmth of his hand leave her ankle. Qin Shujian was momentarily taken aback, suddenly overcome by a sense of loss. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Just as she was about to rise, her ankle was seized once more. Before she could utter a word, Chen Fan had already begun to assist her in putting on her shoes. The entire process was not lengthy, but to Qin Shujian, it felt as if a century had passed. The moment her shoes were secured, she hastily expressed her thanks and excused herself, neglecting to adjust her gown. Chen Fan, still not fully accustomed to the cold poison, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and did not attempt to detain her, smiling as he bid her farewell. Just as she was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something and spoke. "Sister, there is no need to rush. The cold poison in your system is not severe. Even using this method, once I master controlling the cold poison, it should take about 100 attempts to extract all the toxins from your body." 100 attempts, all over my body. Using this method today, Qin Shujian stumbled momentarily in her haste to leave and fled as if escaping "Oh, why so shy? Is it the mention of the number that has embarrassed you?" Chen Fan shook his head, preparing to study the newly acquired Xian Yu cold poison. According to the records, this substance was a lethal weapon against cultivators, albeit challenging to control, even in small quantities. It proved difficult to suppress, and moreover, it was exceedingly rare, with the Xian Yu stone of the Xian Yu sect being the only known source in the eastern region. Once depleted, there was no way to replenish it. Should he seek an opportunity to seize it? No, he thought, I merely wish to masquerade as a mindless villain to deceive others. I cannot genuinely embark on the path of a true villain. Furthermore, that immense sect is not something I can contend with at present, and I shall consider it when I am stronger. While Chen Fan was deep in thought, a voice from a maid interrupted him. The third guest of the day has arrived uninvited. Junior brother Chen, please do not take offense at my unexpected visit. The laughter preceded the arrival of the guest, imparting a refreshing aura akin to a gentle spring breeze. Chen Fan looked up to see that it was Pei Qingyu. "What brings you here, junior sister?" Chen Fan inquired with a smile, gesturing for her to take a seat, that I noticed that senior sister Qin departed in a hurry upon my entrance. "She did not even greet me, is she upset?" Pei Qingyu remarked, her words hinting at something as she walked toward a chair. Yet, after taking a few steps, she abruptly froze, noticing the faint traces of water on the floor before the chair. She was no naive girl, and upon recalling Chen Fan's pale complexion and the earlier encounter with Qin Shujian, it dawned on her that she had stumbled upon something significant. Chen Fan sensed the shift in atmosphere as well. Observing Pei Qingyu's changing expression, he swiftly understood that she had likely connected the dots that he was about to clarify when Pei Qingyu interjected, "I have long heard that the scenery of Qingyun Peak, where junior brother resides, is stunning. Might I have the pleasure of experiencing it today?" As a renowned socialite, her adeptness at diffusing awkwardness was commendable. Chen Fan nodded, lacking any desire to explain further, and led Pei Qingyu outside to the Grand Hall. Since his arrival in this realm, he had not truly savored the beauty of Qingyun Peak. His only outing had been to engage in combat. The Qingyun Peak he inhabited was vast, replete with countless palaces and buildings. One of the most spiritually rich locales within the Qintian sect. This was a testament to the sect's respect for the Qin family and a reflection of the Qin family's extraordinary influence. They settled at a lakeside pavilion, where a casual maid served them fragrant tea. "It must be truly enviable for you, junior brother, to cultivate in such a paradise." Pei Qingyu spoke casually, her words not quite complimentary. Under generations of careful management, Qingyun Peak boasted countless rare flowers, spiritual springs, exotic beasts, and celestial herbs. Not to mention, for the true disciples, many elder caves were far inferior. Faced with the amiable Pei Qingyu, Chen Fan chose not to engage further, instead abruptly stating, "Junior sister, do you have a grievance with Luo Yunxi?" Pei Qingyu furrowed her brows. It was uncommon for someone to be so direct and confrontational. However, recalling Chen Fan's usual demeanor, she found herself unsurprised. She shook her head and replied, "To call it a grievance would be an exaggeration. I simply find him somewhat displeasing that my straightforwardness might have inadvertently interrupted senior brother's affairs that day." Chapter 21. The Perilous Configuration. Chen Fan smiled ambiguously. During that period, his actions were indeed somewhat rash, leaving noticeable traces that it is likely that many harbored suspicions and bewilderment. Yet fortunately, the issue is not grave and can still be rectified. Let them continue to perceive him as a brazen and reckless individual. He is confident that the Qin family would be pleased with this notion. Pei Qingyu scrutinized Chen Fan with keen interest. She was acutely aware of her limited talent. Becoming a true disciple was already a remarkable achievement. Early on, she ceased to harbor aspirations for attaining extraordinary cultivation and shifted her focus towards building connections. With her master having only one disciple, it was anticipated that she would inherit the elder title, and during this time, her priority was to manage her position effectively, ensuring she could secure that future role. Unlike most of her peers who fervently pursued cultivation, she possessed clearer insights. The Qintian sect required individuals of exceptional combat prowess. They served as the foundation and safeguard of the sect, yet they also needed capable administrators. The former demanded innate talent and fortuitous opportunities, attainable by only a select few, whereas the latter was far more accessible. Previously, Chen Fan was not someone she aspired to befriend, given that the Qin family was driven by its own vested interests. No relationship could supersede familial loyalty. What struck her as peculiar was that Chen Fan did not embody the demeanor of a future family head. Despite appearing to wield the full extent of the Chen family's resources and holding an exalted position, his conduct was brazen and defiant, alienating both his sect and other factions. Even if his personality was such, would the Qin family not intervene, offering counsel or assistance? Yet they seemed to adopt a laissez-faire attitude, almost relishing in his antics. Only recently did she learn that the family head would not be succeeded by the same lineage for 2 consecutive generations, which illuminated her understanding. It seemed the sect's power brokers were also aware of this. They aimed to cultivate Chen Fan into a top-tier powerhouse for the Qintian sect while preventing him from amassing excessive influence. Thus, Pei Qingyu had even less inclination to draw closer to Chen Fan. However, on that day at the debate platform, Chen Fan had decisively injured Zhao Tianhe with a mere gesture, besting Elder Zhang in one move, exuding a gallant aura, and achieving the divine realm before the age of 18. An awe-inspiring feat. It was then that she resolved to probe further. His potential was undeniably vast, warranting the risk, even if it might provoke the ire of the sect's elders. Yet, this individual's future seemed preordained. And with such an arrogant disposition, one could hardly guarantee that trouble would not ensue. Chen Fan was also appraising Pei Qingyu. Drawing upon the information from the archives, he surmised her intentions. Her deliberate instigation of discord between Luo Yunxi and Li Bowling mirrored his own thoughts. Discord among true disciples could yield more opportunities, making her a potential ally, albeit a precarious one. Chen Fan held no illusions. In critical moments, Pei Qingyu would undoubtedly betray him, although the beauty of this body could enchant countless maidens. In the realm of cultivators, genuine sentiment was a rare commodity, often replaced by self-interest. For a time, silence enveloped the pavilion as both harbored their own thoughts, hesitant and pensive. After a prolonged pause, Chen Fan broke the silence. Inquiring, "May I ask, what brings you here, junior sister?" Pei Qingyu's thoughts shifted, and she replied with a smile, "I heard that senior brother is about to depart." Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Pei Qingyu continued, "It has been quite a while since I last ascended the mountain. Might I accompany senior brother on this journey?" Chen Fan responded with subtle implication, "With you joining, this journey is bound to be most enjoyable." Pei Qingyu concurred, "Indeed." Within the pavilion, they exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding between them. Since both sought collaboration yet held reservations, it was prudent to engage in further acquaintance. Qintian Sect Mountain Gate. As the face of the sect, the Mountain Gate was a place of utmost importance. Meticulously maintained by various sections, smaller sects often tried to project a grandiose image, reminiscent of nouveau riche, while larger sects displayed a more subdued elegance, subtly showcasing their opulence. For instance, the Tianyuan sect staircase appeared ordinary, yet it was crafted from celestial meteorites. The Zhuang sect had 18 figures that seemed like mere sculptures, yet they were stone golems with strength rivaling that of the divine realm. The Mountain Gate of the Qintian sect was intriguingly different, featuring a rough-hewn platform adorned with enormous, fearsome bones, exuding a palpable aura of terror. This place was devoid of spiritual energy, instead radiating a chilling intent, reminiscent of a demonic sect rather than one of righteousness. Legend has it that the founding patriarch, Qin Yuanjinren, encountered a black flood dragon while traversing this area with a companion. With a mere gesture, he vanquished the dragon and leveled the mountain to prevent the dragon from returning to wreak havoc. He established a sect in this location, benefiting the region, and this tale became a celebrated narrative, earning widespread acclaim. Consequently, this site became a revered destination for countless cultivators, many traveling great distances just to behold the legendary remains of the Black Dragon. However, for the disciples of the Qintian sect, there was little of merit here. The dragon bones were merely commonplace to them. At this moment, a group of young disciples stood upon the platform, seemingly awaiting something. They were the Qintian sect disciples embarking on a training expedition to the Bone Mountain Range, most of whom were at the core formation stage, with the most formidable among them being a rotation realm disciple named Lu Ping. These disciples were relatively young. Initially, they stood in formation, poised and alert, but soon began whispering among themselves. Most had recently ascended to the inner sect and lacked experience in perilous missions, thus their understanding of the harsh realities of the cultivation world was limited. And they were now discussing where to enjoy themselves after descending the mountain. Lu Ping, seasoned in experience, furrowed his brow at this sight. He was perplexed as to why so many inexperienced disciples were participating in this expedition. Yet his voice carried little weight, and he was bound to follow the sect's orders. Reluctantly, he decided to issue a warning. "Brothers and sisters, please be aware that this journey differs from your usual tasks. It involves combat against disciples from other sections besides us. The Tianyuan sect and other holy lands will also partake, so do not be careless." Upon hearing this, the group immediately quieted, their expressions turning serious. The Zhuang sect was also a revered holy land in the eastern region, with a legacy surpassing that of the Qintian sect that in recent years they had absorbed numerous smaller sects, rapidly expanding their influence. Their disciples were formidable, and given the proximity of the two sects, Encounters between their disciples often led to friction, with the Chintian sect generally suffering more losses than victories that a young disciple spoke timidly. I am not very strong that if I encounter a disciple from the Zhuang sect, I fear I will become a burden to everyone. Another disciple reassured him, do not worry. Senior Brother Lu is powerful, a master of the rotation realm, and will certainly protect us. This time, I am not leading the team. It is a true disciple who will guide us. Lu Ping forced a bitter smile that if possible, he would have exited this unfortunate expedition at the earliest opportunity. Such a configuration was tantamount to courting death, and he might very well be the scapegoat for any failure of the mission. Chapter 22. What does arrogance matter? At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing on the plaza. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the group of young men and women hastily moved forward to pay their respects. Greetings. Elder Chow. The arrival was none other than the Elder Chow E from the law enforcement hall, who had previously visited Chen Fan. His gaze, cold and indifferent, swept over the gathered crowd as he remarked, has everyone arrived? In response, Lu Ping, not daring to be negligent, stepped forward to report, yes, Elder, the inner disciples are all present and await your guidance. That he felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that the Elder was leading the expedition? That would indeed be wonderful. Otherwise, what purpose would the law enforcement Elder have in attending? Yes, indeed, that must be it. Chow E nodded slightly. Since everyone is here, let us wait a moment. Your team leader will arrive shortly. Lu Ping's smile instantly faltered. Having been with the Chintian sect for many years, he understood the implications all too well that if the Elder were leading the party, then bringing along so many young disciples would be justifiable. It was typical for such training missions. His role would merely be to bridge the gap, causing minimal trouble. However, if the Elder were not leading, then the meaning was clear. This was a direct affront to the true disciple leading the team, with him positioned merely as a scapegoat. Elder, may I inquire which brother will be leading this expedition? Lu Ping hesitated, but ultimately asked the question that weighed heavily on his mind, as did the other disciples. Their eyes filled with curiosity. Chow E cast a cold glance at them, frowning as he replied, you will know shortly. And no sooner had he finished speaking than two figures soared through the air above the sect. One was male, the other female. The young man was handsome, with radiant eyes, adorned with a golden crown and clad in a grand purple and gold robe, exuding an aura of authority. The young woman, garbed in a white palace dress, with brows like emerald feathers and skin as fair as cream, was none other than Chen Fan, and Pei Qingyu died in an instant. The plaza fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and one had anticipated that the team leader would be Chen Fan, a prodigy of the divine realm under 18, the designated saint among the younger generation of the eastern region. Lu Ping momentarily lost his composure, only to find the situation to be quite reasonable. Such a configuration could only be intended for Chen Fan. However, he was left wondering why senior sister Pei had chosen to accompany him. The previously impassive Elder Chow Yi's expression transformed into one of delight upon seeing Chen Fan, his demeanor shifting dramatically from cold to warm, astonishing the onlookers who were already in awe of the two true disciples leading the expedition. Finally, young Master Chen has arrived. Now I can rest easy, Chow Yi said with a smile, casting a puzzled glance at Pei Qingyu. Are you also joining us on this journey? Pei Qingyu smiled and greeted. Greetings, Master Chow. Have we not lingered on the mountain for too long? Coincidentally, with Senior Brother Chan descending the mountain, I thought it a splendid opportunity to embark on a leisurely excursion, especially with Junior Brother Chen accompanying me, making this journey rather effortless. Several male disciples, witnessing the closeness between Pei Qingyu and Chen Fan, could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of envy. This senior sister, renowned for her social charm, was celebrated far and wide within the sect, the object of admiration for countless male disciples, the goddess of their dreams. Alas, her status placed her beyond their reach, and no one dared to offend her. Had it been someone else, they might have entertained thoughts of competition, but in the presence of Chen Fan, their spirits were dampened. In terms of family background, status, and personal strength, Chen Fan had outpaced them by leaps and bounds, leaving them devoid of any courage to challenge him. As for the female disciples, many of the bolder ones had already approached to offer pleasantries and introduce themselves, merely hoping that Senior Brother Chun might remember their names. Elder Chow Yi, witnessing the scene, was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed, What kind of decorum is this, making such a ruckus before the mountain gate? Are we not prepared to depart? He then turned to Chen Fan and inquired, will you be using the spirit boat provided by the sect, or? The spirit boat was one of the means of transport for practitioners. The Eastern Domain was home to countless beings, vast expanses of land, and innumerable blessed lands of dynasties. For ordinary travel, one could traverse the skies or utilize common spiritual artifacts. But for long journeys, the consumption of time and spiritual energy was immense, necessitating the use of spirit boats. The spirit boat was remarkably swift, capable of covering 10,000 miles in a day, as long as it was continuously supplied with spirit stones. However, it served no other purpose, and due to the considerable costs of manufacturing and maintenance, smaller sects could hardly afford to maintain spirit boats. Only a colossal entity like the Qintian sect could possess them in bulk. Chen Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, fully embracing his persona of arrogance that a spirit boat. By the time we reach the Bone Wasteland, the gathering will have dispersed. He continued, very well, allow you to experience my Taiyu treasure ship. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions brightened, excitement radiating from them. The Tun Tian treasure ship was a magnificent vessel crafted at great expense by the Chen clan, employing several renowned artisans from the Eastern Domain. Constructed from countless precious materials, and was leagues above any ordinary spirit boat. Even the Qintian sect often borrowed this treasure ship for significant occasions, aside from the sect master and a few elders. Very few had ever boarded it to their astonishment. Today, these ordinary inter-sect disciples were granted the honor of stepping aboard. Elder Chao Yi's expression shifted slightly, a fleeting hint of envy crossing his features. He had heard of the Tun Tian treasure ship before. The last time he saw it was 30 years ago during a grand ceremony, but alas, his status had not permitted him to board. Shaking his head, Chao Yi coldly remarked, you should thank senior brother Chun for his generosity. The crowd quickly regained their composure, and each offered a respectful bow. Chen Fan, not inclined to elaborate, led everyone to the Yunhai dock. Amidst the swirling clouds, a treasure ship, measuring 1,000 feet in length and soaring 100 feet high, was already prepared for departure. Although anticipated, the sheer size of the vessel left many disciples agape utterly astonished. The ship was adorned with countless pavilions and towers, an abundance of rare treasures, and a multitude of maids and servants. Who could believe this was merely a mode of transport? Even many sects and dynasties paled in comparison to this spectacle. This was the foundation of the Chen clan, a testament to the grandeur of the eldest son. Yeo had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Chen Fan's arrival, he promptly led the others in greeting. Welcome, young master, to In that moment. It seemed as though only Chen Fan stood amidst the heavens and earth, while the others were engulfed in a tide of emotions. All who became inter-sect disciples of the Qintian sect possessed extraordinary qualities, with exceptional talents, hailing from noble families or royal lineages. Each harbored grand ambitions, yearning to achieve great feats and leave an indelible mark on history. Chen Fan appeared as a towering figure before them, a monumental standard upon which they could measure their aspirations that a man ought to be as such to as for the female disciples. They gazed in a daze at Chen Fan's slender, yet imposing form, longing to take Pei Qingyu's place beside him. Even the calculating Chao Yi found himself licking his parched lips, reminiscent of the days when he wielded his sword across the world, in his youth. What harm was there in being proud? Chapter 23. The 100-mile spirit mansion, the Tun Tian treasure ship, had departed from the Qintian sect for 3 days, clad in a purple robe. Chen Fan stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing upon the magnificent sea of clouds, feeling the urgency born from the specter of death dissipate significantly. During these 3 days, the inter-sect disciples gradually emerged from their initial excitement of boarding the Tun Tian treasure ship. After all, they were all exceptional individuals, capable of mastering their states of mind. Simultaneously, they began to adapt to Chen Fan's demeanor. This exemplary senior brother, although somewhat temperamental and rarely smiling, did not seem as fearsome as the rumors suggested. Gradually, they began to present their questions regarding their practices. Even some intentionally posed exceedingly obscure inquiries. Chen Fan remained indifferent, answering each with a stoic expression. After all, with the archives available, guiding these newly initiated disciples was not a daunting task. And he would not miss the opportunity to bolster his reputation in the eyes of the crowd. Chen Fan's understanding of cultivation was almost on par with that of the sect's teaching elders. Earning their profound respect, they would not let this rare opportunity slip by. After all, the Qiantian sect boasted hundreds of thousands of disciples, and aside from a select few, most were under the tutelage of various teaching elders. Only upon achieving a certain level of mastery would they be chosen by the elders. And if fortunate enough to gain the favor of the Ancestor Hall's elders, they would have a mentor and officially become inner sect disciples. However, it was often the case that a teaching elder had over 100 disciples, making it impossible to attend to each one individually. Thus, such an opportunity to freely seek guidance was a rare treasure. A cautious outer sect female disciple approached hesitantly and timidly spoke. Chen, senior brother Chen, I still do not understand the techniques you explained earlier. Am I too foolish? Could you possibly guide me personally? Chen Fan glanced at the female disciple, noting her details recorded in the archives. Her name was Chu Yu, and she was by no means foolish. She had even been recognized as a disciple by a certain elder and was mainly distinguished by her merit. Just as Chen Fan was about to respond, Pei Qingyu, who had appeared unbeknownst to anyone, interjected, Junior sister, your eagerness for knowledge is commendable. The techniques you mentioned are familiar to me as well. Follow me, and I shall teach you. Chu Yu's expression tightened, and she hurriedly replied, No need for trouble, senior sister. I will figure it out myself. Pei Qingyu's smile faded. What, do you deem me unworthy to guide you? Typically, Pei Qingyu greeted others with a smile and seldom displayed anger. Yet as her demeanor shifted, an invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings, leaving everyone breathless. Chu Yu's face paled. Pei Qingyu was a true disciple, one esteemed by the Ancestor Hall, with a status far above her own. Even her newly appointed master could not be trifled with, and she dared not resist, reluctantly conceding, Then, I will trouble you, senior sister. Pei Qingyu let out a cold laugh, her words laced with implications. If you genuinely seek knowledge, the senior brothers and sisters will surely not be stingy with their insights. But if you harbor any other misguided intentions... With that, Pei Qingyu approached Chu Yu and whispered in a tone inaudible to others, Leave behind such base tactics as aphrodisiac incense to spare yourself embarrassment. Observing Chu Yu, who trembled in Pei Qingyu's wake. The other disciples were somewhat bewildered, but gradually comprehended that these two true disciples were far from as benevolent as they appeared. Following this incident, the crowd refrained from disturbing Chen Fan further and returned to their quarters. Chen Fan shook his head slightly, that he had indeed sensed something amiss with Chu Yu and had intended to assert authority, only to be preempted by Pei Qingyu. This woman had a knack for seizing opportunities, leaving him feeling as if he owed her a favor. However, it seemed he could not unlock any new records from these inter-sect disciples. Contemplating this, Chen Fan commanded, Prepare yourselves, I shall enter seclusion. Night shadows took their leave as the command was given. Calculating the passage of days, it would take more than 10 days to reach the bone-dry mountains. Seizing this opportunity to refine the Xian Yuhan poison in hand was of utmost importance. In the grand hall of the treasure ship, Chen Fan sat cross-legged atop the Baiyu Xian platform, his breath flowing in a long and steady rhythm. The myriad cultivation techniques in the world were as numerous as the fish crossing a river. Yet those capable of attaining immortality were few and far between. The 4 stages of heaven and earth held decreasing probabilities as one progressed further. It is said that the first batch of techniques in existence stemmed from the enigmatic heavenly book, and all subsequent methods evolved from its foundation, with true heavenly-level techniques being exceedingly rare. The founding patriarch of the Qiantian sect, the true man Qian Yuan, practiced a technique derived from the heavenly book, which was seldom glimpsed by those not of his true lineage. Regrettably, this technique was profoundly intricate, and throughout history, countless prodigies had attempted to emulate the prowess of Qian Yuan, but only a scant few managed to grasp even the fundamentals, ultimately resorting to other paths of cultivation. Since the time of Qian Yuan, only 4 individuals from the Qiantian sect had mastered this supreme technique, each of whom stood as a paragon in the Eastern domain, elevating the sect's status time and again. Now, Chen Fan found himself among the few who could initiate the practice of this technique, which garnered him considerable support from the elders, leading the sect to tolerate his various actions time and again. Delving into his Dantian with his divine soul, Chen Fan furrowed his brow. It appeared that 100 miles was the limit. To expand further would necessitate alternative methods. practitioners first temper their bodies, then gather spiritual energy, culminating in the condensation of their essence into a Yuan Dan, which, upon reaching its utmost refinement, transforms the Dantian into a spiritual abode. The establishment of this abode was a formidable barrier for practitioners, marking the threshold from the cycle realm to the divine realm. Within the spiritual abode, one could store spiritual power, with its size determining the practitioner's foundation and future potential. Generally, a 10-mile spiritual abode was deemed normal for those in the divine realm, while 50 miles signified excellence. Approaching 90 miles was exceedingly rare, and exceeding 90 almost guaranteed ascendance to the pinnacle of the 9 grades and 13 realms that a 100-mile spiritual abode would certainly astonish outsiders. Yet Chen Fan felt no pride in this. Rather, he experienced a sense of bewilderment. Logically, the original owner had been endowed with exceptional gifts from birth, as though every endeavor came effortlessly, as if he was destined to become a certain entity. However, from the day he traversed into this realm, the day the original owner perished, Chen Fan distinctly felt that everything had changed. It was as if, in the unseen realms, his life had lost certain ineffable elements, the essence of which could be intuited but not articulated. His troubles began to multiply, and if one were to describe it, he felt more like a person now, rather than a being of mythic stature. Shaking his head, Chen Fan cast aside the tumultuous thoughts and turned his palm over, revealing the Xian Yuan poison extracted from Qin Shu Jian, now cradled in his hand. The most pressing matter was to enhance his strength in preparation for the impending crises. This poison, undoubtedly a lethal weapon, was simply difficult to penetrate an opponent's body. Even so, he resolved to cultivate a technique of ice attribute as a cover. With this decision made, Chen Fan began to select. Indeed, it was a selection. With the Chun family's heritage and the archive's 3-in-1 advantage, any treasures that emerge into the world would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed, yet such divine techniques held little rarity for him. Fortune's favored child, I have arrived. Chen Fan closed his eyes as the technique commenced. His figure became ethereal, enveloped in a misty aura akin to a thick cocoon, securing him within. Chapter 24. The astonishment of Chutun. The bone-dry mountains were notoriously perilous. Legend spoke of numerous powerful beings perishing in this place, their lingering resentment transforming them into malevolent spirits, compounded by the presence of demon clans, making entry akin to courting death. Yet, the mountains were home to many ancient relics, and the unique environment birthed an array of rare spiritual flora, prompting a steady influx of adventurers. The major sects of the eastern domain vied for dominance over this coveted land, each unwilling to yield, resulting in a stalemate. Due to these factors, the Bone-Dry Mountains became a unique territory where various forces maintained a delicate balance. Lianyan City stood as the largest settlement surrounding the Bone-Dry Mountains, named for its frequent fog that intertwined with the clouds of the 9 heavens. News of emerging treasures spread like wildfire, making the already bustling city even more vibrant, with throngs of people filling the streets and shops. Vendors scattered like stars, disciples from various sects, often a rare sight, converged here, engaging in spirited discussions or indulging in leisurely shopping, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Naturally, this led to occasional disputes, yet everyone exercised restraint, adhering to an unspoken rule that no lives should be lost. At this moment, a youth clad in azure stood out amidst the crowds, his presence feeling incongruous. With a refined visage and elongated figure, he appeared less like a practitioner and more like a scholar of the mundane world, exuding an inexplicable aura that drew others near. The youth's gaze sparkled with curiosity and excitement, frequently assessing the wares offered by the vendors, with traces of dissatisfaction and regret evident on his face. "Master, are there truly any worthwhile items here?" The youth communicated telepathically. "I'm nearly sickened by these lowly trinkets," that a sigh echoed in his mind. Chu Tian, on the path of cultivation, one must avoid lofty aspirations. Moreover, your previous purchases of elixirs have nearly depleted your spirit stones. Coming here is merely a gamble. If fortune favors you with usable spiritual artifacts or even magical treasures, your journey to the Bone-Dry Mountains will hold greater promise. Chu Tian fiddled with an unremarkable ring on his finger, excitement bubbling within him as he inquired, "Master, do you truly believe that the treasures of the Bone-Dry Mountains are indeed mutated spirits?" The hoarse voice from the ring responded, "When the heavens show signs, With crimson clouds spanning the horizon, the fire attribute spiritual energy will surge, but if all goes as expected, it should contain the phoenix fruit of fire attribute spirits. The spiritual energy of the world is divided into 5 elements, and what are known as mutated spirits arise from the fusion and evolution of these elemental energies, compared to the foundational 5 elemental energies. These mutated spirits possess formidable power, but also come with significant side effects. In simple terms, both their strengths and weaknesses are immense. Mutated spirits can be birthed through techniques and martial skills, and they may also manifest within certain rare materials. The latter often yields even more powerful spirits, and if one could tame them, it would be a monumental opportunity. Chu Tian, brimming with anticipation, asked if I acquire this phoenix fruit. Will I not be able to break through my bottleneck and enter the divine realm? The hoarse voice chuckled softly. That is indeed the case, that My Ling Su Ju is a heavenly-level technique that utilizes mutated spirits to enhance oneself, seizing the fortunes of heaven and earth, rivaling even the Qian Yuan Zhongju of the Qian Tian sect. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's expression darkened instantly. The Qian Tian sect, the Qian Yuan Zhongju. Chun Fan. He could never forget the humiliation Chun Fan had inflicted upon him. Though Yin Qichong had willingly followed him, the pain it brought was far greater. It was as if it openly declared that he was inferior to Chun Fan, that Chun Fan could provide her with what he could not. That ungrateful wretch, who despised poverty and adored wealth, would one day understand that her choice was a grave error. And as for Chun Fan, that accursed fellow, relying on his illustrious family, wielding his numbers to act tyrannically, those 2 wretched souls were surely reveling in their happiness now that he vowed to repay the humiliation they had inflicted upon him 100-fold. As if sensing Chu Tian's emotional turmoil, the voice from the ring spoke again. The world of practitioners is brutally unforgiving. Do not dwell on anything else until you possess sufficient strength. Obtaining the phoenix fruit will make entering the divine realm within your grasp. With your talents and potential, your future achievements are boundless. Do not concern yourself with the rest. Chu Tian, aware of his own loss of composure, quickly nodded. Master, your teachings are wise. I understand that he held profound respect for the mysterious master within the ring. Without him, how could he have cultivated? How could he have risen from being an outcast to his current position? Had it not been for his master's presence last time, he might have perished at Chun Fan's hands. Master, let us hasten and search for more treasures. Chu Tian suddenly recalled something and urged. This enigmatic master, who called himself Wu Yin, was an ancient being, yet his spirit was incomplete, significantly diminishing his power, forcing him to reside within the ring and rely on Chu Tian's cultivation for survival. His waking moments were limited. This venture was proposed by his master, taking advantage of the limited time of awakening to seek out hidden treasures and enhance the likelihood of success in their journey to the Bone Dry Mountains. At that moment, the ring trembled slightly, and Wu Yan's voice warned, "A formidable presence approaches. You must be cautious and avoid attracting attention." Before Chu Tian could react, the once bright sky suddenly dimmed that a colossal treasure ship loomed closer, advancing towards Lianyun City, its magnificent presence leaving countless onlookers awestruck and abuzz with chatter that a knowledgeable middle-aged man seemed to connect the dots and gasped, "The Devouring Sky Treasure Ship. It is indeed the Devouring Sky Treasure Ship." Instantly, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. That it is the Devouring Sky Treasure Ship. Is that not the Chun family's treasure from the Qiantian sect? Indeed, I caught a glimpse of it from afar during the Yun Shao grand ceremony. Few could command the Devouring Sky Treasure Ship, so could it be that the prodigious Chun Fan had arrived? Without a doubt, it is customary for a true disciple of the Qiantian sect to lead the treasure hunt. And it must be young Master Chun. The mention of Chun Fan ignited fervor among the crowd. Rumor had it that this young master was an extraordinary talent. Many hoped for the opportunity to meet him face to face. It is rumored that the young Master Chun possesses an impressive demeanor and is among the rarest of handsome men in the Eastern Domain. Should I be fortunate enough to receive his favor, I would consider my life well spent, even if it were to end. Yet, what folly, Master Chun, with his noble lineage, has encountered countless exquisite beauties. How could he possibly take notice of someone like you? Being a mere concubine would be a stroke of luck in itself. That a concubine I shall be, for it grants me a modicum of opportunity to draw near him. After all, as a man, you are certainly bereft of any chance to approach Master Chun. Observing the excitement of those around me and listening to their praises of Chen Fan, Chu Tian felt a surge of jealousy that was difficult to suppress. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "What a gathering of sycophants! Is it truly worthy of such admiration for a spoiled son who merely enjoys the privilege of a wealthy father?" The moment these words escaped his lips, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, with everyone regarding Chu Tian as though he were a fool. Recognizing his misstep, yet unwilling to back down, Chu Tian snorted coldly. "Have I spoken in error?" Chen Fan exploits his family's wealth, engaging in reckless and arrogant behavior. His notorious reputation for lechery has long been established. He is but a gilded exterior concealing a flawed core, to his surprise. Before he could finish, a man clad in a brocade robe interjected. Not long ago, Master Chen Fan ascended to the divine realm, making him the foremost individual in the Eastern Domain, that if he is merely a veneer of gold and jade, does that not render us even less than worthless? Stunned, Chu Tian stood frozen in place, his mind reeling as he repeated the words, "Impossible." Chapter 25. The young old fox. The crowd erupted into laughter at Chu Tian's bewildered expression. Good heavens, where did this bumpkin come from? So oblivious to such significant news. One scoffed, "And he dares to slander Master Chen. Has he lost his senses?" Another chimed in. Amidst their derision, Chu Tian felt a swell of humiliation and indignation. He shot them a furious glare before hastily departing. Having secluded himself in the deep mountains for a time, he had been cut off from news, harboring hopes of making a grand entrance, only to be met with such shocking revelations. After walking for a considerable distance, the mocking voices faded, yet the bitterness in his heart towards Chen Fan intensified. "It is always you. Always you. Why must it always be you? I swear I shall not rest until this vendetta is avenged." The spirit within his ring, Wu Yin, seemed to sense the turmoil within Chu Tian, although astonished by the youth who entered the divine realm before the age of 18. It spoke soothingly. Pathways to enlightenment come in due time, and each discipline has its own expertise. Your innate talent is exceptional. Surpassing him in the future is not an insurmountable task. The do not allow him to become a stumbling block on your journey. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tian's expression gradually returned to calm. It must be said that he excelled in controlling his emotional state, more so than most cultivators. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he queried, "Master, may I ask why my heart is so unsettled whenever this person is mentioned? Is it possible he has become my inner demon?" Wu Yin pondered for a moment before responding. "You have faced countless adversities since childhood. Upon achieving success, it is natural to feel pride swell within. This individual's emergence serves as a destined admonition that if not him, there would be another. Remember, there are always greater talents beyond your own. Should you fail to recognize this, you will indeed nurture your own inner demon." "I shall overcome any mountain that stands in my way," Chu Tian declared, clenching his fists tightly, veins bulging, "that if he is my inner demon, then I shall slay him." Wu Yin hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words, ultimately remaining silent. That moment, the magnificent sky-swallowing treasure ship finally came to a gradual halt. Emerging from seclusion, Chen Fan stood at the ship's prow, emanating an aura of divine pressure as if a god descended from the heavens. His time in isolation had allowed him to acclimate to the reality of this world and to accept the challenges that lay ahead. Since the heavens have denied him the role of a cunning protagonist, why not embrace the role of the villain as perceived by others? With the might of the Qin Emperor surveying the realm, he felt no need to conceal his intentions or retreat. "Young master, the guests have arrived. Would you like to meet them?" Knight Yu inquired, stepping forward with a soft voice. That is the largest sect in the Eastern Domain. The Qiantian sect had a widespread influence, with a presence even in Lian Yunqing. Chen Fan glanced at the grand palace standing in the city and nodded slightly. Under Knight Yu's direction, the sky-swallowing treasure ship hovered above the massive palace. After Chen Fan and his companions descended, the ship gradually departed. The welcoming party had awaited for quite some time, yet displayed no signs of impatience. At the forefront, an elder clad in black robes radiated a solid aura, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, clearly a powerful figure in the divine realm. As soon as Chen Fan touched the ground, the black-robed elder approached with a beaming smile. "Master Chen, your arrival has truly brought glory to this humble Lian Yunqing. I am Wei Hao, the elder steward of this place." There is no need for such formalities, Elder Wei. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, maintaining his proud demeanor while feeling a sense of astonishment at the man before him. This Wei Hao, who appeared somewhat obsequious, was in fact the leader of the Qintian sect's presence in Lian Yunqing and the head of a local noble family, possessing significant influence and consistently ranking among the top in resources submitted to the sect each year. Given that Lian Yunqing was a complex web of power dynamics, acquiring resources was no simple feat, and Wei Hao's accomplishment spoke volumes about his capabilities. Suddenly, a commotion arose. Chen Fan turned with surprise, while Night Yu and the others immediately assumed defensive positions. Wei Hao furrowed his brows, his fingers brushing over a jade slip for communication, before he smiled and said, "Master Chen, it seems that your youthful charm has already drawn admirers, eager to pay their respects. Shall we?" Though his words were veiled, Chen Fan understood the implications. The arrival of the true heir of the Qin clan, a direct descendant of the Qintian sect, was akin to an emperor visiting a small county. For ordinary male and female cultivators, he was an idol, and it was only natural for them to wish to meet him. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, his reputation for lechery had spread, prompting many young women to come, whether willingly or otherwise. Yet beyond that, various factions in Lian Yunqing sought to investigate, as past occurrences indicated that significant upheaval often followed the emergence of rare treasures. Those who could align themselves with him would undoubtedly gain advantages in the upcoming storm. Wei Hao's inquiry was essentially probing Chen Fan's intentions, whether there was anyone he wished to meet or any matters he wished to address. Shaking his head, Chen Fan responded, "After a long journey, I prefer to rest first. By the way, these inter-sect disciples lack travel experience, so Elder Wei, please take care of them, that I assure you, your efforts will not go unrewarded." "Understood, understood," Wei Hao replied, a glimmer of shrewdness flickering in his eyes. He swiftly arranged for Chen Fan and his companions, subsequently summoning several stewards from the Lian Yunqing branch to instruct them to keep a close watch on the sect's disciples, ensuring they remained isolated from outsiders. "Elder, is this not against protocol? They are inter-sect disciples, after all," one steward voiced his concerns. Wei Hao's earlier smile vanished, replaced by a frigid demeanor that radiated authority, had it not been for the lack of manpower in this cursed place. "I would be inclined to see if your brain has taken in too much water. Did you not hear Master Chen's words just now?" What words? Several stewards exchanged bewildered glances. Wei Hao, exasperated, continued, "With the emergence of rare treasures, various factions converge, and there have been instances where people sought to target the sect's young disciples that a group of naive fools, ready to brawl over mere words, would suffer the consequences without justification. How many times have we borne the brunt of such incidents? Master Chen is looking out for us. When he said to take care, it means we must ensure their safety, that if anything goes awry, he will shield us. Do you not comprehend this?" The stewards were not dim-witted. They understood that the inter-sect disciples were far more esteemed than they, accustomed as they were to flattering and appeasing them, never daring to oppose or restrict their actions. Countless stewards had faced punishment for the troubles caused by these inter-sect disciples, with some even losing their heads, unable to voice their grievances. Now, with Chen Fan at the helm, their tasks would undoubtedly become much easier. Observing the stewards depart with eagerness, Wei Hao shook his head, a hint of suspicion crossing his features that as an elder, he was well aware of the internal strife within the Qintian sect. His earlier remarks held a deeper meaning. There were likely individuals within the sect who would exploit these young inner-disciples, and Wei Hao himself was among those under suspicion. "That I entrust this matter to you. Should anything go awry, you will be held accountable." "Why does this differ from the rumors?" Wei Hao scratched his head, displaying a troubled expression. This manner of speaking, this way of conducting affairs, was as elusive as that of an old fox. Chapter 26. Wei Hao's identity since Chen Fan's arrival in Lian Yunqing. Individuals from esteemed families, prominent clans, and even rising rogue cultivators deemed worthy of an audience had flocked to pay their respects. Those lacking qualifications found themselves mingling with admirers outside the Qintian sect's residence, creating quite the spectacle. Yet, Chen Fan remained unapproachable, even turning away the overly zealous elder Wei Hao, who stood outside the grand hall. "Young master, our group is already few in number. If you disperse, what will we do in case of an unforeseen circumstance?" Within the grand hall, Yu observed Chen Fan, who was engrossed in his writing at the desk. Unable to restrain himself, he ventured to offer counsel that I asked the captain of the guards. He felt the most pronounced yet vague transformation in Chen Fan that it seemed that the young master was somewhat different from before. Yet there appeared to be no substantial change, that if one had to articulate it, previously the young master acted on whim, often leading to unsatisfactory outcomes, ranging from minor conflicts to requiring intervention from the clan's elders or the sect's seniors to quell the unrest. However, now, although the young master's actions were devoid of logic, the results frequently turned out favorably. Even when the gains were modest, at least they did not culminate in the violent confrontations of the past. It seemed the young master harbored other intentions that Yu recalled a recent conversation where Chen Fan had expressed doubts about the reliability of their clan and the sect. Under such circumstances, one would think it imperative to consolidate power. Presently, the city of Lianyun was a nexus of power, with prodigies from various sects converging there. Even if the young master did not wish to forge alliances, there were still those seeking his patronage. Why then did he refuse to meet them, instead dispatching his blood guards without explanation? The only sound in the hall was the soft rustle of the brush, heightening Yi Yu's anxiety. Did I end the past? Offering counsel that did not align with the young master's intentions could lead to reprimands or worse, physical punishment. Yet, he had dismissed such fears as part of his duty. Now, however, the young master primarily responded with silence, and when he did speak, it was to clarify the situation's intricacies, instilling a profound sense of dread within Yi Yu as the leader of the Blood Guards. His role was to alleviate the young master's burdens, managing matters of all scales, even at the cost of his life if necessary. Yet now, he could not comprehend the young master's intentions. A blood guard who is oblivious to his master's desires is perilously close to being cast aside, and the fate of a useless blood guard is invariably death at last. Chen Fan set down his brush, cautiously blowing dry the ink on the paper before placing it aside. Summon Wei Hao, he commanded. Anxious, Yi Yu hurriedly complied as he desperately needed to remain occupied, fearing the idle moments, watching Yi Yu's hasty departure. Chen Fan found it somewhat amusing. He was well aware of the captain's thoughts but chose not to address them. Since arriving in this world, he had learned to trust no one before long. Yi Yu returned with Wei Hao in tow. Greetings, Master Chen. The leader of the Qintian sect in Lianyun City greeted, devoid of the dignity typically associated with an elder, instead bowing politely, his demeanor more akin to that of a sycophant than a senior. Chen Fan, having already surmised Wei Hao's intentions through the archives, was unfazed by this display. You are too courteous, Elder Wei, he replied with a smile. What do you call me, Master Chen? Wei Hao inquired nonchalantly. The inner disciples from the sect are rather restless. Today, I simply had no excuse to keep them confined. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, locking eyes with Wei Hao no matter. During this period of idleness, I perused the financial records of Lianyun City and gleaned some insights. Might I request your guidance on a few matters, Elder Wei? Before Wei Hao could respond, Yu stepped forward, taking a stack of papers and presenting them to Wei Hao at Chen Fan's signal. Although the communication jade slips in this world were exceptionally useful, allowing thoughts to be inscribed within, Yu preferred this method of writing as a homage to his past life. Wei Hao accepted the stack of papers, momentarily surprised, a flicker of disdain crossing his mind. Indeed, he was engaged in falsifying accounts. Utilizing a unique method, he had eluded scrutiny from the Qintian sect's inspections. What could this young master, Chen, have accomplished in such a short span? However, as Wei Hao's gaze fell upon the first sheet, he felt an icy shiver course through him in Lianyun City. He was akin to a local emperor, wielding absolute authority due to the substantial resources he contributed annually, granting him considerable standing within the sect. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to Chen Fan's status, especially as the latter seemed to possess evidence of his embezzlement. The initial page boldly detailed the methods of deceit Wei Hao had employed. Trembling, he could no longer withstand the pressure and fell to his knees. Young Master Chen, I implore you, show mercy. I will immediately return all the misappropriated resources to you. Yu, taken aback by the sight of Wei Hao on the floor, pleading for mercy, glanced at his master in bewilderment. Truly, the young master had grown increasingly formidable. Previously, one had to resort to physical force to elicit such supplication. Now, mere paper sufficed. Observing Wei Hao's tearful state, Chen Fan smiled, finding the situation to be in line with his expectations. Wei Hao was no ordinary individual. Without the advantage of the archives, he might have overlooked his potential, for he was a rare talent of considerable skill. With a stern expression, Chun Fan commanded, "Review everything before speaking." Wei Hao, perplexed, instinctively began to examine the documents in hand. His expression shifted from fear to shock, ultimately settling into confusion. The first half of the stack detailed methods of accounting, while the latter half elucidated means of auditing those accounts. Having managed Lianyan City for many years, Wei Hao believed his cunning surpassed that which was presented on the pages before him. Faced with Chun Fan's smiling visage, Wei Hao felt as if his usually sharp mind had turned to mush. Stammering, he asked, "Young Master Chun, what is the meaning of this?" Chun Fan sidestepped the question, replying, "By the hierarchy of the sect, you are my senior. You may address me as your junior, that I dare not." Wei Hao replied with a wry smile, "That I in the future, I shall certainly follow your lead. And all that I have withheld shall be dutifully returned to you." From his experience, he understood that such displays of power typically aimed to secure his allegiance. However, the Chun family would likely not regard the resources of Lianyan City as significant enough to warrant such attention. He was merely a minor player, hardly deserving of Chun Fan's focus. The notion of following him was something to keep in mind, but the respect of the sect must still prevail. Suddenly, Chun Fan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "But do you truly believe that your identity as a black market merchant is without flaws?" Upon hearing this, Wei Hao's expression froze, a flash of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Yet he ultimately collapsed in defeat. Appearing aged by decades, Chun Fan remained unperturbed, seemingly unaware of Wei Hao's treachery. That in truth, Wei Hao possessed some ability and influence, but compared to Chun Fan, he was insignificant. The disparity in their starting points was simply too great. Initially, Chun Fan had found it odd that Lianyan City, though small, had several factions vying for control, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Despite Wei Hao's talents, he could not conjure resources from thin air. Fortunately, with the archives at his disposal, Chun Fan was able to piece together the puzzle. Every sect steward would, to some extent, divert resources, but such actions were fraught with peril. Accepting these resources would mean incurring the wrath of multiple sects, and the consequences of failure would be dire. Wei Hao capitalized on this, covertly operating to become Lianyan City's foremost black market merchant, leveraging these resources to solidify his position as a local despot. It was worth noting that Xiantian sect's stewards were subject to rotation, yet Wei Hao had never been replaced. Chapter 27. Troubles. The practice of diverting resources was commonplace among the stewards of various sects. The only distinction lay in the scale of their operations. The existence of black markets was an open secret. Yet when these two practices converged, the implications became severe. Wei Hao's actions amounted to robbing from the mouths of various sects. If his identity were exposed, it would surely spell his doom. Sitting despondently on the ground, Wei Hao's face bore the marks of despair. "What is it that you truly desire, young Master Chun?" He struggled to comprehend how his carefully concealed identity, maintained over the years, had been uncovered. Wei Hao did not believe that Xiantian sect had sent someone to target him. If they had truly caught wind of something, the enforcers would have come. Moreover, Chun Fan's earlier remarks seemed more about testing him than anything else. Thus, it appeared that Chun Fan was representing the Chun family. However, the profits from Wei Hao's undertakings were trivial compared to what a prominent family like the Chun family could amass. Such families typically controlled several empires, and the returns from Lianyan City were hardly worthy of such intricate maneuvers. Therefore, it was evident that the Chun family required Wei Hao for something significant, something that could cost him his life. But what could he do? As Wei Hao fretted over this, the tapping on the desk interrupted his thoughts. Chun Fan, looking down from his elevated position, spoke coldly. "To be honest, I am quite disappointed in you. After all these years in the black market, your dealings have been confined to this one city that I cannot fathom what you have been doing all this time. You are right to chastise me, young Master Chun," Wei Hao instinctively replied, only to realize the gravity of his words as he raised his head in astonishment. What did you say? Your intellect is quite sharp, indeed, upon sensing that I had discovered discrepancies in your accounts. You immediately sought to drag me down with you. Was this how the former disciples dealt with such matters? Young master, you jest. Who but you could discern the issues within those accounts? Those methods you mentioned are entirely new to me. Your talents are beyond the reach of mere mortals like myself. Wei Hao was lavish in his praise, yet his mind raced in an attempt to comprehend Chun Fan's intentions, but he found himself utterly perplexed. Sensing the timing was right, Chun Fan gestured for Yi Yu to present another stack of papers to Wei Hao. Although I am not well versed in the operations of your black market, I imagine my accounting skills are on par with yours. Henceforth, we shall conduct business according to the methods outlined herein. Wei Hao accepted the considerably thicker stack of papers, his expression once again turning rigid. Contemplating market supply and demand, corporate management, sustainable economic development, and how to motivate his subordinates. The terms on the first page were familiar to him, yet when combined, they conveyed a meaning that utterly eluded him. Instinctively flipping through a few more pages, Wei Hao found himself engrossed, unable to extricate himself from the content. Having operated in the Lianyan City black market for many years, he undoubtedly had authority in business matters. Yet the information before him seemed to unveil a gateway to a new world. His previously proud tactics paled in comparison, akin to a child's play. Young master, is this not akin to a celestial script? Observing Wei Hao's fervent reaction, Chun Fan couldn't help but chuckle. The content was merely a recollection of his own thoughts, likely to be ridiculed by experts online. Yet here it was revered as profound wisdom. The reason for such reverence stemmed from the problematic structure of this world, where cultivators, who wielded power above all else, rendered many matters simplistic that if one could resolve issues with sheer might, why bother with intellect? Under such rules, everything except for a select few top-tier individuals could be replaced, himself included. Though being under 18 and at the divine realm sounded impressive, in reality, it was of little use, were it not for his cheap father at the Return to Void realm and a prominent family backing him. He would have likely been coerced into signing countless inequitable contracts, becoming a mere tool for others, daring to oppose meant facing death. Chun Fan needed time and vast resources for development, so the best strategy was to create irreplaceable value. Did Qintian Sect truly believe there were no issues with Wei Hao? Was no one envious of his position? The reason he remained unscathed was simply because he was irreplaceable. Who else could successfully manage a place as ordinary as Lianyan City? Contributing resources comparable to top-tier strongholds? Study these materials well. I shall grant you a year to prove yourself. Chun Fan tapped his fingers on the table, intending to conclude their conversation. Future accounts will be divided into 3 portions, one for the sect, one for the Chun family, and I assure you a long and worry-free life. Wei Hao could scarcely believe his ears. He had expected to tread the path of death, yet here he was confronted with such fortuitous prospects. He had long ceased to expect any advancement in cultivation, his only desire being survival. However, the lifespan of a cultivator was limited. Without the ability to progress, he had to rely on rare materials to prolong his life. Yet these were exorbitantly priced, and their efficacy diminished with increased consumption. His savings over the years would only extend his life by a few decades. But now, the situation had changed. Although he had not meticulously examined the contents of the papers, he recognized their significance that if implemented, he believed his black market business would soon ascend to new heights. Coupled with Chun Fan's assurances, he could operate more boldly, yielding returns far greater than his current endeavors. Expanding beyond Lianyan City would merely be a matter of time. Of course, he understood that the final accounts, representing the true profits, would ultimately belong to Chun Fan. Nevertheless, even so, his own earnings would be significantly increased, allowing him to live longer. Chun Fan had been observing the changes in Wei Hao's expression. Upon sensing his interest, he knew the deal was solidified. That he continued, moreover, your methods of managing the stronghold are flawed. Now aware that Chun Fan was not the arrogant fool he had been led to believe, Wei Hao dared not act rashly and respectfully replied, "Please, young Master Chun." Before he could finish, Chun Fan interrupted. "Let us stand and speak. Remember the rules of the sect." Wei Hao, taken aback, contemplated the implication and stood cautiously, saying, "Are you suggesting that I should voluntarily present the black market dealings in search of protection?" "What else could it be?" Chun Fan replied, somewhat dissatisfied. "Remember, what you can offer, others can as well. Hence, your irreplaceability is your lifeline. Thank you for your guidance, young master." Returning to the earlier issue, he continued, "Your management methods for the stronghold are overly simplistic and forceful, relying too much on intimidation and coercion. Everyone employs similar tactics, supporting an individual as a representative, assisting them in building power to fend off enemies and beasts, and if they disobey, replacing them with another. The problem lies therein. What you can offer, others can too. Before Chen Fan could elaborate further, Wei Hao's expression suddenly changed as he retrieved a communication jade slip from his waist. It seems a disciple from the inner sect is in trouble. Chapter 28. Conflict arises. Lianyan City had been unusually lively in recent days, with young disciples from various factions converging. Although they were cultivators, they had not yet reached a state of indifference to worldly matters. And over time, they naturally ventured out to explore this moment. In the center of the long street, two groups of elegantly dressed young people stood facing each other at a stall, while others formed a circle around them, eagerly watching and discussing the unfolding drama. What is happening? A newcomer inquired about the situation. Disciples from Qiantian sect and Tianyuan sect have clashed over the spirit-condensing grass at the stall. This herb is rare, and it is not often seen in such quantities. The disciples from Qiantian sect are offering 800 spirit stones per stock. The leading sect of the eastern region truly possesses great wealth. This price is nearly 100 spirit stones above the norm. Indeed, just as they were trading, disciples from Tianyuan sect arrived and raised the bid by another 100 spirit stones. Have they lost their minds? Is a few stalks of spirit-condensing grass worth such a price? You wouldn't understand. This is a matter of face that a confrontation seems inevitable. The onlookers, clearly experienced, instinctively retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. In the center, Lu Ping furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat regretful as he observed the unfriendly demeanor of the Tianyuan sect disciples. That he thought to himself that he should not have heeded others' advice to come out for a stroll. The individuals opposite him exuded a profound aura, shrouded in a faint scent of blood, evidently seasoned by life-and-death battles. Far beyond the capabilities of the fledgling disciples behind him, he recognized the leader. He Jian, a well-known rising star from Tianyuan sect. They had crossed paths during a previous mission, and his cultivation was impressive. Had this been elsewhere, Lu Ping would never have engaged in conflict with them. But with so many eyes upon them, he could not afford to let Qiantian sect's reputation falter. Estimating the time it took to travel from the stronghold's main hall to this location, Lu Ping made up his mind and coldly remarked, "Are the disciples of Tianyuan sect so uncouth as to disregard the order of precedence?" He Jian chuckled lightly, lazily responding, "In business, the highest bidder wins." "Right, boss." The stall owner was already drenched in sweat, nearly on his knees upon hearing He Jian's words. That he opened his mouth to respond, but Lu Ping's chilling voice interrupted, "Decide who your goods will be sold to before speaking." The stall owner opened his mouth, despair flooding him. He was merely a casual cultivator who had fortuitously acquired these spirit-condensing grasses that he had hoped to make a fortune, yet he found himself entangled with these two powerful factions. He Jian did not press the stall owner for a decision, but instead cast a disdainful glance at the Qiantian sect disciples, saying, "If the disciples of Qiantian sect cannot afford spirit stones, must they resort to coercion? Others may fear you, but Tianyuan sect does not." Faced with such fallacious reasoning, a disciple from Qiantian sect, unable to contain his rage, prepared to act, but was silenced by Lu Ping's glare. "He Jian, do you not fear that your tongue may slip?" Seizing the moment, the stall owner quickly stowed the items in his storage pouch and turned to flee, although He Jian was nearby. He made no effort to stop him, instead sneering, "Words are futile. Let us see who prevails in action." As his words fell, a surge of spiritual power erupted, unhesitatingly directed at Lu Ping. No one, including Lu Ping, had anticipated He Jian's decisive strike. After all, within the city, major sects had an unspoken agreement to avoid large-scale conflicts. At most, it would involve a few skirmishes, but the other side's actions were clearly lethal. "You dare!" Lu Ping erupted in fury, yet felt utterly helpless. The disciples of Qiantian sect were already at a disadvantage compared to those of Tianyuan sect, and now, with the latter launching a sudden assault, they were caught unprepared and swiftly suppressed, suffering injuries. He Jian laughed heartily, his attacks relentless, his fists enveloped in earthy spiritual power, crashing down upon Lu Ping like boulders. Is this what the disciples of Qiantian sect amount to? It seems this so-called sacred ground for cultivation is nothing but a farce. You dare to claim the title of the eastern region's foremost sect? What a joke. Lu Ping's countenance darkened as he continually fended off the onslaught, inwardly lamenting his predicament. His own cultivation in wood element spiritual power rendered him unafraid of He Jian, and he had originally planned to delay until Chen Fan arrived, only to discover that the opponent had brazenly disregarded the rules and launched a surprise attack. It became clear to him that He Jian's intentions were deliberate. He likely knew that the disciples accompanying him possessed relatively low cultivation levels and aimed to eliminate a competitor before seeking the rare treasure. However, in the midst of this hasty situation, Lu Ping found himself unable to extricate himself from He Jian's grasp or assist the other disciples, leaving him to stew in silent anxiety. Yet as time passed, the circumstances on the battlefield took an unexpected turn. The disciples of the Qintian sect gradually stabilized their formation, causing He Jian's expression to shift dramatically that he had anticipated that their surprise attack would scatter the disciples of the Qintian sect, leaving them heavily injured and unable to recover, thus not only removing a rival for the rare treasure, but also severely undermining the Qintian sect's reputation. Little did he know, the situation had stalemated. How was it that each of these young disciples from the Qintian sect possessed one or two remarkable techniques, their martial skills exceedingly profound? The disciples of the Tianyuan sect were filled with perplexity, eager for a swift resolution but unable to breach the defenses of the Qintian sect. Lu Ping was equally astonished by the situation, but he soon recalled that during their time aboard the Tianya treasure ship, they had consulted Chen Fan, who had meticulously pointed out their shortcomings, even highlighting their deficiencies in cultivation. Tio had become inner disciples of the Qintian sect. Each must possess exceptional talent, albeit lacking practical experience due to their youth. Moreover, the disciples of the Tianyuan sect, overconfident and relying on their surprise attack, had not approached the battle with the seriousness it warranted. Aside from inflicting a few initial injuries, the situation was not as dire as they had imagined. Senior Brother Chen's guidance truly showcased his foresight. Lu Ping mused internally that he could distinctly sense his own transformation. In their previous encounter, He Jian had clearly been several notches stronger, but now, having rectified several flaws in his techniques, he found himself able to stand on equal footing with his adversary. With newfound confidence, Lu Ping felt an exhilarating rush and declared with a hearty laugh, "The disciples of the Tianyuan sect are but sneaky attackers. Resorting to such despicable tactics, it is you who are the true jesters here." He Jian, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with indignation, yet he found himself powerless to respond at that moment. A figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the long street, and the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly subdued by his presence. "What did you say?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Ping's expression soured, while He Jian and his companions were filled with elation, hastily bowing in greeting. "We pay our respects to Senior Brother Han. Han Ziyu, an esteemed disciple of the Tianyuan sect and a formidable presence in the realm of divine insight before the age of 30, was one of the contenders for the title of Holy Son of the Tianyuan sect." Lu Ping inwardly groaned. While he could barely withstand He Jian, he lacked the courage to engage against Han Ziyu, who could suppress the spiritual energy of all present with ease, his prowess and techniques evidently surpassing everyone else. Han Ziyu's gaze swept over the disciples of the Qintian sect, finally landing on Lu Ping. "Repeat what you just said." Chapter 29. A clash of rivals under the piercing gaze that seemed to seize his very soul. Lu Ping gritted his teeth, preparing himself for the worst, unwilling to yield. "Is it a crime to speak the truth? You Tianyuan sect disciples resorted to treachery first. It is indeed a fact that you lack skill. What else could it be but a joke?" To his surprise, Han Ziyu nodded in agreement. "You speak correctly. The strong command respect, and when one lacks skill, there is little to be said." The disciples of the Qintian sect were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. That moment, an overwhelming pressure descended from above, a chilling aura enveloping every disciple of the Qintian sect. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be imprisoned, rendering their techniques inoperative. This invisible force felt like a colossal hand pressing down on them, compelling them to kneel. "Thus, you may kneel and offer your apologies." Han Ziyu's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he were merely stating a trivial matter. The onlookers could not help but feel a surge of respect. One man's strength effortlessly subdued numerous cultivators of the Qintian sect. Truly, he was a worthy disciple of the Tianyuan sect. Just as Lu Ping and his companions felt their resistance waning, an icy chill surged forth, instantly dispelling the murderous intent surrounding them and liberating them from that dreadful predicament. Han Ziyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He could distinctly sense that the newcomer had an exceptional grasp on spiritual energy. swiftly locating the vulnerabilities in his own energy flow and dispersing it. Among the myriad sects of cultivators, the essence of their practices ultimately revolve around the manipulation of power, whether in martial arts or techniques. One must first circulate a specific attribute of spiritual energy within their body, then employ various methods to commandeer or suppress the spiritual energy of others within a certain range, thereby achieving dominance over their opponent. The rank of martial skills, techniques, and methods is largely determined by the time required to complete this process and whether it can be interrupted. Battles among cultivators are essentially contests of control over the spiritual energy within a given area. However, unless one possesses a clear advantage in cultivation, very few can instantaneously seize control of all the spiritual energy in a region, ultimately resulting in a war of attrition characterized by mutual offense and defense. Of course, there exists an unconventional method of combat, directly severing the enemy's connection to the surrounding spiritual energy, thereby interrupting the control process. However, achieving this is exceedingly difficult. It is him. Han Ziyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression somber as if he were deliberating something. That he had certainly heard of the fierce battle at the Qintian sect's debate platform, where that Chen Fan seemed particularly adept at this combat style, identifying the weaknesses in an opponent's techniques and striking decisively. Initially, he had thought the rumors were exaggerated. After all, in actual combat, how could one easily discern an opponent's vulnerabilities? Perhaps it was simply that Chen Fan was well acquainted with the techniques of his fellow disciples. Yet, it appeared that this was not the case at that moment. A purple figure suddenly materialized on the horizon, strolling leisurely as if in a garden, and in the blink of an eye, arrived in the midst of the gathering. Landing gracefully, Lu Ping could not help but exhale in relief, his taut nerves finally easing, while the disciples of the Qintian sect rejoiced, hastily approaching to pay their respects. That we pay our respects to Senior Brother Chen. Many among them bore expressions of grievance. They were also young talents of the Qintian sect, accustomed to fair exchanges in past battles. When undertaking missions, others would often show them respect upon learning they were disciples of the Qintian sect. They had never encountered such a situation before, where they were ambushed and ruthlessly attacked. Having barely withstood the initial onslaught, they were now subjected to humiliation and oppression by cultivators of higher realms. The once mighty reputation of the Qintian sect seemed to have lost its luster. Chen Fan surveyed the expressions of those present, gaining a rough understanding of their sentiments, that he then waved his hand, saying, "Tend to the wounded and retreat. That it truly is you, Chen Fan." Han Ziyu advanced with resolute strides, his expression brimming with combat fervor, as a contender for the holy son of the Tianyuan sect. He had always found himself in a position of suppression, desperately seeking to make a name for himself, but he had initially intended to leverage this opportunity to showcase his prowess before the various sects while vying for the rare treasure. However, he had not anticipated encountering the illustrious Chen Fan, only to learn that the inner disciples he led were weak and easily overwhelmed. Thus, he hastily devised a plan to deliver a crushing blow to this competitor, with the intention of defeating Chen Fan in the process. Little did he know that so many unforeseen events would unfold. I am a sword cultivator. His methods bear little relevance to me. If I can best him, my reputation will undoubtedly soar, allowing me to command greater influence. Otherwise, I shall remain forever under his shadow, and the position of Holy Son will be utterly out of reach. Though we are both in the realm of divine insight, you have only just broken through. How could you possibly hope to contend with me using such trifling, deceitful tactics? Han Ziyu's thoughts raced, and he quickly resolved to act. Without further ado, he gestured, and a beam of white sword light surged forth, aiming directly for Chen Fan's brow. Despicable, the shameless coward who resorts to underhanded tactics. The disciples of the Qintian sect erupted in fury, and many onlookers supporting Chen Fan echoed their outrage. In contrast, Chen Fan's brow furrowed slightly, an expression of disdain flickering in his eyes. Due to their initial encounter, the archives only contained a general overview of Han Ziyu's character. Yet that was sufficient for Chen Fan to glean what kind of person he was. In summary, he was a man of vices, indulgent in pleasures, a veritable paragon of depravity, who relied on the formidable power of his grandfather to wield influence within the sect. Many female disciples of the same sect had fallen victim to his predations, with several even driven to despair. Yet, Despite his notorious reputation, he maintained an admirable standing, owing solely to his grandfather's suppression of the truth. The sword light approached in an instant, yet Qin Fan remained unperturbed, his techniques revolving within him, an aura of coldness enveloping him. That seemingly feeble mist exuded an immense power, swift as lightning, rendering the oncoming sword light sluggish. As if it were an elderly man struggling to move, the distance of less than a foot seemed insurmountable. Han Ziyu's expression flickered with surprise, yet he did not slow his actions in the slightest. As he changed his sword technique, a myriad of sword lights erupted, enveloping a radius of 100 meters, countless points of light cascading down like rain upon Qin Fan. Young Master Qin, senior brother. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess displayed by Han Ziyu, those standing alongside Qin Fan could not help but feel a wave of concern wash over them. Yet, ensconced within the radiant swordlight, Qin Fan appeared somewhat dazed, a look of astonishment gracing his features. The reason was simple. The 3-in-1 cheat documented no fewer than 40 flaws in Han Ziyu, rendering him one of the most vulnerable cultivators Qin Fan had encountered in this realm. For a moment, he found himself at a loss as to where to strike first. That it was only when the sword light descended upon him that Qin Fan, unfazed, raised his hand and flicked his fingers. In the next instant, Han Ziyu's elegant figure suddenly stiffened, only to be forcefully propelled to the ground by an overwhelming force. The onlookers were taken aback, witnessing a colossal ice spear embedded in Han Ziyu's chest, rendering him immobile. Concurrently, the once mighty sword light dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never existed, that a gentle breeze swept through, causing the dazzling purple aura around him to flutter, invoking a sense of yearning in the hearts of those who beheld it. Chapter 30. The young man the long street fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Han Ziyu, the true disciple of the Tianyuan sect, had been vanquished by Qin Fan in a single strike. Such an astonishing turn of events surpassed the comprehension of these cultivators. Both factions were esteemed sanctuaries of cultivation in the eastern region, and both possessed true disciples. How could such a vast disparity exist? Even those who had previously supported Qin Fan had not anticipated such a sudden victory. That it is worth noting that Han Ziyu was a paragon of the eastern region's younger generation, boasting a remarkable record. Ordinary cultivators at the divine realm were no match for him. Rumor had it that he had once battled a formidable demon of the concealed spirit realm and emerged unscathed. After a brief silence, the disciples of the Qintian sect, led by Lu Ping, were the first to erupt in cheers, gazing at Qin Fan with admiration and an unmistakable sense of reverence. That in stark contrast, the disciples of the Tianyuan sect appeared despondent, their faces a canvas of disbelief, unable to fathom how their proud senior brother Han could be so effortlessly defeated. Senior brother Han, are you all right? One of the Tianyuan sect disciples finally reacted, rushing forward to assist Han Ziyu. However, as soon as he approached the vicinity of the ice spear, he was met with an overwhelming chill that pierced through to his bones, preventing him from advancing even a single step. Others soon followed suit, yet no matter their efforts, they were unable to approach Han Ziyu, forced to watch as their senior brother lay on the ground. His complexion growing increasingly pallid, his breath shallow and labored. What are you planning to do, Qin Fan? He Jin was the first to regain his composure, his face flushed with rage, ready to fight. Yet he quickly reconsidered, his expression shifting between hope and despair. He was a disciple of the Han family's ancestral line, essentially Han Ziyu's subordinate. Should anything happen to Han Ziyu here, he feared he would share a similar fate. Logically, one would expect that the opponent would not truly kill Han Ziyu, as it would provoke a deadly conflict between the two sections, but who could say for certain? After all, Qin Fan was known for his erratic behavior, acting without regard for consequences, following his whims, but he dared not gamble on that. The pressing matter at hand was to quell this uproar and save Han Ziyu. With these thoughts in mind, He Jin suppressed his fury and nearly pleaded, "Young Master Qin, could you perhaps exercise some leniency? I believe you would not wish for matters to escalate beyond repair." His words were a blend of soft and firm persuasion. Perhaps another individual might have considered them. Unfortunately, he was met with Qin Fan. Whether it be the Qintian sect or the Qin family, he felt little sense of allegiance, and thus had no inclination to act in their interests. Furthermore, his worldview clashed with that of this realm. Individuals like Han Ziyu deserve to be executed 100 times over in his eyes. With a look of disdain, Chun Fan replied, "It seems you had no intention of showing leniency earlier. Young Master Chun, I was rash before and inadvertently offended the esteemed friends of Qiantian's sect, that I hope you may forgive my indiscretion." He Jian understood the gravity of the situation. Han Ziyu was clearly gravely injured, and should they delay any further, he might suffer irreparable harm. That he immediately bowed in respect. Yet, to his surprise, Chun Fan sidestepped, coldly stating, "You are not the one who was harmed, nor am I the one injured. Why should you apologize to me?" Upon hearing this, He Jian's expression changed drastically, and those around him wore similarly grim visages. Lu Ping cast a worried glance at Chun Fan. It seemed he intended to force Han Ziyu to apologize to the inner disciples of the Qiantian sect. "Master, senior brother, perhaps we should let this go," a timid disciple of the Qiantian sect suggested, clearly apprehensive about escalating the situation. Chun Fan turned to glare at the retreating disciples, coldly asserting, "Lu Ping, you are responsible for reporting this. If they prefer to withdraw, then let them. The Qiantian sect has no need for such disciples." Lu Ping was momentarily taken aback, initially considering interceding, but upon seeing Chun Fan's proud demeanor, he nodded in agreement. What Chen Shixiang says is true. The remaining disciples attempted to voice their opinions, but the Blood Guards, led by Yi Yu, offered them no opportunity, swiftly expelling them. Chun Fan then turned his gaze toward the Tianyuan sect with disdain. "Have you given this much thought?" He Jian, his face a picture of despair, seemed to awaken from a stupor, his expression a mix of complexity as he regarded Chun Fan. "Senior brother Han is gravely injured. It seems unlikely we can fulfill young Master Chen's demands." Without waiting for further reaction, he suddenly knelt before Chun Fan, "That I apologize on behalf of senior brother Han for the injuries caused to the esteemed friends of Qiantian sect." The disciples of the Qiantian sect exchanged glances, some displaying joy, others at a loss, but one emotion was universally evident: pride. The members of the Tianyuan sect were visibly taken aback by He Jian's actions. Struggling to comprehend the situation, some attempted to speak, yet found themselves at a loss for words, resembling deflated balloons, utterly bewildered. Chun Fan regarded the kneeling He Jian with surprise. He had not anticipated such decisiveness from this individual. Although he had lost face, it also precluded any opportunity for further conflict over this matter. "Young Master Chun, what further demands do you have?" He Jian raised his head, his eyes red-rimmed, as if he had aged decades in an instant. His voice hoarse and dry. "You are quite astute," Chun Fan remarked, shaking his head with mild disinterest. "There should be some form of recompense for the injury inflicted. Please hold on a moment." He Jian rose and approached the disciples of the Tianyuan sect, seemingly engaged in a discussion that quickly escalated into an argument. Before long, He Jian resorted to violence, severely injuring one of them, and subsequently seized something from their possession. Finally, he cast a glance at the barely conscious Han Ziyu, gritting his teeth as he removed a storage ring from his hand. "Today, we acknowledge our fault in injuring the esteemed friends of Qiantian sect, that we voluntarily apologize and offer all our possessions to aid the injured friends. Young Master Chen, might you show mercy and refrain from holding this against us?" With a collection of items in hand, He Jian stood before Chun Fan, speaking loudly enough for all present to hear. Chun Fan understood that this matter would conclude here. Any further entanglement would yield no additional benefits. He waved his hand towards Han Ziyu, and in an instant, the ice spear shattered into countless fragments. The oppressive chill that had rendered them unable to approach vanished without a trace. "Let us depart," Chun Fan remarked, his interest waning. "Lu Ping, you shall oversee the distribution of these items upon our return." Before anyone could react, Chun Fan had already set off, choosing not to traverse the skies, but instead making his way back to their encampment at a leisurely pace that he intended to sow the seeds of thought in the minds of those behind him, a notion that perhaps held greater significance than any other. The bewildered disciples of the Qiantian sect silently followed Chun Fan, their relationships seemingly growing closer in an unspoken bond. Even those who had previously been at odds appeared to forget past grievances in this moment. This sudden upheaval had transformed each of them, from mere sect disciples into genuine cultivators, that they felt the gazes of fellow cultivators upon them. They each lifted their heads with pride, akin to triumphant warriors returning from battle. A feeling so profound it sparked an uncontainable joy within their hearts. To the back of the group, Yu looked upon the young disciples with a sudden envy. Chapter 31. Unboxing upon returning to the encampment in Lianyan City. Chun Fan retreated to the Grand Hall, avoiding any external company. According to his plan, after dealing with the Tianyuan sect, he should capitalize on the momentum and ideally seize the entire city for himself. Though Lianyan City was not particularly resource-rich, its proximity to the Withered Bone Mountain and its status as a convergence point for various factions rendered it replete with potential, albeit discreet. This was also the reason for his investment of effort into Wei Hao. Since his arrival in this world, Chun Fan had been preoccupied with a singular concern: how to survive in a realm rife with countless uncertainties and non-human forces. Survival was paramount, perhaps due to his childhood as an orphan. Even with the advantages of a 3-in-1 cheat and an impressive status, he remained unable to find solace. He required more resources to ensure his survival, a concealed escape route known only to him. That sense of impending crisis was elusive. From the moment he stepped into this world, he had an acute awareness of the specter of death looming over him, as if an unspoken language and invisible shackles had already predetermined his fate. After vanquishing Han Ziyu, this feeling intensified. He could distinctly sense that something was amiss with Han Ziyu, a void that seemed to have shifted to him and the individual named He Jian. Yet, whenever he sought to delve deeper, he found no traces to follow. Was this what they referred to as fate? Chun Fan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, as scrolls of records swiftly passed through his mind in the realm of spirit and soul, soon revealing a perplexed expression. Have I not unlocked any new content? Now, he has generally grasped the characteristics of the archives, this 3-in-1 external aid. The prerequisite is his own understanding of the matters or individuals in question. In simpler terms, one must know what to search for in order to obtain relevant displays within the archives. The higher the degree of interaction, the more detailed the content. For instance, each encounter with different opponents reveals their flaws. Next, there is the degree of secrecy surrounding the matter or individual. If the secrecy is not profound, even if he himself is not well acquainted, the archives may still contain records, even filling in the gaps. Take, for example, the life of the Three-Fingered Wanderer and the records of the Creation Pill, which are quite detailed. Yet, there is not a whisper regarding the stone that produces the Xian Yu cold poison, as that is indeed a secret known only to a select few. Furthermore, some things seem to be obstructed by a certain force, rendering them invisible in the archives. For instance, the concept of fate. Chun Fan is certain that this metaphysical phenomenon exists and is of great importance, yet most people are unable to perceive it, or rather, they cannot articulate it. Consequently, the records in the archives are scarce and fragmented, unable to form coherent sentences. Indeed, there exists a mysterious power that can influence this world, even determining the fate of each individual. Thus, the efforts made earlier are not in vain. That it appears that his understanding of this world has deepened. Yet it does not seem to be a cause for celebration. Chun Fan raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. The meticulous scheming he undertook each day, the facade he maintained, nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. Only when alone could he truly express his nature. After all, he was not of great age before arriving in this world. Since defeating Han Ziyu, Lianyan City has been considerably more tranquil, with Chun Fan's formidable presence within the city. Various factions have become more restrained. Meanwhile, Chun Fan continues to cultivate diligently, striving to enhance his strength while keeping a low profile. During this time, Wei Hao visited once but was sent away by Yi Yu. Having experienced a conflict with the Tianyuan sect, Chun Fan felt that his previous plans may have been somewhat misguided. The mindset of the people in this world is ultimately different from his own. The idea of expanding the black market requires further refinement. For the time being, utilizing Wei Hao to gather resources from Lianyan City suffices, while subsequent matters can be set aside. Lu Ping came on behalf of the other disciples, but did not seek an audience. Instead, he handed over several storage bags and rings. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Fan understood their intent. They likely felt that these items were too hot to handle. He promptly retained Han Ziyu's storage ring and instructed Yu to distribute the remaining items from the storage bags among the others. Originally, accessing a person's storage ring is quite challenging, akin to opening a highly complex safe, with the only feasible method being slow nurturing and refining. Fortunately, with the aid of the archives, this external tool, Chun Fan effortlessly unlocked it, filled with a sense of anticipation. After all, as a true disciple of the Tianyuan sect, with a formidable ancestor, Hanziyu's storage ring undoubtedly contained many treasures. The thrill of such an unboxing experience is incomprehensible to outsiders. The first item Chen Fan retrieved was a palm-sized mirror, exquisitely crafted with dragon and phoenix designs, a rare item, though of limited utility. The mirror possessed yin and yang sides. The yang side could reflect the location seen by the yin side, typically used for surveillance. The places Hanziyu could monitor must be extraordinary. After a brief contemplation, Chen Fan, having consulted the archives for the unlocking method, swept his hand across the mirror's surface. Mist began to rise. And moments later, a pristine pool of water appeared, with rippling azure waves and lush vegetation, immersing him in a vivid experience. Just as he pondered this, footsteps echoed from within the mirror. The sounds of several women frolicking reached his ears. Before long, the silhouettes of several slender figures came into view, and as he witnessed their garments fall to the ground, Chen Fan hastily shut off the mirror, albeit with a hint of regret. Who would have thought that Hanziyu used this item to spy on young ladies bathing? He cast the mirror aside and continued to explore other items. Indeed, this true disciple of the Tianyuan sect did not disappoint him. Dozens of portraits of women adorned with notes on their backgrounds and characteristics, seemingly depicting their intimate garments, alongside a scandalous diary. Additionally, there were numerous spiritual stones, elixirs, and materials, yet in light of Chen Fan's own resources. These were rather commonplace. To Tio his disappointment, there was not a single finished artifact among them. A miscalculation. Chen Fan suddenly recalled the reason, filled with regret. For ordinary cultivators, storage spiritual tools are exceedingly rare. Yet for individuals of their stature, possessing 2 or 3 is quite standard. He himself organized his belongings categorically. I refused to believe this. Chen Fan stubbornly continued his search, and to his surprise, he did indeed find something worthwhile. A substitute doll. It is known that this is a secret of the Tianyuan sect, with no refining methods recorded in the archives. Although categorized as a spiritual tool, its value is on par with that of a magical treasure. The utility of the substitute doll is straightforward. When carried, it can withstand a single attack, with a limit equivalent to a full-force strike from the god-entering realm. However, its flaw is evident. Once activated, it dissipates within 3 breaths. Regardless of whether it has received an attack, in the eastern region, while there are many spiritual tools and magical treasures, few can be used directly without infusing spiritual energy. Reflecting on his battle with Hanziyu, Chen Fan chuckled in disbelief. How could he be defeated in one strike while possessing such an item? It is truly baffling how he has survived until now. Chapter 32, Guidance. Chen Fan, lost in thought, was just about to tidy up the items when a sudden fluctuation of spirit caught his attention, as if someone had arrived. The main hall of the residence was originally secured with prohibitions. Unless permitted by Chen Fan, outsiders found it difficult to enter. For the sake of convenience, Chen Fan had granted access to 2 individuals, one being Yi Yu, and the other, the ally under assessment, Pei Qingyu. The former would still respectfully inquire from outside unless in an urgent situation. Thus the identity of the visitor became apparent. Suddenly, Chen Fan froze, instinctively reaching to conceal the items before him. Yet it was already too late. A striking figure appeared. The travel-worn Pei Qingyu made no pretense and directly seated herself opposite Chen Fan. Had I known, I would not have agreed to assist you. That fellow harbors some peculiarities. And I nearly, as she spoke, Pei Qingyu abruptly halted, staring at the odd assortment of items on the table and the hand extended by Chen Fan, her expression turning awkward. Not mine, Chen Fan endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Naturally, it is not. Your interests are not so peculiar, Senior Brother Chen. Pei Qingyu wore a look that seemed to imply, whatever you say. Through their days of companionship, she gradually discerned that Chen Fan was not the difficult person he initially appeared to be. Though engaging with him remained challenging, as if he were perpetually concealing something. Recalling the situation with Li Junman, she felt herself drawing closer to the truth. Chen Fan, upon seeing her expression, understood that she was once again indulging in her imagination and hastily clarified. However, Pei Qingyu cast a glance at the peculiar items, revealing a polite smile, as if to say, "Is this all that Hanziyu's storage ring contains? Who do you think you're fooling?" Seeing this, Chen Fan completely surrendered and diverted the topic. "What were you saying about nearly being?" Discovered that as she mentioned this, Pei Qingyu's expression grew serious. That fellow may possess the soul of a powerful cultivator. I was merely nearby and was sensed at an old man. Perhaps, Chun Fan muttered to himself. What did you say? Nothing. Chen Fan, somewhat worried, inquired, did the operation fail? Of course not. Pei Qingyu seemed to feel slighted, puffing out her chest, which momentarily swelled with confidence. However, why are you so cautious about that fellow? You stole his beloved, yet wish to eliminate him completely? Chun Fan, detecting the teasing undertone in her words, remained unperturbed and replied leisurely, just in case. Otherwise, I would have certainly instructed you to kill him rather than leave a tracking mark. He was all too familiar with the tactics employed by favored individuals when faced with sex. No matter the nature of the assassination attempts, they always managed to escape unscathed, retreating to remote places to cultivate and seek revenge. Upon returning, they would target the weaker members of the sect, waiting for an opportunity to flee when the main forces closed in. Adept in the essence of guerrilla warfare, the TO prevents such a situation from arising. Chun Fan resolved to take the initiative. While the tracking mark is challenging to inscribe, it is equally difficult to locate once placed on the body. Should he inadvertently allow the opponent to escape, he would not be left without options. Pei Qingyu nodded but appeared puzzled. Does a minor character warrant such concern from you? If you believe your actions may leave too heavy a trace, I can discreetly eliminate him without anyone being the wiser. The casual mention of erasing a life from Pei Qingyu's lips felt utterly mundane, as if discussing something as trivial as eating or drinking. Chun Fan, with his gaze lowered, replied thoughtfully, there are many ways to resolve an issue. There is no need to resort to killing at every turn. Those who kill are often killed in return. Pei Qingyu was taken aback by his words, her expression filled with astonishment, as she regarded Chun Fan with a look of disbelief, saying, I never imagined such words would come from you, Chen the madman. Yet it makes sense. Your status complicates direct action, and maintaining a benevolent image to the outside world is commendable. Chun Fan felt somewhat helpless. Clearly, their focuses diverged in this world. Practitioners seem to calculate everything in terms of gains and losses, devoid of right or wrong, willing to do anything for their own benefit. But he could comprehend this mentality, yet it still left him feeling uneasy. Pei Qingyu, sensing his emotional shift, changed the subject when I returned. I noticed those inner disciples were all cultivating. That is quite rare. How did you manage that? It is likely that he was provoked, that a smile graced Chun Fan's face as he spoke, for he had endured quite the beating. However, my understanding tells a different tale. The ambush by Tianyuan's sect merely injured a few individuals, and Yi Jian knelt in apology. You led them through half the city back to the encampment, and the admiration of the onlookers was palpable. Thus, they felt an even greater sense of shame, having acquired glory that was not rightfully theirs, yet reveling in the sensation, striving to improve themselves was only natural. Pei Qingyu, upon hearing this, appeared contemplative. Although she did not grasp the reasoning behind his words, she could not deny their efficacy. When she returned, she cast a glance at the inner disciples, and to her surprise, even those who typically engaged in underhanded tactics were diligently applying themselves, with no one supervising them. This left her feeling incredulous, suspecting that Chun Fan must have employed some obscure method. Yet, the answer she received was even more perplexing. Chun Fan had no desire to elucidate such matters. A sect of the caliber of Qintian sect was certainly not deficient in exceptionally gifted disciples. The principle of the capable rising while the mediocre fall was quite commonplace. These young disciples mistakenly believed that merely joining Qintian sect would guarantee them a life free from worries, convinced that all they desired would be within their grasp. Each individual's path to becoming a cultivator was unique. Yet most could not escape the allure of fame and fortune. Over time, even those of remarkable realms would find it challenging to make further progress. The reason he chose not to seek fellow disciples among the higher echelons of Qintian sect lay here. Those seasoned veterans had long since become astute, perhaps bound together by interests, but when faced with dire straits, they would undoubtedly not stand shoulder to shoulder with him. In contrast, these younger individuals were far more genuine. Chun Fan did not dare to fantasize about altering the rules of the world single-handedly, yet he yearned to cultivate a few individuals with similar worldviews to his own. For those who walk the same path, due to shared beliefs and recognition, are far more reliable than those motivated solely by self-interest, albeit also more challenging to find. Pei Qingyu, seemingly lost in thought, refrained from pursuing further inquiries, but instead expressed curiosity. Chen Shixiang, might I trouble you for some guidance? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback by her request. Pei Qingyu smiled and remarked, "Those inner disciples have sung your praises to the heavens, claiming that a few words from you would surpass years of arduous cultivation." That Lu Ping, who was previously dominated by He Jian, surprisingly held his own this time. I, as your junior, am skeptical and wish to test this for myself. Chen Fan surmised Pei Qingyu's intentions. She must have seen the rapid progress of the other inner disciples and felt envious, yet too proud to directly ask for help. According to the records, her cultivation had stagnated for quite some time. "Junior sister, you must be prepared to endure hardship," he cautioned. "While hardship is bearable, should the results be lacking, you might bear ill will." A fleeting spark of eagerness flickered in Pei Qingyu's eyes, which Chen Fan caught. With a sigh, he reflected on the allure of advancing one's cultivation as a practitioner. Who could truly resist such temptation? It was likely that, were it not for her limitations and talent, she would not wish to become merely a socialite within Qiantian sect. That night, Chen Fan and Pei Qingyu engaged in deep discourse. Initially, Pei Qingyu approached the conversation with a mindset of experimentation. Given Chen Fan's youth, believing that his ability to guide the inner disciples stemmed from a difference in perspective. After all, those individuals were not practicing top-tier techniques, while she was different. Yet Lu Ping's discernible improvement compelled her to take the plunge, albeit with little hope. The breadth of cultivation was far beyond what one could imagine as a practitioner to elevate one's realm. One must select the cultivation method that best aligns with their innate attributes, using that foundation to continuously strengthen themselves. This was the so-called path of the Great Tao. However, seeking more resources inevitably leads to conflicts with other practitioners, necessitating an understanding of various pathways, and at times, mastery of techniques that do not align with one's innate attributes as a contingency. Even practitioners are limited by lifespan and energy, making it impossible to juggle everything. This is why the elders in the sect's teaching hall, despite their low levels of cultivation, receive the best treatment and respect. They have all but relinquished their chances for personal advancement in favor of exploring various paths of cultivation and delving deeply into them, enabling them to guide others in their practices. While there are those who can integrate the strengths of various schools, such individuals are exceedingly rare in the annals of Eastern Domain history. Yet, as the two continued their exchange, Pei Qingyu was increasingly astounded. She understood that Chen Fan's Heavenly Gang's sacred body possessed the capacity to encompass different attributes, allowing him to freely switch between them, mastering various techniques. However, he had consistently specialized in the realm of metamorphic ice, which bore no relation to her mastery of both wood and fire attributes. Yet, when Chen Fan spoke, it was as if she had experienced an epiphany. His knowledge of various divine abilities was extensive. Her self-perceived lack of talent stemmed from her comparison to prodigies like Chen Fan and Feng Xiaoyang. In contrast to ordinary practitioners, her talent could be described as extraordinary. How could one who became a true disciple of Qiantian sect be anything but remarkable? Yet, even as she listened to Chen Fan expound on the Tao, she felt dwarfed by his insights. It seemed her master had not shared such wisdom with her. Previously, like others, she had held a degree of disdain and jealousy toward Chen Fan, believing that had she been in possession of his familial background, resources, and achievements, she would not have fallen short. However, after a single night, all that remained for Pei Qingyu was admiration. She discovered that her long stagnant path of the Great Tao seemed to show signs of progress. In the following days, Pei Qingyu rarely left Chen Fan's quarters, approaching him with the humility of a disciple eager to learn. "Young master," a voice called from outside, belonging to Yiyu. Pei Qingyu snapped back to reality. Glancing at herself, disheveled and unkempt after days of neglect, her cheeks flushed with rare embarrassment. "Chen Shixiang, I apologize for the disturbance these days." Chen Fan replied with a warm smile, "No matter. I anticipate that soon the sect will welcome another master of the divine realm." In light of such sincere well wishes, Pei Qingyu felt a stirring in her heart. Her professional smile faded, and she spoke with utmost seriousness. "From now on, I shall follow you, Shixiang, and never contradict you. Rest now. I believe the competition for the extraordinary treasures will commence shortly." With that, she took her leave. As Chen Fan watched her depart the hall, he did not take her words to heart. Perhaps she was genuinely moved at the moment, but in a few days, she would likely think differently. Nevertheless, this marked a positive beginning, ensuring a more stable alliance between them in the short term. Moments later, Yi Yu entered the hall, eyes filled with admiration. Truly, young master. Having spent so many days together, you remain vigorous, while Miss Pei seems to be waning. You are indeed a model for us all. That aside, young master, what has changed? You previously seemed indifferent to women, wholly immersed in your cultivation. Have you perhaps matured? Yes, that must be it, Chen Fan mused, unaware that Yi Yu, appearing simple and honest, would contemplate such matters. Noticing his prolonged silence, Chen Fan inquired, "What is it?" Yi Yu snapped back to attention, hastily reporting, "I have investigated thoroughly. The extraordinary treasure appearing in the Bone Dry Mountains is likely the Phoenix Fruit, which contains potent metamorphic fire spirit energy, possibly exceeding the Earth grade, a rarity occurring once in a millennium. Phoenix Fruit, metamorphic fire spirit, above Earth grade." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, familiar with this narrative. Special techniques wield unique powers. Problems unsolvable by others could be effortlessly tackled by him. The preferential treatment granted to the chosen one was excessive. The emergence of metamorphic spirits was exceedingly stringent. It required at least 2 different attributes of foundational spiritual energy to manifest. And the enhancement process was fraught with difficulties, as maintaining a consistent ratio of different attribute energies was nearly insurmountable. Consequently, naturally occurring metamorphic spirit energy was even rarer, yet immensely powerful. Qintian sect had previously acquired metamorphic fire spirit energy. Hence the detailed records. Even the most common yellow-grade metamorphic fire spirit was formidable, its unleashed power unpredictable, capable of summoning true fire from the Earth's core, turning everything in its path into a vast sea of flames. Simultaneously, metamorphic fire spirit energy proved incredibly effective in the crafting of pills and spiritual tools. Clearly, this was prepared for Chu Tian. Rapidly perusing the archive's records, Chen Fan's expression grew grave. Based on the current information, subduing the metamorphic fire spirit would be quite the challenge. While a yellow-grade metamorphic fire spirit might be manageable, even those of Earth grade and above would likely prove too difficult for him to conquer, let alone the interference of other sects during the process. Thus, it seemed that Chu Tian, who possessed the means to tame the metamorphic fire spirit, had a substantial chance of success, potentially even garnering significant notoriety in the process. Yi Yu continued, Yintian sect, Zhuang sect are already gearing up. Feishing sect, Qishao sword sect, Suishing mountain manor, Xinlei sect, and Xingu palace are also gradually taking their positions. After a brief pause, he added, Zhuang sect has already triggered its advance, with Chu Tian among them. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back in the hall, a look of turmoil etched upon his brow. The optimal solution to this predicament would be to eliminate Chu Tian, thus neutralizing this potential threat to himself that I am not in the wrong. The rules of this world operate thus. There is no law to punish me, no morality to constrain me. People do not care if a nameless individual perishes. If I do not act, he will eventually turn against me. Destiny has already claimed my life once. I must resist. Countless thoughts raced through his mind like a fleeting carousel until Yi Yu's gentle call brought him back to the present. Realizing he was drenched in sweat, "Command the preparations. We shall set forth." Bathed in the morning glow, Chen Fan's lips curled into a self-mocking arc, filled with irony that it was indeed laughable that he ultimately made the worst choice. Even with the knowledge that his adversary might bring about his demise, he still found himself unable to strike decisively before events unfolded. Chapter 34. The plan unfolds. The Bone Dry Mountain Range sprawled vast and expansive, surpassing the territories of many worldly dynasties, and was also an ancient battlefield, rife with countless relics and opportunities. However, it concealed hidden dangers. With demonic beasts lurking, it became a treacherous place for cultivators to access. Many notorious practitioners of the demonic path relied on their cultivation to enter this realm and evade troubles from the outside world. Over time, the Bone Dry Mountain Range transformed into a forbidden ground, one that many cultivators yearned to explore, yet found difficult to enter. With the emergence of a rare treasure, the major sects of the eastern region dispatched personnel to venture into the Bone Dry Mountain Range. Though the young disciples of these sects might not possess formidable strength, each was supported by a powerful faction, forcing others to tread carefully. Thus, many sects sent representatives not solely for the anticipated treasure, but rather to seize the opportunity to uncover other fortunes. In fact, these cultivators constituted a significant portion of those entering the bone-dry mountain range this time, that in an instant, the previously tranquil bone-dry mountain range became exceptionally lively, beside a valley engulfed in flames. Several groups of individuals formed a triangular formation, wary of one another, hesitant to act. The searing heat proved unbearable for many cultivators of insufficient cultivation levels, with flames erupting from the cracked ground, soaring to heights of over 100 meters, catching several cultivators off guard, leaving no corpses behind. Suddenly, two streaks of light streaked across the sky, approaching swiftly. The surrounding cultivators immediately felt a surge of apprehension. Those capable of flight were at least at the rotation realm, a formidable presence they could hardly contend with. Several leading cultivators exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intent, positioning themselves strategically, seemingly preparing for confrontation, but actually ready to eliminate the two newcomers first. These smaller sects maintained a reasonably amicable relationship, having engaged in similar tactics countless times before. Many who hoped to profit from their conflict had previously met their untimely ends. In the blink of an eye, the two streaks of light landed, revealing a man and a woman. The woman, youthful and clad in a light cyan gown, had her long, dark hair cascading down to her waist. Her features exuded an air of confidence akin to a peacock, with eyes that sparkled like stars, captivating all who beheld her. In contrast, the man appeared rather ordinary, slightly slender, yet possessing a handsome visage, albeit with a hint of cunning concealed in his gaze. Upon landing, the woman did not regard the poised cultivators before her. Instead, she turned back, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Chu Tian, are you certain this is the place? Absolutely, the man replied with confidence. This should be the location where the demonic cultivator nurtures the crimson sunflower, although a formation cloaks the surroundings, preventing any fluctuations of spiritual energy from leaking out. This man was none other than Chu Tian, the fated son of destiny whom Chen Fan had long yearned for, while the woman's identity was even more extraordinary. She was the only daughter of the sect master of the Zhuang sect. Murong Di died on that day. After being injured by Chen Fan's blood guard, Chu Tian was forced to retreat, during which he encountered the hidden identity traveler, Murong Di. Previously, when Chu Tian had just begun to make a name for himself. He was courted by the Zhuang sect, but at that time he had little regard for it, believing that with the Lingshu technique in hand, he would soon become invincible. He decisively declined, only to be harshly smacked by reality soon after. The Zhuang sect naturally did not take overt actions, but subtly manipulated events enough to give the initially insufficient Chu Tian a bitter lesson. Having drifted alone since childhood, Chu Tian was not naive enough to embark on a path of mutual destruction. Instead, he focused on enhancing his cultivation while gathering intelligence on the Zhuang sect, planning for future revenge, and had indeed seen a portrait of this distinguished woman. Thus, Chu Tian tailored his approach, adopting a demeanor of righteousness, quickly winning Murong Di's favor, but he then subtly revealed his tragic background, evoking sympathy from this young lady who wished to rectify the injustices of the world. Hearing Chu Tian's words, the cultivators still entranced by Murong Di snapped back to reality, their eyes gleaming with greed. The crimson sunflower. Who would have thought it could be found here, alongside such a stunning woman? The group exchanged knowing glances, formulating a plan. They would seize both the treasure and the woman. While the man could be disposed of, they had engaged in similar schemes countless times before, feeling no guilt whatsoever. In this world of the survival of the fittest, without strength, one could only be at the mercy of others. Chu Tian keenly observed their expressions, feeling a sense of triumph as their greedy intentions became evident. Whether luring Murong Di here or inadvertently revealing the existence of the crimson sunflower, it was all part of the plan. As long as nothing went awry, Chen Fan would either face death or severe consequences, and he himself would escape unscathed. Attack. The cultivators could no longer contain themselves. Fully aware that the adversary's cultivation might surpass theirs, yet emboldened by their numbers and the traps laid in advance, they felt undaunted. Fortune favors the bold. In pursuit of profit, what need was there for excessive caution? In an instant, various lights surged, and black mist rose from the ground as the hidden formation flags activated, transforming into a deadly trap aimed at separating the two, seeking death. Murong Di remarked with a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth. With a graceful flick of her hand, the azure ribbon that had bound her hair fell away, billowing in the wind, swiftly expanding into a protective barrier over her form. The incoming streaks of light crashed against the seemingly delicate ribbon as if striking a bottomless abyss, leaving no impact whatsoever. Magic treasure? The expressions of the cultivators changed dramatically as they suddenly realized that the one they sought to subdue was not a fragile girl, but a formidable being they needed to look up to. Ordinary cultivators rarely carried magic treasures with them. Murong-Di slightly raised her delicate face, plucking a jade hairpin from her hair, her lips parting slightly. Go. With a swift whoosh, a dazzling light streaked past. What was once a hairpin was, in truth, a lethal flying sword. The light split into 7 shards, perfectly aligning with the number of cultivators present that in an instant, 5 fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to mount any resistance. 2 others, sensing the danger in advance, activated their defensive artifacts and fled, narrowly escaping death. Murong-Di furrowed her brows in mild disappointment, ready to pursue. Just a couple of small fish. They won't stir up much trouble. Let us secure the Crimson Sunflower first, Chu Tian advised. Upon hearing this, Murong-Di nodded and took the lead into the heart of the valley. Chu Tian cast his gaze down at the life jade token from the Qiantian sect resting in his palm. Previously, when his master detected the location of the Qiang flower, he had seized the opportunity. With the demonic cultivators drawn away by the emergence of a rare treasure, he and Murong-Di would snatch the Qiang flower. It was expected that when the demonic cultivators returned, they would find this jade token and trace it back to the Qiantian sect, that as long as this item remained, the Qiantian sect would have to provide an explanation to those demonic cultivators. Given Chun Fan's nature, a fierce battle with those cultivators was inevitable. Moreover, the escaping cultivators would undoubtedly implicate Murong-Di and the Zhuang sect, leaving him completely unscathed, that he could simply find an excuse to depart later. Resting easy to seize the treasure, frame others, and eliminate witnesses, a flawless plan. The thought of Chun Fan being pursued by the demonic cultivators brought an involuntary smile to Chu Tian's face. Chapter 35. The appearance of the demonic cultivator atop the towering peaks at the center of the Withered Bone Mountains. The most concentrated area of spiritual energy had been transformed into a temporary camp for the Qiantian sect. The power of cultivators derives from spiritual energy, and thus the formations and prohibitions set up here were all the more potent in such an environment. In times past, the Tianyuan sect would have undoubtedly contested fiercely with the Qiantian sect for this prime location. However, following their suppression by Chun Fan and Lianyan City, the Tianyuan sect had adopted a much more low-profile approach, hardly making an appearance since then. Some speculated that their true disciples had suffered significant setbacks, potentially abandoning their pursuit of the rare treasure. By the time Chun Fan arrived, the disciples stationed in advance had already prepared the temporary camp, knowing well his preference for solitude, even erecting a modest pavilion. Wei Hao, responsible for various matters, had not arranged these accommodations. They were the initiative of the inner disciples, reflecting Chun Fan's elevated status among them. Upon Chun Fan's arrival, everyone hastily made way, acutely aware that although these prominent sects were nominally part of the righteous path, the lives lost beneath their hands were countless, that a careless encounter could lead to a grim fate. And no one would care to uphold justice. For those in power were untouchable, that it would not be until their downfall that the names of the wronged would emerge as mere echoes of blame. Disciples from other sacred lands and sects, sufficiently esteemed, offered respectful gestures from afar, but did not approach for conversation. With the imminent emergence of the rare treasure, all present were potential adversaries. This situation aligned perfectly with Chun Fan's intentions, sparing him the need for pleasantries or alliances. Seated alone within the pavilion, he began to quietly cultivate, striving to attain his optimal state. The competition was about to commence, and the opponents he would face would not be as inexperienced as Zhao Tianhe and Han Ziyu. Nor would they be as easily outmaneuvered as Zhang Baolin, in addition to the experts from various sacred lands and sects. Formidable rogue cultivators also appeared, their methods insidious, and any misstep could lead to utter ruin. There were also those lurking in the shadows, perhaps ready to strike unexpectedly. After all, his reputation had grown too large. Many sought to rise by stepping on his fallen form. The gravest threats remained Chu Tian and the so-called fortune. If his conjectures were correct, unexpected occurrences were bound to unfold, bringing misfortune upon him. In the stillness of the night, as Chun Fan sat in meditation, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in his soul. Upon reaching the realm of spiritual immersion, one's soul could perceive anomalies within a certain radius, providing warnings of impending danger. However, the sensitivity varied among cultivators, and the archives contained no definitive records. Instead, the Qintian sect held numerous summarized experiences from predecessors. Chen Fan had studied these but found them largely lacking in utility, some even contradictory. It seemed that the understanding of spiritual forces was not deeply developed among the cultivators of this world. To him, this situation bore similarities to the celestial awareness he had encountered before. Soon, the fluctuations in his soul intensified, prompting Chen Fan to open his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his brow. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the approaching figure were peculiar, instinctively provoking a strong sense of aversion within him that a demonic cultivator. Chen Fan's realization struck him sharply, and his expression grew serious. In the Eastern domain, cultivators could fundamentally be divided into two factions: spiritual cultivators and demonic cultivators. Spiritual cultivators, typically referred to as cultivators or immortals, derive their power from spiritual energy, though their sects may differ and paths may be myriad. Demonic cultivators, however, are entirely distinct. Their strength arises from the tainted energies of the world, their techniques and martial skills defined by their unpredictable nature, with the primary drawback being that the tainted energies can corrupt spiritual artifacts. Should a spiritual cultivator's body or treasures become excessively tainted, they would suffer catastrophic consequences, and even a hard-won victory would come at a grievous cost. It is safe to say that demonic cultivators are the adversaries all cultivators dread encountering, including their own kind. Nevertheless, despite their formidable power, demonic cultivators possess significant flaws. The tainted energies may cultivate strange, yet potent forces, yet they also inflict devastating damage upon the cultivator's body and can cloud their mind, stripping away their intelligence. Consequently, most demonic cultivators are ruthless and extreme, becoming almost beast-like as they prioritize instinct over reason, most frequently preying upon other beings to reclaim the vitality lost. Yet, due to these various limitations, true demonic cultivators in the Eastern domain are relatively scarce. Many are merely spiritual cultivators who, in their quest for power, resort to employing demonic methods, straying from the righteous path. Such individuals are often viewed as heretics, which explains why Zhang Baolin acted against Chen Fan over a mere possibility. Chen Fan rose from the pavilion, feeling surprised but not alarmed that he had made ample preparations for this journey. One could say he had utilized every resource available to him through this identity. Even if demonic cultivators were to appear, it would not pose a significant problem. However, Elder Wei Hao, true disciple Pei Qingyu, and Bloodguard leader Yi Yu did not share his calm. They too sensed the encroaching demonic aura and hurried to Chen Fan's side. Their expressions grave. Before they could speak, a dense wave of demonic energy surged forth, enveloping the withered bone mountains, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. My heavens, what is this? Why can I not channel my techniques? Demonic energy, this is bad. A demonic cultivator is here. In an instant, chaos erupted within the withered bone mountains, a scene reminiscent of a frenzy. Chickens scattering and dogs leaping. Some retreated, others sought refuge, while a few gazed towards the approaching crimson clouds. Although the terror of demonic cultivators was widely known, true encounters remained rare in the Eastern domain, and most cultivators had only heard tales of their fearsome reputations. Many young cultivators, even when sensing the overwhelming pressure, still felt compelled to prove themselves in battle. However, those with sharper minds and more experience quickly made their way towards the main peak of the withered bone mountains. The safest place at that moment was among the congregated sacred grounds and sections. Even the demonic cultivators would hesitate to recklessly slay their true disciples or elders. As Chen Fan observed the turmoil below with indifference. His curiosity was piqued by the rapidly approaching figure enveloped in the crimson clouds. An elder with long red hair, a twisted visage, and a hunched form appeared, resembling a vengeful spirit. The blood-red demonic energy tainted everything in its path, turning mountains and vegetation to flames, akin to a hellish inferno. So this is a demonic cultivator. The records are rather vague. How peculiar. Chen Fan silently perused the archives, noting the scant details, likely due to the formidable strength of the incoming figure at that moment. Wei Hao suddenly recalled something, his form trembling as he exclaimed, "It's the Bloodbane Elder." What is he doing here? Chapter 36. The Bloodbane Elder. Pei Qingyu's expression turned serious. The Bloodbane Elder was a notorious figure among demonic cultivators. Renowned for his formidable power and infamous for his ruthlessness. A major threat to the Eastern Domain at the nascent soul stage, it was said that he had once been a highly gifted spiritual cultivator, who, in pursuit of vengeance for his clan's destruction, turned to the demonic path. Although his actions were brutal, they were always motivated by a cause. After avenging his family a century ago, he had vanished from public view. Why has he suddenly appeared here? And why is he in such a rage? Could it be that he has reached the nascent soul stage? That's the Bloodbane Elder. My life is forfeit. In the desolate Bones Mountains, an individual recognized the identity of the Bloodless Elder. In an instant, the expressions of all present transformed dramatically, filled with despair and trepidation. The formidable power of demonic cultivators is well known. And although this Bloodless Elder had not appeared for a century, his reputation remained undiminished, still instilling fear throughout the Eastern Domain. Under the overwhelming might of the powerful nascent soul stage, those below the wheel-turning stage were rendered utterly incapable of resistance. Standing like lambs to the slaughter, their eyes brimming with hopelessness, the Bloodless Elder glared furiously at the cultivators beneath him, his expression frenzied. After avenging his great grievance from years past, he was left with only an endless void of solitude. He feared not death, yet after fulfilling his desires, he grew apprehensive. While embracing the demonic path granted him immense power, it also drained away his limited lifespan. Reluctant to unleash a bloody massacre and sacrifice others' lives to replenish his own, he, as a former spiritual cultivator, understood the balance of power in the universe, that every gain necessitated a loss. Although the blood sacrifice technique could temporarily alleviate his urgent needs, it would inevitably lead to far greater dangers. After expending countless efforts, he finally discovered a solution: the Crimson Sunflower, an essential spiritual plant in his quest. Thus, for several decades, he had lived in seclusion, guarding the Crimson Sunflower, waiting for its complete bloom. Yet this time, he could not resist the temptation of the emergence of rare treasures and ventured out for a glimpse. Little did he know that this momentary lapse had resulted in the theft of his long-guarded Crimson Sunflower. "Who dares to steal my Crimson Sunflower? Come forth," roared the Bloodless Elder, his voice a low growl filled with murderous intent. Should no one step forward to claim responsibility, he would not hesitate to unleash a massacre, slaughtering every living being in this place. Upon hearing these words, a chill ran through everyone's hearts, and they scattered in panic. "Who the hell stole it? Step forward quickly, don't drag me down. Run for your lives, don't leave me behind." In the face of life and death, countless individuals sought to escape, while those overshadowed by the Bloodless Elder's oppressive presence were plunged into utter despair. Unable to even attempt to flee, the Bloodless Elder, witnessing the chaos as people fled, let out a furious roar, and countless crimson demonic energies surged forth, transforming into a rain of molten lava that came crashing down. In an instant, the losses among the cultivators of the Bones Mountains were catastrophic. This lava was an embodiment of the Bloodless Elder's supernatural powers, containing the venomous blood of fire, impervious to water and perpetually revived by blood, creating an endless cycle of destruction. The most unfortunate were undoubtedly the rogue cultivators and disciples of minor sects, who stood no chance of resistance against the overwhelming might of the Bloodless Elder. In contrast, the major cultivation sanctuaries and sects activated their defensive formations at once, managing to shield themselves, yet they had no intention of rescuing others or obstructing the Bloodless Elder. That is a nascent soul-stage demonic cultivator. They thought, as for the deceased, they were simply weak, their fate sealed by their own inadequacy, that on the side of the sitting forgetting sect, the accompanying elder wore a grave expression, unaware that beside him, Murongi appeared somewhat flustered. From the moment the Bloodless Elder shouted about the Crimson Sunflower, she realized the gravity of the situation. However, she lacked the courage to step forward and admit the truth. If it were any other demonic cultivator, perhaps they would still be cautious of the Eastern Domain's cultivation sanctuaries and sects. But the Bloodless Elder was not dead a century ago. His target of vengeance had been the Holy Son of the Tianyuan sect. Countless battles ensued, and although many experts from the Tianyuan sect fell, the matter ultimately remained unresolved, leaving the Bloodless Elder unscathed. Demonic cultivators are known for their tremendous strength and cunning methods. In equal realms, only 3 or 4 individuals working together could hope to stand against them. Even when facing cultivators of higher realms, they could still claim victories, having almost no weaknesses aside from their dwindling lifespans, making them exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Even the major cultivation sanctuaries in the Eastern Domain would need to mobilize their full strength to eradicate a nascent soul stage demonic cultivator. Otherwise, success would be elusive. Yet, should they go all out, they would inevitably provide their other adversaries with an opportunity to strike, plunging the situation into a vicious cycle. I am not in the wrong. I cannot let my actions implicate the entire sect. Murong Di thought to herself, justifying her behavior. Moreover, the Crimson Sunflower was not in her possession. Besides, competition for rare treasures among cultivators is commonplace. Their demise was due to their own lack of strength. Once I am strong enough, I will kill the bloodless elder and avenge them. Meanwhile, Chu Tian furrowed his brow, not out of concern for the casualties, but rather out of confusion that it shouldn't be this way. Did the bloodless elder not notice the life-saving jade token from the Qintian sect? He pondered whether he should reveal himself and divert the attention towards Shan Fa and At that moment. A disciple of the Sitting Forgetting sect exclaimed, "Look, what is Senior Brother Chun from the Qintian sect doing?" Everyone turned to follow the sound. They beheld countless massive ice crystals blooming like lotus flowers beneath the bloodless elder, blocking the torrential lava that cascaded down. Although these ice crystals were no match for the lava and melted upon contact, they undeniably bought precious moments for everyone to breathe. Simultaneously, a purple figure soared into the air, his robes billowing elegantly as he strode confidently toward the formidable demonic presence above. The torrents of lava seemed to part in his presence, as if in fear of his approach. In that moment, all gazes were drawn to Chen Fan, who walked through the air as if he were a deity. It is Chen Fan, the pride of the Qintian sect. What is young Master Chen planning to do? Is he truly going to confront that demonic fiend? Confusion, shock, elation, and concern flickered across the faces of the onlookers, each expressing a myriad of emotions. Time appeared to freeze, as the expressions of every cultivator present varied widely. Chun Fan's actions exceeded their wildest imaginations, leaving them perplexed. What was his identity? A true disciple of the Qintian sect. The son of a renowned overlord in the Eastern Domain, the legitimate heir of the Qin family, and the youngest to enter the god-entering stage in the region. His future shone incredibly bright. He had no need to put himself at risk. Everyone understood that, even if Chen Fan were extraordinarily gifted, he was not a match for the bloodless elder at this moment. There was no need for such reckless bravado to seek fame. His actions bore no apparent value. Murong Di bit her lip, unable to reconcile the person before her with the arrogant, greedy figure described by Chu Tian. Chu Tian was equally taken aback, yet a smile soon crept upon his lips as he silently retreated. If you seek death, don't blame me. Chapter 37. A shift in the winds. What is Senior Brother Chen planning to do? Within the Qintian sect's encampment, Lu Ping gazed incredulously at the figure in the sky. That was a demonic fiend at the nascent soul stage, one of the top experts in the Eastern Domain, now driven to madness. His subsequent words remained unspoken, but everyone understood the implication. Chen Fan's actions at this moment were, without a doubt, a path to self-destruction. Wei Hao sighed deeply. Young Master Chen's actions are indeed reckless. However, I believe the bloodless elder will still hold some trepidation. Pei Shitzi, if the situation changes, we must join forces to rescue young Master Chen. Among those present, the most concerned for Chen Fan, aside from the vigilant blood guards, was he himself. That if anything were to happen to Chen Fan, he would be held accountable for failing in his duties, facing the wrath of both the Qintian sect and the Chen family. Moreover, with his remaining lifespan dwindling, he was pinning all his hopes on the black market expansion plan he had with Chen Fan for his survival. Yet, unexpectedly, Pei Qingyu nodded first, then shook her head. No need to worry. I believe young Master Chen's actions are well calculated. Upon hearing this, not only Wei Hao and Lu Ping were left in disbelief, but the other disciples wore expressions of confusion as well. What confidence could one possibly have in facing a demonic fiend at the nascent soul stage? Wasn't he that tantamount to courting death? The bloodless elder was taken aback, staring at Chen Fan, who stood defiantly against him. While he naturally looked down upon a cultivator of the God-entering stage, he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if killing this young man would bring him immense trouble. How could this be? This person is merely at the God-entering stage. The bloodless elder glanced in the direction Chen Fan had come from. A cold smile creeping onto his face, he raised his hand, ready to teach this young man a lesson, to make him aware of the consequences. Yet the elegantly robed Chen Fan, exuding an air of nobility, spoke first. Enough. At these words, not only did the bloodless elder freeze in surprise, but the multitude of cultivators below could scarcely believe their ears. He commanded the bloodless elder to stop. My heavens, did I just witness a God-entering stage cultivator challenging a nascent soul stage fiend? It cannot be. It must be an illusion. Thank you, young Master Chen, for saving my life. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a profound silence. Those cultivators whose lives were spared by Chen Fan's intervention were overwhelmed with gratitude, while others looked on with deep admiration. Setting aside the character of this young Master Chen Fan, today's actions and his remarkable demeanor were indeed moving. Murong Di instinctively glanced at the side where Chu Tian stood. Once upon a time, her vision of a hero had been someone like him, chivalrous and unyielding. However, after witnessing today's events, her thoughts had shifted. In comparison to Chen Fan's actions, her previous notions now seemed so petty. As the daughter of the head of the Zhuang sect, she had always understood that in this world, what mattered was not right or wrong, but rather benefits. What could bring profit was deemed right. Even if it was wrong, it could still be twisted into something acceptable. That in this ruthless world, being compassionate and sacrificing oneself for others was foolishness. Performing good deeds merely to maintain one's reputation was sufficient. One must be powerful and walk the righteous path. That was precisely due to such teachings that Murong Di considered Chu Tian to be a person of great potential, a true cultivator with limitless future achievements. At this moment, countless reasons could be marshaled to prove that Chen Fan's behavior was erroneous. Yet a voice deep within her told her that this was the true act of a hero, worthy of respect. The bloodless elder gazed at the young man before him and suddenly had a thought. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "What relation do you have to the unmatched overlord?" Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon replied with a smile, "He is my father." "You are indeed Chen Fan." The bloodless elder nodded, a fleeting hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. That he had once had the fortune to witness the grace of the unmatched overlord and was astonished to learn that he had a child, now grown. The tales of your exploits in recent days have become the talk of the town. The previously tense atmosphere eased instantly, and the disciples of Qiantian's sect collectively exhaled in relief. Many others revealed expressions of envy and even jealousy, especially Chu Tun. Is this the power of one's lineage? Having a good father truly allows one to act with impunity. That I must have underestimated the situation. Even a demon of the condensation infancy realm would not dare provoke Qiantian's sect. Chu Tian, filled with indignation, cast a cold glance at Chen F and at this moment. The bloodless elder spoke again from midair. "Step aside. I will not harm the people of Qiantian's sect. That I must find out who stole the Qiang flower and ensure that these individuals do not accompany the thief to their demise." Chen Fan thought to himself that matters were indeed not so easily resolved. However, having a powerful father was truly advantageous. Otherwise, how could a demon of the condensation infancy realm engage in such calm discourse? After a moment's pause, Chen Fan's lips moved, this time uttering words inaudible to outsiders. Moments later, the bloodless elder exclaimed, "Really?" Chen Fan nodded. "You may verify this method yourself. That if it fails, I shall not escape. In that case, could you spare the cultivators present today?" Though none knew what Chen Fan and the bloodless elder had discussed, it was clear that the young prodigy of Qiantian's sect had proposed some condition to placate the elder's wrath. In an instant, Chen Fan's reputation soared once more. The item that could persuade the bloodless elder to relent would undoubtedly be worth more than the fourth-tier spirit plant, Qiang flower. Such treasures were beyond the imagination of ordinary folks. Even a grand sect like Qiantian would feel immense reluctance to part with them. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the first and second tiers were naturally occurring, rare to encounter. The third and fourth tiers represented the pinnacle of what cultivators could seek. Yet, the bloodless elder shook his head, declaring, "A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Your method, while superior, is not as crucial to me as the Qiang flower at this moment." I cannot agree. Chun Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. Logically, the offer he had put forth should have been quite appealing, and the other party ought to have been swayed. The bloodless elder chuckled, flipping his palm to reveal an exquisite jade token hovering in the AI. Do you recognize this item? The Qiantian Sect's life jade token. Chun Fan looked at the bloodless elder with perplexity. The latter replied nonchalantly, it was found near the Qiyang flower. Throughout this exchange, neither party had utilized secretive communication, and the gathered crowd clearly heard every word. The many cultivators who had once regarded Chun Fan as a savior now turned against him in an instant. Hypocrisy, utterly shameless. So this demon was indeed summoned by Qiantian Sect. What a misfortune. How can you, Qiantian Sect, pride yourself as a prestigious sect of the eastern region, yet dare to act without accountability, leading to the deaths of so many? Perhaps young Master Chun is unaware of this matter, one voice suggested. You still defend that scoundrel? That as the tide of denunciation against Chun Fan and Qiantian Sect surged, a smile returned to Chu Tian's previously sullen face. Fate is indeed on my side. Let us see how you escape this time. Chapter 38. Chu Tian's enlightenment. Listening to the cacophony below, the bloodless elder's grotesque face broke into a smile. How do you like this? These are the lives you just saved. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Once, he too had yearned for the light, believing that those high-ranking cultivators were true immortals, living bodhisattvas. They made the world a better place, upheld justice, and vanquished evil. Yet in a single night his family was obliterated, the reason being that the holy son of Tianyuan Sect had set his sights on his mother. Of course, the official narrative claimed that his family had colluded with evil forces, plotting nefariously, that he had questioned those esteemed figures of the eastern region he once admired, demanding to know what evidence they had. Their response was a mere declaration that justice and evil could not coexist. They would rather wrongly execute than let any evil escape. His father perished in battle, and his mother took her own life. Friends and relatives flocked to him like vultures, feasting upon the remnants of his shattered family. Having narrowly escaped death, he came to see the true nature of the so-called prestigious families of the eastern region and fully understood the brutal reality of a world governed by the law of the jungle. He chose to embrace the path of darkness. Was that not the sin you had cast upon me? If I do not solidify it, would I not be neglecting your well-intentioned malice? Ignoring the bloodless elder's mocking demeanor, Chun Fan remained indifferent to the clamorous calls for retribution at his feet. What concerned him was why the bloodless elder was acting in such a manner. This matter was likely a frame-up, and the methods employed were rather crude. The most probable outcome was that the bloodless elder would come to confront him, leading to a violent clash. An enraged practitioner of the demonic path would not care whose son one was or which sect one belonged to. Yet, the bloodless elder had not acted in such a manner. He clearly had not lost his reason. But why, at this moment, in front of so many witnesses, did he choose to brandish the evidence? Was he attempting to entice me into the path of darkness? That would be rather dull. After pondering for a moment, Chun Fan inquired, "Might I take a look at that item?" The bloodless elder then tossed the jade token aside, seemingly unconcerned about this incriminating evidence falling into the hands of a suspect. Each major sect possessed its own life jade tokens, differing in crafting techniques, yet all were notably complex and composed of precious materials, making it difficult for ordinary sects to produce. The tokens serve as a symbol of identity and could also store brief messages. When the holder found themselves in peril, they could use a secret technique to destroy it, which would alert nearby fellow disciples and the sect. Chun Fan received the jade token and infused it with his spiritual energy. Understanding its usage as it belonged to Qiantian Sect, he found it strange that no information was returned from the token. His expression turned cold. A life jade token was akin to an identification card in this world, meticulously guarded by major sections. If a disciple lost theirs, they would face severe penalties. The whereabouts, usage, and destruction of each token were meticulously recorded to prevent anyone from exploiting it to impersonate others or frame them for crimes. The appearance of a blank life jade token here spoke volumes. Regardless of who orchestrated today's events, someone at a high level within Qiantian Sect must have been involved. Simultaneously, information regarding this life jade token surged forth from the archives, causing Chun Fan's eyes to narrow slightly. "Oh, it was you." Seeing Chun Fan's grave expression, the bloodless elder secretly nodded. Although the situation had become somewhat convoluted, it was largely manageable. Upon initially discovering that the Qiang flower had been stolen, he had been furious and sought revenge. Yet after finding the Qintian sect's life jade token, he had calmed down. From the destruction of his family to embracing the demonic path for vengeance, he had witnessed far too many plots and schemes. Such a crude frame-up could hardly deceive him. However, this presented a good opportunity. With this jade token in hand, regardless of who had stolen the Qiang flower, Qintian sect could not escape responsibility. This was the brilliance of the design. They had anticipated that even if he saw through it, he would not squander the chance to extort Qintian sect. However, extortion came in many forms, and he would not resort to the most foolish approach of confronting them directly. Instead, he planned to absolve Qintian sect. Whether he had initially come in anger or sought bloodshed, it was all to exacerbate the conflict, only to later produce the jade token, directing the blame squarely at Qintian sect, making it impossible for their leaders to defend themselves. Then he would step forward to offer absolution, granting them a favor to resolve the dispute. That it would appear as though Qintian sect had resolved this issue, displaying courage in accepting responsibility, thus allowing their leaders to gain a measure of prestige. Regardless of whether Qintian sect managed to recover the Qiang flower, they would owe him an explanation, maximizing the benefits for himself. Should they dare to renege, did they truly believe that the bloodless elder was someone to be trifled with? Over the years, he had long seen through the sordid and unsavory aspects of the cultivation world. Those so-called righteous sects cherished their reputations the most, yet behind the scenes, they engaged in despicable exchanges of interests. Was the eradication of evil and the safeguarding of the Tao contingent upon the perceived value? If the benefits were substantial enough, even demonic cultivators could become bargaining chips. However, the Bloodbane Elder had not anticipated that the leader of the Qintian sect would be the son of the peerless overlord. Nor did he foresee that the conditions proposed by the latter would nearly leave him without a choice to refuse. Yet, this development seemed to promise even greater profits. This Qin Fan appeared to require fame to contend for the title of the Qintian sect's holy son. The Bloodbane Elder kept a close watch on the situation, unwilling to place this son of the peerless overlord in a dilemma that he sensed the opportune moment nearing. The Bloodbane Elder spoke. Such trivial tricks are hardly capable of deceiving me. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Fan abruptly lifted his head and retorted, "In that case, if there is a grievance, seek the one responsible. Whoever took the Qiang flower, let them be the target of your pursuit." Upon hearing this, the Bloodbane Elder's brows furrowed, and a flicker of anger crossed his countenance that he had shown considerable respect towards the other party. Had it not been for this young man's unusual identity, he would have already dealt him a blow before discussing anything else. Qin Fan curled his lip in disdain, having grasped the Bloodbane Elder's intentions. Had there been no archives, he might have chosen to cooperate and accept this loss. However, with the Sanwu in play, he owed no favors to anyone. The Bloodbane Elder, taken aback, stammered, "You know who stole the Qiang flower?" He had maintained his composure earlier, due to a lack of options. With the Qiang flower lost, he could only suppress his anger and strive to maximize his interest to compensate for the loss. Nevertheless, the Qiang flower was his most coveted possession, and recovering it would be ideal. Qin Fan merely smiled, choosing not to respond, instead casting a scornful glance at the ground, his gaze landing on the residents of the Zhuang sect. The Bloodbane Elder instinctively followed his gaze, his brow furrowing once more. Another major sect from the eastern domain. What on earth was this young man plotting? Upon seeing Qin Fan's focused expression, Murong Di felt an unsettling jolt in her heart, while Chu Tian was inexplicably engulfed by a chill. Could it be that he was aware? Impossible! A sense of danger and loathing spread, as Chu Tian fought to suppress the impulse to act, striving to remain calm. For reasons unknown, a flicker of realization flashed through his mind. Qin Fan was the one he must eliminate. Their fates were destined to culminate in the survival of only one. Chapter 39. No need for evidence suddenly. Qin Fan in midair chuckled. Chu Tian, upon witnessing that smile, felt as though he were facing an imminent threat. An inexplicable sense of danger enveloping him. Qin Fan raised his hand and pointed at Chu Tian, stating, "Chu Tian, do you still deny it?" The crowd erupted in an uproar, following Qin Fan's finger to look at Chu Tian. Cold sweat trickled down Chu Tian's back as he internally lamented the situation, but his superior composure allowed him to maintain an unflappable demeanor. "What do you mean by that? young Master Chen. What ability do I possess to steal the Qiyang flower? Are you seeking personal vengeance? Upon hearing this, the onlookers displayed expressions of hesitation, while the Bloodbane Elder scrutinized Chu Tian, his face rife with doubt. His cultivation level was 2LOW, by all accounts. Given Chu Tian's age, his attainment in the wheel transition realm was indeed impressive, rivaling the true disciples of the top sects in the Eastern Domain. Yet, the restrictions he left by the Qiyang flower were not trivial. Not just anyone could breach them, that he had returned at the first sign of the restrictions being triggered, finding no trace of the thief. The ability to swiftly bypass his defenses and evade his search was hardly something a mere wheel transition cultivator could accomplish. The Bloodbane Elder's thoughts mirrored those of the others, leading them to suspect Chun Fan instead. I see that this scion of the Chen family is merely SOSO. At this juncture, he seeks to shift the blame onto an innocent. How can it be said to be arbitrary? You are unaware that young Master Chun and Chu Tian share a history. Ah, that explains it. No wonder he insists that Chu Tian is the thief of the Qiyang flower. He aims to monopolize his childhood sweetheart. Once he has taken everything, that would ensure no future troubles. This young man is indeed unfortunate. How did he attract the ire of someone like Chun Fan? Rumors spread like wildfire, and Pei Qingyu and the other disciples of the Qintian sect wished they could silence the tongues of those spreading such tales. Yet now was not the time to act. Chun Fan maintained a calm demeanor, chuckling lightly. You indeed lack the ability to steal the Qiyang flower, but the esteemed individual within your ring does not. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's pupils narrowed slightly, instinctively lowering his right hand to conceal it within his sleeve. However, such an action was undeniably conspicuous to the onlookers that as these words were uttered, some began to believe Chun Fan's claims. The notion of one's corporeal form being destroyed and their spirit residing within an object, though rare, was not unheard of. Given that Chu Tian had no foundation, cultivating alone to the wheel transition realm was already unreasonable. It was entirely plausible that he had a senior guiding him. Observing Chu Tian's feigned calmness, Chun Fan felt an inner scoff. Though he had not witnessed the events firsthand, he could deduce the situation from the scattered information within the Sanhua. Even he could not help but admire the turn of fate. The child of destiny truly defied the heavens. Not only did he steal the Qiyang flower right under the Bloodbane Elder's nose, but he also left no evidence behind. Fortunately, he did not require any proof that I had no intention of wrongly accusing the innocent. But if you seek death, do not blame me. Chun Fan's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He possessed his own moral boundaries, yet he was not a paragon of virtue. Before pilfering the Qiyang flower, you and your esteemed companion resorted to murder to silence witnesses. Regrettably, time was of the essence. And ultimately, two managed to escape. Should I bring them forth for confrontation? Murong Di trembled slightly, biting her lip, her expression one of shock, her mind blank. Initially, she had merely intended to team up with Chu Tian to vex an unknown demonic cultivator while securing the Qiyang flower. Yet she never anticipated the affair would escalate to such a degree. The involvement of the Bloodbane Elder was manageable, but now it entangled Chun Fan that if this were to be exposed, even if she claimed ignorance, who would believe her? Although her father was the sect leader, the underlings were far from obedient. Should they seize upon the pretext of antagonizing the Qintian sect, it could lead to dire consequences. Murong Di, overwhelmed by her thoughts, suddenly lifted her head to gaze at the airborne Chun Fan. Her eyes filled with desperation. In contrast, Chu Tian was drenched in cold sweat, but he could scarcely believe what he had just heard. How had his once flawless plan devolved into this? How could Chun Fan possess such clarity without being present? More perplexing still was why the Bloodbane Elder had not directly confronted the Qintian sect. Nor had Chun Fan engaged in a life-or-death confrontation with him, instead intervening before the Bloodbane Elder unleashed his wrath. The Bloodbane Elder, a cowardly waste, and Chun Fan, a hypocritical charlatan. Chu Tian, proud by nature, could not tolerate his own failure, and thus deemed others at fault. Within the ring, Wu Yin was utterly astonished and simultaneously anxious. With a demonic cultivator of the condensing infant realm present, any warning would undoubtedly be detected, thereby validating Chun Fan's assertions. All he could do was hope that Chu Tian would remain calm, analyze the situation, and discern that the other party was merely bluffing, devoid of any evidence. However, Chun Fan was not inclined to grant Chu Tian the opportunity to calm down. declaring with a smile, "Words are without proof, whether true or false. Simply open your storage spirit tool for the Bloodbane Elder to inspect. If I am wrong, I shall personally apologize to you, and you may do with me as you please." Upon hearing this, the crowd echoed in agreement. Indeed, the truth will be revealed upon inspection. Young Master Chun has stated it plainly. What hesitation remains? Indeed, the truth will be revealed upon inspection. As the crowd deliberated, Chu Tian's complexion turned ghastly. Just moments ago, this very group had condemned Chun Fan, while he had reveled in their scorn. Now, he finally understood how irksome their voices were. There was no possibility of producing the flower. It lay within his storage pouch. Initially, he had intended to hand it over to Murong Di and concoct an excuse to leave first, thereby erasing all traces. Yet in the end, he could not resist the allure of the Qiang flower, and his desire to witness Chun Fan's downfall prompted him to delay his departure. The crowd, noticing Chu Tian's hesitation, grew increasingly suspicious. At this juncture, Chun Fan added the final piece to the puzzle. "Actually, you need not worry. Your teacher likely did not inform you that the Qiang flower, being a rare natural treasure, is accompanied by a certain spirit insect that can detect its fragrance. Not even a spatial spirit tool can obstruct them. With so many people present, the spirit insects would be unable to locate it, but if a specific target is present, they can. Such a precious item, the Bloodbane Elder must surely have it on his person." "Correct." The Blood-Badgered Elder nodded slightly upon hearing the words. Yet inwardly, he cursed vehemently. "What nonsense! I have never encountered any insects near the Qiang flower." However, witnessing the possibility of reclaiming the Qiang flower, he refrained from voicing his dissent. Simultaneously, he held immense admiration for Chun Fan's approach. Although he was unaware of the source of Chun Fan's information, he had seized control of the dialogue from the outset, skillfully leveraging the fervor of the crowd to press forward with relentless pressure. Had he found himself in such a predicament, he doubted he could have maintained his composure. Within the ring, Wu Yuan felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing Chun Fan's words and hastily attempted to warn Chu Tian that it was a trap. But it was too late. Upon hearing that some spirit insects could locate the Qiang flower, Chu Tian disregarded everything else, casting a resentful glance at Chun Fan before retreating rapidly, transforming into a streak of light that shot forth, moving even faster than before. Chapter 40. Is there really something? Chu Tian fled with remarkable decisiveness, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. It was only when the streak of light had vanished that they began to express their outrage, cursing vehemently. "Indeed, this wretch deserves to die. Senior brother, your demise was so tragic. Why? Why did it come to this? Higher, do not worry. I shall avenge you." The Blood-Badgered Elder, filled with rage, had taken many lives along his path, including that of a grandson who was a loose cultivator at the Communicating Ghost realm. He had brought his junior along for training, but a moment's oversight had led to the tragic death of a beloved family member before his eyes. The true culprit was naturally the Blood-Badgered Elder himself, but he dared not confront this formidable figure of the nurturing embryo realm, but felt he could still seek retribution against the turning realm cultivator. Had this individual not stolen the Qiang flower, the Blood-Badgered Elder would not have been present to unleash a massacre. Under his leadership, many followed the direction of the streak of light, calling for vengeance with righteous indignation. Yet, it remained uncertain whether some pursued the Qiang flower or the ring itself. Indeed, a portion of the gazes fell upon the disciples of the Zhuo sect. Chu Tian had been among their ranks, and Chun Fan had mentioned that one of Chu Tian's companions was a woman. Although the Zhuo sect wielded significant power, an incident of this nature necessitated accountability, for other sects would not let such an opportunity slip by. The elder tasked with maintaining order within the Zhuo sect felt a prickling unease. It was not fear of these individuals, but rather an acute awareness that the incident was likely orchestrated by the young lady of their sect. This young lady had been utterly beguiled by Chu Tian, even contemplating storming the Qian Tian sect on his behalf. And now, she had fled, proving to be easily deceived. Chun Fan, lazily yawning in midair, turned towards the Zhuo sect members and said with a bow, "I apologize for the misunderstanding. I merely fabricated a few tales that may have led to the misconception regarding your esteemed sect masteress daughter." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend. Murong Di stood frozen, unsure of how to respond, perplexed as to why Chun Fan would voluntarily exonerate her. The elder from the Zhuang sect nearly fell to his knees in gratitude. However, associating with such scum does indeed cloud your judgment. Do those 2 holes atop your head serve merely as vents for your frustrations? Chun Fan shifted his tone, looking at the hesitant Murong Di with unabashed arrogance, and asked, "What? Are you displeased to hear this? This incident is a failure on the part of the Zhuang sect, that I thank young Master Chun for unearthing the traitor among us." The elder from the Zhuang sect promptly interjected, seeking to smooth things over. Although young Master Chen's words were rather harsh, they had indeed resolved a significant dilemma for them, and he was correct. Chun Fan did not allow the elder to finish speaking, turning away and murmuring for all to hear. "They say the larger the chest, the smaller the brain. Yet I have not seen much of either." The atmosphere, once tense, instantly lightened at this remark, with many witnessing Murong Di struggle to suppress her laughter. It was evident to astute observers that Chun Fan's previous words were likely true, but since he had so openly cleared the Zhuang sect's name, what could they say in return? Ultimately, it was all Chu Tian's fault. Young Master Chun is indeed a man of character. Meanwhile, Murong Di's face flushed crimson, caught between embarrassment and anger, while the disciples of the Qian Tian sect gazed at Chun Fan with admiration. A monumental crisis had dissipated without a trace, and his poise truly inspired envy. Pei Qingyu, however, appeared lost in thought, her brows slightly furrowed as if contemplating something. Ignoring the reactions of others, Chun Fan turned to the blood-badgered elder and remarked, "It seems the Qiang flower may not hold such importance after all." Detecting the teasing undertone in Chun Fan's words, the blood-badgered elder did not take offense and replied coolly, "That lad does possess a modicum of skill, managing to evade my energy lock, but he cannot escape indefinitely." The fact that Chu Tian had managed to escape so suddenly surprised the blood-badgered elder. Logically, with his strength, he should have been able to prevent the opponent from mobilizing their techniques. Yet the latter had achieved just that. Nonetheless, the blood-badgered elder dismissed it. Everyone had their hidden skills and treasures, and what did it matter if he escaped? Chun Fan held little regard for the overconfident blood-badgered elder. As the child of fate, he was not so easily vanquished. He had previously considered producing a tracking talisman, but observing the elder's self-satisfied demeanor, he surmised that he likely could not handle Chu Tian. What did young Master Chen say earlier? The blood-badgered elder shifted the conversation back, reiterating the reason he had not immediately pursued Chu Tian. The matter Chun Fan mentioned held equal significance to him as the Qiang flower. Discussing it now would not yield the same price as before. Chun Fan tossed forth a jade slip, stating, "Senior, you may verify the goods first." Upon receiving the jade slip, the blood-badgered elder's expression darkened. Not due to the change in terms, but because of the situation's transformation. The dynamics had shifted. It was reasonable for the other party to negotiate. Moreover, it was he who had initially set the trap, using that jade token to place Chun Fan in a precarious position, intending to reap benefits without effort. Yet here, the other party had outwitted him, leaving him speechless. Nonetheless, having failed to anticipate a junior-esque cunning still left him feeling embarrassed. And he nodded, transforming into a streak of light and departing. With matters settled, Chun Fan returned to the Qian Tian sect's encampment. Observing the throngs of disciples welcoming him like a hero, he felt a slight headache. Fortunately, Lu Ping and the others understood his preference for solitude and, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, took their leave, leaving only Pei Qingyu to follow him into the pavilion unbidden. The other disciples of the Qian Tian sect had grown accustomed to such a scene. A hero like Qin Shixiang indeed deserved a fairy like Pei Shiji. Yet, despite this, a tinge of sadness was unavoidable. "Did I ask there's something on your mind?" Chun Fan seated himself and noticed Pei Qingyu had followed him in, which took him by surprise that he had been pondering the matter of the life-bonding jade token, reasoning that it was impossible for Chu Tian to have obtained such an item. Pei Qingyu pouted, seemingly a bit jealous, and remarked, "Oh, whose daughter are you so entranced by?" Chun Fan, already accustomed to her antics, paid her no mind. She continued unabated, "What a pity for Sister Qin, whose heartfelt devotion was misplaced. I wonder how heartbroken she would be to hear about your romantic escapades with the Zhuang sect master's daughter." Chun Fan furrowed his brow and replied, "There is nothing romantic between her and me. It was merely a matter of circumstance." "Then it seems there truly is something between you and Qin Chujian," Pei Qingyu said, displaying none of the typical coyness of a young woman as she leaned over the desk. Her face filled with curiosity, Chun Fan instinctively wanting to deny it, found himself distracted by her long, alluring legs that my heavens. Are you too serious? Pei Qingyu exclaimed, covering her mouth in excitement, her demeanor entirely devoid of her usual genteel composure. Chen Fan was at a loss for how to respond, feeling a surge of irritation as he asked, "What exactly do you want?" Chapter 41. Chen Fan's inference actually, there is something, Pei Qingyu stated, her tone shifting as she straightened her posture at the desk, that don't you think this Zhuoang sect has gained quite an advantage? Chen Fan frowned, that he recognized that extracting Murong Di from her predicament was no small favor. With proper planning, he could potentially secure immense benefits from the Zhuoang sect. However, missteps could lead to resentment from them. The earlier incident had occurred so suddenly that he had instinctively chosen a cautious approach, preventing the situation from escalating while simultaneously enhancing his reputation. This moment, his primary focus remained on Chu Tian. The sensation he had experienced during their earlier eye contact resurfaced with greater clarity. Akin to the dynamic between predator and prey, Chen Fan struggled to articulate that feeling. It resembled a bloodline suppression, as a mouse would sense danger in the presence of a cat, regardless of size. Unfortunately, he was destined to be the one consumed. Observing the dazed Chen Fan, Pei Qingyu inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong?" Chen Fan snapped back to reality, suppressing that unsettling feeling as he replied, "Nothing. I merely feel that seeking benefits after a matter has concluded is beneath my dignity." Moreover, the Zhuoang sect would not remain entirely unresponsive. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyu regarded Chen Fan as if he were a fool, her mouth agape for some time without uttering a word. Now it was Chen Fan's turn to be puzzled. "Did I say something incorrect?" Pei Qingyu brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, resting her chin on her hand with a sigh. "Your perspective is understandable. The Chen family's eldest son can have whatever he desires, without needing to expend effort on such matters." Chen Fan detected the sarcasm in her words, incredulous as he retorted, "Surely the Chen family won't genuinely seek to gain benefits from this?" Pei Qingyu shrugged, as if it were a matter of course, and replied, "What else should they do? You seem to believe that the Chen family's fortunes were acquired through benevolence towards others. It is likely that the Qintian sect would also covet such benefits." Chen Fan inhaled sharply, realizing he had underestimated the limits of these cultivators, that he held no doubts about Pei Qingyu's judgment. This woman had long been involved in sect affairs and was highly regarded by the elders of the Ancestor Hall. It is essential to note that the Steward Hall, which appears to manage various sect matters, merely serves as an executor, required to report periodically to the Ancestor Hall, which truly controls the strategies both within and beyond the Qintian sect. Thus, although Pei Qingyu may not possess the highest realm or the greatest abilities among the true disciples, her status remains exceptionally elevated. After contemplating this, Chen Fan inquired, "What do you mean?" Pei Qingyu casually replied, "Naturally, it is to seize the benefits for ourselves. This has nothing to do with the sect or the family, but rather concerns you, me, and Murong Di. Of course, it would be even better if you were to marry that girl. Though her chest may be smaller, she is easier to control due to her lack of intellect." Chen Fan detected the underlying probe within her jest, and after a moment of contemplation, responded, "Aren't you afraid of losing everything in the end?" Pei Qingyu confidently asserted, "Had it been the previous Chen Shixiao, I would have certainly hesitated. However, the current you makes me willing to take a gamble. At the very least, if the outcome is favorable for you on that day, I could accept it." Chen Fan fell silent. With his memories coalescing and the archive serving as a seemingly omniscient guide, he had grown accustomed to this world. The immense power magnified desires infinitely, and among those desires, one could not ignore the yearning for women. Even within a revered cultivation sanctuary like the Qintian sect, there existed myriad unseen sordidness. "You can't be serious, can you?" Pei Qingyu suddenly covered her mouth with a light laugh, her expression one of disbelief. "You must know that I excel at betting on both sides. Be careful lest I sell you out without your knowledge." Chen Fan gazed at her smiling face, words lodged in his throat. As his relationship with Pei Qingyu deepened, her profile unlocked further layers of information. He yearned to tell this seemingly carefree girl that in a certain place, she could find respect and protection, living without the need for constant vigilance, without compromising anything to survive. Yet, as the words hung on his lips, Chen Fan merely replied, "Speaking of which, there is indeed something I require from them." Pei Qingyu appeared unsurprised. But as Chun Fan transmitted his thoughts, her expression shifted between uncertainty and suspicion. After a lengthy pause, she asked, "May I inquire why you wish to do this?" Chun Fan silently shook his head. Involving the Child of Destiny and his conjectures was not something he could elucidate clearly. Pei Qingyu seemed to have anticipated this, yet her disappointment was palpable as she refrained from further inquiry. Waving her hand as she departed the loft, watching her retreating figure, Chun Fan sighed. Since change was unattainable, why weave an unrealistic dream? Sometimes, hope could be the most painful of all. Not long after Pei Qingyu's departure, the silhouette of Yi Yu materialized within the loft, and O1 noticed his return, just as no one had observed his departure. Reporting to you, young master, Chu Tian has escaped, but the Blood Elder has severely wounded him. Yi Yu relayed the situation as accurately as possible, fearing any omission, that he now understood why the young master placed such importance on Chu Tian. This individual was indeed formidable, not only possessing cunning methods but also extraordinary luck. Countless cultivators had pursued Chu Tian, some seeking vengeance, while others coveted the treasures and legacies he bore. Time and again, Chu Tian had managed to triumph over stronger opponents and narrowly evade capture. Subsequently, the Blood Elder arrived, initially cautious not to damage the Crimson Sunflower and thus not exerting his full strength. Yet to his surprise, a formidable condensing infant realm expert found it challenging to subdue a mere transmutation realm junior. Almost losing track of him several times, upon their next encounter, the Blood Elder descended into a frenzied state, attacking ruthlessly. Yet even then, he could not bring about Chu Tian's demise, allowing him to slip away once more. Such a person was indeed terrifying. After hearing Yi Yu's report, Chun Fan chuckled dismissively. The Child of Destiny was not so easily slain, with so many individuals dispatched to search for Chu Tian. It was certain they would return empty-handed, perhaps even providing him with experience points. Chu Tian's objectives were the Phoenix Fruit and the anomalous Fire Spirit. He would not relent easily. Soon, they would cross paths again. Indicating for Yi Yu to withdraw, Chun Fan gazed at the archives, momentarily lost in thought as new information about Chu Tian appeared. He longed to comprehend the essence of fate, to unravel the mysteries of this world, and to discern the roles he and Chu Tian played within it. The sensation he had experienced when Chu Tian fled in disarray re-emerged as he recalled defeating Han Ziyu, albeit with slight differences. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Fan felt he had acquired something ineffable, coupled with an inexplicable anger, as though he had taken something not rightfully his, only to be discovered by its rightful owner. Yet when he sought to trace the source of this feeling, it vanished without a trace. Gradually, a hypothesis began to form in Chun Fan's mind. Given the information at hand, it appeared that this world was governed by a certain force, one that could not manifest directly but operated through the selection of particular beings to achieve specific ends. Chu Tian embodied such an existence, representing what he understood as the Child of Destiny. Conversely, his own role seemed to serve as a means to elevate the Child of Destiny, akin to a minor boss in a game, yielding loot upon defeat. The sound of his fingers drumming against the table abruptly ceased, and Chun Fan's expression grew solemn. If the records within the archives were accurate, and if Chu Tian's Lingshu art could devour the indestructible body of Tiangang, then my hypothesis is most likely correct. Contemplating this, Chun Fan retrieved the tracking talisman, pondering whether to verify his suspicions. Several days later, within an inconspicuous cave in the bone-dry mountain range, a ragged Chu Tian appeared. Utterly disheveled and lacking his former composure, he had narrowly evaded the Blood Elder's relentless pursuit over the past few days, during which he had resorted to forbidden techniques, expending vast amounts of vital blood. While his master, Wu Yin, had completely depleted the spirit energy he had painstakingly accumulated, that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he had reached the end of his rope. Fortunately, it seemed the Blood Elder had received some news and ceased his search. Otherwise, he would have surely met with disaster. Yet, the danger had not truly passed. The number of cultivators seeking him had only increased, and in his current weakened state, he could no longer escape or create distance. Reflecting on the days when he could easily defeat core formation realm cultivators, he found himself cornered and filled with resentment. But that was not all. Had it merely been these minor sects or rogue cultivators, he could have managed, as their techniques were often flawed and limited. However, among those pursuing him were disciples from the sacred grounds. Undoubtedly, these individuals sought the secrets he possessed, stemming from the words spoken by Chun Fan that fateful night. Damn it. Chu Tian slammed his fist against the rocky wall, though the action lacked strength. Over the past few days, he had lost count of how many he had slain and how many bloody battles he had endured. At this rate, he would struggle to seek vengeance, let alone face the fire-bearer. Such occurrences had never happened before. That moment, a voice emerged from within the dark ring. You should refine and absorb that crimson sunflower to replenish your essence. Chu Tian was taken aback, instinctively responding, Isn't that meant for reclaiming the anomalous fire spirit? As he spoke, he came to his senses and silently retrieved the crimson sunflower. Given the current situation, discussing the anomalous fire spirit was irrelevant. Surviving was the immediate concern. Master, are you all right? Chu Tian asked, guilt lacing his voice, that he knew well that had he not acted recklessly, matters would never have escalated to this point. Wu Yan's weak voice replied, Do not worry about me. My spirit energy has been excessively depleted, and I shall soon fall into a deep slumber. The subsequent matters will rely on you. Guilt washed over Chu Tian, tears welling in his eyes as he said, I'm sorry, Master. It's all my fault. That Wu Yan responded with a smile. The path of cultivation has always been fraught with challenges. It has not been easy for either of us to reach this point. And this time shall be no different. That at his words, Chu Tian's spirit lifted, and he nodded. You are right, Master, that we will surely weather this storm. I will settle accounts with that Chun Fan sooner or later. Wu Yan wished to offer further encouragement, but in his current weakened state, he could only impart a few words before succumbing to slumber. Chu Tian wasted no time, promptly sitting cross-legged to prepare for the absorption of the crimson sunflower's power. Gazing at the extraordinary treasure that represented a pivotal moment in time, anger filled his features as he thought, Chun Fan, it is you again. Were it not for you, how would I have descended to this state? Yet, despite his grievances, Chu Tian sensed something amiss. That he had encountered individuals like Chun Fan before, but none had proven so difficult to contend with. That it seemed that his misfortune had begun the day he crossed paths with Chun Fan. Shaking his head, Chu Tian dismissed these chaotic thoughts and focused on refining the crimson sunflower. Suddenly, a powerful presence materialized out of thin air, leaving Chu Tian aghast. Not good. A Tongyu realm expert. Outside the cave, an elderly man with white hair unabashedly exuded his formidable presence, casting a cold gaze upon the cavern. His eyes a deep crimson, that on that fateful day, his grandson had fallen victim to the massacre perpetrated by the Blood Elder, leaving him powerless to exact vengeance. Naturally, all his wrath was directed towards Chu Tian. Initially, he believed that the situation would unfold smoothly, considering the multitude of hunters in pursuit. However, the challenge lay in avenging his grandson before others could intervene. For this young man was as slippery as an EL.to this end. He was willing to sacrifice his dwindling lifespan to invoke a secret technique known as Iron Mouth Judgment, finally pinpointing Chu Tian's location. Wait for me, my grandson. I shall send the architect of your untimely demise to accompany you. Tears of anguish stained the aged man's face as he struck out with a powerful palm, unleashing a force that shattered everything within the cave. That a disheveled figure bolted from the wreckage, fleeing without hesitation into the distance. The old man sneered repeatedly, but in the next moment, that figure seemed to collide with an invisible wall, coming to a bewildered halt. It was the severely injured Chu Tian. Had I known you were adept at escaping, I would have set up restrictions around you, the elder mused, leisurely traversing the air. Inching closer to Chu Tian in his mind, he replayed every brutal punishment he knew. His grandson, his only grandson, how difficult it was for a practitioner to leave descendants, and now this individual had caused his demise. Blood trickled from the corner of Chu Tian's mouth as he surveyed the ethereal energy barrier surrounding him, then fixed his gaze upon the elder, his expression betraying no emotion. That as his master had said, he had endured countless hardships and would never yield. The elder felt a chill in his heart at the sight of such unwavering resolve. To face a formidable foe without fear was a claim easily made. Yet few could truly accomplish it. This youth, steadfast in his determination, must not be allowed to live. Resolute, the elder summoned the thunderous might within his palm, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy aimed directly at Chu Tian, intent on annihilating him. Previously, he had entertained thoughts of torturing his adversary, but upon witnessing that defiant gaze, such notions vanished. Realizing there was no retreat, Chu Tian gritted his teeth, channeling his internal power to exclaim, "Spirit Void 3 transformations." Universe Bag. As the words left his lips, a massive pocket of flames materialized before him, roaring winds swirling as the impending lightning strike was wholly absorbed within. Yet, the toll on him was severe. His pallid complexion shimmered with a faint golden hue as he spat forth a mouthful of blood, his aura plummeting, teetering on the brink of collapse. The elder, taken aback, had not anticipated that Chu Tian, in such a state, could withstand his furious assault. The desire to kill intensified within him as he again coalesced the lightning to strike Chu Tian. However, before the elder's formidable technique could fully manifest, his expression shifted dramatically, and he transformed into a streak of electric light, fleeing in haste. Chu Tian stood momentarily stunned, confusion etched across his face. Just then, a flash of sword light surged past, landing precisely where the elder had just been. Had he delayed even a fraction, he would have met a gruesome fate. "Too late to run," echoed a calm voice, followed by another brilliant sword light. The elder, enveloped in crackling electricity, let out a piercing scream. Cleaved in two, Chu Tian was left aghast. That was a powerful figure of the ethereal realm, slain by a single stroke, as he beheld the white-clad man who had appeared seemingly from thin air. He felt an instinctive wariness. Though unfamiliar with this person, he could not mistake the palpable sense of danger emanating from him. "And no need to be so tense," the white-clad man said, a serene smile gracing his features. "We are akin in our paths." With his thoughts racing, Chu Tian's demeanor softened slightly. "Who are you?" he inquired. The man flicked his wrist, transforming his sword into a folding fan with an effortless grace. "I am Feng Zhaoyang of the Qiantian sect." Chapter 43. No choices in an unknown grove within the withered bone mountains. Chu Tian, having consumed elixirs and regained much of his vitality, opened his eyes to behold the white-clad man meditating before him. A look of bewilderment crossing his face. With Feng Zhaoyang's assistance over the past 2 days, he had finally evaded the relentless hunters who had pursued him like ravenous dogs. The man had even provided him with the Qiantian sect's exceedingly rare healing elixir, the 4th-grade returning essence pill, to aid in his recovery. One must acknowledge that favors come with expectations. That it was well known that outside, a single 4th-grade pill could incite practitioners to commit heinous acts, let alone one exclusive to the Qiantian sect. The vial he had ingested represented a tremendous debt of gratitude. Moreover, there was the life-saving grace he owed. Turning a blind eye to such debts was not an option for him, as he was not a fiendish cultivator. Ignoring the consequences could leave a rift in his heart, leading to the emergence of inner demons, ultimately proving counterproductive. However, was not this Feng Zhaoyang a true disciple of the Qiantian sect? Was he not the senior brother of Chen Fan? Chu Tian, having humble origins, possessed limited knowledge of the major sects in the eastern region, and was thus unaware of the darkness lurking behind the glamorous facade of the Qiantian sect. "Why did you save me?" He hesitated before finally speaking, but he understood that Feng Zhaoyang had been observing him, feigning silence to coax him into initiating the conversation. That in negotiations, the first to speak inevitably occupies the weaker position. Yet, he had no time to squander on this man's riddles. The treasures of the withered bone mountains were to be unearthed in the coming days. Feng Zhaoyang slowly opened his eyes, his smile remaining warm but exuding an inexplicable pressure. "Because we share a common enemy." That a common enemy? Chu Tian pondered this statement, contemplating its implications. There were rumors that Feng Zhaoyang had once been on the verge of becoming the holy son of the Qiantian sect, only to have that position slip through his fingers due to the intervention of the Chun family and a certain unmatched overlord. Following the passing of Feng Zhaoyang's master, the Chen family had relentlessly suppressed him, leading him to resign himself to fate, causing his lineage to swiftly decline. Many disciples of the Qiantian sect had even forgotten that they had such a senior brother. Yet, upon meeting him today, it was evident that he was not merely resigned. He had been patiently biding his time for the opportune moment. Still, did he not fear the repercussions of reaching out to an outsider to confront a fellow disciple? Such betrayals among sect members were not uncommon, but they were matters best kept hidden. The future leaders of the sect could not afford to bear such stains, particularly in a sect that prided itself on righteousness. The rules of the practitioner world clearly dictated that the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Most practitioners join sects not merely for better resources or welfare, but for protection and support. This is one reason why righteous sects could overshadow demonic sects in terms of disciples and resources. Chu Tian hesitated internally, but feigned anger on his face, declaring, "You too have a grudge against Qin Fan. If that is the case, you need not mention it. I will seek him out for retribution." Feng Xiaoyang had no desire to unmask Chu Tian's pretense. He had long been keeping an eye on him and had conducted a thorough investigation. 16 words encapsulated everything: extraordinary talent, astonishing fortune, vengeful spirit, and a deadly rival to Qin Fan. Proficient in divination, he had been monitoring Qin Fan's fortune daily and had naturally come across this seemingly inconspicuous individual. Intertwined with Qin Fan's fate, even capable of taking his place, fortune was an elusive concept. He could only glean hints from the complex web of causality, and this Chu Tian was a calamity destined to befall Qin Fan. Originally, according to his predictions and plans, Chu Tian was not included. He was merely a pawn, and there was a high probability that Qin Fan would not survive his impending crisis, should Qin Fan perish. Both the Qin family and that unmatched overlord would have no choice but to accept their fate, as no one among the younger generation of the Qintian sect could rival him. At that point, he would make a triumphant return, untouched by the web of fate, and the position of Holy Son would be within his grasp. However, who could have foreseen that Qin Fan would not only survive, but that his very fortune would undergo a transformation? The clues he had once perceived had vanished, leaving Qin Fan himself an enigma. All this led to the unraveling of his carefully laid plans. The only constant remained that Chu Tian was still entangled with Qin Fan's fortune. Reluctantly, he decided to take a risk. The unmatched overlord seemed poised to emerge from seclusion. With him present, it would be even more challenging to act against Qin Fan. This was his best opportunity. Perhaps even his only chance. Feng Xiaoyang regarded Chu Tian calmly as he stated, "With your abilities, you cannot contend with him, and even with my assistance, we would not prevail." Chu Tian frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Feng Xiaoyang felt a twinge of helplessness. This Chu Tian was indeed favored by fortune and exceedingly formidable. Tio escaped the clutches of the Blood Elder, and numerous practitioners spoke volumes of his resources and resilience. Unfortunately, his understanding was still rather superficial, of course. This was not entirely his fault. With humble beginnings, Chu Tian had limited knowledge of the Qintian sect and the Qin family, two colossal entities, and thus lacked awareness of the consequences that would arise from provoking Qin Fan. However, it was precisely because of this naivety that he could be utilized effectively. Reflecting on this, Feng Xiaoyang spoke, "Do you truly believe that he has only blood guards by his side?" Chu Tian furrowed his brow. "Aren't blood guards sufficient? Those individuals, cultivated through secret techniques, are practically lunatics, often resorting to self-detonation in groups. Boundary suppression is utterly ineffective. Their combat prowess rivals that of ordinary transmutation realm practitioners, and 3 or 5 of them together can easily reach the divine realm." Seeing Chu Tian's expression, Feng Xiaoyang recognized his ignorance and began to explain. Among the top families in the eastern region, significant figures within sects are always accompanied by protectors or similar existences. Chu Tian displayed a look of confusion. Protectors, a different term for bodyguards, but their status, identity, and power are all exceptionally unique. Beside Qin Fan stood 2 individuals. One hailed from the Qin family and possessed the strength of the Tongyu realm, while the other remained an enigma, though a conservative estimate would place him at the Ningying realm. Feng Xiaoyang sighed inwardly, pondering that if it weren't for the intertwining fates of this person and Qin Fan, and the potential for the black python to devour the dragon, he wouldn't waste his breath discussing it. Chu Tian could scarcely believe his ears. Bodyguards at the Tongyu and Ningying realms. Surely this was a jest. Observing the naive expression on Chu Tian's face, Feng Xiaoyang felt no inclination to explain. After all, no significant figure from a prominent sect or family lacked formidable guardians. Those such beings would not easily entangle themselves in fate. They would undoubtedly intervene if their charge faced a lethal threat. The notion of killing Qin Fan was a fanciful delusion. Otherwise, action would have already been taken, and there would be no need for such elaborate scheming to seize fortune. After a prolonged silence, Chu Tian appeared deflated, like a punctured balloon, realizing Feng Xiaoyang had not deceived him. The so-called protector was surely no simple adversary. and the grim reality was that his desire to eliminate Chen Fan was nearly impossible. Even acquiring the aberrant fire spirit would not suffice. Noticing the moment was ripe, Feng Xiaoyang spoke slowly. I can assist you in dealing with the protector at his side, granting you an opportunity to eliminate him. Whether you seize that chance is entirely up to you. Chu Tian's countenance shifted, nearly unable to suppress his eagerness to agree. Yet he restrained his impulses and inquired solemnly, "What if I refuse?" Feng Xiaoyang smiled, a seemingly warm expression laced with an undercurrent of menace, and replied in a tone as light as a breeze, "You have no choice." Chapter 44. The ruins emerge. A gentle drizzle descended unexpectedly, enveloping the entire bone-dry mountain range in a shroud of mist. Among the cultivators were those adept at manipulating the weather, yet none made a move, allowing the rain to soak the camp and render the terrain muddy. It was as if the prior bloody massacre had been washed away, with all ugliness and selfishness cleansed by the rain. Did I end the pavilion? Chen Fan gazed at the brocade box sent by Yi Yu, feeling perplexed. Accompanying the box was a message from Pei Qingyu. The negotiations have concluded. This is a token of gratitude from the other party. Chen Fan found this bewildering. He had intended to discuss subsequent matters regarding the treasure acquisition, but found himself at a standstill. What had changed? Had emotions flared in those few days? Disinterested in speculating on Pei Qingyu's thoughts, Chen Fan opened the brocade box. Inside lay a talisman, entirely black and forged from an unknown material. Cultivators typically crafted talismans from cinnabar as a base, as these materials harmonized best with spiritual energy and could retain a soul imprint. The grade of a talisman varied based on enhancements made to these materials and the skill of the artist. In other words, a talisman drawn on yellow paper, devoid of cinnabar, must possess unique qualities that as he retrieved the talisman, its surface felt cool, yet lacked a metallic quality, with a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy that Chen Fan had never encountered before. Dream Induction Talisman. Memories stirred in his mind, and he hesitantly opened the archives. The Dream Induction Talisman, once activated, could ensnare a living being in nightmares, rendering them unable to escape. If their mental state was unstable or their soul weak, they might even succumb to madness, with effects varying according to their grade and the target's realm. A gleam of delight flickered in Chen Fan's heart. This was a rare and valuable item, ideally suited for underhanded schemes. According to the archives, this particular Dream Induction Talisman was of the 5th grade, most effective against those in the divine realm. Tio speak frankly, as the legitimate heir of the Chen family. Chen Fan lacked for offensive and defensive spiritual tools or treasures. Had he not been constrained by his limited spiritual power and the inability to fully integrate the capabilities of his body, he would have armed himself to the teeth. Conversely, such special items with unpredictable effects were precisely what he favored. As he caressed the Dream Induction Talisman, a cold smile emerged on his lips, a plan gradually taking shape in his mind. Initially, he had no intention of exterminating Chu Tian. He merely wished to neutralize the threat he posed. However, since this harbinger of fortune had sought him out, he would not shy away from being ruthless. This also provided an opportunity to verify his earlier conjectures. In the ensuing days, Chen Fan secluded himself within the pavilion, awaiting the emergence of the extraordinary treasure while meticulously refining his plan. His objectives were threefold. First and foremost, he aimed to secure the treasure for himself, creating a spectacle and ideally offending the various sects that had come, thereby solidifying his reputation. For him, fame was of little consequence. The position of Saint Sun and his future prospects within the Qiantian sect depended on tangible strength. Moreover, he needed to prepare for contingencies. Should the Qiantian sect prove unattainable, he required his own faction. Regardless of the path chosen, an absolutely trustworthy foundation was essential. The Blood Guards could handle certain unsavory tasks, but beyond that, he had reservations. His second objective was to identify suitable candidates among the cultivators vying for the treasure, ensuring they possessed the requisite strength to participate in the contest for the extraordinary item. Lastly, the target was naturally Chu Tian. This would not only validate his hypothesis, but perhaps also lure out those shadowy figures lurking in the background, waiting to strike. Chen Fan did not believe that the Qiantian sect's previous display would suffice to deter those eager to eliminate him. The mysterious death of the former host remained shrouded in ambiguity, which unsettled him. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Fan, and without any visible movement, he departed the pavilion. Outside, Yi, confused, followed closely behind, along with Elder Wei Hao and the long-absent Pei Qingyu, followed by Lu Ping and other disciples of the Qintian sect. The situation among other sects was similarly unchanged at that moment. All cultivators within the Bone-Dry Mountain range turned their gaze toward the same direction, beneath the crimson clouds of the nine heavens. Towering flames erupted from the earth. Accompanied by a deafening roar, an immensely grand subterranean palace slowly ascended, appearing amidst the mountains as if it had always belonged there. Wei Hao could not help but exclaim, "It is the unsealing of an ancient relic. This truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Chen Fan furrowed his brow, that he had always found the history of this world peculiar, but a glance at the archives revealed that all sects' legacies and records began around 30,000 years ago. Prior to that, although there were records, they were vague, depicting an era brimming with talent and formidable figures. The reason for this anomaly stemmed from the ancient war, shrouded in secrecy, of which most were unaware. The Bone-Dry Mountain range was rumored to be an ancient battlefield, fraught with countless restrictions. Even the slightest contact could lead to a swift demise, leaving no trace behind. Only when these prohibitions were actively lifted could one dare to explore. There were many such places in the Eastern Domain. The belief in the path of immortality among cultivators originated from this. These ancient ruins testified that their journey was far from over. And the so-called peak experts of today were not the end. Chen Fan felt an unsettling dissonance, yet could not pinpoint the cause. "Young master, all factions are heading toward that subterranean palace," Yu quietly reminded him, having noticed the eager disciples of the Qintian sect awaiting his command. Chen Fan returned to the present, observing the myriad of lights racing toward the palace, and couldn't help but chuckle that he instructed, "Elder Wei, take charge of preparations. Qingyu, you stay back." The others were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Chen Fan's meaning. They speculated whether the two true disciples were at odds, for how could Pei Qingyu possibly refrain from participating in such an endeavor? Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts. Over these past few days, Chen Fan had established an unassailable authority among his disciples. Pei Qingyu, however, nodded without any sign of displeasure, signaling Wei Hao to lead the departure. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, Pei Qingyu interjected, "Be extra cautious." Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, smiling as he replied, "I thought you intended to ignore me entirely." Pei Qingyu's expression turned cold, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memory, and she huffed. Chen Fan found this perplexing. Upon reflection, he couldn't recall offending her, so he could only remind her, "Stay safe." Pei Qingyu scoffed, "Don't worry. If things go awry, I won't concern myself with them." Chen Fan found himself at a loss for words. Casting a glance at the eager disciples of the Qintian sect, he sighed, "I wish you all good fortune." Chapter 45. Before the underground palace before long. Various factions converged above the underground palace. Waves of scorching heat assailed them, with flames rising beneath their feet to over 30 zhang. The underground palace was only a blur within the fiery glow, and the intense temperature distorted the surrounding air. Most cultivators found it unbearable. Some released their spiritual energy, while others activated their defensive spirit artifacts that in an instant, the sky was a dazzling display of colors. Witnessing this, the leaders of several sacred lands, spearheaded by the Qintian sect, deliberated briefly before issuing a unanimous command for the less capable disciples to withdraw if one could not withstand the heat of the periphery and required spiritual energy to fend it off. There was no need to venture deeper. Otherwise, entering the underground palace would only serve as a burden, diverting attention and proving counterproductive. The smaller sects and wandering cultivators appeared hesitant upon seeing this. The emergence of ancient relics is a rare opportunity. Missing it would likely lead to lifelong regret. Yet, forcing their way in posed immense risks, with a high likelihood of peril. Everyone present understood that if they were to enter the underground palace, the greatest danger lay not in the ancient relic's defenses, but in the people around them. With treasures ahead, no one would show mercy. Should one gamble their life for a grand opportunity, or remain safely outside, hoping for a stroke of luck? Most individuals were in a state of indecision at that moment. A wandering cultivator in the wheel-turning realm suddenly charged towards the inferno below. This individual had cultivated a fire attribute technique, granting him a high resistance to flames. Thus, The searing heat was not a significant concern for him, and he remained within an acceptable range. However, neither the surrounding wanderers nor the disciples of the various sects made any attempt to intercept him. Their expressions impassive as they watched him plunge into the sea of fire. Everyone could guess his intentions. He sought to seize the initiative while others hesitated at a foolish endeavor. How could the ancient relic be obstructed by mere flames? This inferno was merely an illusion of the relic. It didn't even qualify as a defensive barrier. With someone willing to act as a scout, the others naturally welcomed the opportunity. Yet some could not help but feel empathy. Projecting their own circumstances onto him, his seemingly reckless act stemmed from desperation. If he were to follow the main group, most opportunities would likely be monopolized by a few sacred sects, leaving them fighting for mere scraps. Thus, it was better to take a risk now and gain an advantage. Such is the way of cultivators, walking the line between life and death, wagering their lives for the chance of sudden wealth or utter loss. The cultivator traversed the sea of fire at a slow pace, each step taken with utmost caution. As he touched down on solid ground, the intense heat vanished in an instant. Elated, he dashed toward the entrance of the underground palace. In a heartbeat, all eyes turned towards him, as expected. The moment he stepped into the underground palace, calamity struck. That a piercing scream escaped his lips as he was instantly reduced to ashes. It was then that the onlookers discerned the truth. The entrance to the underground palace was not devoid of substance, but was instead shrouded in a layer of web-like, nearly pure white flames, difficult to perceive unless one made contact. Upon witnessing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that the underground palace was far more perilous than anticipated. It was the bone, ash, phosphor fire. Knowledgeable individuals recognized the origin of the flames. This fire was the product of pure spiritual energy and fire attributes coalescing after the demise of a formidable being. The attachment of this being's soul before death imbued the flames with immense power, capable of igniting souls, and it appeared that the entirety of the palace was enveloped in such flames that heavens, how many powerful beings must have perished to generate such a vast expanse of bone, ash, phosphor fire. This is an ancient battlefield. Death is commonplace. Who knows how many times this relic has been activated, with unfortunate souls perishing each time, thus allowing the bone, ash, phosphor fire to grow ever stronger. To my mind, it's not a matter of great concern that as long as everyone maintains their defenses and prevents the phosphor fire from touching them, it should be manageable. I've heard that the true strength of the bone, ash, phosphor fire lies in its ability to burn souls. But the rest is not to be feared. A chorus of opinions erupted around them, with various suggestions on how to navigate the underground palace's dangers. The fire that had just incinerated a wandering cultivator in the wheel-turning realm seemed trivial by comparison. Yet, throughout it all, no one made a move. Most gazes turned to the leaders of the sacred lands, their intentions unmistakable. Young Master Chun, your cultivation is unparalleled, and your methods extraordinary. You possess a means to enter the underground palace. Some could no longer contain themselves and spoke up first. The disciples of the Qiantian sect looked eagerly at Chen Fan. In a moment of stalemate, if their senior brother could resolve the dilemma with a mere wave of his hand. How splendid that would be! However, to their surprise, Chen Fan appeared deaf to their pleas, standing with his hands clasped behind his back as if oblivious to the situation. I see that this so-called youngest master of the eastern region is nothing special. He is merely a name without substance. The disciples of the Qiantian sect could not help but feel their anger surge at these words. Although they understood it was a provocation, it still irked them. Those present were astute individuals, acutely aware that they were at an impasse. Clearly, the bone ash phosphor fire was not as easy to contend with as they had assumed. Whosoever took the initial plunge would undoubtedly expend a considerable amount of energy, while those who followed could conserve much of theirs. More importantly, who could say what other defenses lay within the underground palace? The first to breach its depths faced grave peril, especially with the possibility of ambush from those behind. Who would dare undertake such a venture fraught with risk and uncertain reward? Upon reflection, it seemed that only the heedless Chen Fan was suitably reckless. Yet today, Chen Fan defied expectations in response to the taunts. He calmly gestured for the individual to proceed, as if extending an invitation. Upon witnessing this, the crowd exchanged glances, their gazes drifting towards the other sacred lands. That it was evident that the Qintian sect had no intention of taking action. At present, the number of cultivators qualified to remain above the underground palace had dwindled to just over 300, a stark contrast to the throngs that had previously surged into the Bone Ash Mountains. Most wandering cultivators and smaller sect members had refrained from joining, fully aware that this expedition was merely a gamble. Their aim was to procure some spiritual plants or artifacts and, should fortune smile upon them, any further gains would be a delightful surprise for entangling themselves with the treasures of the ancient relic. They dared not. The sacred lands and sects could easily conspire to obliterate any interlopers. And so it was that the remaining smaller sects and wandering cultivators harbored similar apprehensions, unwilling to step into the fire and become the first to enter the underground palace, that on the Tianyuan sect side. Due to Han Ziyu's grievous injuries, the leading role fell to an accompanying elder. Meanwhile, He Jian, once a promising talent, had become a laughingstock, ostracized by his peers that no one cared to recall the backstory. All that remained were memories of his capitulation and pleas for mercy, embellished into numerous versions of the tale. Those unaware of the circumstances regarded him as a disgrace, forgetting that without He Jian's submission, they might not have escaped unscathed, harboring instead a grudge over their lost fortunes. As for the elder Han, he openly vowed to kill He Jian, incensed by the latter's earlier declaration of an apology on his behalf. The isolated He Jian at the rear of the group harbored a glint of disdain in his eyes. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid in kind. Han Ziyu and Chun Fan, just wait. Yet soon, a flicker of doubt crossed his face as he glanced toward the elder leading their group, then shifted his gaze to the seemingly unusual Chun Fan. Following the recent incident, his standing had plummeted, but he still retained some channels of information that he had learned that just days prior, the elder of his sect had met with the leaders of several other sacred lands, seemingly discussing some matters. Could it be? He Jian, taken aback, glanced at Chun Fan in astonishment, secretly employing his not yet fully mastered divination technique. Moments later, without any hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the entrance of the underground palace. Chapter 46. The Withering Spirit Tree. He Jian's sudden action left everyone at a loss. Some hesitated, casting anxious glances at the sea of flames below, eager to follow suit, yet too fearful to act. The disciples from various holy lands wore expressions of impatience, but without direction from their leaders, they too refrained from making any rash moves. Several leaders exchanged glances discreetly, silently questioning the Tianyuan sect. The elder leading Tianyuan sect wore a grim expression, his eyes filled with fury, secretly resenting He Jian for disrupting his meticulously laid plans. Earlier, they had conspired in private against the Qintian sect, specifically targeting Chun Fan. Their plan was to initially mock and coerce Chun Fan into exploring first, hoping he would be ensnared by the forbidden traps of the Holy Land. If that failed, they would strike from behind. Killing Chun Fan was out of the question, but severely injuring him was certainly feasible. This was a task he had intended to undertake himself, as Chun Fan's prior humiliation of the Tianyuan sect was well known. Making his revenge seemed justified, that of course, there were risks involved, but his failure to protect Han Ziyu was a grave misstep. This was his only chance to redeem himself. Other sects would offer generous rewards, making this deal irresistible. Little did he know that today, Chun Fan's behavior was utterly unexpected. He seemed unconcerned with their taunts. Even more infuriating was He Jian's reckless dissent, which derailed all their plans. We must move. The elder of Tianyuan sect realized they could not afford to wait any longer. With a flash of blue light, he shielded his disciples and plunged into the sea of flames. With the chance for redemption slipping away, their only hope now lay in discovering something within the underground palace. As Tianyuan sect made their move, cultivators in the air dove into the flames like dumplings, competing to be the first. Meanwhile, several holy sects hesitated slightly, but ultimately charged toward the underground palace. The matters concerning the Qintian sect could wait. They could not allow this opportunity to slip away. However, the Qintian sect remained still, appearing out of place. Chun Fan, at the forefront, murmured to himself, "It's a pity we didn't buy enough time. Have we been discovered?" 30-odd Zhang was merely the blink of an eye for cultivators. Yet the multitude of cultivators advanced slowly to He Jian, leading the charge, reached the entrance of the underground palace, casting a cold smile at the writhing mass behind him. These fools, lacking any other skills, excel only at scheming against one another. He Jian understood their mindset well, as he was once one of them. The powerful fire-attributed spiritual energy surrounding the underground palace suppressed all other attributes, forcing cultivators to rely solely on their own spiritual power to endure, unable to refine from the outside. Thus, every cultivator hoped to let the pioneers clear the path, conserving their energy for later. Yet, no one was foolish enough to allow others to gain advantage easily, leading to a slow advance. Moreover, they remained on guard against one another. After all, entering the underground palace meant facing numerous competitors, a task far more challenging than simply killing for treasures that in such chaotic circumstances. The opportunity to strike at others was ripe, that if the moment was right, even members from the holy sects would not hesitate to deal a lethal blow to their neighbors. The so-called leaders of the Eastern Domain were far from the glamorous image they portrayed. They would not let the chance to weaken their rivals' younger generation slip by. Did they truly believe those accompanying elders were merely bodyguards, suffering under the intense burning sensation? He Jian's face twisted in anger. He was already ahead of the foolish crowd, but if he was not mistaken, that individual might be even faster. Finally, as various factions converged before the underground palace, the number of participants had dwindled by more than 10. Whether due to insufficient cultivation, an inability to withstand the flames, or some other reason, it remained unclear. The Qintian sect had only just entered the Sea of Flames, still some distance away. The leaders of several holy sects exchanged glances, choosing to ignore the Qintian sect. Though the distance appeared short, it was sufficient for them to scour the underground palace first and seize the finest treasures. The Qintian sect seemed to have abandoned this venture. Yet, they found it peculiar that the Qintian sect, initially so prominent, and Chun Fan would choose to retreat here. Since ancient times, all existing relics had restrictions, with activation times being unpredictable that if trapped within, the chances of survival were slim. In other words, failing to enter the relic at the earliest opportunity placed one at a disadvantage. With the greatest threat eliminated, the members of the holy sects no longer held back, employing their methods to pass through the withered bones and phosphorescent flames. Upon entering the underground palace, they were greeted by a scene of devastation. Remnants of former grandeur were barely discernible among the ruins. However, the most striking sight was undoubtedly the towering phoenix tree. Vibrant green and enveloped in a red glow, standing proudly in the center. A phoenix fruit. The mutated fire spirit that in an instant, the various factions, who had just entered the underground palace together, quickly distanced themselves from one another. Becoming wary of each other, it appeared that the strange phenomena surrounding the underground palace were caused by this unknown phoenix tree. Compared to the unripe phoenix fruits, this tree was the most valuable possession. If they could remove this mutated phoenix tree, they would be assured a continuous supply of phoenix fruits in the future, a prospect that even the holy sects coveted. Boom! A middle-aged man shattered the silence. His form enveloped by a black tiger as he lunged toward the phoenix tree. This individual possessed genuine divine realm cultivation, but was a rogue without any sect affiliation, that he recognized that the holy sects would undoubtedly fight for the phoenix tree. So he aimed to seize a mature phoenix fruit, making his venture worthwhile. However, as he made his move, others quickly reacted. Instantly, various techniques and martial skills erupted in a chaotic frenzy within the hall, with each side restraining the other, unwilling to yield. Yet soon, the might of the holy sects became evident. Their top experts acted as the spearhead while other disciples set up formations for protection. The rogue cultivators and smaller sects were utterly unable to resist. Before long, only Tianyuan sect, Ziwang sect, and Qishao sword sect, three of the strongest sects, remained before the phoenix tree. The scene fell silent once more, as the other sects and rogue cultivators formed alliances to counter them. The leaders of the three holy sects quickly assessed their gains and losses, clearly realizing that none would relinquish the phoenix tree. Although sharing the tree and fruits with others was undesirable, collaboration among the three was preferable to remaining deadlocked, especially since there were still many areas within the relic worth exploring. However, before they could take action, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. "Look! The spirit tree is withering." In an instant, all eyes turned to the phoenix tree. Sure enough, the once lush and vibrant spirit tree was visibly withering at an alarming rate. with the unripe phoenix fruits falling to the ground, devoid of any spiritual energy, which bastard dug up the roots of the spirit tree and left behind an illusion. Damn it. Don't let me find you. He Jian from Tianyuan sect was the first to enter. In an instant, all gazes fell upon the members of Tianyuan sect, filled with a desire to tear them apart. Chapter 47. Li Dai Tao Jiang, while exploring the underground palace. He Jian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, an inexplicable sneeze escaping him. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he slowly descended to the ground, seeking a secluded spot to recuperate. This underground palace was far more vast than he had anticipated, with countless interconnected chambers, creating a labyrinthine structure. Strangely, there seemed to be no formidable restrictions or treasures within. Had it not been for the severe damage sustained, it might have already been thoroughly explored. It appeared that gaining anything of value here would be quite challenging. He Jian wore a bitter expression. From the moment he separated from the group, returning to Tianyuan sect was no longer an option. And he would be treated as a traitor, should he leave directly. Even with this fruit, it would suffice that He Jian pulled out a translucent red fruit, the matured phoenix fruit, and toyed with it in his hand. Surely those fellows were already at each other's throats. What exactly was Chun Fan planning? He Jian's expression revealed his confusion. His divination technique was learned in secret, allowing him to glimpse only shallow insights. Today's Chun Fan felt entirely different from the Chun Fan he had previously observed, that he speculated that Chun Fan might no longer be part of the Qintian sect S group. The current leader was likely an imposter. The cause was probably that Chun Fan had either discovered his impending targeting through some means or had guessed it, thus allowing the Qintian sect to remain outside. This way, all the calculations of the other holy sects would fall apart. As for Chun Fan himself, he seemed to have employed some method to stealthily infiltrate, for the bone phosphorescent flames enveloping the underground palace, while troublesome, were no obstacle for a cultivator at the divine realm. The phoenix tree at the entrance served as the best proof. When he arrived, he was surprised to see the tree laden with fruits, but soon realized the seemingly vibrant tree had its roots dug out. Only one fruit was truly ripe. The others were either still immature or mere illusions projected by magic. Naturally, he unceremoniously took the only truly mature fruit at this moment. He Jian had firmly concluded that Chun Fan must have stealthily entered the underground palace to scavenge. But why? This is incongruous with his usual arrogant and overbearing demeanor. He Jian racked his brain, yet could not fathom why he felt a pang of regret for his earlier impulsiveness that was perplexing. Whenever he thought of Chun Fan, he could not suppress the anger bubbling within him. The mere thought of sabotaging whatever Chun Fan was endeavoring brought him a thrill, yet the outcome was evidently not as satisfying as he had hoped. However, he soon contemplated another matter, that if Chun Fan had already infiltrated the underground palace stealthily, then the disciples of Qintian sect outside must be considerably weaker, right? Unbeknownst to him, his plans had been uncovered. And the traps he had set to hinder other sects had also been dismantled that moment. He was somewhat vexed by his inability to locate Chu Tian prior to the emergence of the underground palace. He had devised several contingency plans. There exists a principle that one may be a thief for 1,000 days, but there is no guarantee against being robbed for a single day. It was far too easy for anyone wishing to target him or Qintian sect during this quest for the exotic treasure. Thus, the optimal strategy to break the deadlock was to refrain from participating in this contest. As for the idea of directly overpowering and eliminating all dangers, it had initially crossed his mind, but was soon dispelled after an in-depth conversation with Pei Qingyu. In truth, this kind of relic exploration was not exclusive to their group. All the major holy lands and sects had experts covertly observing, albeit their movements were shrouded in secrecy, hidden from their knowledge. This was a tacit agreement established by the top forces, aimed at better training their disciples. Simply put, such explorations of relics were akin to a gladiatorial arena managed collectively by the major powers, designed to facilitate the rapid growth and emergence of their disciples. After all, soldiers who have not faced the crucible of blood and fire cannot be deemed true warriors. Although some fatalities were inevitable, this indeed was the swiftest method to acclimate young disciples to the rigors of combat. While these conclusions were drawn by Pei Qingyu based on fragments of lore from ancestral halls, they were generally credible. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why, upon their arrival at the Withered Bone Mountains, the demonic creatures and monsters retreated in fear. Under such circumstances, Chen Fan ultimately opted for a strategy akin to substituting Li for Tao, allowing Pei Qingyu to restrain and divert attention outside while he infiltrated alone, achieving dual objectives. Another reason for this approach was his desire to keep everyone in the dark while secretly seeking out Chu Tian to validate his suspicions. Both Qin Tian's sect and the Chun family were untrustworthy in Chen Fan's eyes. Such matters were best kept known only to him. The Three No Auxiliary did not contain detailed records of the underground palace. Much like the situation with Chu Tian, as most parts were obscured for various reasons. Chen Fan found this utterly exasperating. The flaws of this Three No Auxiliary were simply too numerous. However, among the scan information available, one item caught his attention. The Earth Mother Spirit Fire. According to the records, this Earth Mother Spirit Fire was a genuine second-tier spiritual item, extraordinarily unique, and could potentially evolve into a first-tier or even higher existence through nurturing. It was evident that the fierce flames in this place, or the Wudong Wood outside, could very well have been born of this item, showcasing its formidable power, coupled with the characteristics of Chu Tian's Spirit Void technique. It was not difficult to discern that this item was prepared specifically for this child of fortune. Realizing this, Chen Fan felt an urge to curse. The treatment afforded to this child of fortune was exceedingly lavish. Yet, the reality was such that he could do nothing about it. Not long ago, his tracking talisman had ceased to function. Either it had been discovered by Chu Tian, or the restrictions of the underground palace had severed the connection between the tracking talisman and him. Given that all means of communication had proven ineffective, the latter possibility seemed more plausible. This indicated that Chu Tian had indeed entered the underground palace, that in this arena prepared by heaven itself for his opponent. Chen Fan dared not let his guard down, that he understood that aimlessly searching was not a viable strategy. He needed to devise an alternative plan, or else the hard-earned advantage he had secured would be squandered. Should Chu Tian appear again, he might well acquire the Earth Mother Spirit Fire and elevate his strength further, making it impossible for Chen Fan to validate his suspicions. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan confirmed that there were no dangers lurking nearby before sitting cross-legged, his spirit sinking into the archives. Through continuous experimentation, he grew increasingly aware of the functions and deficiencies of the Three No Auxiliary. This device bore similarities to a search engine for memory, capable of locating desired information as long as the keywords were correctly input. However, the longer the search endured and the more content there was, the greater the toll on his spirit. For cultivators, the spirit was a vital component and the most challenging aspect to cultivate. Apart from relentless practice, there was scarcely any other means to enhance it. Once depleted, recovery could only be achieved through time spent resting or meditating. The higher the cultivator's realm, the more cautious they became about depleting their spirit, that a sufficiently powerful spirit could equate to a second life. Even if the physical body were to perish, there remained the chance to seize another body or transform into a ghostly cultivator. Even attaching to certain artifacts to survive, that it could be said that cultivators in this world had maximized the various ways of continuing to live. Yet at this moment, he could not afford to consider other matters. As time passed, his complexion grew increasingly pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, uncertain how long had elapsed. Chen Fan finally opened his eyes, fatigue evident within them. Yet the corners of his mouth twitched upwards in a faint smile. At last, he had discovered a method to confirm the location of the Earth Mother Spirit Fire. Chapter 48. Seeking Justice. He Jian. Do you still have the audacity to return? Zhang Lao, the leader of Tianyuan sect, was seething with rage, and the other disciples glared at He Jian, who appeared unfazed. With a mix of righteous indignation, they had suffered greatly. Their humiliation upon arriving at Lianyun City was seared into their memories, and their once proud senior brother now lay bedridden. The fortune they had amassed over the years had been handed over to others. They had initially believed that a mishap involving the exotic treasure might yield some gains to offset their previous losses. Yet who could have anticipated that the incident involving the Wudong would lead to a joint assault from other holy lands and sects? Had they not fled swiftly, they might have all perished. Presently, over half of their team bore injuries. Under such circumstances, not only was continuing the exploration of the relic out of the question, but they were also fortunate to have escaped without being secretly eradicated. Both incidents were linked to the man standing before them, that if the first incident could be excused, the second was entirely his fault. Kill him. Yes, expel him from the sect and dismember him. Elder, You must avenge me. My hand was lost because of him. Faced with the furious crowd, He Jian maintained an air of composure and replied nonchalantly, Feng Gaoi, I have a way to save your life. Would you like to hear it? Upon hearing this, the previously raucous members of Tianyuan sect fell silent. The name Feng Gaoi was indeed that of their leader, Zhang Lao. Had He Jian lost his mind? Did he dare to call out Zhang Lao's name so casually after a mere stroll? Was it possible he had stumbled upon some opportunity? Yet, there was no visible enhancement in his strength. Zhang Lao's expression shifted subtly, but he remained silent. But He Jian, unfazed, continued with unwavering confidence. You cannot absolve yourself of responsibility for Han Ziyu's situation. Regardless of the circumstances, I publicly ensured his survival, and you are well aware of why you were absent that day. You should understand the consequences of pursuing this matter. Feng Gaoi's countenance darkened further. How could he be unaware of this? It was precisely for this reason that he had agreed to act as a knife for other sects, targeting Qintian sect and Qin Fan, in hopes of redeeming himself. Yet, who could have predicted that those he was meant to confront would simply refuse to engage? Seeing this, He Jian pressed on. Your plans to deal with Qintian sect have long been seen through. You are now at your wit's end, and I am your only salvation. Upon hearing this, Feng Gaoi could no longer contain himself. What do you mean? He Jian smiled slightly, his lips moving without a sound. Gradually, a look of astonishment spread across Feng Gaoi's face, and after a significant pause, he slowly replied, Is that true? Whether true or false, do you have any other options? He Jian replied with an air of assuredness. As I surmised, the disciples of Qintian sect have already entered the underground palace by now, aiming to buy time and provide support. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That a look of resolve flashed across Feng Gaoi's face as he coldly stated. Very well, I will trust you this once. Should there be even the slightest error, I will ensure you cannot live or die. He Jian paid no heed to the threat, although he was uncertain what Qin Fan was up to. This was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. First, he would eliminate the other disciples of Qintian sect, and then seek an opportunity to rally the others to eradicate Qin Fan, that is the architect of it all. His status would soar, and he would become a hero of Tianyuan sect. Within the underground palace, numerous cultivators were fervently exploring every corner, treating it as if they were digging 3 feet into the earth. In stark contrast, the late-arriving disciples of Qintian sect appeared out of place. Their formation was orderly, their pace measured, and each face bore a peculiar expression of inexplicable joy, seemingly unconcerned about whether they would gain anything from the underground palace. As if they were merely here for leisure. Wei Hao observed the leisurely purple figure not far ahead. His expression grave, he found it increasingly difficult to comprehend this Qin family's eldest son. Was it typical for such favored children of destiny to act with such carefree abandon? While he could perhaps explain his previous actions, Qin Fan's behavior just before their entry into the subterranean palace was utterly incomprehensible. He was distributing spiritual artifacts and elixirs, none of which were trivial or worthless. All were of at least 7th rank, perfectly suited for this batch of disciples. Among them were a number of exceptional items that even made him feel a twinge of envy. It is worth noting that even the esteemed Qintian sect could only afford to provide each novice with a single suitable spiritual artifact, with all remaining items requiring various conditions for acquisition. Many smaller sects could not even manage to supply each member with a single artifact, let alone appropriate ones. Qin Fan's actions could not merely be described as extravagance. They were, in essence, an utter squandering of resources. However, the outcome of such behavior was evidently clear. Even after Qin Fan subsequently restricted them from leaving privately and even took them on leisurely strolls, the disciples displayed no signs of discontent, only a hint of bewilderment. What was his true intent behind these actions? If it was to win their hearts, the cost seemed excessively high at that moment. Wei Hao sensed a warning, a powerful surge of spiritual energy approaching. He quickly scanned the surroundings and noticed dozens of beams of light rushing toward them with great intensity. The members of the Qintian sect also sensed the anomaly, their expressions filled with confusion. Their slow advance was already baffling. Why were there individuals returning from ahead? Had they encountered some terrifying entity and were fleeing for their lives? In stark contrast, Qin Fan remained composed, revealing no emotion, and quietly halted his steps. Before long, the streams of light drew near, and at the forefront stood Feng Gaoi of the Tianyuan sect. They said little, yet instinctively surrounded the group from the Qintian sect. Their demeanor far from benevolent. Wei Hao's expression shifted, and the other disciples readied themselves for confrontation. The way the Tianyuan sect approached did not suggest amicable intentions. Nonetheless, they held no great fear of the Tianyuan sect. After the battle at Lianyan City, neither Wei Hao nor the other disciples felt intimidated by this colossal force of the Eastern Region's sects that no matter how formidable they might be, they could not rival their senior brother Chun. Without needing Chun Fan's prompting, Wei Hao stepped forward, clasping his hands in a respectful greeting, and asked, "What is your intention in blocking our path?" In previous encounters with the elders of the opposing sect, Wei Hao would have shown more courtesy. However, today was different. Having each received 2 fine spiritual artifacts, he felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. Yet, Zhang Lao, the leader of the Tianyuan sect, disregarded him entirely and turned to Chun Fan, saying, "How much longer must you continue this charade, impostor?" The disciples of the Qintian sect exchanged puzzled glances, their faces filled with questions. Feng Gaoi continued, "Your Qintian sect truly has a cunning plan, leaving behind an impostor to buy time while Chun Fan enters the subterranean palace alone to seize treasures, even setting traps to ensnare our Tianyuan sect. This debt shall be repaid by you." Upon hearing this, the members of the Qintian sect were utterly baffled, and nearby cultivators were equally astonished. Chapter 49. Reasoning once inside the subterranean palace. All forms of communication became ineffective. However, as cultivators, especially those from the major sacred lands and sects, they possessed their own means of contact. Though not as precise as direct communication, they could still convey simple messages with relative clarity. Soon, more streams of light arrived, including advanced disciples from various sacred lands and sections. The reason was simple. The spoils of this expedition had been meager, aside from a few incomplete texts and a handful of elixirs. Most findings were merely aged materials of little value. While ordinary loose cultivators might have been satisfied, such meager rewards were far from adequate for these esteemed sects at this moment. Hearing that Chun Fan might have already infiltrated the subterranean palace to claim the Wudong Wood roots and phoenix fruits, they felt compelled to investigate, regardless of the truth of the matter. Observing the increasing number of cultivators gathering, He Jian wore a satisfied smile. Having achieved the desired effect, he recalled how Chun Fan had forced him to apologize before these very people. And now it was his turn to demonstrate his prowess. That on the other side, Wei Hao regarded the silent Chun Fan with a look of uncertainty, but soon felt a jolt in his heart. It seemed that the Tianyuan sect had a point. Since the onset of this battle for the exotic treasures, Chun Fan had behaved strangely, even remaining silent throughout. With Pei Qingyu remaining behind, his presence was presumably to enhance the combat strength of their team. And the distribution of spiritual artifacts served a similar purpose. Given that the original Chun Fan was absent, the team's strength paled compared to other sacred lands and sections. Wei Hao quickly calculated the implications in his mind. It appeared that Chen Gongzi had already succeeded. If he had not been discovered, their expedition would indeed prove invaluable. Yet the current situation seemed rather precarious. With matters reaching this stage, they could not afford to admit the truth. Simultaneously, it was unrealistic to confront so many sacred lands and sections should they withdraw. What would become of Chen Gongzi then? If they left, these sects would undoubtedly launch a frenzied search for him. Casting his gaze over the members of the Qintian sect, he deduced that Pei Qingyu was masquerading as Chun Fan, and that the Blood Guard leader, Yi Yu, was hidden within their ranks. Confronting the Tianyuan sect was not without its chances of success. More individuals from other sacred lands and sects would arrive soon, and by that time, escaping would be impossible. Resolving himself, Wei Hao intended to send a signal to coordinate their actions, but unexpectedly, Chun Fan spoke first. What an absurd accusation! Has the esteemed Tianyuan sect, one of the sacred lands of the eastern region, truly sunk to such depths? Chun Fan's voice was calm and soothing, devoid of arrogance or mockery. Yet somehow it made the Tianyuan sect seem diminished, as if an elder were admonishing a younger counterpart. With Chun Fan's words, everyone fell silent. The previously flustered disciples of the Qintian sect quickly regained their composure, while the members of the Tianyuan sect instinctively took a step back. There was no denying it. The impact of Chun Fan's earlier actions had been too profound. Feng Gaoi discreetly glanced at He Jian. who appeared somewhat astonished. He instinctively activated his not-so-refined divination techniques to observe Chen Fan. Yet regrettably, all he perceived was a haze. This outcome was anticipated. His divination skills were average at best. Typically, he relied on the innate sensitivity of cultivators combined with a complex and intricate theoretical framework to navigate fortunes and misfortunes. However, this path was vast and profound, lacking any fixed patterns. His superficial grasp was futile against an opponent who was fully prepared. Their powers were finely tuned, and the spiritual energy surrounding them formed a vortex, obscuring any insights. Could it be that Chen Fan had already returned, or was this all part of his scheme? He Jian's expression darkened, sensing that events had spiraled beyond control. However, he quickly resolved that there was no turning back. At this juncture, the Wutong Wood, this exotic treasure, could even be deemed secondary. The various sacred lands and sects had long harbored intentions to deal with Chen Fan, yet lacked a legitimate pretext to act. If they could pin this incident on Chen Fan, it would suffice, regardless of its veracity. The immediate necessity was to buy time until other powerful allies arrived, though persuading them required a monumental sacrifice. Essentially wagering their lives and fortunes, it was a gamble worth taking. Regardless of whether the current Chen Fan was genuine or not, the disciples of the Qintian sect must perish today. Casting a glance at Feng Gaoi, who nodded ever so slightly, signaling that the message had been conveyed, He Jian took a step forward, his voice icy as he said, "Chen Gongzi, your words are intriguing. The truth shall reveal itself. Just as when the Blood Elder attacked. Why not open your storage artifact for us to inspect?" The crowd exchanged glances, pondering the validity of his request. Yet upon further reflection, something felt amiss. Chen Fan scoffed, retorting without hesitation, "On what grounds?" He Jian seemed to have anticipated this response. Replying, "It is well known that the Qintian sect is a prestigious name in the eastern region. There is nothing that cannot be disclosed on that day. How you forced Chu Tian to apologize was quite the display. Now, you merely find yourself in a reverse position. Do those principles no longer hold merit?" Wei Hao observed the approaching beams of light with growing anxiety. If they did not act soon, it would be too late. At that moment, discussing principles was futile. He Jian was clearly stalling for time, awaiting the gathering of their forces. When that time came, the reasons for confrontation would be irrelevant. It would simply be a matter of who was right and who was wrong. He had orchestrated similar situations countless times before, devising innumerable excuses to deal with adversaries, and later dismissing the aftermath as mere misunderstandings. This was no internal matter of the Qintian sect. The Qin family could rise in power, but others would have to bow down and offer a reasonable explanation, even if it meant swallowing their pride to placate the Chen family's wrath. Did the Qintian sect truly intend to engage the Tianyuan sect in battle? He discreetly transmitted a message to Chen Fan, yet this heir of the Qin family seemed oblivious, instead taking a keen interest in He Jian's words. "Since you wish to discuss reason, let us engage in discourse. Firstly, on that day, my suspicions were not unfounded. I presented other evidence, but the slanderous villain could not withstand the pressure and fled dead for your current claims. You possess only suspicion and no evidence. Secondly, on that day, I acted in the capacity of a true disciple of the Qintian sect, the heir of the Qin family, and proposed a suggestion in front of all present, stating that if my suspicions were unfounded, I would bear the corresponding responsibility. You would not consider my humble admission of fault to be a trivial matter, nor would you dismiss the phrase "do as you please" lightly, which has been overheard by many. Even if you were to utter such words, you lack the standing to do so." The crowd nodded in agreement. The reasoning became clear. This situation is akin to a gambling match, with Chen Fan's status. Uttering such statements would raise no suspicions and elicit no cries of injustice, for he is wagering a great deal against a lesser stake, capable of absorbing the loss. But what of you? He Jian, to put it bluntly, you lack even the qualifications to sit at the gaming table. It is comparable to a beggar, standing at the threshold, daring to wager his meager coin against the fortune of a wealthy man. Is that not madness? As the onlookers engaged in fervent discussions, the members of Tianyuan sect felt their faces flush with embarrassment, that He Jian's visage turned ashen, akin to that of a liver. His words faltering as he struggled to formulate a retort. Chen Fan spoke of reason, yet every seemingly calm statement was a dagger to the heart, leaving others unable to counter. Wei Hao shook his head. Recognizing the naivety of youth in He Jian's demeanor, as he unwittingly followed Chun Fan's lead, despite the latter's subtle manipulation of concepts. However, such dominance through power is hardly unexpected. The pressing question now is how to proceed. At this moment, Wei Hao discerned the true identity of Chun Fan, realizing he was not merely a guise of Pei Qingyu, which eased his mind somewhat. Yet his apprehension soon shifted to other concerns. He understood Tianyuan's sect's intentions. They likely had already contacted other sacred grounds and sects to apply pressure on Xintian sect, aiming to undermine Chun Fan, the youngest prodigy to attain the divine realm in the eastern domain. Though the consequences of assassinating Chun Fan would be dire, there were myriad strategies to influence a cultivator, particularly targeting their state of mind. With a temperament like Chun Fan's, should he encounter a significant setback, the likelihood of inner demons arising is substantial, risking his potential to fade into obscurity. Having witnessed the fall of countless so-called prodigies throughout his long life, Wei Hao knew the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. In the midst of this standoff, a streak of light raced towards them, the voice preceding the arrival of its owner. Wei Hao's heart raced as he recognized the elder leading the delegation from Qishao Sword Sect. Gu Shintong, an immensely powerful sword cultivator of the divine realm. Following him, a booming voice announced, "Haha, it is rare to witness such excitement. I too shall join the fray." A burly man descended like a meteor, landing heavily on the ground. The blue-bearded elder from Shattered Star Villa, yet another cultivator of the divine realm. Wei Hao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, just as he prepared to urge Chun Fan to retreat. An aura of tranquility enveloped them from above that a woman clad in a Taoist robe approached, addressing Chun Fan. "Young Master Chun, the mature phoenix fruit is of great significance to our sect. I hope for your understanding." At that moment, Wei Hao felt a surge of indignation. Bai Rui from Flying Star Sect was also here to stir the pot. Both Qishao Sword Sect and Tianyuan Sect were revered sacred grounds in the Eastern Domain, albeit the former smaller in scale. Yet, every individual within was a formidable sword cultivator, and the phrase "one sword shatters myriad laws" was not to be taken lightly. Although Shattered Star Villa and Flying Star Sect were somewhat distant from the ranks of sacred grounds, they too held a long-standing legacy, their powers not to be underestimated. With the elder from Yuan Tian sect present, for cultivators of the divine realm now stood before them. Had they truly fallen into the worst of circumstances? Wei Hao sighed deeply. Since Chun Fan's debut, he had never tasted defeat. His prideful nature made today's potential failure all the more daunting. While his life might be spared, the shattering of his invincible spirit could hinder his future achievements. As reinforcements arrived, the elder Feng Gaoi from Yuan Tian sect shed his fear and stepped forward, clasping his hands towards the other three divine realm experts, before turning his gaze to Chun Fan. Declaring with righteous indignation, "Given the situation, allow us to conduct a thorough search." Yuan Tian sect will not take the fall for others. At that moment, the crowd began to see the truth. It was highly likely that Yuan Tian sect's claims were valid, suggesting that Chun Fan might have indeed deceived them, infiltrating the ruins to seize the Wutong wood and phoenix fruit, now reunited with the main contingent. The frustration and fury of having risked their lives only to leave empty-handed was indescribable. Individually, none would dare to confront Xintian sect or question Chun Fan, yet the presence of so many sacred grounds and sects altered the dynamic. How could Chun Fan, no matter how formidable, hold his own against four? Perhaps, in the ensuing chaos, they might seize some valuable items. After all, the storage pouches of Xintian sect's disciples concealed treasures far superior to their own. Chun Fan cast a cold gaze over the eager onlookers. It appeared that the desire to join the fray was a universal trait. Among them, few harbored deep-seated enmity towards him or Xintian sect, nor did any possess direct stakes in the matter. Their only requirement was for misfortune to befall someone more powerful and prestigious than themselves. They failed to consider that the absence of large-scale bloodshed since their entry into the ruins was precisely due to the disappearance of the Wudong wood and phoenix fruit. The four cultivators of the divine realm truly held Chun Fan in high regard. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Chun Fan's purple robe billowed without wind, producing a rustling sound. When treasures are at stake, those capable will claim them. Even if I infiltrated secretly, so what? You from Yuan Tian sect continuously question me. On what grounds? Shouldn't you be seeking retribution against those who struck you instead of interrogating me? What? Am I your father? Fong Gaoi felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his anger reaching a boiling point. Yet Chen Fan seemed oblivious, continuing, I fail to grasp the logic. Were you not assaulted by these individuals? How is it that the beaten now stand alongside their assailants? Is this the extent of Tianyuan's sex metal? With that, Chen Fan shifted his focus to the members of Qishao Sword Sect, Shattered Star Villa, and Flying Star Sect. Let us speak plainly. If you feel your strength is insufficient and wish to band together against Qintian Sect, then state it outright. After all, you are recognized as sacred grounds and sects within the Eastern Domain. Do not disgrace yourselves by resorting to such underhanded tactics. It is simply unbecoming. His words left the crowd stunned in a silence. That it was well known that rivalries among the major sacred grounds and sects of the Eastern Domain were numerous. Yet they maintained a facade of civility, engaging in open conflict in front of so many required justification. Yet Chen Fan had essentially flipped the table. Wei Hao felt cold sweat trickling down his back. My young lord, you are openly insulting them. Did he truly intend to leave no room for reconciliation? As expected, upon hearing these words, Fong Gaoi could contain himself no longer, roaring and launching the first strike. Chen Fan's remarks had effectively diminished Fong Gaoi's standing to nothing in an instant. The elder enveloped himself in a murderous aura, his golden attribute spiritual power coalescing into a vast net, ensnaring Chen Fan. Perish! Fong Gaoi's sleeves billowed as the space around Chen Fan trembled violently, weapons of every kind rapidly forming and converging to 100 blades of annihilation. Some recognized Fong Gaoi's technique, depending on the user's strength. It could compress golden attribute spiritual power within a certain range, forming indestructible blades capable of obliterating foes in an instant, leaving no room for defense. This is bad, Wei Hao exclaimed in alarm. No one had anticipated that Fong Gaoi's technique would extend so far. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Chen Fan was already pierced by countless blades. Yet at that moment, a dismissive laugh echoed. The elders of Tianyuan sect are hardly impressive. As the crowd turned to locate the source of the voice, they discovered a thin veil of ice mist enveloping Chen Fan. Seemingly frail, yet impenetrable to Fong Gaoi's 100 blades of annihilation. It is my turn now. Chen Fan raised his hand, and the ice mist erupted outward. He Jian's pupils constricted once more. Yet again. He had pinpointed the weakness of the technique, severing the connection between the caster and their power. This fellow a monster. Before they could react, a colossal hand descended from the sky, striking Fong Gaoi and sending him reeling. Blood spilling from his mouth. The great Sumeru palm. Brother Chen, your technique seems even more formidable than before, remarked one of the disciples from Qintian sect, cheering in admiration. Chen Fan cast a dispassionate glance at the bloodied Fong Gaoi, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 3 divine realm cultivators as he coldly declared, Who shall be next? I am pressed for time. There is no way around it. He has lost the qualification to remain any longer. Previously, due to the incident involving the Phoenix Tree, they had already been attacked by other sacred lands and sects, resulting in considerable losses in manpower. At this juncture, if they were to continue contending with Chen Fan, they would likely meet their demise here. Though resentment lingered in their hearts, they could only swallow their pride and depart. Dignity pales in comparison to death. The Tianyuan sect departed with their heads hung low. Derisive voices echoed around them. In the past, these individuals would not have dared to act so audaciously before the Tianyuan sect. But now, they were merely like drowning dogs, to be feared no longer. Yet, there were those who regarded Fong Gaoi, who seemed to have aged decades in an instant, with pity. Following this battle, this master of the divine realm would become indistinguishable from the masses. Chen Fan paid no heed to the departing members of the Tianyuan sect. As for He Jian, he harbored no concerns, for Fong Gaoi would not let him off easily. Observing the 3 divine realm masters standing motionless before him, Chen Fan chuckled softly and remarked, If you gentlemen do not intend to engage in combat, I suggest you disperse. The relics within are plentiful. Let us not squander each other's time. Upon hearing this, a few eager onlookers fanned the flames. Senior Gu, teach this brat a lesson, lest the reputation of the Qishao Sword sect be tarnished. Fairy Bai, I have high hopes for you. Old Lan, what are you waiting for? Take him down. Clearly, duels at the divine realm were exceedingly rare, and a recent battle had concluded in a most peculiar manner. The crowd eagerly anticipated another bout. some wishing to see whether Chen Fan could create another miracle, while others hoped to witness his downfall. However, the majority were mere bystanders, indifferent to the fate of the sacred lands and sects involved. Lan Huzi from the Suishing Villa cast a sweeping glance over the instigators, releasing the oppressive aura of the divine realm, which instantly silenced all. His gaze settled on by Rui of the Flying Star sect as he spoke. Our two factions share a common origin. Should I intervene? Dressed in a Taoist robe, ethereal and unworldly, Bai Rui gently shook her head. I have come solely for the mature phoenix fruit. At this point, I lacked the face to ask for it. Upon hearing this, Lan Huzi flexed his muscles, which appeared as if chiseled by knives and axes, and declared, How dull! Disperse, disperse. Old Gu, what say you? I still wish to spar with young Master Chen. I wonder what his thoughts are on this. At this, the crowd perked up, their gazes toward Chen Fan becoming increasingly complex. At this juncture, these seasoned masters of the divine realm evidently regarded Chen Fan as an equal, rather than a mere fledgling who had just broken through Dian truth. The news of Chen Fan's breakthrough had already spread across the land, yet many cultivators held a skeptical attitude, believing him to be a mere pawn of the Qintian sect, a facade with no real substance. After all, the three essential elements for a cultivator to transcend are indispensable: physique, spiritual energy, and mental state. The strength of one's physique determines the capacity to harbor spiritual energy, while the quality of one's mental state governs the ability to control the impurities born from internal turbulence. Regardless of how one refines it, spiritual energy and impurities are inextricably linked, unless one possesses a naturally pure form of spiritual energy. Otherwise, a degree of impurities is inevitable, albeit in varying amounts. These impurities are accompanied by negative emotions that can cloud one's judgment, necessitating the absorption of vast amounts of spiritual energy, which in turn leads to an increase in impurities that must be refined daily, all while suppressing the arising wicked thoughts with a robust mental state. Otherwise, one risks succumbing to demonic paths. In other words, theoretically, it is impossible for someone under the age of 18 to possess a mental state, spiritual energy, and physique that match the divine realm. Thus, it could be argued that Chen Fan's breakthrough is merely superficial. However, since arriving in Lianyan City and subsequently defeating Fang Gaoi with a single blow, Chen Fan has demonstrated through his actions that his cultivation is indeed genuine, and even surpasses many at the divine realm. This was something Chen Fan himself could not fully comprehend from the moment he took over this body. The conditions for reaching the divine realm had already been met. Initially, he had thought it was due to the original owner's exceptional talent, but as time passed and he gradually understood this world, he began to harbor doubts that he even speculated whether the original owner's mysterious death was a result of reckless attempts to break through, leaving behind a legacy that he inherited. Yet now was not the time for such contemplations. From the conversation among the three adversaries, he had already discerned their intent to retreat. In other words, regardless of their initial attitudes, they were now acknowledging their misjudgments. For the invitation from the elder of the Qishao sword sect. For whatever reason, he could not refuse. Thus, Chen Fan nodded and replied, Senior, please. Gu Shintong said no more. He raised an ancient longsword in his hand, its blade still sheathed, indicating for Chen Fan to strike first. Nodding in agreement, Chen Fan took a deep breath, calming his mind that he understood that this could be the least perilous yet most risky battle since his arrival in this world, that it was perilous because Gu Shintong bore no intent to kill. Unlike the previous encounters, which had been entangled in external affairs and conflicts of interest, this elder of the Qishao sword sect was genuinely here for a spar. The danger lay in the fact that this man was the strongest opponent he had faced thus far. With a stable realm and no emotional fluctuations, there could be no room for Chen Fan to exploit any weaknesses as he had against Fang Gaoi. Victory would depend solely on their respective abilities. This would serve as a test of all that Chen Fan had learned since arriving in this world. They could not grasp the true nature of the mental state, yet he had a premonition that should he suffer a disastrous defeat in this battle, his path of cultivation might very well come to an end. Meanwhile, Wei Hao hesitated, torn between wanting to convey a message and fearing that it might disturb Chen Fan. He had never dreamed that the person sent by the Qishao sword sect would be Gu Shintong. This individual was also a highly renowned figure in the Eastern region's cultivation community, having spent a century in pursuit of a breakthrough to the Jidan realm. were it not for his affiliation with the Qishao sword sect, which afforded him the resources to extend his life. He would have likely met his end long ago. Yet, this seemingly talentless individual inexplicably broke through 3 realms in a single night, ascending to the pinnacle of the divine realm, earning the title of unmatched sword intent from the sect leader of the Qishao sword sect. Wei Hao truly could not fathom the intricacies of sword cultivation that it appeared similar to that of ordinary cultivators. Yet it also seemed entirely different, that as long as the sword intent was sufficient, one could disregard various limitations, even swiftly accumulating the most challenging physique and spiritual energy that typically required extended periods of refinement. One sword breaks myriad laws was no idle boast. Similarly, Gu Shintong's desire to spar with Chun Fan stemmed from this very reason that it appeared that Chun Fan's breakthrough resembled that of a sword cultivator. Yet, the issue was that he could not sense even a trace of sword intent emanating from Chun Fan. Could it be that the Chen family had discovered a new path of cultivation? Chapter 52. Victory and defeat. Chen Fan remained oblivious to the true intentions of the sword cultivator from the Qishao sword sect. However, he gleaned the basic information about his opponent from the archives, which sent a chill through his heart. Indeed, he had previously harbored an inflated sense of self-importance. This world was far more complex than he had imagined. Calmly, Chen Fan began to showcase his magical abilities, employing the ice crystal technique, a method commonly utilized by practitioners. This technique involved the unique reconfiguration of surrounding spiritual energy to achieve transformation, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. The effectiveness of this technique varied significantly, depending on the rank of the spell and the practitioner's capabilities, making it one of the most fundamental means of combat. Under normal circumstances, as soon as both practitioners engaged, they would channel their powers to cleanse the surrounding elemental energies, denying any advantage to their opponent. Yet his adversary did not follow this course of action, and neither did Chun Fan wish to exploit the situation. To be precise, he sought to use this battle as an opportunity to assess his own combat proficiency in this unfamiliar realm. Though the matter was complex, the underlying principle was simple. Knowing and understanding are 2 distinct concepts, while understanding and application are yet another pair. Since his arrival and gradual integration, Chen Fan had diligently endeavored to shorten this process. However, his previous victories had relied more on clever tactics, leveraging the abilities of his 3 to remain undefeated. Some might deem this as mere overthinking, but Chen Fan harbored a persistent fear that one day, the 3 might prove ineffective. Its numerous shortcomings were evident. For instance, he lacked detailed information about Chu Tian and this underground palace. There might come a day when he could not discern his enemy's weaknesses. And if caught unprepared, he could perish without even understanding how it happened. Observing Chun Fan's movements, Gu Shintong furrowed his brow. The ice crystal technique displayed by Chun Fan was somewhat lacking in finesse. While the execution and handling appeared flawless, it was rigid and mechanical, more reminiscent of a rote performance than a fluid adaptation to the circumstances. The essence of a practitioner's pursuit could be aptly encapsulated in the phrase harmony with the Tao. Regardless of the path one follows, it ultimately boils down to what suits oneself best. Whether adapting oneself to the Tao or vice versa, the ultimate goal is the unity of the 2. The techniques and martial skills learned in this process will invariably differ in application, as individuals continuously adapt. Yet, at this moment, Chen Fan's display resembled that of a novice. The thought crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. What a jest! The scion of the Chen family, the child of the unparalleled overlord, could never be a beginner. Onlookers. Chen Fan's ice crystal technique appeared impeccable, both in the manipulation of spiritual energy and the timing of its release. In an instant, the ice crystals reversed direction, resembling countless arrows aimed at Gu Shintong. Simultaneously, Chen Fan's hands danced, evidently invoking another esoteric spell. Gu Shintong's eyelids lowered as the long sword before him remained motionless until the multitude of ice crystals approached. With a swift motion, an invisible sword energy erupted around Gu Shintong, forming a barrier 3 feet from his body. The cascading ice crystals fell like rain upon banana leaves, yet they could not breach the barrier, dissipating into nothingness in an instant. Chun Fan maintained his composure. Having anticipated this outcome, as the ice crystals settled, he completed the hand seals. The onlookers fixed their gazes on Chun Fan, eager to see from where he would launch his next attack. However, the previously stationary Gu Shintong suddenly retreated, in almost the same breath, a massive ice pillar, measuring half a meter square and over 3 zhang long, materialized at the spot where Gu Shintong had just stood. What was this? They had expected a formidable technique, yet Chen Fan's action seemed underwhelming. But Gu Shintong's expression was grave, and his figure vanished once more. A resounding crash echoed as another ice pillar plummeted, followed by a third, a fourth, and seemingly endless pillars. Each time Gu Shintong moved, an ice pillar appeared relentlessly in pursuit. The pace of their exchanges quickened, Gu Shintong's form becoming nearly indistinct, while the ice pillars remained steadfast. In the blink of an eye, Gu Shintong had shifted positions nearly 100 times, leaving a corresponding number of ice pillars in his wake. The gathering practitioners had long retreated, wary of being caught in the crossfire. The chilling aura emanating from the ice pillars sent shivers down their spines, and those with insufficient strength felt their limbs grow cold and their internal spiritual energy falter. That I remember now. It was these ice pillars that froze Han Ziyu, preventing the disciples of Tianyuan's sect from advancing. That I recall too. Could it be that these pillars are all condensed from pure spiritual energy? Impossible. Could it be that Senior Gu does not wish to counterattack, but rather cannot? I understand now. Young Master Chun is setting a formation. How on earth is he accomplishing this? The crowd scrutinized the ice pillars littering the ground, which appeared chaotic at first glance, yet concealed a certain order. More alarmingly, as the number of ice pillars increased, the chilling aura they exuded expanded, encasing Chun Fan securely within its grasp. Initially, they believed Gu Shintong's evasive maneuvers were merely to afford a junior some leeway. However, it was now evident that Chun Fan's seemingly unadorned tactics rendered Gu Shintong unable to counter. From the beginning, Chun Fan had no intention of directly striking Gu Shintong. Instead, he sought to construct an impregnable fortress that would secure his own safety. No one found fault with Chun Fan's strategy that Jiyu Shintong was a seasoned elder, a sword cultivator of great renown. Although Chun Fan's combat style lacked flair, it was devoid of any issues. Showy displays often ended with a mere slap, proving utterly meaningless. Overreaching, muttered the blue-bearded observer, shaking his head in disdain. Clearly inexperienced, he has yet to grasp the prowess of a sword cultivator. Yet, despite his words, the gravity in the blue-bearded man's gaze did not wane. Chun Fan's profound foundation of spiritual energy was unmistakable, and this versatile combat style posed a considerable challenge that if he did not break free at the first opportunity, he risked being ensnared within those ice pillars. He held no illusions that those ice pillars lacked subsequent developments. Unfortunately for him, he faced a sword cultivator. Just as anticipated, after another retreat, Gu Shintong abruptly halted, disregarding the ice pillars coalescing before him. His long sword unsheathed by 3 inches, it resonated with a dragon's roar. In the next moment, Gu Shintong transformed into a beam of sword light, instantly shattering the ice crystals that surrounded him. Rushing towards Chun Fan like a shooting star, annihilating the ice crystals that dared to approach him with invisible sword energy. The entire sequence transpired within the span of a single breath. For practitioners, this duration was hardly long enough, and many did not have time to react before witnessing the sword light, which had taken the form of Gu Shintong, appear before Chun Fan. Young Master Chun. Numerous voices cried out in alarm, as if they foresaw Chun Fan being pierced by the sword energy. Wei Hao, too, was distressed, stamping his feet. Which practitioner in this world would dare confront a sword cultivator head-on? Even those monstrous body cultivators would fare poorly against a sword cultivator. Yet, just at that moment, the sword light, embodying Gu Shintong, came to an abrupt halt. Surrounding Chun Fan was a massive ice crystal, entirely encasing him in a stunning ice sculpture that even the formidable sword energy could not penetrate instantaneously. The blue-bearded observer's expression shifted, sharply turning to the space above the 2 combatants. It became clear that Chun Fan had already descended to the ground, and in his effort to attack Gu Shintong, he remained grounded within the array formed by the ice pillars, despite having shattered countless ice pillars along the way. The overall formation remained intact, in fact, the icy aura emanating from the pillars surged as mist, effectively pinning Gu Shintong to the ground. This is not good, the blue-bearded man realized, observing that Gu Shintong seemed to have fallen into a trap. As expected, a large mass of eerie cold energy suddenly erupted from Chun Fan's ice sculpture. Even Gu Shintong dared not underestimate it, transforming into a streak of light in an attempt to flee. However, the suspended ice mist descended abruptly, binding him firmly. While the chilling energy closed in, Jiu Shintong swung his sword fiercely, cleaving the cold energy and the ice pillars behind him. Yet the cold energy did not dissipate. Instead, it fell back into the ice pillars, re-emerging and launching towards Gu Shintong with the speed of arrows. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. Each time the cold energy passed through the ice pillars, it strengthened and multiplied, launching more attacks. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished by the scene before them. Who could have imagined that this frost-laden domain, spanning 300 zhang, was solely sustained by Chun Fan? Even the searing fire spirits within the underground palace struggled to counter it. And who could have predicted that the esteemed elder of the Qishao sword sect, known for his unparalleled sword intent, Gu Shintong, would be driven to such a desperate state, forced to flee in disarray? Yet, just then, a blinding sword light erupted, shining brilliantly even within the frost-laden realm, akin to a full moon illuminating the night sky. Crack, 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 crack. The relentless sound of shattering echoed around, as the seemingly slow, yet invincible sword light continued to spread outward, utterly decimating the 300 zhang frosty domain before advancing several more zhangs. The spectators recoiled in fear. Apprehensive of being caught in the crossfire, as the pervasive chill dissipated, the figures of Chun Fan and Gu Shintong gradually came into view. In stark contrast, Chun Fan appeared somewhat disheveled, surrounded by scattered ice crystals. His complexion pallid and on the verge of collapse, clearly a victim of excessive exertion, seemingly devoid of combat strength. However, no one dared to display even a hint of disrespect. What a jest, just moments ago. That spectacle was merely Gu Shintong's doing. Had anyone else been in his place, they would have perished 8 times over. Moreover, had it not been for the unwillingness to concede, one would not have conjured such a frosty domain. It is worth noting that Chun Fan achieved this amidst battle, compelling Gu Shintong to retreat repeatedly. In contrast, Gu Shintong furrowed his brow as he gazed at Chun Fan, eventually shaking his head and stating, "You have won." Only then did the crowd notice the layer of frost accumulating between Gu Shintong's hand gripping the sword in its sheath, nearly imperceptible to be frank. This hardly classified as injury. Just as Chun Fan was about to speak, Gu Shintong turned away, departing with decisive swiftness on his sword. Observing this, Chun Fan murmured, "Now that is the demeanor of a true master." For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone stared at the exceedingly frail Chun Fan, as if time itself had come to a standstill. First, he had bested the Tianyuan sect elder Feng Gaoi, and now he had triumphed over Gu Shintong of the Qishao sword sect. Is this the caliber of the foremost individual among the younger generation of the Eastern Domain? The expressions of those young talents, upon whom various sects had pinned their hopes, were complex. In such brilliance, what right did they have to consider themselves as prodigies? Faced with Chun Fan, they lacked even the courage to pursue him. With Gu Shintong's departure, others gradually dispersed as well. After all, with the relics at hand, regardless of the veracity of the Tianyuan sect's claims, it was now impossible to extract anything from Chun Fan. It was far more prudent to continue exploring the underground palace. Some, however, wished to engage in conversation, but upon seeing the blue-bearded figure and Bai Rui conversing with Chun Fan, they hesitated and left in disappointment. The disparity in their realms rendered any dialogue futile. The blue-bearded man, arms crossed, regarded Chun Fan with keen interest and remarked, "Not bad, young man. Old Gu is lost. I must seize the opportunity to learn from you." Chun Fan humbly replied, "In truth, I am the one who is lost. Senior Gu's prowess is extraordinary, and I merely capitalized on a fleeting opportunity." This statement was not mere false modesty. It was evident that Gu Shintong had been holding back throughout the battle. He had not genuinely engaged but merely countered Chun Fan's attacks, matching his strength. In essence, for every ounce of effort Chun Fan exerted, Gu Shintong had matched it. The final strike aimed to dismantle the formation. However, upon realizing the same force could not penetrate Chun Fan's icy defenses, the venerable sword cultivator from the Qishao sword sect chose to concede outright. Such nuances were lost on outsiders, who only perceived that Gu Shintong's strike had failed to breach Chun Fan's defenses, oblivious to the fact that he had simply refrained from exerting his full strength. Chun Fan, too, recognized this. hence his modest victory in technique and spells. Yet he was acutely aware that he was not Gu Shintong's equal at this juncture. The blue-bearded man laughed heartily. At such a tender age, you have bested him in technique. Old Gu has wasted much of his life. Even Chen Fan found it difficult to respond, for within his heart he held great respect for the venerable Gu of the Qishao sword sect. Although the reasons for his arrival remained unknown, he was a man of his word, conducting himself with admirable grace. What he termed a sparring session was indeed a spar, and he acknowledged his loss with remarkable candor. Were it the elder from the Tianyuan sect, one could only scoff that it appeared that not all practitioners in this world conform to the preconceived notions previously held. Sensing Chen Fan's discomfort, the celestial Bai Xianzi from the Feishing sect interjected. Did you not have a transaction with the Tianyuan sect? If you delay further, it is likely that they will be impossible to find at Ah. I had forgotten, the blue-bearded man exclaimed, slapping his forehead, and was about to take his leave when he suddenly recalled. Turning back to say, once this matter is settled, I wish to find you in Lianyan City. I have something to discuss. With that, he waved farewell to Chen Fan and hurriedly departed with the members of the Shattered Star Mountain Manor. Bai Rue explained, Blue Brother came here to make a deal with Feng Gaoi of the Tianyuan sect. He is quite passionate about martial arts and wishes to witness your prowess. He is not a bad person. Chen Fan understood her implications and nodded. What has transpired is in the past. Every stream has its source, and every tree has its roots. I am not without understanding. Bai Rue was taken aback by his words. She was no stranger to Chen Fan's name, especially in light of the recent buzz surrounding his entry into the divine realm before the age of 18. His lineage had been thoroughly scrutinized, with some even compiling it into a biography. Amidst the myriad of rumors, several traits seemed consistent: arrogance, a lack of mercy in actions, and a propensity for indulgence. Though he hailed from a prestigious Eastern Domain family, his demeanor resembled that of a demonic cultivator. Typically, such practitioners would be swiftly brought back to reality, and if not, they would meet their demise. While rumors should not be taken at face value, they inevitably left a lasting impression, and Bai Rue was not exempt from this bias. Yet in this moment, observing Chen Fan's courteous manner and articulate speech, she found him to be rather amiable. At the same time, Chen Fan was also scrutinizing Bai Rue, a renowned celestial figure of the Eastern Domain. Her beauty was undeniably striking. An appreciation for beauty is inherent to all, and as a representative of the new generation. Chen Fan did not hide his admiration, simultaneously accessing her profile in the archives. Beneath her fitted robe lay a graceful figure, her long legs a sight for sore eyes. Regrettably, they were concealed too well, leaving him to wonder how she compared to Qin Shujian. Wait a moment. This woman is over 100 years old. How on earth does she maintain such a youthful appearance? Upon discovering this information in the archives, Chen Fan was instinctively astonished, his gaze filled with skepticism. Young Master Chen, might I inquire if you possess any surplus mature phoenix fruits? Bai Rue hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to speak, inadvertently meeting Chen Fan's scrutinizing gaze. Chen Fan found himself blushing profusely, instinctively lowering his head. It dawned upon him that the current world was different. With the cultivation level of the divine realm, one's lifespan could conservatively be estimated at over 300 years. Thus, a person in their 100-plus years could merely be considered a young woman. However, this perspective was quite different for Bai Rue, who viewed him through an entirely different lens. That it resembled a youthful man caught fantasizing about unspeakable matters, only to be discovered. It seems the rumors do hold a semblance of truth. Bai Rue's expression shifted slightly, but she refrained from commenting. After all, Chen Fan was her junior, barely 18 years old. Such thoughts were not unusual. Practitioners are human too. Before reaching transcendence, it is difficult to escape the mundane, merely suppressing their desires. Yet, Chen Fan's gaze was not akin to that of lecherous scoundrels, but rather, he possessed an undeniably charming demeanor. As this thought crossed her mind, Bai Rue abruptly shook her head, chastising herself for harboring such notions, and promptly left with a frosty expression, leaving Chen Fan bewildered and puzzled. What did you do to her? Why did Bai Xianzi's face turn so red when she left? Removing her disguise, Pei Qingyu unreservedly approached, teasingly draping her arm around Chen Fan's neck like a good brother. Chen Fan shrugged her off, declaring, My reputation is being tarnished by you. Pei Qingyu looked at him with an expression that seemed to say, Do you even have a reputation left for me to tarnish? Just as Chun Fan was about to retort, the law enforcement elder Wei Hao approached, glancing at Pei Qingyu, then at Chen Fan. Before bursting into tears, "My two little ancestors, could you spare this old man? If you wish to kill or dismember me, please do it swiftly. My frail bones cannot withstand your antics." Seeing this, Pei Qingyu immediately pointed at Chen Fan, saying, "I am merely following Chen Shixiang's orders. You know I am but a weak woman. How could I dare disobey Chen Shixiang's command?" At that moment, you were the one who clapped your hands in approval. Saying you wanted to swindle a few more sacred lands and sections, Chun Fan clutched his chest, feigning a heartbroken expression. Wei Hao continued to wail, sobbing, "I cannot afford to offend either of you. Pity this old man's frail body, running around, unaware of anything. You do not know. When the Tianyuan sect arrived, I was Chen Fan, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted. The Wutong wood and phoenix fruits cannot be given to you. But your rightful share will not be overlooked. I will request merit for you upon returning to the sect." "Really?" Wei Hao immediately ceased his cries, his face devoid of any trace of tears. Chun Fan smiled mysteriously. "However, you must accomplish one more task. Point one task? I would willingly undertake 100 or even 1,000. I will brave fire and water without hesitation." "Very well. I was worried you would not dare." Chun Fan grinned slyly. "Assist me in locating Feng Xiaoyang." Feng Xiaoyang? Wei Hao was momentarily dumbfounded, and after a while, he muttered destruction. "Hurry up! I am exhausted." Chapter 54. Turning the tables within the encampment of the Qiantian sect. After isolating themselves from the outside world with a barrier, Chun Fan elucidated the sequence of events to Pei Qingyu and Wei Hao, making it clear that their assistance would be essential moving forward. As for Yi Yu, stationed outside as a vigilant guard, this blood guard leader, who obeyed only Chun Fan's commands, did not require an understanding of the intricacies. He simply needed to ACT that IT was indeed difficult to believe. Wei Hao remained incredulous that Feng Xiaoyang would ally with Chu Tian to conspire against Chen Fan. However, Pei Qingyu nodded in agreement, stating, "It is not entirely incomprehensible." Although his motives remain unclear, the jade token from the Qiantian sect that day speaks volumes. Feng Xiaoyang possesses the capability for such machinations. Is this all the reason for your suspicion of Feng Xiaoyang? Wei Hao questioned, struggling to accept the notion. While the number of individuals capable of accessing the jade token was limited, it was not insignificant, and the relationships were intricate. To suspect Feng Xiaoyang based solely on this seemed rather absurd. Chen Fan was a fearless individual, bolstered by greater strength behind him than Feng Xiaoyang. But what of you, Pei Qingyu? Is this truly a case of couples united in purpose? Otherwise, how does one explain that Pei Qingyu, who originally had a promising future, could easily remain uninvolved? Neither Chen Fan nor Feng Xiaoyang would concern themselves with her affairs. Indeed, when it came to men, even the most astute woman could appear foolish. Pei Qingyu was unaware that at this moment, Wei Hao had already mentally tethered her to Chen Fan. In truth, she was somewhat curious, for it was evident that Chun Fan was wary of Feng Xiaoyang while devising his plans. Chen Fan could not disclose that he had the advantage of the archives, allowing him direct knowledge of the jade token's handlers. One must admit, Feng Xiaoyang conducted his affairs with meticulous precision. Without the existence of the archives, who would have imagined that the esteemed elder brother of the Qiantian sect's younger generation would have ties to the obscure Chu Tian? Had Chu Tian's plan succeeded that day, it is unlikely anyone would have associated it with Feng Zihaoyang. That IT was merely a precaution. Chen Fan responded ambiguously. "Initially, I did entertain the thought of killing two birds with one stone. It would have been ideal if those sacred lands and sects engaged in fierce conflict over the phoenix wood and phoenix fruit. Little did I know that events would take an unexpected turn." Reflecting on it now, Chun Fan felt a twinge of fear. Had he not discovered the changes documented in the archives concerning the phoenix would after locating the Earth Mother's spiritual fire, and promptly returned. He might be witnessing a battlefield strewn with corpses from the Qiantian sect by now. Who could have anticipated that Jian would disrupt the situation, not only dismantling the traps he had set at the entrance of the Earth Palace to delay time, but also turning the focus directly onto the Qiantian sect? What shall we do next? Wei Hao pondered for a moment before reaching a decision. Through his interactions with Chen Fan, he discerned that this scion of the Chun family possessed depth of thought and a clear sense of right and wrong. He was not one to hide in the shadows once the game was over. Having reached the pinnacle of his journey thus far, Wei Hao understood that any further ascension would require significant change. What of facing Feng Zhaoyang? It comes down to choosing sides. If we lose, death is the worst outcome. Moreover, he had already become embroiled in this affair, even if Chun Fan were merciful and chose not to silence him. What of the esteemed Miss Pei? Did she truly believe that her prominence in the Grandmaster Hall was solely due to her beauty and benevolence? Upon hearing Wei Hao's words, a fleeting expression of relief crossed Pei Qingyu's eyes. Although Chun Fan, seemingly oblivious to their expressions, spoke up, "Let us turn the tables. You shall see that as he spoke, he produced the yin-yang mirror acquired from Han Ziyu, placing his palm upon it, revealing a dimly lit secret chamber on the mirror's surface, where a flickering flame could be seen. What is this? Wei Hao's countenance shifted slightly, for the yin-yang mirror not only presented images but also conveyed the specific circumstances on the other side. Feeling the surging power emanating from the flame, Wei Hao inwardly gasped. This was the Earth Mother's spiritual fire, the very target of Chu Tian's ambitions, and Feng Zhaoyang was likely setting a trap with it. Chun Fan discreetly stowed the yin-yang mirror, handing it to Pei Qingyu. You will continue to impersonate me. While theoretically there should be no probing, it is still prudent to strike occasionally. Once you arrive in the secret chamber, absorb the Earth Mother's spiritual fire directly to his words. Both Wei Hao and Pei Qingyu exchanged incredulous glances. Are you jesting? That is the Earth Mother's spiritual fire, a documented second-tier treasure. You would simply allow someone else to absorb it. Is your family running a charitable organization? Chun Fan replied with unwavering conviction. The interplay of wind and fire brings forth life. Acquiring this item would greatly safeguard you. Moreover, the risks you will undertake are immense, potentially threatening your very life. Pei Qingyu regarded Chun Fan with a complex expression. While it was true that Chu Tian and Feng Zhaoyang would lay a meticulous trap, they now possessed countermeasures. Tio described this endeavor as capturing a turtle in a jar would not be an exaggeration. While dangers existed, they were far from overwhelming. After all, this was the Earth Mother's spiritual fire, something for which countless individuals would risk their lives. In comparison, the risks they were assuming were negligible. Were it not for Chun Fan's consistent demeanor, she might have thought this true disciple harbored feelings for her. Yet, it was indeed peculiar. Throughout their interactions, Chun Fan had yet to overstep any boundaries. He was merely somewhat flippant in his speech, and occasionally cast glances that could induce shyness that was quite strange. Wei Hao, observing the subtle glances exchanged between the two, became even more convinced of his suspicions, murmuring, "You two need not stand on ceremony with each other. Shall I take a turn?" Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyu immediately stowed the mirror and shot him a fierce glare. Hesitating to speak, this matter seemed utterly inexplicable. Who on earth knew what Chun Fan was truly thinking? Yet to refuse, she genuinely found it hard to part with the opportunity. Wei Hao chuckled awkwardly. "We all adults here. Why put on a show?" Sensing the atmosphere had turned somewhat peculiar, Chun Fan cleared his throat and redirected the conversation. "Elder Wei, your task is to ensure our protection while also capturing any intruders, regardless of their affiliations. Rest assured," Wei Hao replied, casting a glance at the Qintian sect disciples beyond the barrier. "When Qin Shiji first arrived, I conducted an investigation as per your instructions. I am well aware of who is involved. There were spies from other sects among them, as well as individuals from within the Qintian sect's various factions. Their numbers were few, and they concealed themselves well. Such matters were already commonplace for him. The major sacred lands and sects were well aware of the situation. The investigation was laborious, and handling it was cumbersome. As long as the core disciples remained untainted, that was sufficient. However, if one were to scrutinize closely, there were indeed traces to follow." Seeing Wei Hao's confidence, Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction. His judgment had proven sound. This individual possessed great talent. Before long, the Qintian sect resumed their sightseeing journey. The disciples did not voice any objections and dared not express dissent. The spiritual artifacts they had received previously were already worth their weight in gold, and with Chen Shixiang garnering acclaim, who would seek trouble at such a juncture? Moreover, observing other cultivators busily toiling for a few mediocre, incomplete tomes and bottles of pills was rather amusing. Unbeknownst to them, the number of individuals in their own party had quietly dwindled. Chapter 55, Discussions of Millennia. Amidst the clouds at the summit, the exploration of the Earth Palace was in full swing. Yet the Withered Bone Mountains were equally restless. Perhaps due to the arrival of the rainy season, the entire mountain range was shrouded in incessant downpours. Some well-meaning individuals attempted to dispel the heavy rain with their magical arts. Yet they could only clear a small area. The rain continued unabated. At this juncture, everyone understood that this rain was unusual. It could either be the work of an esteemed being orchestrating the weather or simply a natural phenomenon beyond human control. Some inquired repeatedly, only to receive the enigmatic response of "it cannot be spoken." While cultivators surpassed ordinary individuals, the higher their realm, the more they were burdened by caution. There were always some inexplicable and elusive forces within this world. Were Chen Fan to learn of these matters, he would likely dismiss them as mere mystification and, with an air of wisdom, supplement his remarks with a philosophical observation. The more one learns, the more one realizes their ignorance. The torrential rain fell without end, seemingly without conclusion. Yet no one noticed that, atop the peak where many sacred lands and sects had established their residence, the weather was fair and sunny. This scene was undeniably strange. Yet the beings lingering in the Withered Bone Mountains remained blissfully unaware that on an oval-shaped platform that afforded a panoramic view of the entire Withered Bone Mountains, a figure could be vaguely discerned amidst the swirling clouds and mist. The man was clad in gray, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, with hands clasped behind his back and a mane of gray-white hair cascading down his back. Appearing rather aged at first glance, he resembled an elderly farmer. However, how could an ordinary person evade the many disciples of sacred lands and sects guarding the foot of the mountain, silently ascending without detection? An ordinary farmer would not be equipped with a long sword at his waist, standing amidst the clouds while summoning the winds and rain. The sword at the man's waist bore an unadorned design, lacking any ostentatious embellishments, much like the man himself. Unremarkable. The only noteworthy detail was a white jade token hanging from his waist, on which was engraved a crimson long sword standing proudly atop a city wall. His gaze, piercing like a hawk, observed the changes below, his fingers lightly tapping against the sword sheath. With his movements, the deluge enveloping the entire Withered Bone Mountain shifted, suppressing every trace of spiritual energy on the ground, creating an isolated space that separated the inside from the outside. "Old Sue, is that enough?" As the sound reverberated, one suddenly became aware of another's presence that a young man, dressed similarly, approached slowly atop the mountain platform. As if he had always been there, exuding an air of nonchalance, a gourd of wine hanging from his waist, his expression somewhat bored. The elder known as Lao Su appeared rather austere upon hearing the young man's words. His movements momentarily paused before he descended upon the clouds to the mountain's peak. "That I apologize for the disturbance. I am merely fulfilling a request entrusted to me," he intoned. The young man furrowed his brow in response, saying, "Given our familiarity, it would ordinarily be no inconvenience to accommodate your temperament. Yet, this display is rather excessive, is it not? Among those below, there are several individuals favored by fortune, should an unforeseen incident arise. It would not only affect us, but potentially have repercussions throughout the Eastern Domain." Lao Su's expression remained impassive as he replied, "I once vowed to protect a young spirit for a century." The young man's gaze shifted thoughtfully before he remarked, "He has invoked this oath to compel your intervention, yet there seems to be no one worthy of your attention down there." Lao Su maintained his stolid demeanor, stating simply, "The son of Chen Xuanba." The young man's expression hardened, incredulous. "Surely you jest. If the son of Chen Xuanba were present, how could I possibly fail to sense him?" Lao Su's eyelids flickered slightly. "Perhaps that is precisely why he requires my assistance. That it is peculiar, really. After undergoing the trials of life and death, Chen Xuanba-san has become somewhat unremarkable, yet he seems unchanged, reminiscent of the person he once was." The young man, still skeptical, observed Lao Su's unwavering demeanor and could only follow suit. "Surely not. The actions of that madwoman from years past terrify me to even contemplate that if another were to emerge, the Eastern Domain might well be thrown into chaos." Lao Su shot him a sidelong glance. "Your continued existence here hinges upon the actions of that madwoman, and I fear that if it were to happen again, my life would be forfeit. Must he continue her legacy? For now, it is difficult to discern. He appears quite afraid of death." Upon hearing this, the young man's brow furrowed with seriousness. "So what do you intend to do?" Will you kill him? Lao Tzu's expression darkened. Should her endeavors bear fruit, perhaps the world would transform. The current state of the Eastern Domain is rather disheartening. The young man chuckled lightly. So you are deliberately drawing me out, fearing that when the time comes, I shall not know whether to assist Chen Xuanba's child or the one you were sworn to protect. Lao Tzu nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth. The young man regarded the distant sea with a contemplative gaze. It is indeed a strategy. While I do not share that woman's disdain for the celestial, she undeniably left behind some remarkable treasures. Lao Tzu interjected, alas, a millennium is a long span. She ultimately failed. And those treasures have long since fallen into obscurity, with few remembering them. Perhaps this is the reason for our continued existence. The young man raised his head to the seemingly boundless sky. Recently, I have struggled to contain the chaotic fortunes of the Bone-Dry Mountains. I suspect the same applies elsewhere. It appears they have indeed not perished, that a millennium is too brief. That position holds too great an allure. Were another millennium to pass, perhaps circumstances would differ. Let us wait and see. That madwoman spoke a truth worth noting. Which one? Though she was eccentric, many of her remarks were profoundly insightful. Misfortune is often the foundation of fortune, and fortune may conceal misfortune. The beings within the Bone-Dry Mountains remained oblivious to the two reclusive figures engaging in profound discourse, and the torrential downpour descended, isolating heaven from earth. Meanwhile, the practitioners ensnared within the restrictions of the subterranean palace remained entirely unaware. As exploration deepened, the palace was no longer tranquil. The fractured restrictions allowed ferocious beasts to gradually reveal themselves, and the previously serene sanctuaries and sects began to suffer casualties. Yet, the rewards began to grow abundant. It appeared that this palace had once been a sacred ground for a sect, harboring numerous treasures, alongside spaces for nurturing spiritual plants and rearing spirit beasts. However, these locations now lay barren, the spiritual plants presumably having transformed and departed, while the spirit beasts, left unfed, reverted to their primal instincts. Yet, due to the palace's restrictions, their escape was arduous, rendering what should have been invaluable spoils perilous. Heaven only knows how much they have grown over the years. Disguised as Chun Fan, Pei Qingyu led the team forward, deliberately engaging in skirmishes with the beasts. Under Wei Hao's orchestration, several dubious disciples bid farewell to this world. Should Chun Fan discover this, he would undoubtedly be astonished. His method of handling matters was not meant to unfold in such a manner. However, one could not deny that this approach was indeed swift and effective. Suddenly, Pei Qingyu paused, her ears catching the sounds of a fierce battle emanating from a nearby side hall. Accompanied by a woman's distressed cries, a voice that was not unfamiliar, that it was Murong Di in the depths of the subterranean relics. Within that very side hall, the followers of the Sitting Forgetting sect found themselves in dire straits. The majority lay incapacitated upon the ground, grievously wounded, while the few who remained standing were preoccupied with their own survival. That a senior elder accompanying them, skilled in the realm of spiritual insight, was currently engaged in combat with a blazing lion, while Murong Di faced a slightly smaller, yet equally ferocious lion. Though both beasts belonged to the cycle of transformation, their combat prowess surpassed that of their human counterparts significantly. For human cultivators, the physicality and spiritual energy innate to the demon race were beyond their reach. Indeed, certain bloodlines rendered them even more formidable. While humans required diligent study and practice to grasp mystical abilities, the demon race possessed an inherent understanding of such powers at their level, a testament to the strength of their bloodline. What the demon beasts lacked were the mindset and wisdom of humans, limiting them to mastering only a fraction of their innate capabilities, rendering it exceedingly difficult to extrapolate knowledge from their abilities. Furthermore, the potent fire affinity of the spiritual energy in this area played to the advantage of the fire-affiliated beasts, while the practitioners of the Sitting Forgetting sect found themselves thoroughly suppressed. Only able to exert a fraction of their capabilities, Murong Di, in her current state, was filled with anxiety. These two demon beasts had exhibited considerable intelligence, coordinating their attacks to exploit weaknesses. Any sign of retreat on her part would invite an assault on the wounded disciples. Though they appeared to be fighting separately, their synchrony effectively sealed off any escape routes. Had she known the consequences, she would have refrained from coveting those few fire lion cubs. Not long before, The Sitting Forgetting sect, alongside two other sects, had discovered the fire lion cubs within this side hall. Sect practitioners typically raised spirit beasts from cubs, as they were easier to control and of greater value to cultivate. However, acquiring demon beast cubs was no simple feat, especially those of such formidable lineage. The Sitting Forgetting sect had no intention of allowing the smaller sects to stake a claim, swiftly rejecting any offers and planning to forcibly secure both cubs. Little did they know that the smaller sects possessed their own resolve. Unable to reach an agreement, they resorted to outright conflict that end the ensuing scuffle. Even the Sitting Forgetting sect sustained considerable losses. At that moment, the two fire lions descended from above, catching them entirely off guard. It turned out these beasts had returned long before, choosing not to reveal themselves until the opportune moment, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada while unaware of the oriole behind. Murong-Di's heart brimmed with resentment. The elder who had been their bulwark was now unable to divert his focus, and although she possessed a powerful artifact, activating it required time. The demon beasts seemed to have discerned her intentions, increasing their assault with each passing moment, leaving her with no opportunity to counter. Given the restrictions of the palace, recovering spiritual energy amidst battle was a nearly insurmountable challenge, as she felt her internal energy dwindling. Murong-Di gritted her teeth and withdrew, the brilliance of her aura flaring as she prepared for a final struggle. Yet unbeknownst to her, the fire lion's eyes glinted with cunning, its speed suddenly doubling as it lunged at her. Who could have foreseen that this beast had been biding its time, waiting for a flaw? Murong-Di found herself unable to evade in time. Murong-Shiji, no, a disciple of the Sitting Forgetting sect cried out in a voice strained with desperation. While Murong-Di's heart sank into despair, suddenly, a figure flashed before her, a long robe billowing, exuding an aura as formidable as a mountain, standing resolutely in her way. It was Chun Fan. The members of the Sitting Forgetting sect gasped in astonishment. Yet Chun Fan appeared remarkably nonchalant as he waved his hand, saying, "Elder Wei, please lead them in practicing the formation." Wei Hao bowed and accepted the command, calling out to urge the disciples of Qintian sect to deploy the formation and surround the fiery lion with a coordinated attack. The disciples of Zhuang sect, witnessing this, could not help but feel a sense of shame. They were certainly knowledgeable about combined attack formations, yet the sudden appearance of the two beasts had injured several of their members, throwing them into disarray. The elder, in an effort to protect Murong-Di, became entangled, while Murong-Di, fixated on one-on-one combat, overlooked the possibility of joining forces with her fellow disciples. After losing the initiative, it was already too late for them to form a proper formation. Observing Chun Fan's calm demeanor, Murong-Di could not help but lower her head, feeling significantly inferior in comparison to her senior brother. At this moment, Chun Fan, no, rather Pei Qingyu, silently lamented. With only the cultivation of the turning realm, though she was not far from the divine realm, and had prepared adequately, she still required a bit more time to break through. Confronting a beast that could be said to be on par with those in the divine realm was daunting, even for just a single strike. The refinement of spiritual power differed greatly. For instance, her strongest punch weighed 100 pounds, while each of the opponent's strikes also packed that same weight. After exchanging blows with the fiery lion, her internal energy surged, nearly overwhelming her ability to stand. Ultimately, she was not adept at combat. The disciples of Qintian sect joined the fray. Zhuang sect quickly regained their composure, united under the banner of two great cultivation sanctuaries. The two fiery lions were swiftly vanquished. The accompanying elder of Zhuang sect glanced at Chun Fan and then at Murong-Di. Without further ado, pulled Wei Hao to investigate the corpses of the fiery lions. Wei Hao instantly understood the implication, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. This misunderstanding was quite significant. "Thank you, Senior Brother Chen, for your timely assistance," Murong-Di said, her expression a mix of complexity as she bowed gracefully. Following her lead, the other disciples of Zhuang sect echoed her sentiments, expressing their gratitude. Pei Qingyu maintained her composure, saying, "It is of no consequence. Our two sects are indeed branches of the same tree. How could I stand idly by?" Striving to emulate Chun Fan's demeanor, Pei Qingyu found herself unable to capture the essence. The feeling eluded her. The ability to extend goodwill while simultaneously infuriating others was a skill she could not acquire. Murong-Di nodded, saying, "Indeed, if Senior Brother Chen ever requires assistance, please do not hesitate to ask that my earlier actions were a transgression. Pei Qingyu understood she was referring to Chu Tian and recognized the desire for reconciliation and apology. She too had experienced that phase, realizing that some seemingly captivating individuals were merely superficial, ultimately due to a lack of worldly experience. That rascal Chu Tian was indeed skilled at preying on naive young ladies. Had it not been for senior brother Chen, Zhuang's sect might have had to change its surname in the future. Observing Chen Fan and Murongdi engaged in lively conversation, the accompanying elder of Zhuang's sect chuckled to himself. Pleased with the development, Chen Fan, a true disciple of Qintian sect, a candidate for the position of Holy Son, the eldest son of the Chen family, and the progeny of a formidable lineage, was truly exceptional. A rare gem with limitless potential. Such a talent was an excellent choice for a partner. What was that Chu Tian, after all? Had it not been for the lady's vigilance, he would have made his move long ago to eliminate this nuisance. A mere commoner dared to covet the precious jewel of Zhuang's sect. How presumptuous! However, it seemed that this young Master Chen had a slight flaw. He was surrounded by numerous women. When it came to mingling with men, the lady truly could not compete with those lascivious vixens, particularly that one named Pei Qingyu. Young, beautiful, and possessing a cunning mind, she had previously outsmarted them in negotiations that it seemed that woman had not come this time. It was a rare opportunity. Should they encourage the lady to take the initiative? Chapter 57. The curious individual Pei Qingyu sensed someone watching her and instinctively turned her head, meeting the beaming face of the accompanying elder from Zhuang's sect, causing her to involuntarily shiver. She could not quite articulate why, but it felt ominous. She harbored no fondness for this elder. After all, he was a sect elder who pinched pennies when it came to business, lacking in generosity. The previous night, she had nearly been driven to exasperation over trivial benefits, disregarding all decorum. Originally, Pei Qingyu had intended to engage in pleasantries to foster their relationship, but alas, young Master Chen had grown accustomed to being the aloof overseer. When it came to planning, he was articulate, yet when it came time for execution, he would vanish, leaving her wary of letting Chen Fan handle negotiations. The eldest son of the Chen family was accustomed to generosity, but he could not fathom the burdens of leadership. For instance, in the distribution of spiritual artifacts, she was wholly unwilling. Could a group of inner disciples truly turn the world upside down? What would happen if they received nothing? Yet upon seeing the accompanying elder, Pei Qingyu lost all desire to continue discussions and inquired, Murong Jr.'s sister, what are your plans moving forward? Murongdi glanced at the dire state of her fellow disciples and smiled wryly. What else can we do? After this ordeal, we likely cannot continue exploring the underground palace. The elder immediately stepped forward, ready to propose accompanying her, but Pei Qingyu preemptively stated that may be wise. The underground palace is unlikely to remain tranquil. Murongdi nodded. Then Senior Brother Chen, please exercise caution. It is unfortunate that we cannot be of further assistance this time. Once we return to Lianyun City, I will certainly pay my respects. Pei Qingyu replied. You are always welcome. This exchange drew a silent exclamation from the accompanying elder of Zhuang's sect. That my little ancestor. How can you converse like this? Can't you be a bit more proactive or charming? Nevertheless, he mused, how is it that Chen Fan seemed completely disinterested? Was he blind or simply not attracted to their young lady's style? Rumor had it that Chen Fan favored women of a certain maturity, not merely in age. After parting ways with Zhuang's sect, Pei Qingyu did not linger, but proceeded directly to the designated location. As time passed, those previously obstructed by the bony phosphor fire began to devise alternative methods to enter, turning the underground palace into a veritable hell, with conflicts erupting everywhere. The treachery of human nature was laid bare. Although resources within the underground palace were limited, the influx of cultivators made for a chaotic scene where killing and looting became all too convenient. Even the great sanctuaries and sects suffered considerable losses. Had it not been for the presence of divine realm experts, they might have faced total annihilation. That on one hand, the dangers within the underground palace were ever increasing, while on the other, there were formidable individuals among the rogue cultivators. Such was the nature of the cultivation world, where many met their downfall in unexpected ways. The path of cultivation indeed holds infinite possibilities. Even the most gifted may fall, while ordinary individuals can ascend to greatness. Fortunately, from the outset, Chen Fan had taken charge of the preparations. aside from a few individuals that Wei Hao had intentionally sought to eliminate. Qin Tian sect had suffered no losses. Soon, Pei Qingyu and Wei Hao arrived at the modified hall that Chun Fan had mentioned. The two instructed the other disciples to stand guard outside, entering with only a select few, feigning a search of the side hall. This side hall was small and dilapidated. Had it not been for Chun Fan's guidance, they might have overlooked the potential for hidden treasures. After a brief pretense of searching, Pei Qingyu suddenly struck, shattering the stone slab beneath them and revealing a hidden passage. Uncertain if they were being observed, Pei Qingyu and Wei Hao put on a performance worthy of the highest accolades. Who would have expected such a simple method to conceal a passageway within the underground palace? Most cultivators would likely focus solely on detecting fluctuations in spiritual power, overlooking this aspect entirely. Wei Hao, appearing contemplative, remarked that Phoenix Tree outside is already an exceedingly rare treasure, but it now seems merely a cover for this location. Pei Qingyu nodded in agreement. It seems our expectations were indeed correct. Let us proceed. With that, Pei Qingyu led the way down the passage. If she had harbored any doubts regarding Chun Fan being the child of fate, those had now been dispelled, as Wei Hao mentioned. Who would have thought there was something hidden below? Those who could find this place were undoubtedly immensely fortunate. Had it not been for Chun Fan's guidance, she would likely have never discovered the entrance. Night Yu was tasked with guarding the rear, covering the entrance once more. The passage was lengthy, with crystalline stones embedded in the walls casting a dim, mysterious glow at intervals. Pei Qingyu and her companions pressed onward until they finally reached the end. The situation here was eerily similar to the previous secret chamber. It was almost identical, as if mirroring itself. The only distinction was that this chamber appeared more ancient, with obscure patterns etched into the walls. In the center of the chamber stood a jade platform, upon which flames danced without emitting any force. The flickering flames emanated an inexplicable beauty, as if encapsulating some form of unparalleled essence. Even having seen it in the yin-yang mirror, the overwhelming and violent aura now felt palpable, causing Wei Hao's pupils to constrict in astonishment. The Earth Mother Spirit Fire. This is indeed the Earth Mother Spirit Fire, a true treasure of the heavens and earth. Pei Qingyu, maintaining her composure, scanned the chamber, but found no trace of Qin Fan, nor of Chu Tian or Feng Xiaoyao. Whether they were hiding or had encountered misfortune was unclear. The inability to use communication techniques within the underground palace left her feeling unsettled. Wei Hao quickly reacted, nudging the dazed Night Yu, who immediately snapped to attention, bowing and exclaiming, "Congratulations, young master, on acquiring the Earth Mother Spirit Fire." Pei Qingyu and Wei Hao exchanged glances, each giving a subtle nod. "Yayo, Elder Wei and I shall guard the surroundings. Issue the command. Any intruder shall be met with merciless retribution." "Yayo," Wei Hao promptly agreed. Pei Qingyu then approached the Earth Mother Spirit Fire, settling into a meditative position. As she activated her cultivation technique, the Earth Mother Spirit Fire seemed to sense the impending danger, flaring to life with a vigorous leap. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, leaving Pei Qingyu both astonished and resolute. Ultimately, she harbored lingering doubts about Qin Fan. After years of striving, she stood just a step away from entering the Ancestor Hall. Pei Qingyu was not the simple-minded representation that Qin Fan portrayed. Although she could cultivate deep friendships, complete openness and vulnerability were beyond her. In other words, prior to this moment, Pei Qingyu had been contemplating Qin Fan's motives for relinquishing the Earth Mother Spirit Fire. She was skeptical of the notion of shared benefits among allies. Yet, the reality seemed to contradict her doubts. At least for now, the Earth Mother Spirit Fire lay within her grasp, and Qin Fan had entrusted her with the opportunity to subdue this second-tier treasure. The dangers had been duly noted, with no further conditions or schemes at this moment. The astute Pei Qingyu found herself perplexed, unable to discern the potential gains from such actions. "Qin Fan, you truly are a curious individual." Chapter 58. The trapped prey. Resolute in her decision to absorb the Earth Mother Spirit Fire, Pei Qingyu hesitated no longer. Although the fire had not fully awakened, as a second-tier extraordinary treasure, it possessed a rudimentary form of intelligence and began to resist vehemently, plunging them into a fierce tug-of-war. There was little to articulate. It was a matter of perseverance to absorb the Earth Mother Spirit Fire. She needed to extinguish its sentience, rendering it an unclaimed entity to be assimilated into her being. With a thunderous roar, as Pei Qingyu forcibly began to control the Earth Mother's spirit fire, the entire underground palace trembled violently. This palace was essentially built upon the Earth Mother spirit fire, or rather, the fire was intimately connected to the entire structure, whether it was the prohibitions or the fire attribute's spiritual energy. Any disruption to the Earth Mother spirit fire would send the entire palace into disarray. Not to mention the malevolent spirits and beasts that resided within. They had thrived in the environment of this palace. The sudden upheaval of the Earth Mother spirit fire signified the potential destruction of their home. Perhaps they were unaware of the cause, yet they possessed an instinctual sense of danger. This is bad. Why are they suddenly going wild? The prohibitions had also become inexplicably chaotic, that we must leave. Something is amiss in a flash. The cultivators exploring the underground palace opted to withdraw. The disciples of the Holy Lands and sects wished to continue their exploration. But soon, as if receiving a command, they began to exit in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, not far from the secret chamber, housing the Earth Mother spirit fire, two figures loomed above, observing the disarrayed retreat of the cultivators with satisfied grins. Brother Feng, you truly are remarkable. You even anticipated the withdrawal of these holy lands and sections. I was concerned their presence would jeopardize our plans. Brother Chu, you flatter me that I promise to help you clear all obstacles. And I intend to keep my word that I hope you can also honor your promise. The two figures were none other than the long-absent Chu Tian and Feng Xiaoyang. Rest assured, I shall not let Chen Fan escape. Chu Tian replied, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. But Brother Feng, are you certain that Guardian will not intervene? Feng Xiaoyang glanced at the menacing Chu Tian beside him, aware he was testing him. In the past, he might have concealed some truths, but with the stakes at hand, he was untroubled. You need not worry that I have stated that Guardians are not ordinary protectors. They are intertwined with the fate of their charges. It is not a matter of a mere contract, but rather an innate connection. The success or failure of the protected individual is closely tied to the Guardian. In a sense, their fates are intertwined. Chu Tian expressed his unease. If that is the case, won't the Guardian fight to the death? Feng Xiaoyang smiled as he explained, it's not so simple that I do not know much about the intricacies. But unless the relationship is exceptionally close, Guardians will not have excessive contact with their charges. Unless the charge is facing certain death, Guardians will not intervene. What is the reason for this? Fortunes and misfortunes are linked. While the charge may elevate the Guardian to great heights, they can also drag them into utter ruin. Therefore, unless the bond is profound or there is a deliberate intent to assist, the relationship remains tenuous. Feng Xiaoyang licked his lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face like a wolf eyeing its prey. In other words, if it comes to a life-or-death situation, the Guardian will exert effort, but will not risk everything. I have already arranged for someone to restrain that Chen family member. As for the other, if he appears, I have my methods to delay him. Chu Tian nodded. Though still puzzled, he understood that further inquiries would yield little. Despite their brotherly banter, each considered the other a potential scapegoat in their designs, that a fierce battle loomed over the coveted spoils of Chen Fan. Chu Tian pondered aloud. What about his father? I have heard that those of close kinship possess a unique sensitivity. If the unparalleled overlord were to come, both you and I might find ourselves in dire straits. Do you think that is why they departed? Feng Xiaoyang replied confidently, I have already enlisted someone to veil the heavenly mechanism, isolating this realm. The departure of these holy land and sect members likely stems from their accompanying experts sensing the changes outside. They have accompanying experts, Chu Tian exclaimed. Feng Xiaoyang regarded him with disdain, but maintained a calm demeanor. You do not think that the daughter of the esteemed head of the sitting forgetting sect travels with only a mere elder in the spirit realm, do you? Realization struck Chu Tian. Connecting the dots, subjecting disciples to peril was a test, and success depended on their own abilities. Yet if unforeseen calamities arose, their elders would not remain idle, ensuring adequate safety measures. That it was akin to the young heirs of worldly families embarking on a concealed journey to maturity. While it appeared to be an arduous experience, their families had already orchestrated various contingencies to safeguard against misfortune. Indeed, the world was inherently inequitable. Individuals like him had to employ extraordinary means to rise. For how could he ever compete with them otherwise? Chu Tian silently vowed to become the most formidable presence in the eastern region, to relish in the privileges he had never known. Feng Xiaoyang was disinterested in speculating on Chu Tian's thoughts, focusing instead on calculating the unfolding situation that he had to admit Chu Tian possessed certain peculiarities. Originally, his plan had only a 50% chance of success. Yet with Chu Tian's involvement, it had soared to 90%. Not to mention, had Chu Tian not uncovered the existence of the Earth Mother Spirit Fire, his scheme to ensnare Chen Fan would have lacked a critical element. A being of the spirit realm, even with a formidable treasure, would find escape challenging. However, with the Earth Mother Spirit Fire in play, the scenario shifted dramatically to no one could resist the allure of absorbing the Earth Mother Spirit Fire. Chen Fan would likely never suspect that this seemingly monumental opportunity was, in fact, a death knell orchestrated for him. The two were indeed destined adversaries. Originally, he had contemplated how to reveal the existence of the Earth Mother Spirit Fire. But now Chen Fan had come to him, saving considerable effort. The time has come. Let us act. Feng Xiaoyang, having calculated the odds of triumph in his grand scheme, felt a surge of impatience. Chen Fan's fortune had already defied the odds. And now with the formidable Chu Tian, such potent forces converging foretold a promising future. Chu Tian nodded without hesitation, producing a jade talisman soaked in sweat from his palm and shattering it. In the secret chamber, Pei Qingyu had just absorbed the Earth Mother Spirit Fire, striving to suppress its tumultuous energy when a sudden sense of foreboding surged within her, compelling her to open her eyes. Almost simultaneously, a flash of light darted through the chamber as a figure materialized, launching itself towards her without hesitation. Chapter 59. Who is the true prey? Chu Tian. Upon recognizing the intruder, Wei Hao and Yeo both paused in surprise. While they knew Chen Fan spoke no falsehood, the notion of a destined foe emerging from nowhere was utterly absurd. Most importantly, they could not fathom how a seemingly ordinary individual could possess such fortuitous opportunities. Alongside the audacity and resolve to confront them. Yet, they quickly regained their composure and advanced to subdue Chu Tian. Just then, a white-clad man wielding a folding fan obstructed their path, his face adorned with a smile. Feng Xiaoyang, the young master of the Qingkuan sect. Ha! Chen Fan, you have finally fallen into my grasp. Did you ever imagine that the Earth Mother Spirit Fire you toiled to discover had long been in my possession? Yet I did not rush to absorb it. Instead, I laid a trap, waiting for your arrival. Indeed, even you cannot escape the common patterns of fate. Now, you are occupied with suppressing the backlash of the Earth Mother Spirit Fire, depleting your energy significantly. Let us see how you dare to contend with me. With a decisive strike, Chu Tian unleashed a palm that bore immense power, imbued with an aura capable of annihilating the world, rivaling that of the divine realm. Who could have anticipated that such a technique could be wielded by one of the wheel-turning stage? Even Feng Xiaoyang felt a surge of alarm in his heart. This individual must be eliminated immediately. His fortune seemed boundless, as if all the blessings of the world had conspired to favor him, a phenomenon that transcended mere luck and perhaps involved more formidable entities. Without hesitation, Yi rushed forward to provide aid. Feng Xiaoyang, with a scoff, unfurled his folding fan, and in an instant, a radiant sword light spread forth, casting a dreadful power that enveloped Yi Yu. Yi Yu, aware of the vast chasm between their strengths, channeled his energy to its utmost limit, invoking forbidden techniques, as his vital essence mingled with spiritual power, transforming into a swirling mass of black energy that surged toward the sword light like giant serpents. Merely a trivial skill, Feng Xiaoyang remarked, not even exerting his full strength, for he harbored doubts about Chu Tian as a comrade, or rather, he awaited the arrival of another guardian beside Chen Fan. Though his calculations suggested a high probability that the latter would not materialize, he was prepared nonetheless. The sword light and the black serpents clashed without any earth-shattering collision, under Feng Xiaoyang's command of divine powers. Yi Yu was no match, and the black serpents were swiftly dispatched. Soon after, the backlash from activating the forbidden technique struck Yi Yu, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Wei Hao, aghast, bellowed, Feng Xiaoyang, you conspire with outsiders to harm your own sect. Feng Xiaoyang, with an air of nonchalance, waved his fan and replied, Wei Hao, you are merely an outer elder of the Servants' Hall. Why meddle in these murky waters? You are unworthy to partake in the power struggles of the Qintian sect. Withdraw obediently. For when I ascend to the position of sect leader, you shall not be forgotten. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed Feng Zhayang's face. The current state of the Qintian sect was increasingly absurd. A mere Qin family dared to stand against the sect. Such a farce. This ancestral legacy had been built by generations of disciples. Yet the Chen family presumed to lay claim to it. Utterly delusional. Casting a glance at the battlefield, Feng Zhaoyang smiled faintly. Chen Fan had exchanged a blow with Chu Tian and was clearly at a disadvantage. The scion of the Chen family, a rising star among the younger generation of the Qintian sect, staggered backward, utterly disheveled. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Chen Fan's consumption of the Earth Mother Spirit fire was monumental, and he and Chu Tian had employed a teleportation talisman to launch a surprise attack. The restriction set in the secret chamber could temporarily obscure their aura fluctuations, thus significantly increasing the chances of evading the notice of Chen Fan's other guardian. By the time that individual reacted, Chen Fan would be doomed, and the guardian would not disrupt the inevitable outcome. Everything was unfolding with an ease that bordered on the surreal. His long-held aspirations were on the verge of fruition. Observing that Wei Hao showed no signs of retreat, Feng Zhaoyang chuckled lightly. Stubborn and unyielding, that in an instant, his fan transformed into a sharp sword. Both Wei Hao and Yi Yu were formidable opponents at the divine realm, and their combined strength should not be underestimated, particularly with Yi Yu's deadly tactics. Resolute in his decision to conclude matters swiftly, Feng Zhaoyang unleashed his powers, enveloping both Wei Hao and Yi Yu in a tempest of combat. Meanwhile, Pei Qingyu was retreating rapidly, as Chu Tian relentlessly pursued her, his laughter resonating with arrogance. Chen Fan, the humiliation you bestowed upon me shall be repaid in full today. As he spoke, the hand gestures he performed summoned a vibrant crimson flower that blossomed from his brow. The aberrant fire spirit he had previously absorbed. Instantly, the flames surged, encasing both him and Pei Qingyu. This is not good. Pei Qingyu abruptly lifted her gaze, sensing a peculiar force within the layers of unfurling lotus leaves that seemed to devour her essence. At that moment, Chu Tian had shed the guise of the spirited youth he once was. His visage contorted into something feral. Do not fear, soon all that you possess shall belong to me. You may find it hard to believe, but our meeting was preordained. You are but a stepping stone that heaven has prepared for me. Chu Tian silently raised his hand, revealing a transparent sphere of light. My spirit void technique can not only consume aberrant spirits, but also absorb special physiques and bloodlines, albeit with limited usage. Yet, your indomitable body can accommodate all attributes of spiritual power without distinction. It is as if it were crafted for me. Once I seize your form, I can devour aberrant spirits without restraint, no longer needing to tread cautiously. You are a veritable gift from the heavens. Ha ha ha! Oh, and let me share a secret. After consuming you, I can assume your identity. Even your closest kin would be none the wiser. That wretched Yun Nishang, the heiress of the Sitting Forgetting sect. And I've heard you have quite a few admirers. I shall take them all as well. Fear not. I will leave you a fragment of your soul, so you may witness the heights I will achieve. Chu Tian laughed, eager to see the terror on Chen Fan's face, to witness the man who had brought him countless humiliations reduced to tears, begging for mercy. Yet, throughout it all, Chen Fan remained unflappable. No, this was not Chen Fan. Chu Tian's pupils dilated in surprise as the figure before him shifted into that of a woman. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, only to confirm that he was not mistaken. Something about Chen Fan was slowly dissolving, revealing the exquisite visage of a woman. The sight momentarily stunned Chu Tian, yet instinctively, he reacted, retreating in haste. Almost simultaneously, a figure clad in purple appeared, radiating an icy aura that settled in the air. A teleportation talisman. Observing the identical manner of appearance, Chu Tian was engulfed in shock. He was oblivious to where the miscalculation had occurred. How could Chen Fan still be alive, when he should have been cornered? What of the woman who had masqueraded as him? In an instant, terror enveloped him entirely. Chu Tian pondered a terrifying possibility. The prey had never been Chen Fan, but rather, they themselves. Chapter 60. A farewell to the senior brother's 7 dreams shifting form. I never expected you to have cultivated the techniques of the Shaoyao Mountain to this extent. Upon seeing Pei Qingyu, Feng Zhaoyang's heart jolted as he instantly comprehended the flaw in this lethal trap. He was adept at divination and well-versed in the art of deduction. For this battle, he had calculated time and again, even sacrificing his lifespan to ensure absolute certainty. Yet he had overlooked one critical individual, the one he had never regarded as a threat, whom he believed relied solely on her beauty and manipulation of others, had dealt him a fatal blow that in his eyes, Pei Qingyu, driven by self-interest, was the easiest to control, and he had never considered that this seemingly mediocre disciple possessed any exceptional qualities. Yet, it was this woman who struck him down. 7 Dreams shifting form, blending with the essence of heaven and earth, is one of the few techniques capable of completely altering fate, eluding the grasp of divination. Pei Qingyu had not merely disguised herself as Chen Fan. She had become him, in Feng Zhayang's deductions. Everything aligned with Pei Qingyu's impersonation of Chen Fan, while the real Chen Fan had remained an outsider. Observing the once mighty senior brother, who struggled against the internal backlash of the Earth Mother Spirit Fire, Pei Qingyu gracefully bowed. Once, she had just become a true disciple, still young and filled with dreams of beauty and wonder. Yet that person had ruthlessly shattered her illusions, leaving no room for mercy. You are unworthy to, and no matter how hard you strive, you shall achieve nothing. The path of a cultivator is singular. The heavens above, the masses below, and you are destined to remain one among the throngs. No different from those commoners, senior brother overestimates me. I am merely a mediocre talent in cultivation, far inferior to your prodigious gifts, only capable of dabbling in trivial paths that I wonder if I might catch your esteemed eye. Feng Zhayang's lips curled into a bitter smile. May I inquire why you chose him? I do not know. Pei Qingyu spread her hands, the chaotic energy of the Earth Mother Spirit Fire thrumming violently. Feng Zhayang nodded, his gaze shifting to Chen Fan. That I once thought your luck merely surpassed mine, but now it appears that indeed, I cannot compare to you at the very least. You could never so easily relinquish the Earth Mother Spirit Fire. Regardless of who the recipient might be, once absorbed, the Spirit Fire became nearly impossible to extract, save for the extreme measure of killing its host. Yet, how easy was it to slay one who possessed the Spirit Fire? They might as well perish together. Few would be willing to take that risk, for regardless of how this affair concluded, Pei Qingyu was destined to be the greatest benefactor. Feng Zhayang was not ignorant of the principle of sincerity. Yet when faced with immense temptation, who could genuinely abide by it? After all, the Earth Mother Spirit Fire was a rare second-tier treasure. As Feng Zhayang confronted the others, Chu Tian's mind raced, acutely aware that he was no match for Chen Fan at this moment. Without hesitation, he activated the teleportation talisman and departed, casting a resentful glance at the fading figure, while Chen Fan calmly watched him leave, making no effort to impede his escape. Yu, anxious to pursue, was halted by Chen Fan's gesture, who then turned to Feng Zhayang and remarked, "It seems the alliance you have chosen is rather lacking." Feng Zhayang chuckled. It's merely a futile endeavor to conspire with a tiger for its skin. However, this individual does possess some peculiarities that my contingency plan may prove ineffective, but fortunately, my junior brother is here to assist. Chen Fan shook his head and inquired, "Are you not leaving, senior brother?" Feng Zhayang replied nonchalantly, "Having faced defeat today, I find myself with no retreat, that my junior brother will not present me with an opportunity, that I have a few heartfelt words to share. Would you care to listen?" Chen Fan hesitated briefly before gesturing, summoning the concealed yin-yang realm into his palm. The mirror's opposite side remained in the hands of the disciples of Qian Tian's sect outside. "You may leave now, my lord. Chen brother, Chen nephew. Go on. It's all right." Soon after, Pei Qingyu and the others departed, leaving Chen Fan and Feng Zhayang standing opposite one another in the secret chamber, yet devoid of any tense atmosphere, resembling old friends surveying one another. "In truth, we harbor no personal grievances," Feng Zhayang remarked with a serene smile. "Alas, fate has intertwined your existence with mine. You believe in fate." Chen Fan furrowed his brow, a youth of the 21st century. He held beliefs, yet they were not religious in nature. To him, concepts such as destiny had long been utilized as tools by those with intent. Theories and concepts could serve to enrich one's worldview, but to adopt them as faith was another matter entirely. Feng Zhayang transformed his long sword back into a folding fan, lightly waving it. "It seems you do not believe. Nevertheless, I must convey these words. There exist supreme beings in this world. In their eyes, We are akin to mere ants, and even their names cannot be uttered, yet they are absent in the present. Chun Fan frowned, perplexed by his meaning. Unperturbed, Feng Xiaoyang continued, "The reason I target you is that I have glimpsed the heavenly secrets, where you exist. I do not comprehend what this signifies, but the truth remains. My actions, guided by these heavenly secrets, have yielded extraordinary results. You surely do not believe that anyone at my age possesses my level of cultivation and achievements?" Chun Fan grasped Feng Zhiyang's intention. It resonated with his understanding of the child of destiny or chosen one. "If you are interested, you may investigate what transpired 10,000 years ago. This matter is also related to your father." "I once thought—" "Never mind." Feng Xiaoyang hesitated, then said, "I suspect Chu Tian has connections to these unmentionable entities. His existence surpasses mine, transcending the realm of mere glimpses of heavenly secrets. To be precise, he is one selected among many. One could say that you too are among the chosen. I have calculated your fate more than once. You and Chu Tian are in a perpetual struggle, yet he always holds the upper hand. And you, alas, possess no chance of victory, so you intend to have him kill me." At this point, Chun Fan comprehended Feng Zhiyang's motives, yet soon found himself puzzled. What exactly is this talk of fate? "I do not know." Feng Xiaoyang responded helplessly, "That I have delved into the study of fate for countless years, but have yet to grasp its essence. It is usable, yet its nature remains elusive. From my understanding, fate is a manifestation of certain rules. For instance, it is exceedingly difficult for you to slay an emperor devoid of cultivation during the peak of his fortune." Chun Fan pondered. "Some individuals are destined to be born for specific purposes. Until those purposes are fulfilled, they will be shielded. What is fated to happen will inevitably come to pass. One may alter the path, yet cannot change the outcome." Feng Xiaoyang nodded. "I hope you can traverse further than I. Do you have any further inquiries?" Chun Fan shook his head. "Please, senior brother, proceed on your journey." Chapter 61. A grand burial outside the side hall. The disciples of Qian Tian sect were all dejected. The events they had just witnessed rendered them incredulous. The legendary Feng Xiaoyang, who had vanished for many years yet left behind countless tales, was now accused of colluding with outsiders to harm the currently favored Chen brother. What on earth was happening? Were they not all disciples of Qian Tian sect? They had no idea what was transpiring inside. Pei Qingyu gazed anxiously at the quiet side hall, although she wished to believe in Chun Fan. The disparity in their realms loomed large. Even if Chun Fan were exceptionally gifted, Feng Xiaoyang was a cut above. In such circumstances, a mere realm difference was insurmountable. Chun Fan must have lost his senses to desire a life-and-death duel with Feng Xiaoyang. How could a typically astute individual resort to such irrationality at a critical moment? Wei Hao was equally troubled, more concerned for Chun Fan's safety and perplexed by the thoughts of this heir of the Qin family. At such a juncture, what was the point of a one-on-one duel? There were historical accounts of similar situations where fairness prevailed, granting due respect to the strong. Yet, what good was that? If he were in charge, the plan would have unfolded differently. He would have devised ways to eliminate Chu Tian and Feng Xiaoyang long ago. Such threats must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. That moment, a disgruntled Yi Yu sauntered over, complaining, "What is wrong with these people? One after another, they come to pry into what has transpired." Wei Hao frowned. Feeling that this blood guard was lacking in competence, he instinctively interjected, "Just kill them. Once a few are gone, the rest won't dare to come back." Wei Yu scratched his head. "My lord said not to kill indiscriminately. They haven't done anything wrong, so they don't fall within the purview of consideration." Pei Qingyu and Wei Hao were both taken aback. What sort of reasoning was this? To them, such bothersome flies could simply be swatted away with ease. Their considerations for whether to kill someone encompassed many factors, such as the opponent's strength, their backing, and their value. Yet the notion of whether they had done something wrong was not part of the equation. Wrongdoing. "What do you mean?" Wei Hao asked, perplexed. Yu cautiously retrieved a stack of papers from his storage pouch, saying, "As long as it does not compromise my lord's safety, the contents herein are all relevant, though I have yet to finish writing." "Let me see." Wei Hao instinctively took the stack of papers. Familiar handwriting, familiar mannerisms. Although I can recognize every character, I cannot comprehend the meaning when they are combined. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Chen's nephew. The Qian Tian sect's penal code stated, endangerment to sect safety. jeopardizing regional security, destabilizing the area, infringing on personal rights, and encroaching on communal property. The paper was thick. The first page summarized the content, while the subsequent pages provided individual details, heavily marked with corrections, with about two-thirds of the content marked as pending. Wei Hao skimmed through it, his mouth agape. This is an improvement over the last time. At least I can understand most of it now. Yet precisely because of this, he found it hard to believe that this was written by Chen Fan. Impossible! If the penalties were to be enforced according to this document, including Chen Fan, I doubt a single disciple of Qian Tian sect would remain. This was nothing short of a jest. Wei Hao instantly dismissed the contents of the paper. Yet he could not help but ponder what would transpire if these regulations were indeed enforced in Lianyan City. He had witnessed countless lives and deaths. He himself had emerged from a life of uncertainty, fully understanding the feeling of life being as fragile as grass. But he had once had friends, loved ones, yet they had all perished on the path to becoming stronger cultivators. Only he had barely survived to enter Qian Tian sect. If such regulations could truly be enacted, perhaps they could have lived. This thought flickered and vanished, and Wei Hao shook his head in bitter amusement. The rules of cultivators were tacitly accepted. How could one achieve what was stated above? The world of cultivators was inherently unjust. Pei Qingyu naturally noticed the myriad expressions that flitted across Wei Hao's face. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "What is it?" Wei Hao handed her the stack of papers. Struggling to find the right words to express himself, eventually saying with resignation, "Chen nephew, truly naive." Pei Qingyu glanced at the contents, her expression stiffening before ultimately returning it to Yi Yu. Naive? Pei Qingyu looked down at her arm. Due to the influence of the Earth Mother's spirit fire, she appeared quite frail, her once fair skin now reddened from bearing such immense power, that if not for naivety, how could one so easily relinquish something like the Earth Mother's spirit fire? She mused. What did Chen brother say when he wrote this? Pei Qingyu suddenly inquired. Wei Hao turned, equally curious that why Yu scratched his head. My lord spoke at length, and it was rather peculiar. One moment laughing, the next angry, saying that Qian Tian sect and the entire social structure and rules of the eastern region were flawed. The poor grow poorer, the rich grow richer, using force to oppress the lower classes for personal gain while promising hollow hopes. Sooner or later, this facade will collapse, and contradictions will reach an irreconcilable point. After listening to this discourse, Pei Qingyu and Wei Hao were left utterly speechless. One had already engaged with the affairs of the Patriarch Hall, gaining insight into the operations of the sect, while the other had risen from the depths, presiding over the black market of Lianyan City. Although they could not fully comprehend the intricacies, they intuitively understood that Chen Fan's words held truth. They might not grasp the complexities of social structures, yet the rules were quite clear. Although the realm of cultivators lacked the laws of the mundane world, a set of tacitly accepted regulations existed, formulated by the few paramount sacred sites in the Eastern Domain. These rules invariably serve to safeguard their interests, which is why countless cultivators fervently aspire to enter the great sacred sites and sects. While other sects sought to usurp their positions, in recent years, however, the Qian sect had struggled to suppress the encroachment of other sects and even mundane forces within its jurisdiction. The so-called sacred sites and their subordinates began to harbor ulterior motives. Otherwise, the black market in Lianyan City could not have been established as beneficiaries. They had never contemplated the reasons behind these circumstances or what they signified, or perhaps they simply dared not to. A glance exchanged between Pei Qingyu and Wei Hao revealed a shared, deeper shock. Chen Fan's thoughts and insights transcended their understanding by countless degrees. Suddenly, the earth trembled. The two ceased their musings, their gazes converging on the side hall. Before long, Chen Fan emerged, his figure appearing weary and dispirited, his purple robe riddled with holes. Upon seeing Yi Yu arrive, Chen Fan struggled to speak. Feng Xiaoyang is inside. Go retrieve the body. After a brief pause, he added, give him a grand burial. Chapter 62. The backup plan defeating Feng Xiaoyang brought Chen Fan no semblance of victory or joy. Rather, he was inexplicably engulfed by a sense of sorrow. As Feng Xiaoyang had articulated, there was no genuine conflict between them. They were merely puppets pulled by an invisible force, or perhaps destiny itself. Feng Xiaoyang, with his ability to read minds and fate, had thus faced defeat. The so-called final battle saw this once great senior brother fail to exhibit his true capabilities. According to the archives, he was teetering on the brink of a mental breakdown. From Chun Fan's perspective, this could perhaps be interpreted as a loss of self-confidence, a concept he found easier to grasp that he was well aware of numerous instances where an individual, when filled with confidence, could navigate challenges with ease, overcoming any adversity. Yet in the absence of confidence, it seemed that a cascade of misfortunes would assail them, as if the entire world conspired against them, rendering even the simplest tasks insurmountable. To remain unfazed by honor or disgrace, to leisurely observe the blooming and withering of flowers in the courtyard, to remain indifferent to matters of departure or retention, while drifting along with the clouds beyond the heavens. This state of mind, akin to a still pond, is easily spoken of yet challenging to achieve. Chun Fan sighed, increasingly sensing the world to be far more intricate than he had previously imagined, but as for Feng Xiaoyang's heartfelt words, he placed little faith in them. Firstly, the senior brother was a staunch believer in predestined fate, which could very well be a form of religious indoctrination, rendering his assertions biased. Secondly, Chun Fan was wary that this could be yet another trap. It must be admitted that Feng Xiaoyang was indeed formidable. Had he not encountered Chun Fan, who bore 3 extraordinary advantages, he likely would have been unable to prevail. He was well versed in tales of clever strategists who, even in death, could orchestrate significant schemes. Thus, he refrained from probing Feng Xiaoyang further, treating his words merely as reference. Contemplating, Chun Fan's fingers brushed over the jade slip at his waist. Dyu, silent, step forward. Take this to observe Chu Tian. Act according to the circumstances. Chun Fan prepared for several potential scenarios, knowing that while Yi Yu was competent, he sometimes acted without forethought, although the constraints of communication had lifted upon leaving the underground palace. Such means were not instantaneous and could be influenced by various external factors that he genuinely feared that his loyal guardian might unwittingly jeopardize their plans. Ideally, he or Pei Qingyu would undertake this task personally to ensure absolute precision. After all, the Son of Destiny was not so easily dealt with. However, burdened by severe injuries requiring recuperation, and with Pei Qingyu's own troubles involving the Earth Mother Spirit Fire, he reluctantly watched Yi Yu depart. Lost in contemplation. After this encounter, he realized that his previously designated plans and objectives required revision. The world's Sons of Destiny were not singular, and methods of confrontation appeared to extend beyond mere assassination. Let Chu Tian serve as a test subject once more. In a hidden cave within the Lianyan mountain range, Chu Tian, meditating, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Upon opening his eyes and confirming that the cave's defenses remained intact, he exhaled in relief. This location had been meticulously arranged by him, designed to be foolproof. In theory, it should have been unnecessary. Yet who could have foreseen such a drastic turn of events in his expectations? The most he anticipated was a conflict with Feng Xiaoyang leading to defeat, with Chun Fan's indomitable body ensuring victory. How could this be? How could this be? Destiny was supposed to be on my side. Master, why is this happening? Answer me. Why is this happening? Chu Tian questioned furiously, shaking the ring in his hand as if driven to madness. Yet he remained oblivious to the faint gray aura entwined around the ring. Damn Chun Fan. That Feng Xiaoyang is also a foolish waste, not even attempting to flee. It matters not. As long as I live, I can rise again. Sooner or later, I will ensure Chun Fan's disgrace and have him kneel before me, begging for mercy. Chu Tian failed to realize that his mindset had subtly shifted. Previously, he was the discarded child of his family, subjected to humiliation and bullying. Yet he had never relinquished his pursuit of cultivation, allowing him to gather sufficient strength to activate the ring, which in turn drew the attention of Wu Yin. However, with the enhancement of his power and broadening of his horizons, he gradually transformed. He began to loathe his origins, lament the unfairness of fate, envy the lineage of others, and resent the talents of his peers. The world, in his eyes, grew increasingly vast, and he became ever more concerned with others' opinions, losing sight of himself in the process. His mind became increasingly cluttered with schemes and machinations, preoccupied with finding shortcuts, while forgetting the perseverance that had once characterized his struggles in the absence of everything. Survival was paramount, and while this was true, he clearly lost sight of what was most essential in the pursuit of becoming a powerful individual: dignity. He was no longer the impetuous youth who dared to confront Chen Fan. Now, faced with a similar predicament, he would unhesitatingly seek reconciliation, all the while plotting in secrecy rather than fleeing in disgrace. That he had matured, grown, and yet lost so much that I will not allow Chen Fan to live in comfort. Why should I toil tirelessly while he is surrounded by adoring admirers, with beauty and grace enveloping him? I crave power. Suddenly, Chu Tian felt an inexplicable sensation surge within his mind, as if something within the realm of his spirit had unsealed itself. The enigmatic script captivated him, as if merely approaching it would fulfill his desires. Simultaneously, the myriad suppressed longings he had repressed during his usual cultivation erupted forth. He thought of Yin Nishang, the pure maiden whose hand he had once held. How had she been treated at the hands of Chen Fan? Her graceful form lay exposed, awaiting the one who would pluck her like ripe fruit. That one should rightfully be me. And then there was Murong Di, the esteemed daughter of the Zhuang sect, a jewel of lofty status. She ought to belong to me as well, that I had disguised myself for so long and expended considerable effort for that woman. I should possess her. How dare that wretched woman exchange glances with Chen Fan? When had they conspired together? Otherwise, why did Chen Fan not expose Murong Di's involvement in the theft of the Qiang flower on that day? These two scoundrels. And what of Pei Qingyu, who trailed after Chen Fan daily? Surely, her intentions were not so innocent. Such a woman should be one I alone wish to claim, that INA days. Chu Tian seemed to find himself in a grand palace, where those who had once looked down upon and humiliated him knelt outside, led by none other than Chen Fan. Within the chamber, the familiar figures of the women he had fantasized about chirped sweet nothings to him. Gradually, Chu Tian became lost in this sensation, but he was oblivious to the fact that the ring belonging to his master was flickering incessantly, a faint wave desperately trying to reach him, yet firmly sealed within a gray mist. As time passed, Chu Tian's aura became increasingly bizarre, his eyes filled with a malevolent green hue. Though his visage remained unchanged, he seemed a different being altogether. Chapter 63. The Murders in the Valley of Withered Bones with the Closure of the Restrictions. The expedition to the underground palace came to a definitive end. Clearly, this exploration yielded unsatisfactory results for the major sacred places and sects, while smaller sects and rogue cultivators reaped considerable rewards. After all, those incomplete tomes, elixirs, and materials were treasures to them, whereas the larger sects found them less remarkable, their numbers too few to be considered significant. However, Chen Fan's reputation soared once again, for reasons unknown. The tale of his battle with Feng Xiaoyang spread like wildfire, with various versions circulating. Some claimed it was over a coveted treasure within the underground palace. Others spoke of old grievances resurfacing, while yet others suggested it was for the sake of a woman. Each narrative was compelling in its own right, with a clear sequence of events making the truth difficult to discern. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that everyone recognized a singular fact. Chen Fan had unequivocally become the saint son of the Qiantian sect, merely a ceremonial acknowledgement away from becoming its leader. Consequently, throngs of people came to pay their respects. Even those lacking sufficient status and identity loitered outside the Qiantian sect's premises, hoping to forge connections with this destined heir of boundless potential. Chen Fan found this incessant attention irksome. He struggled to comprehend the mentality of these individuals. It seemed that merely having encountered a formidable figure allowed one to boast of their acquaintance, and if they could exchange a few words, it signified a deep bond. Strangely, such claims were believed and even sought after by many. Fortunately, this vexation dissipated after a few days, as a malevolent presence emerged in the Valley of Withered Bones. This fiend fed on human essence, displaying a particular inclination for female cultivators that in recent days. Numerous victims had been claimed, their remains discovered in a horrific state, particularly those of the female cultivators. The entire city of Lianyun was thrown into turmoil, while it was true that malevolent cultivators lurked within the Valley of Withered Bones. None had been so audacious as to commit such acts with the major sects and sacred places of the eastern region present. This brazen affront was akin to a resounding slap to the faces of the righteous leaders of the eastern region. In light of this, the various sects that had previously lingered around the Valley of Withered Bones were compelled to mobilize in search of this fiend. Some sought to protect their sect's reputation, while others, like the Qiantian sect, spared no effort in their endeavors. Regardless of the outcome, they needed to exhibit their stance. Though there have been instances of bullying smaller sects, such occurrences could not be ignored. This was also why the status of the major sects in the eastern region remained unassailable, with lesser sects and mortals willingly offering their support for the smaller sects and rogue cultivators. Some had lost disciples or loved ones, while others sought to elevate their own standing. Yet the majority were simply succumbing to the herd mentality. With everyone searching for the fiend, those who did not join in would appear remiss. Such a disorganized and undisciplined search party naturally achieved little success. Days passed without any sign of the perpetrator, and instead, misunderstandings regarding other hidden malevolent cultivators in the Valley of Withered Bones led to several bloody confrontations. During this time, the fiend grew increasingly audacious, extending its reach to the major sects, resulting in numerous casualties among the disciples dispatched to investigate. The leaders of the major sects were infuriated, yet the prospect of thoroughly exploring the vast Valley of Withered Bones in the short term was unrealistic, leaving them all in a state of despondency. That on a day when Chun Fan had originally secluded himself to devise future plans, he was compelled to make an appearance, not because the fiend had encroached upon the Qintian sect, but because a visitor had arrived, one he could not afford to meet with indifference. Murong Di of the Zhuang sect. Qin Fan was well aware of the events that had transpired within the underground palace and, having pieced together the records from the archives, could surmise the purpose of Murong Di's visit. "Senior Brother Qin, I apologize for the intrusion. I hope for your understanding," Murong Di formally greeted him. "This is Elder Xing Qi from our sect." The elder who had accompanied Murong Di stepped forward, cupping his hands in acknowledgement that I must express my gratitude to young Master Chen for your earlier assistance. Given the formality of the situation, Chun Fan, despite his distaste for such ceremonial niceties, reciprocated the gestures and invited them to sit. Murong Di, seemingly impatient, spoke before the tea could be served. "Young Master Chen, are you aware of the fiend's activities today?" Chun Fan nodded. "This individual employs sinister methods and is audaciously reckless." "Senior Brother Chun, do you not intend to take action?" Murong Di inquired to her words. Chun Fan furrowed his brow, wondering why this young lady had approached him with an accusatory tone. Elder Xing Qi felt a pang of embarrassment, recalling how he had advised her before their arrival, only to realize she had not heeded his counsel in the slightest. That it was as though she could not speak civilly, leaving a favorable impression. What man would appreciate such a temperament in a woman? As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Xing Qi interjected, "Young Master Chen, please do not take offense. Recently, our Zhuang sect has also suffered the loss of disciples, one of whom shared a close bond with our young lady, that we fear she has met with misfortune. Hence." Chun Fan understood the gravity of the situation. According to the archives, the missing female disciple had maintained a strong friendship with Murong Di, akin to that of sisters. They had even shared a room during their childhood, though their paths diverged due to differences in talent and status. Nevertheless, Murong Di had always looked after her, and her decision to bring her along on this trip spoke volumes. With the disciple now missing, it was natural for Murong Di to be anxious. Yet, the Zhuang sect had suffered substantial losses in the underground palace and was presently short-staffed, making this visit a plea for assistance. This woman, despite her demeanor, possessed a compassionate heart. Chun Fan sighed. Although he could empathize with her feelings, he felt no inclination to coddle her emotions. Instead, he responded directly, "Do you believe that lending my Qintian sect's disciples to you will guarantee the safe return of that disciple?" Elder Xing Qi was taken aback. He had not mentioned that Murong Di was seeking assistance for a specific individual. How did Chun Fan know? Had he been observing them all along? Murong Di remained oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, instinctively replying, "There must be some hope, after all. You know in your heart that the disciple has likely already perished." Chun Fan stated bluntly that in truth, the likelihood of finding her through such a search was minimal, and it could even result in more victims. What do you mean? Murong Di's resolve crumbled, her expression turning despondent. Elder Xing Qi silently sighed. Chun Fan's directness was hardly better than the young lady's. Why could he not choose a more tactful approach? They both understood that the captured disciple was most likely dead, but such phrasing could have been softened. As long as no body was found, there remained a glimmer of hope, granting the young lady more time to come to terms with this harsh reality. Seeing Murong Di's shattered hope render her speechless, Xing Qi pressed on. "Young Master Chun, why do you say that this search will yield no results and may even increase the number of victims?" Have you not noticed that no one from the Qintian sect has perished due to this incident? Chen Fan regarded the two of them with an expression of incredulity. Such a chaotic search, lacking any planning and splitting people apart, left him baffled by their thought processes. Elder Xingqi paused, suddenly realizing something. Murong Di bore a similar expression, and soon, as if all strength had been drained from her, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Chapter 64. The Murderous Fiend. Firstly, the Valley of Withered Bones was vast, with a complex environment inhabited by both malevolent cultivators and demonic creatures. Following several skirmishes, the so-called large search parties were merely scouring relatively safe areas. Without unified command and with a hodgepodge of personnel, conflicts could easily arise, such as when disciples from the Qintian sect encountered those from the Tianyuan sect, leading to deliberate separations or outright clashes. Such incidents were countless. One could only wonder how extensive the actual search area could be. Moreover, with no reasonable allocation, many of those who ventured into the Valley of Withered Bones were likely there for nefarious purposes of their own. Certainly, it cannot be denied that there are indeed individuals fervently seeking to unearth the identity of that murderous fiend. Perhaps it is driven by a sense of justice, or perhaps by a desire for notoriety. For various reasons, they may dare to take risks, severing ties with those around them. Chen Fan paid no heed to the reactions of Murong Di and Xingqi, as he launched into a lengthy discourse expressing his ire, and he was incensed because the archive contained no information regarding the identity or whereabouts of the assailant, while this group was searching in a haphazard manner. The consequence of such disorganization is that those genuinely seeking the truth may meet their demise. Previously, he had been oblivious to this matter due to his recuperation from injuries, and neither Wei Hao nor Pei Qingyu deemed it necessary to inform him. By the time he became aware, he was nearly apoplectic that he summoned the disciples of the Qintian sect at once, fortunate that there were no casualties thus far. Subsequently, he reached out to several holy places and sects. Yet it was evident that no one took the matter seriously, including the Zhiwang sect. This was one of the reasons for Chen Fan's fury, had it not been for the close relationship between the missing individuals and Murong Di. She would not have come forward. The lives of those who had perished previously were in vain. Perhaps they could ultimately locate the murderous fiend, but at what cost in lives during the process? Or perhaps the culprit would evade capture altogether, rendering those lives sacrificed for naught. Such occurrences are all too common in the eastern region. The so-called cultivators are predominantly preoccupied with their self-interest. In the eyes of those in power, lives can be quantified and sacrificed. They care not for how many lives are lost, but only for the potential benefits reaped, that is, for the possibly hidden masters within the various holy places and sects. They may possess means to locate the culprit more swiftly, yet no one has stepped forward, including the Qintian sect. They too are weighing their options. Protecting their own sect is a matter of course. But pursuing the murderous fiend is a matter of indifference. To act rashly could entangle them in unforeseen consequences. Perhaps other reasons also linger in the shadows, yet Chen Fan remained deeply disappointed. "Stop, please," Murong Di interjected weakly, her delicate face etched with anguish. Xingqi hesitated, wishing to offer some words of comfort, but unsure how to begin. In truth, they understood Chen Fan's sentiments. At least part of his reasoning resonated with them. Other holy places and sects were no different, yet they had chosen to overlook these truths, for the pursuit of the murderous fiend inherently allowed for considerable maneuvering. The essence of this matter lies in the process and their attitudes, not merely the outcome. Indeed, if there were casualties, it might serve their interests best. Chen Fan's words, though harsh, contained an unspoken truth that everyone was aware of, thus sparing a modicum of face. The major holy places and sects were, in fact, contemplating how to exploit this situation to gain control over the Bone Hollow Mountains, seeking greater benefits. Hence, a coalition was out of the question, if the missing individual were not that female disciple from the Zhiwang sect Xingqi side. He did not perceive this approach as erroneous. It had always been their modus operandi. Yet this time, witnessing Chen Fan's furious countenance, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. "Brother Chen, do you have a way to find that person?" Murong Di seemed to have come to a realization, wiping away her tears and speaking resolutely. "I am willing to pay any price." Miss Xingqi exclaimed in shock. Such a promise should not be made lightly. Unless Chen Fan appeared equally helpless. The Bone Hollow Mountains were vast, filled with various relics and restrictions, compounded by the presence of demonic tribes and evil cultivators. finding an unnamed, faceless maniac would be nearly impossible. While the archives contained a few special methods that might yield results, their current manpower rendered such efforts impractical. The techniques of pinpoint tracking from thousands of miles away are among the pinnacle of supernatural abilities. The best course of action would be for everyone to unite, yet this was clearly unrealistic. Realizing this, Chun Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Observing his demeanor, Murong Di's expression dimmed. In truth, she understood everything. She simply did not wish to believe it'd that moment. Chun Fan's expression abruptly shifted. Shock, astonishment, regret, various emotions flitted across his face before he regained his composure. Sir Chun, what is the matter? Xing-Chi inquired upon noticing Chun Fan's change in demeanor. Nothing. My people, they may have located the murderous fiend's whereabouts. What? Murong Di sprang to her feet, not allowing Chun Fan a moment to refuse. Brother Chun, wait a moment. I will gather personnel immediately. With that, she hurriedly departed, and Xing-Chi, seeing this, offered an apology before hastily following suit. Before Chun Fan could steady his emotions upon receiving the news. Wei Hao strode in, that is there truly a lead on the murderous fiend? Chun Fan nodded. Wei Hao quickly added, why inform the Zhuang sect about this matter? Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he immediately considered several strategies to maximize their benefits. It must be said, the existence of the murderous fiend seemed a fortuitous opportunity, and having pinpointed their location granted them a significant advantage that as long as they operated judiciously, they could reap substantial rewards. Of course, this would require some time for preparation, which was why he was anxious. He had just overheard outside that the young lady from the Zhuang sect had clearly lost her senses. They could not afford to charge recklessly after the murderous fiend at this moment. Yet before Wei Hao could articulate his thoughts, Chun Fan interjected, prepare yourselves, we shall go as well. But Wei Hao was about to protest when Pei Qingyu intervened. Prepare yourselves, we cannot obstruct his decision, What a pity. Wei Hao lamented as he turned away, having come to understand that this young master Chun acted with unrestrained audacity, observing Chun Fan in a daze. The social butterfly of the Qintian sect gracefully took a seat beside him. Does this murderous fiend hold any connection to you? Chun Fan glanced at Pei Qingyu in surprise, seemingly curious as to how she was aware. Yet he answered truthfully, it is Chu Tan, I received word from Yi Yu. The dream-invoking talisman I left on him has been triggered, possibly linked to the contingency left by Feng Xiaoyang. Pei Qingyu gently grasped his hand, saying, you know this is not your concern. Chun Fan managed a bitter smile and shook his head in that moment. He finally understood why cultivators sought to sever emotional ties and evade causality. Chapter 65. Identity revealed in a secluded valley within the Bone Hollow Mountains. When Chun Fan and the others from the Zhuang sect arrived, they found numerous cultivators already gathered, including leaders from other holy places and sections. Observing those engaged in discussion, Chun Fan furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at Murong Di and the others behind him. The accompanying elder, Xing-Chi, felt a pang of unease but maintained a facade of calm. It matters not. Even if they see through it. What of it? My actions are justifiable. For reasons unknown, upon meeting Chun Fan's gaze, Xing-Chi felt an inexplicable fear. Were it not necessary, he would not wish to provoke this destined heir of the Chun family. However, as an elder of the Zhuang sect, tasked with assisting the young lady, he had no choice but to step forward. It seemed plausible for Chun Fan and Murong Di to join forces to slay the murderous fiend, potentially boosting their reputations significantly. Yet, the problem lay in the fact that the various holy places and sects present in the Bone Hollow Mountains were scheming to exploit this situation for their own gain. Ideally, they hoped to advance into the Bone Hollow Mountains, seizing this resource-rich territory and disrupting the previously established balance of power. However, given their prior agreements, none could overtly violate them, leaving only the option of covert maneuvers. The emergence of the murderous fiend provided them with a legitimate excuse to remain and send personnel. It is only right for me to avenge my disciple. They would justify in other words. If Chun Fan and Murong Di directly eliminated the murderous fiend, it would place them in opposition to all sections. Xing-Chi understood that he could not dissuade these two. Thus, he resolved to publicly announce the news and call for a collaborative effort. Regardless of the motivations behind it, everyone had arrived, in the end, The responsibility for resolving the situation would not fall upon the Zhuang sect that A.S. Qin Fan and the others made their entrance. The representatives from the various holy places and sects approached to pay their respects, exhibiting considerable courtesy. This was due in part to the fact that the Qiantian sect had not directly clashed with them during this endeavor, and also because Qin Fan's formidable display of power had garnered genuine admiration to A.S. for the rumored life-and-death battle with Feng Xiaoyang. There had been no witnesses, yet it appeared the news was indeed accurate. In this world, the principle of strength commanding respect remains an immutable truth. One's prowess justifies all actions. Chen Shizi, please say a few words that as the attendees neared full assembly. All eyes naturally turned to Qin Fan, with Wei Hao quietly urging him. Pei Qingyu added, I know you feel uneasy, but you must fulfill this role for now. Qin Fan nodded. All along, he had pursued this very aim, to forge a formidable reputation as a shield. Yet now that he had attained it, he felt somewhat disheartened. With a sigh, Qin Fan silently adjusted his emotions. Esteemed guests, the murderous fiend responsible for the atrocities in the Bone Hollow Mountains likely resides within this valley. As representatives of the righteous sects of the eastern region, it is our mission to eradicate evil and protect the innocent. Such heinous acts cannot be tolerated. Let the deceased rest in peace and seek justice for the living. The matter of speeches is something Qin Fan had witnessed countless times in his past life, having both read and penned numerous drafts. Although the situation had arisen unexpectedly, he nevertheless managed to craft a few hundred words that were both succinct and eloquent, stirring the emotions of those present to the fullest extent. Compared to the hollow proclamations and slogans of various holy sites and sects of yore, this was akin to heaven and earth. These cultivators had never encountered such a passionate oration. They felt their blood surge, as if they bore a special mission upon their shoulders. Observing the fervent crowd, Qin Fan nodded inwardly, realizing that the majority of cultivators still harbored a flicker of ambition and aspiration deep within, untainted by the unspoken rules of the cultivation world. All along, while Qin Fan had not relinquished his lofty ambitions to alter this world and dismantle its rules, a glimmer of hope still resided within him. At the very least, he could take action, influence those around him, and leave behind a legacy that he yearned for a day when, should he meet an untimely demise, others would remember snippets of his existence, rather than fading into oblivion like Feng Xiaoyang, whose death was met with indifference. To drift along with the current was no easy feat. This conflicting sentiment weighed heavily on Qin Fan, leaving him profoundly isolated at this moment. To grant repose to the deceased and seek justice for the living. Amidst the resounding cries of slogans, under the throng of the crowd, Qin Fan stepped into the valley that as he entered, the noxious stench that assailed them rendered their expressions grave. The valley resembled a hell on earth, with countless corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground, blood staining the earth a pale crimson. The mangled, naked bodies intertwined, their expressions of agony seemed to accuse the murderer of their cruel fate. Some of the female disciples could no longer contain their nausea. Qin Fan, too, felt a chill run through him. Though the whispers from Yi Yu had conveyed the general situation, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. Initially, Chu Tian remained motionless, but he soon began to move frantically. That be why the time Yi Yu arrived, what she found was not Chu Tian, but a maniacal killer. He appeared to be lost in a dream. His strength magnified. Caught off guard, Yi Yu, already wounded by Feng Xiaoyang, suffered a devastating blow from Chu Tian. Dragging his injured body, he barely reached the vicinity of the valley, thereafter too terrified to advance further. The Chu Tian before them instilled even the fearless Yi Yu with dread. Qin Fan had a general understanding of the events that had transpired. Chu Tian's descent into madness was likely a contingency left by Feng Xiaoyang. Coincidentally, during their time in the secret chamber, he had planted a dream symbol on Chu Tian, intending for this child of fortune to become ensnared in dreams, ideally giving rise to inner demons. At this point, the transformation of Chu Tian into such a wretched state was no longer worth investigating, which was why Qin Fan felt a twinge of guilt. Zhao Shimi. A cry broke Qin Fan's contemplation. He looked up to see Murong Di attempting to lunge toward a corpse, only to be restrained by Xing Qi. That female corpse stood out starkly among the others, despite having lost her life. Her ethereal grace remained unblemished. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that she had received more care. While others had been drained of their blood, she had suffered a violation. "Look! The murderer!" Another exclamation rang out. The crowd turned to see a shadow crouched in a concealed corner of the valley, bent over the neck of a corpse, drinking its blood. The cries seemed to startle the figure, who abruptly turned, revealing a pair of ghostly green eyes, reminiscent of a demon from the underworld. Chu Tian. Upon recognizing the visage of the killer, someone immediately identified him. The one who found it hardest to accept was none other than Murong Di. She had once admired that spirited and resilient youth. Even after Chu Tian's heinous actions, she merely felt discomfort, devoid of any repulsion, having witnessed the treachery and strife within the cultivation world from a young age. She had deemed Chu Tian's actions unsavory, but not intolerable, that he merely paled in comparison to Chen Fan, yet that did not detract from his status as an exceptional cultivator. But at this very moment, the heinous murderer responsible for the slaughter of her closest junior sister was none other than him, that in an instant, guilt, self-reproach, and fury surged within her, causing Murong Di to falter, tears streaming down her face. Had she made a different choice back then, perhaps none of this would have transpired. "Wait, Chu Tian, you murderous fiend, return my sister's life." It was he who had stolen the Qiyang flower, leading to the demise of countless individuals. "Kill him, avenge our fallen comrades." In an instant, past grievances resurfaced, igniting the collective wrath of the cultivators. At that moment, Chu Tian seemed to regain a semblance of clarity, his gaze wandering in confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. What has happened to me?" Suddenly, memories flooded back to him, beginning with the golden letters that had emerged in his mind from the cave, that he had descended into madness, his desires fueled by the tainted energy. Immersing himself in its depths, that he had no idea how many lives he had extinguished or how many bodies he had left in his wake. With a blank expression, Chen Fan stood there, while Murong Di wept, and the throng of cultivators seethed with anger. Chu Tian felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss, the weight of guilt suffocating him, that he longed to deny his actions. Yet the undeniable truth clawed at his conscience that in the act of draining the lifeblood of those cultivators, in violating those female disciples, he had felt exhilaration, joy, and had reveled in those sensations. The power came effortlessly, without regard for anything else, granting him that which he desired. Watching those once proud disciples struggle before him, he felt an intoxicating sense of euphoria. No, this is not me. I am being framed. Guilt flickered momentarily before Chu Tian swiftly grasped reality. He needed to survive, he had to live, he cried out in desperation. I was controlled. It was Feng Xiaoyang. It was Chen Fan. They manipulated me. Xiao Di, believe me. You know I am not this kind of person. You must speak on my behalf. Tell them. Chu Tian beseeched Murong Di, knowing that only her identity could save him in this dire moment. However, Murong Di, trembling with rage, met his gaze with icy contempt. Her eyes filled with fury. Silence. You are unworthy to utter my name. That it was my blindness that allowed this to happen. You, the monster who slaughtered my sister, deserve nothing less than death. At her words, Chu Tian felt as though struck by lightning. Stumbling backward, he turned to Chen Fan, his voice a roar of indignation. So it is true. The Qintian sect is indeed formidable, employing such despicable methods. Though Chu Tian was oblivious to the specifics of the situation, he instinctively sensed that Feng Xiaoyang and Chen Fan were inextricably linked to it all. Murong Di could bear no more, scolding him. Even now? You wish to slander others? Are you still a man? Chu Tian stared blankly at Murong Di, his expression one of despair. What is happening? Not long ago, I was filled with ambition, a prodigy destined for the pinnacle of cultivation. From the family's outcast to a figure of rapid ascendance, I was meant to soar through the heavens, to roar through the mountains. How did I suddenly become a pariah, a monster that everyone wishes to eradicate? And my master? Where has my master gone? Why does he not aid me? Chen Fan, it must be him. It is all because of him. Chu Tian abruptly raised his head, like a ferocious beast ready to strike, sensing the invisible chains of fate binding him. Kill Chen Fan. He has taken everything from me. Only by eliminating him can I hope to survive. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, that indescribable sensation returning, now clearer than before, that he perceived certain elements of Chu Tian dissipating, some transferring to the cultivators surrounding him, while others evaporated into the ether. casting a discreet glance at Murong Di and the others who had unwittingly absorbed that power. Chen Fan pondered deeply. The concept of fate truly was remarkable. I will kill you. Chu Tian bellowed, no longer heeding anything else, charging toward Chen Fan. His entire being was engulfed in a shroud of dark, murky energy, his eyes devoid of clarity. Stop him. The monster aims to commit murder. Kill him. Without needing to be commanded, cultivators surged forward, eager to vanquish the demon and seize glory. Yet at that moment, Chu Tian's power surged dramatically, suggesting he had reached the pinnacle of the divine realm. With the potential for further ascendance, the inky, tainted energy spread, ensnaring the first two cultivators who had lunged at him. Their spells and protective artifacts lost all potency under the corruption of that murky energy. With a crack, Chu Tian effortlessly snapped their necks, his sharp fangs piercing their throats, draining their lifeblood in an instant, leaving behind two desiccated corpses. This is not good. His strength seems to be increasing. As the dark energy enveloping Chu Tian intensified, the process of his demonic transformation accelerated, leaving the onlookers aghast. The leaders from several holy sites and sects wore expressions of trepidation. They had heard tales of the formidable power of demonic cultivators. But to witness it firsthand was a cause for alarm. Engaging in battle with him would likely be a costly endeavor, fraught with peril. Yet if they refrained from intervening, allowing the smaller sects and rogue cultivators to confront him would result in a significant blow to their own prestige. Damn it! This fool should have hidden better. Why reveal himself so soon? Would it not have been wiser to wait for our sect's elders? Evidently, at this moment, Chu Tian is akin to a hot potato. Exceedingly difficult to handle. The leaders. They bear the weight of their sacred grounds, and the prestige of their sects cannot afford any retreat. Thus, they find themselves in a precarious situation. Unanimously, their gaze falls upon Chen Fan. The one with the greatest prowess and highest renown here. Had not said that Qian Tian sect is the foremost sect in the Eastern Domain? Come, let this opportunity be bestowed upon you. Chen Fan cast a cold glance at these hesitant individuals, a smirk curling upon his lips. This the gift that Feng Xiaoyang has left for him? Truly remarkable, to calculate human sentiments to such an extent. A twofold scheme indeed. Clearly, Feng Xiaoyang has anticipated that the strength of Chu Tian, now under the influence of demonic cultivation, has significantly increased, making him a formidable opponent, and has also foreseen that this group would shift the burden onto him. Moreover, having been wounded in his confrontation with Feng, if he were to retreat at this moment, the internal dynamics of Qian Tian sect would naturally provide an excuse to target him. Although the repercussions may be limited, it would undoubtedly bring immense trouble to Chen Fan and the Chen family. Perhaps Feng Xiaoyang has also calculated that he would not stand idly by and would inevitably take a stand. In an instant, all connections became clear to Chen Fan, and he smiled. Fortunately, he had made alternative preparations. Just then, a sharp cry pierced the air. Murong Di had already rushed forward, catching everyone off guard. This shift was unexpected for all present. And even Chen Fan furrowed his brow. The accompanying elder, Xing Qi, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. "My lady, what are you doing? With so many sacred grounds and sects present, is it our place to take the lead?" In an instant, the spiritual energy in the arena surged, and the crowd silently retreated to clear the battlefield. They observed keenly that in Chu Tian's current state, mere numbers offered no advantage. It required either a formidable force to subdue and slay him, or the strategic use of formations to gradually wear him down, ultimately trapping him. The former was beyond anyone present, and the latter would inevitably demand a heavy toll. Among those gathered, only a few could configure formations, and those were invaluable assets. Employ them in conflict would serve as training, but to use them merely to deplete and suppress a demonic cultivator would be tantamount to courting death. Silence fell over the assembly. Xing Qi cast a glance at the unfolding battle, gritted his teeth, and approached Chen Fan. "Young Master Chen, in light of the friendship between our families, I implore you to assist." His own strength was insufficient, and after several losses, Qian Tian sect was lacking in manpower. He had no desire to seek help from the other sects. It was futile. Were he in charge, he too would not consent. Only Chen Fan and Qian Tian sect still held some hope. Yet, to his surprise, Chen Fan shook his head, saying, "Let her vent her frustrations. After all, battles require a give and take, that if you find yourselves idle, cheer her on from the sidelines." What nonsense is this? Xing-Chi was riddled with questions that at such a critical juncture. You speak of trivialities. If you choose not to assist, must you be so curt? Where is your decorum? Chapter 67. Battlefield Commentary Yet. After merely a few exchanges, Murong Di began to falter. Xing-Chi contemplated stepping in to help, but at this moment, Murong Di fought with reckless abandon, driven by resentment, making cooperation impossible. Tio rashly joined the fray now would not only be of no assistance but would also disrupt her rhythm, placing her in further peril. After all, the two combatants in the sky were akin to madmen. Pay heed. This illustrates the troublesome nature of demonic cultivators. Their power manifests as corrupted energy, which precisely counters spiritual energy. The moment they show any weakness, they become susceptible to corruption, a peril that is difficult to avert. Just as everyone focused on the aerial battle, a calm voice resonated. Turning to look, they saw Chun Fan pointing at the two combatants in midair, elucidating the intricacies to the disciples of Qian Tian's sect. That in an instant, all were left astounded. That is this truly the work of a human? The eldest son of the Qin family indeed possesses a character unlike any other. Xing-Chi nearly spat blood in disbelief. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he focused solely on the battle, ready to assist Murong Di at the slightest misstep. Currently, Chu Tian remains in a state of demonic possession. His strength is not overwhelmingly potent, and the reach of his demonic energy is limited. Should you encounter demonic cultivators in the future, maintain your distance. Once tainted by demonic energy, it is exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. Even ordinary spiritual artifacts may become contaminated and rendered ineffective. Under such scrutiny, the disciples of Qian Tian's sect felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet they understood that Chun Fan's insights would be immensely beneficial, and they listened intently. Following Qin Fan's previous guidance, each had improved, especially regarding how to confront ruthless demonic cultivators. Thus they were even more attentive. One among them queried, "Then, Brother Qin, how should we deal with demonic cultivators?" Delay, flee, call for help. Upon hearing Chun Fan's response, the faces of the disciples from Qian Tian's sect fell, while those from other sects scoffed. They had thought this young prodigy of the divine realm possessed profound wisdom. How utterly embarrassing. Unfazed, Chun Fan continued, "Of course, if you possess unique physiques, powerful treasures, or high-tier divine abilities, disregard my previous statement. The tides of battle are ever-changing, and adaptability is essential. However, if you lack such advantages, remember my words carefully. The strength of demonic cultivators lies in their ability to counter spiritual energy. That in simpler terms, all methods, techniques, and spiritual artifacts will be significantly undermined in their efficacy. Hence, while the number of demonic cultivators in the Eastern domain is not vast, they are universally feared. As the more formidable a demonic cultivator is, the more challenging it becomes to eliminate them." Hearing this, the crowd nodded in silent agreement. Qin Fan's words, though blunt, serve as a stark reminder to all sects, including Qian Tian's sect, that they could not simply rush in a battle. Qin Fan elaborated, "Thus, when encountering demonic cultivators, avoid being overly ambitious. That if they are the aggressors and you must intervene, it is best to frighten them off. Otherwise, your primary task should be to buy time. While demonic cultivators are powerful, they have evident weaknesses. Their lack of stamina is the most fitting description. In other words, they cannot sustain their state for long, and their techniques rely heavily on their essence blood. As corrupted energy does not provide sufficient power," that a disciple interjected. "So you mean to say that given enough time, a demonic cultivator can defeat themselves without a fight?" Chun Fan nodded. "Theoretically, yes. But this theory applies only in battles of equal strength. Most demonic cultivators possess forbidden techniques that allow for instant power boosts and can absorb essence blood for replenishment, which is why we allow Miss Murong to battle alone without intervening." His words sparked a chorus of agreement. Young Master Qin speaks truthfully. Indeed, the methods of demonic cultivators are so intricate that mere numbers cannot contend with them. Xing-Chi, overhearing this, felt as if he might vomit blood. His earlier favorable impression of Chun Fan evaporated. He is truly inhuman. Chun Fan continued, "Therefore, in future encounters with demonic cultivators, always remember not to fight solo, nor to chase recklessly. That if possible, unite with fellow brethren to form formations that can weaken and suppress them. However, be cautious. Demonic cultivators often employ methods to ensnare the mind, so vigilance is paramount." The disciples of Qian Tian's sect nodded vigorously, indicating their understanding. Naturally, in actual combat, demonic cultivators are not without countermeasures. It ultimately depends on one's response to the enemy's tactics. Observe, Chen Fan gestured towards the sky, beginning to dissect the techniques employed by Chu Tian and Murong Di. In truth, the audience should not have expected this, but soon, not only the disciples of Qian Tian's sect, but also those from other sects began to lean in, all ears. Chen Fan's explanations, though not exhaustive, were clear and concise, summarizing the rapid exchanges in just a few phrases. Yet even so, he elucidated the techniques, divine abilities, and operational methods employed by the combatants with remarkable clarity. It is worth noting that both Chu Tian and Murong Di were far from ordinary. One had been trained by a venerable predecessor from ages past, while the other was the daughter of the Zhuang sect. The skills they possessed were not merely exceptional, but were also not easily accessible to just anyone. Yet, Chen Fan articulated every detail as though he were well acquainted with them, laying bare their strengths and weaknesses. Even more astonishing was that after each of their moves, Chen Fan would offer commentary on what maneuvers could be executed more effectively. Gradually, including Pei Qingyu and Wei Hao, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Chen Fan's discourse had transcended the techniques of Qian Tian's sect, beginning to encompass the practices of various sects, even delving into lesser-known ones. While the major sacred grounds and sects were relatively easy to investigate due to their prominence and numerous disciples, understanding the efficacy of their techniques and martial arts was straightforward. However, some techniques were entirely unfamiliar to them. Senior brother, what is this floating light and shadow technique that young Master Chen mentioned? Is there truly a place called Jinghu Mountain Manor? Yes, but that was 3,000 years ago. It has since fallen into obscurity due to a lack of successors. This technique seems to have some records. Uncle Master, it seems the hidden blade technique does not include the sleeve-wielding blade martial skill. Indeed, but it was gradually excluded due to its difficulty in mastery. Does anyone remember the dual-star Buddhafinger? Unknown. I have never heard of it. Surely you jest. How dare you speak such nonsense? Young Master Chen is learned and talented. Would he need to fabricate tales? Gradually, everyone became engrossed. They could naturally discern that Chen Fan's strategies far surpassed the skills of the two combatants on the field. In other words, should Chen Fan face any one of them, he would undoubtedly crush them with ease. The disparity in tactical acumen between the two sides was simply too vast. Every move made by the opponent was an optimal solution. Just as everyone was fixated, a voice resonated. The crowd cast bewildered glances, but Chen Fan calmly addressed Xing Qi and Wei Hao, instructing, prepare to set a formation to ensnare Chu Tian. Mere suppression is sufficient. Do not engage. Before they could react, Chen Fan transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Chapter 68. Flight and interception. Bang, bang, bang. A series of resounding crashes echoed as Murong Di and Chu Tian exchanged several blows in midair, their figures abruptly separating. Chu Tian appeared almost frenzied, showing no signs of fatigue, while Murong Di's face flushed, clearly indicating her exhaustion. Steadying herself, Murong Di hastily channeled her spiritual energy to dispel the noxious aura clinging to her pale hands. Lamenting internally, earlier, consumed by anger, she had acted recklessly, but now she was fully aware that she was no match for Chu Tian. Yet, the bitterness and pride in her heart compelled her to persist without retreating. She had never truly been his opponent. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Chen Fan's voice resonated from below. Although much of what he said was incomprehensible to her, it nonetheless provided her with a glimpse of how to stabilize the situation. Was he being deliberate, or was it an accident? Murong Di's thoughts whirled as she struggled to grasp Chen Fan's intentions. The man was infuriating. Each time he explained, he pointed out flaws in her responses, as though everything she had learned over the years was of no worth. Initially, she had stubbornly refused to heed his words, but after being struck by Chu Tian's blows, she had yielded and grown accustomed to his guidance. Suddenly, when Chen Fan's voice fell silent, she found herself at a loss, forced to confront Chu Tian head-on, leading to her immediate disadvantage. You retreat. Chen Fan's voice rang out once more, just as Chu Tian's assault approached. Murong Di instinctively sought to withdraw, but a rebellious urge surged within her. Why should she heed him? Could she not survive without his presence? In defiance, she raised her palm, channeling the sword embedded in her hair, to counterattack. This was utterly absurd. Chun Fan, rushing to her aid, felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. It was too late to warn her. Yet he could not stand by and watch her demise. Disregarding his own injuries as he pushed his speed to its limit at the same time, Murong-Di's face lit up with joy. This time, against Chu Tian, she had not suffered. Her sword was on the verge of breaching his magical defenses. What a splendid opportunity! Thinking she could soon avenge her junior sister, Murong-Di poured all her energy into her technique. However, just as the pressure before her eased, Chu Tian suddenly transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing from sight. Not good at that moment. Murong-Di realized she had fallen into a trap. She had not anticipated that Chu Tian possessed a technique for creating doppelgangers. The figure before her was merely a shadow composed of demonic energy. Where was his true self? Sensing a chill behind her, Murong-Di's complexion drained of color. That I in the void. Chu Tian's figure emerged, his hand enveloped in dark energy, descending upon her with ferocity. Initially, he had been in a frenzied state. But as time passed, he adapted to this condition, embracing his identity as a demon at this moment. Chu Tian was submerged in desire, transformed into a being of darkness that he remained himself, yet he was no longer the same. Now restored to lucidity, Chu Tian quickly grasped the situation. Capturing Murong-Di today would be his best solution for escape, that as long as he could seize her, he could manipulate the others. These so-called righteous cultivators of the Eastern Domain were embroiled in mutual scheming, each too fearful to accept responsibility for the death of the Zhuang sect's young master. Moreover, this woman was one he had long desired. Thus he maintained a gentlemanly facade before her. But now all pretense had vanished. He would resort to primal methods to achieve his goal. It sufficed to take her. What need was there for her heart? However, seizing Murong-Di would not be a simple task. She was equipped with numerous protective artifacts, and he needed to capture her with minimal cost, lest excessive injury render his plan futile. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, but Chun Fan below was proving troublesome. His explanations serving to guide Murong-Di in her responses. These two scoundrels were indeed entangled in a liaison. Fortunately, this woman was foolish enough to present herself willingly. All of this transpired in an instant. Just as Murong-Di was about to fall into the clutches of darkness, a flash of violet light suddenly appeared. Chun Fan grasped Murong-Di, pulling her behind him. Bang! A thunderous crash resounded as Chun Fan staggered, plummeting toward the ground. Was he injured? Chu Tian, having successfully struck, wore an expression of shock that he had witnessed Chun Fan's might. The moment he appeared in the secret chamber, Chu Tian had recognized him as an opponent beyond his reach. The vast reservoir of spiritual energy within Chun Fan was unparalleled. Yet now, he seemed weakened. Good. This is your own doing, that I in an instant. A murderous intent enveloped Chu Tian. His greatest enemy was Chun Fan. Sensing the overwhelming force approaching from behind, Chun Fan held Murong-Di with one arm while extending the other, conjuring 18 ice walls to shield them. Yet, Chu Tian, having undergone a transformation, surged forward like an arrow. Crashing through the ice walls, Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Upon nearing Chun Fan, Chu Tian unleashed his most formidable technique, a sacred power originating from the Western Buddhist sect, now imbued with demonic energy and murderous intent. The colossal fire lotus enveloped both Chun Fan and Murong-Di, unleashing cataclysmic power that dimmed the heavens and obscured the sun. Brother Chun, Junior Brother Chun, Young Master, cries of alarm echoed. Chu Tian shot a resentful glance at the now invisible Chun Fan, hesitating briefly before turning and dashing away, transforming into a streak of light as he sped into the distance. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps he could slay Chun Fan. But survival was paramount. He was destined to stand atop the hierarchy of power. How could he perish alongside his enemy? Not good. He intends to flee. Surround him. Do not let him escape. Damn it, such speed. No one had anticipated that Chu Tian, who had been fighting desperately moments before, would vanish in an instant, leaving them unable to react in time as they watched him disappear into the distance. Yet, just then, a massive hand materialized from the void. Seizing the fleeing Chu Tian with an iron grip, that ugly old man soon appeared before the crowd. Blood Defeat Elder. Gasps of shock arose. The prior appearance of the Blood Defeat Elder, filled with fury, had already instilled fear among them. His terrifying prowess lingered in their minds. You? Chu Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily channeled his energy, attempting to break free, after succumbing to the path of darkness. The transformation of his spiritual energy into demonic essence had significantly enhanced his strength, allowing him to dominate various cultivators. His dark energy could instantly corrupt their spiritual power. Yet now, it proved utterly ineffective. In that moment, Chu Tian realized that the elder before him was a practitioner who had succumbed to the demonic path even earlier than he had. "Your abilities are insufficient," the Blood Defeat elder scoffed. "Last time, I let you escape. This time, I certainly shall not." As he spoke, the blood-red hand tightened its grip, sending waves of agony through Chu Tian. No, at the brink of death, the inexplicably achieved pinnacle of the insight realm within Chu Tian began to show signs of a breakthrough, elevating his strength to new heights. Instantly, he was engulfed in dark demonic flames, rendering even the Blood Defeat elder's grasp powerless. As Chu Tian soared into the sky, the Blood Defeat elder's expression darkened. And he pursued him. What a joke! Allowing an ant to escape twice would be a disgrace beyond measure. Chapter 69. The Disappearance of Clothing. What a jest! Hadn't this individual previously been in the wheel-turning realm? Could it be that demonic practitioners were truly this powerful? What a pity. Had he not fallen into darkness, his future achievements would have been limitless. Observing the two rising figures wreathed in demonic energy, many cultivators could not help but lament. While descending into the demonic path may enhance one's strength, many foundational aspects cannot be instantaneously augmented through external means, such as one's physical constitution and the robustness of their meridians. Given Chu Tian's current condition, it was evident that he had undergone years of rigorous training, establishing a solid foundation. Otherwise, he could not possibly withstand such overwhelming demonic energy. Furthermore, there was the matter of comprehension. Though spiritual energy and demonic energy can both be harnessed to manifest power, their fundamental natures and methods of application are worlds apart. Chu Tian's rapid mastery of his abilities, even executing techniques and martial skills, demonstrated an exceptional talent that could only be rivaled by the most gifted individuals among the sacred sections. Many aspiring geniuses felt overshadowed in comparison, while those of lower cultivation and poorer endowments revealed expressions of envy. Behold, his power is attained at the cost of his lifespan and vital essence. That we, as cultivators, seek longevity, not this misguided path. Indeed, the reason why the demonic cultivators are universally condemned is that their very existence is rooted in destruction. To stave off their own rapid demise, they seek to obliterate others. Let this serve as a cautionary tale. One must not aspire to lofty heights recklessly, for descending into the demonic path leads to being devoured by desire, rendering one unrecognizable. The journey of cultivation is inherently a defiance of fate, devoid of any shortcuts. Observing the stirrings of several cultivators, the elders from various sacred sects could not help but speak out. Their voices amplified by spiritual power, exuding an air of solemnity and authority, which instantly induced cold sweat among the disciples. Previously, they had been captivated by the might of the demonic cultivators. Their hearts swayed. Had it not been for the timely warning, they might have unwittingly strayed into the path of evil, leading to their utter ruin. In contrast to the fierce battle between the two demonic cultivators, the majority of onlookers were primarily captivated by the colossal flaming lotus hovering in the air. Despite being tainted by demonic energy, I suspect it to be the fabled azure lotus spiritual fire. Do I not? Observing the surging flames, someone hesitantly ventured to speak that it indeed appears to be the essence of the azure lotus spiritual fire, a force of perpetual vitality, cycling endlessly, while its power may be limited. It possesses the ability to refine all things within the universe. Who could have anticipated that this Chu Tian would possess such a remarkable treasure? Alas, the spiritual fire has been corrupted by demonic energy, rendering its refinement perilous, a tragic waste. Upon hearing the name of the azure lotus spiritual fire, Xingqi and the others from the Qiantian sect grew visibly tense, not out of covetousness for this rare treasure, but out of concern for those trapped within, particularly Wei Hao and Pei Qingyu. They were acutely aware that Chun Fan was still gravely injured, continuously suppressing his wounds, thus not as formidable as he appeared. Moreover, Murong Di had also expended considerable energy in her battle with Chu Tian. At this moment, the two were ensnared within the flaming lotus, utterly unable to draw on external spiritual energy, making their escape a daunting challenge. Elder Wei, is there any way to breach the blockade of this flaming lotus from the outside? Xingqi could not help but inquire that it is highly difficult. The situation within remains unclear. This flaming lotus likely possesses immense destructive power. And should anything go awry? Wei Hao's words trailed off. Yet Xingqi grasped his meaning that he was well aware of the considerable risks involved in attempting an external breach. His inquiry was merely a reflection of wishful thinking. With a heavy heart, Xingqi, as the attending elder, understood that there were indeed other experts from the Zhuang sect who had come to the Bone Wasteland. Yet for various reasons, they remained outside. Having sent a message, he had received no response that if this delay continued, the situation could indeed become dire. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Qingyu suggested, let us organize a formation to gradually suppress the demonic energy. This creature remains our greatest challenge. Xingqi and Wei Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we can suppress the demonic energy, we can at least ensure that those inside remain untainted. Immediately, the two set about organizing personnel to establish the formation, while the other sacred sects that wished to assist were firmly rebuffed by Pei Qingyu. When it came to the lives of the two, she could not afford to take any risks. One must always guard against the treachery of others. These individuals were not innocent lambs, and they might resort to underhanded tactics. Given the current stability of the flaming lotus, caution was paramount. Meanwhile, within the furious lotus of flames, Chun Fan, shielded by a Xian Bing divine ability, felt a lingering apprehension that he had not anticipated that Chu Tian would act so decisively, directly igniting the essence of the Azure Lotus spiritual fire to unleash a fatal assault. Caught off guard, he was struck head-on. Fortunately, he possessed a substitute doll that helped him evade mortal injury. Nevertheless, cold sweat poured from him. He had come perilously close to perishing at Chu Tian's hands. The child of destiny was indeed formidable. Even the slightest misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Yet the current predicament was rather troublesome. The Azure Lotus spiritual fire appeared to instinctively resist the encroachment of demonic energy, resulting in a peculiar balance as the two entities consumed one another without further alteration. However, even so, the temperature within the flaming lotus was alarmingly high. Chun Fan barely managed to maintain an ice wall for temporary respite. Yet he lacked the strength to devise an escape. While the Tian Gang immortal body could indeed convert fire attributes spiritual energy, he was still severely injured, and the conversion rate was far too slow. It was only a matter of time before he could no longer endure. As for awaiting external rescue, Chun Fan had never entertained such thoughts. Relying on others was far less dependable than relying on oneself. If his conjecture held true, even those outside wishing to offer aid would face multiple layers of obstruction. Suddenly, Chun Fan froze, but he seemed to have overlooked something. The extreme heat within the lotus had rendered him quite lethargic, causing his mind to feel somewhat muddled that he was not alone in this place. Shaking his head, Chun Fan turned to look at Murong Di, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the earlier shock. However, upon turning, he was taken aback to find that Murong Di's skirt was missing to this moment. The young lady of the Zhuang sect was clad only in her undergarments, her vital areas obscured yet tantalizingly visible. What was more alarming was that the exquisite figure in his arms was beginning to stir, her eyelashes fluttering as her eyes slowly opened. That in an instant, their gazes locked. What followed was a piercing scream. No, this, Chun Fan hastily released his hold, flustered and eager to explain. Whether from sheer panic or some other reason, Murong Di plummeted downward, as if her peak cultivation had vanished entirely, in a moment of desperation. Chun Fan instinctively reached out to catch her once more, their bodies inevitably colliding. Then, Chun Fan discovered a horrifying truth. His own clothing had also vanished. It was evident that he had shielded himself from the full brunt of the Azure Lotus spiritual fire's explosive assault. But he had not entirely escaped unscathed. More alarmingly, as their bodies made contact, he instinctively reacted. For a brief moment, it felt as though time itself had ceased, leaving only the intensifying sound of their breaths. Chapter 70. An unfathomable sense of calm. Chun, brother Chun, you can let go of me now. Murong Di was not an innocent girl unfamiliar with the world, although she had never been close to a man. She understood the nature of the heat emanating from him. Curiously, Despite never having been this close to a male, she ought to have struck him down for his audacity. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt utterly weak, unable to muster any strength. Thinking back to the moment when the essence of the Azure Lotus spiritual fire had erupted, Chen Fan had unhesitatingly shielded her, mitigating the majority of the impact. What she had intended to scold him for had morphed into a gentle plea that, all right, I apologize, Murong Jr.'s sister. That was rude of me. Chen Fan quickly came to his senses, hastily releasing Murong Di. Despite feeling weak, he still managed to conjure an ice wall to separate them, in the realm of the divine, where one's senses were heightened. A mere ice wall could not effectively muffle the sounds. Hearing the rustling movements, Chen Fan could not help but envision what that exquisite, jade-like body was doing at this moment. Shaking his head, he forcibly suppressed the rising heat within him, casually pulling out a robe to don, and then quietly observed the situation before him. According to the records, the Azure Lotus spiritual fire possessed the ability to refine all things, meaning that anything cast into its flames would ultimately be annihilated, time being the only variable. Meanwhile, the nature of demonic energy was to assimilate all, thus creating a delicate balance between the two that allowed for mutual restraint, provided he could withstand the searing heat for the time being. However, the question of how to escape loomed large. Brother Chen, it was my recklessness that led to your entrapment. Murong Di's voice interrupted Chen Fan's thoughts. Turning to look, he found that this proud daughter of the Zhuoang sect had donned a simple long dress, a stark contrast to her previously vibrant appearance, giving her an aura akin to a neighborly sister. If this were to happen every time, I wouldn't mind being ensnared by you a few more times. This was a sentiment Chen Fan dared not voice. Seeing Murong Di's downcast demeanor, he sought to comfort her. It is not your fault. Between Chu Tian and myself, only one can emerge alive, that in truth. I have brought you into this predicament. The fated calamity, Murong Di inquired, somewhat astonished. Brother Chen, do you still believe in that? Chen Fan pondered her words, replying ambiguously, what does it matter if others believe and I do not? Murong Di nodded. It is better to believe it exists than to dismiss it. My father once said that those marked by fate are akin to domesticated insects. Even the ultimate victor cannot escape their shackles. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, recalling what Feng Zhaoyang had previously mentioned. Seeing his expression, Murong Di assumed her words had disheartened him and hurriedly added, I only mentioned this during a casual chat with my father. The fated calamity is merely a rumor and should not be taken as fact, and I'll ask my father when I return. Then I shall trouble you, junior sister Murong. Chen Fan replied noncommittally, whether it be rumor or reality. If fate indeed existed, he would fight against it. In his view, this so-called fate was merely a power struggle, and where there was struggle, there lay a path to victory. Suddenly, Murong Di spoke softly, Brother Chen. There is no need to be so formal. My family calls me Xiao Di, if recalling something. She added, you may call me Chiodi as well. That is my original name. However, the elder said that Chiodi sounds too delicate for my status. Chen Fan was taken aback, both by Murong Di's change in demeanor and the fact that the elders of the Zhuoang sect had deemed it appropriate to alter her name. Why didn't your elders say that Chiodi was incompatible with your birth date? That sounds more plausible. Chen Fan's remark was instinctive, yet he was startled when Murong Di earnestly explained, actually, there is some truth to that. However, the name was given by my mother, and my father and the elders did not dare to speak against it. Your father and the elders truly are perceptive. Chen Fan refrained from speaking recklessly. He had discerned that the young lady from the Zhuoang sect, despite her seemingly domineering and capricious demeanor, was in truth a tender-hearted girl. She epitomized the archetype of a little princess, one who, though yet to mature, had been inundated with a plethora of ideas. To put it plainly, she was precocious, appearing to be a cunning wolf while in reality, she was but a naive rabbit, rather than a fierce white tiger. The image he had just witnessed resurfaced in Chen Fan's mind, leaving him parched and hesitant to continue gazing at Murong Di. He diverted the conversation, asking, does junior sister Murong still possess some strength? Murong Di seemed to take issue with this address, her expression shifting slightly, though it did not linger long. She had approximately 1/3 of her spiritual energy remaining, barely sufficient to activate a divine talisman of the godly realm or unleash a full-force strike from the Lioli sword. Chun Fan glanced at the exquisite hairpin adorning Mu Rong-Di's head and mused that the esteemed figure from the Zhuang sect had indeed invested heavily. Were it not for the existence of the archive, he might have believed it merely a potent artifact. However, this was, in truth, a concealed second-tier flying sword, imbued with the full might of the Zhuang sect master. Should Mu Rong-Di find herself in a life-or-death situation, the weapon's latent power would be unleashed, potentially eradicating all life within 1,000 miles that if he refrained from intervening, he too would likely bear the consequences, escaping with nothing less than a near-fatal ordeal. Despite Chun Fan's self-assuredness in defying destiny, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Every situation he encountered seemed fraught with peril, were it not for the archive's presence and his unwavering adherence to moral principles. He might have perished several times over. Was this not a case of good fortune rewarding virtue? Dispelling the chaotic thoughts from his mind, Chun Fan spoke again. Then, what shall we do next? Just as he was about to delineate their respective tasks and devise a plan to escape the Qinglian fire spirit, a sudden premonition struck him. The previously stable Qinglian flame erupted into a frenzy, its temperature soaring several degrees, while a torrent of demonic energy surged toward him and Mu Rong-Di. Senior Brother Chun. The sudden turn of events prompted Mu Rong-Di to instinctively draw closer to Chun Fan, grasping his arm. Chun Fan inwardly cursed the situation, activating the archive, and indeed, the balance between the Qinglian flame and the demonic energy had been shattered. An explosion was imminent. Summon the Lioli sword and break through. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Chun Fan had no time for further words. He extricated his arm from Mu Rong-Di's grasp, his hands moving with astonishing speed to form seals, simultaneously invoking the recently mastered extreme cold eye soul. In an instant, Mu Rong-Di felt the temperature plummet, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. She looked at Chun Fan in astonishment, who remained focused on casting the seals, his expression unperturbed. Mu Rong-Di was acutely aware of the urgency of their situation, as the searing flames and rampaging demonic energy could no longer be described merely as dangerous. Yet, witnessing Chun Fan's calmness dispelled her anxiety. Silently reciting her incantation, the Lioli sword atop her head surged with power, revealing its sharp brilliance to go. With a commanding cry, the Lioli sword shot forth with unstoppable force, leaving Mu Rong-Di in a vulnerable state, having channeled all her spiritual energy into the strike. In such an environment, this action was tantamount to suicide. However, Mu Rong-Di harbored no doubts. Senior Brother Chun said there was no need to worry. So there is no need to worry. For reasons unknown, this man as promises instilled a peculiar sense of reassurance. Chapter 71. Changing clothes, what is happening? Oh no, Senior Brother Chun. Young miss, the sudden eruption of the Qinglian spirit fire left everyone in disarray. With Pei Qingyu, Wei Hao, and Xing Qi being the most anxious out of a bunch of useless fools. Witnessing the disciples tasked with setting up formations and suppressing the demonic energy frozen in shock by the towering flames. They stood dumbfounded, on the verge of being engulfed by the fire. They disregarded everything else, rushing forward to rescue their comrades. The Qinglian spirit fire, entwined with demonic energy, unleashed immense power. Even those at the edge, in the wheel-turning realm, found it challenging to withstand. They could not linger for long. As the onlookers retreated further, the essence of the Qinglian spirit fire expanded like a balloon, threatening to spiral out of control. This is bad. If this continues, the situation may spiral beyond control. The might of the Qinglian spirit fire was formidable, and should it trigger any ancient restrictions, it could spell disaster for all living beings. The fire had already been tainted by demonic energy, and should it spread, the consequences would be dire. As they stared at the massive, pulsating fire lotus, which devoured everything in its vicinity, all cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. Some among them foresaw the worst outcome, yet faced with such an overwhelming presence, they could only lament as they distanced themselves. Old Xing, we must leave quickly. This creature is exceedingly strange. Anyone caught within its range will soon be refined. My spiritual energy has already dissipated by half. Wei Hao pulled Xing Qi, who was still contemplating action, and they fled without hesitation. At this moment, the lineage of the Chun family and the saintess of the Zhuang sect were secondary concerns. Survival is of utmost importance. Yet Xing Qi gritted his teeth, declaring, "Let us attempt it. If we all attack together, perhaps we can break through this thing. The ITS futile. Pei Qingyu asserted with certainty, this is not something we can resolve. Then I believe he will not perish. Let us go. While Xing Qi's suggestion presented a possibility, attempting it would mean that those who chose to attack would be engulfed by the expanding Fire Lotus. Almost certainly meeting their demise that I in the past, she would have unhesitatingly grasped such an opportunity. After all, she would not have to lift a finger herself. It would merely be issuing commands, sacrificing those disciples whose names she had not even remembered. For other sects, inner disciples might be invaluable and irreplaceable. However, for the great sanctuaries, the sects held a different perspective. Compared to Qin Fan and Mu Rongdi, they bore little worth. Attempting such a course of action was not out of the question. Success would be ideal, while failure would only lead to additional losses. However, at this moment, she inexplicably felt that Qin Fan did not share this sentiment, that he would not allow these individuals to be sacrificed for a mere possibility. Gradually, the expansion of the Fire Lotus slowed, as everyone hesitated, contemplating their next move. Some had already fled, while others had positioned themselves in relatively safe locations, ready to retreat at any moment. Pei Qingyu gazed at the life-saving jade token in her hand, which displayed the locations of nearby disciples of the Qiantian sect. The light representing Qin Fan still flickered that he was alive. Could he continue to survive? Pei Qingyu hoped fervently, devoid of emotional ties or personal gain. Simply believing that Qin Fan ought to live. He was different from all of them at that moment. Qin Fan was under immense pressure that as the Fire Lotus expanded rapidly, it meant the distance they needed to traverse had lengthened. Without the ability to absorb spiritual energy from the outside world, whether Mu Rongdi could hold on was uncertain. Naturally, his own endurance was also in question. Yet as a man, he had to persevere. He could not concede defeat at this moment. A large and a small ice wheel swirled around Qin Fan and Mu Rongdi, spinning rapidly like a symbol of yin and yang, emanating a bone-chilling coldness. This was the ice attribute divine ability, Xuanwu Ice Wheel, that Qin Fan had diligently studied. After meticulously selecting and summarizing through the archive, he had determined his training target to be a demon emperor from 10,000 years ago. Known as the Ice Sovereign, this demon emperor was a hybrid, half-human, half-demon, initially regarded as a natural failure, yet ultimately achieving an immortal reputation. Almost all of his abilities were self-created, possessing both the ferocity of the demon race and the compatibility of the human physique. After the destruction of the ice domain, many sought to find a legacy of this demon emperor but returned empty-handed. However, many of these relics were preserved within the Qiantian sect, with the aid of the archive. Qin Fan believed that reconstructing the legacy should pose no significant issue. Yet a problem had arisen that in preparation for the mission in the Bone Mountain Range, Qin Fan had chosen offensive abilities, which were now entirely useless. While the Xuanwu Ice Wheel could serve defensively, it consumed tremendous energy. Maintaining the seamless connection of the large and small wheels was indeed exhausting. Gradually, both individuals within the Qinglian flame felt their stamina waning. Qin Fan sighed deeply, ready to initiate his second plan, that he would not surrender but also did not wish to implicate others. The subsequent plan was to have Mu Rong deactivate the Lioli sword, triggering the attack left by her father, while he himself would run as fast as he could, fighting with all his might. This way, at least Mu Rongdi could survive. However, just as he was about to speak, Mu Rongdi suddenly remarked, "It seems to be cooling down." Qin Fan was taken aback. He had been exerting his full effort and had not noticed the changes around them. Upon hearing Mu Rongdi's words, he suddenly realized that the flames and demonic energy surrounding them did not seem as powerful as before, and his own pressure had significantly lessened. I think I can absorb spiritual energy from the outside now. What is going on? Look, what is that? Is it rain? The astonished voice of Mu Rongdi echoed as Qin Fan lifted his head, crystalline droplets cascading onto his face, infused with such spiritual energy that it nearly brought him to tears. The torrential rain fell like arrows, stinging upon contact. Yet at that moment, Qin Fan cared not at all. He yearned to laugh heartily. Look, it's raining. Which esteemed predecessor has unleashed such divine power? My heavens, the Fire Lotus is being suppressed. Outside the essence of the Azure Lotus Spirit Fire, a jubilant atmosphere blossomed. Despite the clear skies, the rain truly enveloped the colossal Fire Lotus, as time progressed. The seemingly indomitable fire lotus was gradually subdued, growing weaker, its demonic energy dissipating into nothingness. "It seems someone is here," did I ask young Master Qin. The voice of Murong-ji rang out amidst the commotion. "Miss Murong, is that you?" More exclamations followed. From a distance, two figures rushed forth, emerging from the fire lotus, instantly unleashing a thunderous wave of laughter. They were unaware of the reason behind their joy, simply feeling elated. Yet at that moment, an incongruous voice pierced through Ditto. "It seems they've changed clothes." The smile on Pei Qingyu's face froze, mirrored by a certain admiration in Murong-di. "Miss, are you unscathed?" "Young Master Qin, you have scared this old man to death." "I always said young Master Qin is the chosen one, destined to turn calamity into fortune. How could mere Azure Lotus Spirit Fire pose a threat to Miss Murong?" Observing the concerned crowd gathering around him and listening to their clamorous voices, Chun Fan forced a smile and waved his hand. Murong-di, utterly drained, struggled to maintain her footing. Seeing this, Xing-Chi hurriedly instructed his disciples to escort her to safety before bowing to Qin Fan. "Thank you, young Master Qin, for saving her life, that I merely borrowed Miss Murong's brilliance to survive. There is no talk of saving lives. Elder Xing, please tend to your matters. We shall have ample opportunity to converse in the future." Chun Fan replied weakly. Murong-di had succumbed to unconsciousness, and Chun Fan's condition was hardly better. Were it not for the unresolved situation, he would have longed to drift into a deep slumber. Noticing Chun Fan's understanding demeanor, Xing-Chi breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly pursued his disciples from the Zhuangwang sect. "These individuals are truly amusing." Pei Qingyu's scornful voice reached Chun Fan's ears. He paused, instinctively following her gaze to see countless cultivators clashing within the earlier confines of the fire lotus. Some absorbing spiritual energy, others searching for something. It dawned on Chun Fan in an instant. The inexplicably arrived downpour contained spiritual energy. Though dissipating now, it posed great benefits for cultivation. Moreover, the Azure Lotus Spirit Fire itself held immense spiritual power, and the essence of the rain was indeed a rare treasure. The fusion of the two rendered what was once a place of peril into a veritable sacred ground for cultivation. Naturally, such spiritual energy was ephemeral, akin to a castle in the air, destined to vanish swiftly, which explained their urgency. Some, however, sought not for cultivation. Their target was the very essence of the Azure Lotus Spirit Fire. Such a treasure of heaven and earth is exceedingly difficult to annihilate completely, and it was quite possible that a trace of its weakened essence remained undetected, poised to re-emerge after millennia. That if one could locate this essence, it would equate to possessing the Azure Lotus Spirit Fire directly. Pei Qingyu appeared distinctly displeased, as if she found the dual-faced nature of these individuals utterly detestable. She had not noticed it before, or perhaps had grown accustomed to it, but today her irritation was particularly heightened. Chun Fan, however, remained unfazed. "Such is human nature. You should all proceed," he remarked, glancing at the eager disciples of the Qiantian sect behind him. "Remember to adhere to the regulations." "Yes, senior brother, rest assured, I shall ensure their safety." During this time, although Chun Fan had not appeared directly, he had been training them in cultivating a collective habit, a simple method akin to military training from his school days, albeit rudimentary, capable of fostering a sense of unity among the group. Chun Fan understood the significance of cohesion better than anyone. The power of the collective surpasses the individual, and even a multitude of ants could bring down an elephant. The disciples of the Qiantian sect entered. An uncanny scene unfolded. They did not rush indiscriminately into the area overflowing with spiritual energy. Instead, they opted for a relatively abundant, yet secluded spot. Not all initiated their protective spiritual energy for immediate cultivation. Rather, some absorbed spiritual energy while others kept watch, rotating duties after a while. Those absorbing energy could focus entirely without concern, while the sentinels seemed unperturbed by the potential dissipation of spiritual energy. It appeared they were indifferent to the quantity of energy they could absorb. Such behavior starkly contrasted with disciples from other sacred grounds and sects, where trepidation reigned among peers, with everyone cautiously vying for even the slightest advantage. Save for a few exalted individuals with their own guards. Observing the Qiantian sect disciples' orderly conduct, many elders from other sects shook their heads in silence. the current Shintian sect seemed somewhat transformed, though whether this was a boon or a bane remained uncertain. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, capturing the attention of all that I in the far-off horizon. Another massive fireball erupted into the sky, a colossal black serpent ascending towards the heavens. Even from a distance, the terrifying aura was palpable. Following closely, a blood-red hand soared upward, seizing the black serpent. As both engaged in a relentless struggle, a cacophony of thunderous clashes ensued that is at the Blood Elder and Chu Tian. Someone exclaimed incredulously. The shockwaves brought by Chu Tian had indeed been numerous, yet none anticipated that the outcome remained undecided, that it was known that the Blood Elder had long been renowned and was at the pinnacle of his cultivation. How could he take such an extended time to subdue a mere junior who had just entered demonic realms? This was simply unfathomable. Many onlookers hurriedly inched closer, eager to uncover the truth. 1,000 miles away, the Blood Elder's grotesque visage twisted in rage as he clenched his bloodied hand, finally strangling the serpent to death. He had never anticipated that Chu Tian possessed an anomalous fire essence, melted gold spiritual fire. Though not as formidable as the Azure Lotus Spirit fire, it was still formidable enough to inflict damage upon him, that if this lad had another century, I fear I would no longer be his match. The Blood Elder mused, a chill of foreboding coursing through him. Yet he did not relent in his grip. With a fierce squeeze of his blood-red hand, Chu Tian's 7 orifices bled profusely, reduced to a state of near death. His eyes filled with unyielding defiance that he had exhausted all his means. "Where is my master? He always appears at such times to turn danger into fortune. Was the heavens abandoning him?" The Blood Elder sneered, chillingly uttering, "Right, Chun Fan is still alive." During the fierce battle, Chu Tian had poured every ounce of his strength into the fight, thus remaining oblivious to the developments occurring 1,000 miles away. But the Blood Elder, with his formidable prowess, had certainly sensed the anomaly and detected Chun Fan's presence. As his words fell, the previously weakened Chu Tian suddenly regained vitality, his organs obliterated, his spirit severely wounded. He rasped, "Impossible." The Blood Elder scoffed derisively, tightening his fingers. With a final, anguished scream, Chu Tian was reduced to a mist of blood and flesh, his essence extinguished. This child of fate, destined to stand above all, met his end in such a manner. How intriguing! The current world truly defies comprehension, the Blood Elder murmured to himself. Initially, he had regretted not accepting the transaction proposed by Chun Fan, ultimately gaining nothing. While contemplating the considerable price he might pay to acquire that method, Chun Fan's guardian, Yi Yu, approached him with a new proposition: to kill Chu Tian. Naturally, he had no qualms about such a task. Yet he found it peculiar why Chun Fan was so invested in Chu Tian. Upon grasping the circumstances and engaging Chu Tian once more in battle, the Blood Elder pondered deeply that if not for Chun Fan, Chu Tian might have truly soared to unprecedented heights, becoming an unstoppable force. It was indeed a matter of fate and fortune. However, this undertaking proved more perilous than anticipated. He ought to demand a greater reward. Picking up the ancient ring that Chun Fan had specifically requested, the Blood Elder fell into contemplation. Just then, an inexplicable pressure surged forth, overwhelming him. Instinctively, he sought to resist, only to discover he possessed no strength whatsoever. Under that formidable oppressive force, the Blood Elder collapsed to the ground, as if bowing before a deity, prostrating himself in submission to my heavens. Is this the destructive power of the infant condensation realm? Gazing upon the mountains, now utterly transformed, the numerous cultivators who had hurried to uncover the truth could not help but be overwhelmed with emotion. Once, this place boasted towering peaks, reaching heights of over 100 jong, with trees densely shading the sky. Yet now, it has been reduced to a desolate plain, marred and scarred. The ground lay charred and blackened, pockmarked with deep depressions caused by immense forces, interspersed with numerous vast fissures crisscrossing the terrain. Though the battle had concluded, the air still trembled with the remnants of terrifying demonic energy, the oppressive heat causing beads of sweat to form, a testament to the ferocity of the earlier conflict. The crowd, in an unspoken agreement, refrained from uttering the name of Chu Tian, yet they were inwardly alarmed to have withstood the formidable Blood Elder for such an extended period, turning the heavens dark. Was indeed a formidable feat. Instinctively, their gazes swept the surroundings, searching for the corpse of Chu Tian. Everyone understood that he was an enigma. Originally a castaway of his family, he had soared to unprecedented heights overnight, achieving the realm of rotation in mere days, and when possessed by madness, he could fiercely contend with the Blood Elder. Moreover, it was clear from Chen Fan's earlier words that Chu Tian had an ancient mentor, now merely a spirit, guiding him to it. Was likely that Chu Tian's astounding rise was due to this mentor, and if they could acquire something from him, they might replicate his miraculous ascent. The leaders of the earlier arriving sects could not help but cast their gazes toward the Blood Elder, who stood motionless. Clearly, the remnants of Chu Tian must be in the hands of this fiend. Although they were uncertain of the level of the elder mentioned by Chen Fan, his long life alone rendered him invaluable. Reconstructing a physical body was an exceedingly arduous task. While these sects were not the pinnacle of power in the eastern region, they could muster the resources if deemed worthwhile. This was a golden opportunity to potentially gain an additional formidable member for their sect. How could they let it slip away? However, the Blood Elder was a force to be reckoned with. Even in his seemingly exhausted state, no one dared to confront him directly. The sect leaders exchanged glances, deliberating on whether to join forces. For once the experts from the several sacred lands arrived, their chances would vanish completely. The harvest they had anticipated from the bone-dry mountains was far from satisfactory. Initially, they had hoped to capitalize on the rampaging killer's exploits, perhaps eliminating some rogue cultivators in the shadows or seizing a share of the spoils while the various factions settled in the bone-dry mountains. Who could have anticipated that Chu Tian would be found so swiftly? Suddenly, the Blood Elder turned. This simple motion instilled a sense of dread among many of the cultivators present. Those of the demonic path were notoriously unpredictable. While the righteous cultivators might engage in disputes with some semblance of logic, these individuals acted purely on impulse. "Look, young Master Chen has arrived," a voice called out as radiant light descended from the horizon. Instantly, the leaders of the sects lost all interest and retreated silently, that if it were anyone else, they might have attempted something, but Chen Fan was not someone to be trifled with. The crowd parted, allowing a path for Pei Qingyu, who gracefully walked alongside Chen Fan, causing envy among onlookers. Wei Hao followed closely behind, resembling an old steward, almost entirely overlooked by the assembly. "What a splendid pair," many remarked wistfully. Feeling a pang of discomfort in his arm, Chen Fan revealed a wry smile that he felt utterly drained. Although the torrential rain had come at an opportune moment, the toll it had taken on him was genuine. Perhaps due to overexertion, he now felt sharp pains coursing through his meridians. Even a slight attempt to circulate his energy brought anguish. Pei Qingyu appeared intimate with him, yet she had been quietly nurturing his meridians with her spiritual energy. Her earlier ability to fly had been facilitated by her support. The Blood Elder cast a glance at Chen Fan and remarked, "Young Master Chen, are you bold enough in your art, or are you concerned that I might seize your benefits?" Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyu and Wei Hao's expressions turned serious, as they readied themselves to act. They had initially opposed Chen Fan's decision to meet the Blood Elder. Why not discuss matters later? They thought that in his current state, if the Blood Elder were to act against them, they would be unable to provide aid. Yet, Chen Fan was resolute, and their pleas fell on deaf ears. What was even more infuriating was that Chen Fan had brought only the two of them, leaving the other disciples to continue absorbing the swiftly dissipating spiritual energy. His reasoning was that the presence of those disciples would be of no use. Pei Qingyu was nearly exasperated. Even if she knew the Blood Elder would not strike, who could guarantee that others would not harbor ulterior motives? If danger arose, those inner disciples could at least buy some time. Chen Fan felt somewhat perplexed. The item in his possession should have been of utmost importance to the Blood Elder. And this notorious fiend was not wholly devoid of rationality. Communication was still possible. Their prior interactions had not been antagonistic, so why the sudden fury? Was it his presence that irked the elder? As if he bore an aura of disdain. Was the old man truly rendered senseless by Chu Tian's onslaught? Chen Fan mused silently, yet he maintained a cordial smile and slightly cupped his hands, saying, "I sincerely thank you, Elder, for your assistance that I hurried here, fearing that misunderstandings might tarnish our relations." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately grasped the implications that it turned out that the Blood Elder's actions against Chu Tian were orchestrated by Chen Fan. However, how did the true disciple of the Chen Tian sect become entangled with a notorious figure who had long vanished? Logically, disciples from righteous sects should avoid such formidable beings. How could there be any connection? It seemed that the Blood Elder could not be underestimated in the future. Hearing Chun Fan's deliberate words, the Blood Elder snorted softly, his expression softening slightly, as he tossed an ancient ring into the air. Chu Tian is dead. I momentarily lost control and crushed him. Pei Qingyu deftly caught the ring, discreetly nodding in acknowledgement. Only then did Chun Fan smile and say, "It is good that he is deceased. Until we meet again, I hope the Elder achieves his aspirations that I shall take my leave now." "Wait," the Blood Elder called out, halting Chun Fan's departure. In an instant, Pei Qingyu and Wei Hao were once again on high alert. The Blood Elder merely stated, "The winds and rains shift, and the seasons change, such as the natural order, and no need to delve deeper." However, the emergence of Chu Tian was not mere coincidence, that if you are interested, you may investigate the Chu family. Chun Fan was taken aback, then clasped his hands and replied, "I understand. A farewell." As the trio departed, the onlookers quietly dispersed, each relaying the day's events. Many began to analyze the implications of the Blood Elder's seemingly deliberate conversation before the crowd. It appeared that the Blood Elder seemed to heed Chun Fan's commands. Everyone pondered the reasons behind the connection between the seemingly assured scion of the Qiantian sect and the fiendish figure, especially in such a public manner. The intention behind such actions was clear: to shield the Blood Elder. Moving forward, any attempt to harm the Blood Elder would require consideration of Chun Fan's stance. But why? Another enigma loomed. What was Chu Tian's background, and what had transpired with the Chu family? Or was it possible that this was merely a charade orchestrated by the Blood Elder and Chun Fan, providing a convenient pretext for Chun Fan to channel his ire towards the Chu family behind Chu Tian? Chapter 74. The new planning of Lianyan City with the demise of the killer Chu Tian. The disciples of the major sacred lands and sects gradually departed, restoring a semblance of tranquility to the bone-dry mountains. After all, this was the territory of the demon race. It seemed as though a tacit understanding had been reached. As long as there were relics to be unearthed within the mountains, the demons would quietly conceal themselves, their whereabouts unknown. During this time, both parties maintained an unspoken agreement. But once the relics were sealed, the situation would revert to its primal state, that it was only natural for demons to feast upon humans. Just as it was commonplace for humans to slay demons, survival depended solely on one's skill. Because this had always been the case, most cultivators had grown accustomed to it, merely hastening their departure without delving into the reasons. In Lianyan City, the base of the Qiantian sect, Elder Wei sat restlessly below, casting anxious glances at Chun Fan, who occupied the seat of honor. Since returning, Chun Fan had been recuperating, with the days until their return to the sect dwindling, and the other disciples already preparing their belongings. Elder Wei naturally felt a sense of urgency. The various matters pertaining to the black market that Chun Fan had promised him seemed to have fallen into silence, leaving him unable to rest easy. Today, he had come as he usually did to check on Chun Fan, but to his surprise, Yu had admitted him that I have been unable to attend to matters while recuperating. "And I apologize for making Elder Wei come here in vain," Chun Fan remarked, sipping his tea with a demeanor that belied any apology. Hearing this, Wei Hao immediately rose and said, "Young Master Chen, you sustained such severe injuries. It is imperative you recuperate well. Other matters pale in comparison to one's health. Why repeated visits were merely out of concern for your well-being that I wish to assist. But alas, my humble status renders my offerings insignificant." He cautiously glanced at Chun Fan on that day. He and Pei Qingyu were most acutely aware of the severity of the injuries sustained by Chun, the scion of the Chun family. Under such grievous circumstances, it was inconceivable for anyone to muster the strength to meet the Blood Elder with joviality. Any other individual would likely have succumbed to agony upon the ground. The torment of depleting spiritual energy and the strain on the meridians rendered such injuries excruciating, particularly as they pertained to the very essence of one's being. Aside from a select few extraordinary remedies, no medicinal or stone-based treatments could remedy such afflictions. Only time and gentle nurturing could facilitate recovery. Throughout this process, the suffering would be incessant, leaving one incapable of even fainting away in relief. From that moment onward, Wei Hao regarded Chun Fan as a veritable monster. The flicker of prior apprehension extinguished that if he could be so ruthlessly harsh upon himself, one could only imagine how he might treat others. Surprised by Wei Hao's reaction, Chen Fan noted that he had regained his mobility 2 days prior. His only remaining challenge was to replenish the depleted reservoir of his spiritual energy that IT was uncertain whether it was due to the overexertion. But it seemed as though his spiritual reservoir had expanded, albeit slightly, a change he could distinctly sense. Furthermore, his meridians appeared to have grown more resilient, allowing for a smoother and more potent flow of his techniques. Regrettably, the archives did not provide a thorough elucidation of these phenomena, lacking any records of experiential insights. Chen Fan inwardly resolved to append a critique regarding the inadequacies of the archives, while undeniably useful. Their faults were numerous, and he still could not fully comprehend the recording rules of the archives, what was included and what was omitted. Yet, this was not the moment for such contemplations. Initially, he had intended to let Wei Hao languish for a few days. As the elder of the Qingquan sect in Lianyan City was a figure of considerable influence, often preoccupied with his own schemes and requiring a firm hand. Had it not been for the urgent summons from the sect, he would have preferred to retreat into seclusion for a few more days. However, upon this encounter, Wei Hao appeared as docile as a mouse before a cat. What could this mean? Perhaps it was a fortunate turn of events. Sparing him a potential complication, setting down his teacup, Chen Fan spoke. Originally, I intended for you to manage the black market in Lianyan City. If the enterprise were to proceed, it would not be an issue. At this, Wei Hao's heart lurched. Chen Fan continued, however, your handling of affairs has been quite satisfactory. The sect's elder hall has a vacancy. Would you be able to fulfill that role amidst the highs and lows? Wei Hao felt his heartbeat slow. Although the elder of the sect and the elders of the outer branches were of the same rank, their status was worlds apart. He recalled how he had to treat even the inner disciples of the sect with utmost respect. The elders of the Qingquan sect wielded immense power and influence. Bowing deeply to Chen Fan, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, dear nephew Chen. In the future, I shall follow your lead. To his surprise, Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. However, there are a few matters you must attend to before your departure. Please, dear nephew Chen, speak. I shall exert my utmost effort, Wei Hao replied earnestly, ignoring Wei Hao's display of loyalty. Chen Fan gestured for Yi Yu to bring over a stack of papers. Upon receiving the documents, Wei Hao's expression shifted dramatically after a cursory glance that he looked up at Chen Fan in astonishment. Faced with Chen Fan's enigmatic smile, Wei Hao managed a bitter smile to that moment. He regretted 1,000 times over, chastising himself for not learning from past experiences. How could the benefits of being associated with the Chen family be so easily obtained? The contents of the folded paper were extensive, broadly divided into 2 sections. The first outlined a plan for the renovation of the city based on the black market, entitled New Lianyan City Renovation Plan. The second section was titled Lianyan City Laws. The latter was familiar to him. A simplified version of the previous documents Yi Yu had presented, containing only a few basic regulations, with much left to be elaborated upon. Dear nephew Chen, this Wei Hao hesitated, struggling to find suitable words to convey his current feelings. Chen Fan smiled and countered. What do you think would happen if the contents were to be implemented? Wei Hao fell silent, pondering for a long time before responding. I do not know. I cannot envision what a law-abiding city would look like. However, I am certain that if the contents were enacted, many lives would be spared. Yet Chen Fan interrupted. Then that is sufficient. Since it is the right course, we must pursue it. When do you believe Lianyan City will be ready for you to report to the sect? Wei Hao's expression dimmed. Dear nephew Chen, you must be jesting. Presenting these proposals will undoubtedly encounter opposition. Lianyan City is not solely under the dominion of our Qingquan sect. It must be said that the future Chen Fan outlined was indeed promising, though he remained uncertain of the meaning behind establishing faith. However, even the most splendid vision holds no value if it cannot be realized. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Chen Fan remarked, Isn't it the very inaccessibility of dreams that renders them beautiful? Is not immortality merely a fantasy? After a pause, Chen Fan continued, Everything in this world is merely an exchange of interests. Humans are creatures of habit, and cultivators are no different. Once they adapt to a certain way of life, they will come to accept it. That I do not demand that you enforce these measures by force. Negotiation is possible. For instance, the sect's resources. As long as I am here, you shall have ample supply. In exchange, they would be willing to loosen their grip on Lianyan City ever so slightly. and you can provide them with what they cannot obtain otherwise. In exchange, it would not be unreasonable for them to adhere to certain rules. Would it? As for those cultivator families, if necessary, you can simply swap them out. You stand behind the Chinquan sect. As long as you have a valid reason when taking action, I need not instruct you on that. Moreover, pursuing these endeavors is not without its rewards. Correct? Chapter 75. A bit warm, Chen Fan's voice dripped with the allure of a devil's whisper, compelling Wei Hao to unconsciously contemplate the direction he had sketched. Upon reflection, the possibility of implementation was not entirely implausible. What struck him most was that this endeavor was not without substantial benefits. Indeed, it promised immense gains. After a lengthy contemplation, Wei Hao voiced his final concern. However, I fear that my strength may be insufficient. Fear not. The inner disciples who have come this time shall remain with you. However, you will need to persuade them to stay, Chen Fan replied, as if he had anticipated this all along. I will also leave a portion of my blood guards behind, though they will only operate covertly, in due time. Others will arrive to assist you. Wei Hao returned to his seat, his expression a whirlpool of emotions. His hands nervously fidgeting with his garments. After a long pause, he finally said, I shall give it a try. Chen Fan nodded with a smile. Then go and busy yourself. Your time is limited. Wei Hao clasped his hands in a bow, no longer appearing as restrained as before, exhibiting a newfound vigor in his demeanor. After sending Wei Hao off, Chen Fan softly called out, Come forth. From the inner hall, a youthful figure emerged. It was none other than Lu Ping, the leader of this contingent of inner disciples at this moment. The young disciple wore an expression of complexity, disbelief etched across his brow. Chen Fan gestured for him to sit and instructed the maid to change the tea, that he then remarked, Are you curious as to why what I discussed with him differs from what I conveyed to you? Lu Ping instinctively nodded. Yet, it is fundamentally the same matter, Chen Fan replied, somewhat disenchanted. Though it pains me to admit, the world is not merely black and white. You should be well aware of this. Before Lu Ping could respond, Chen Fan continued, In truth, according to my moral compass, neither of us can be deemed virtuous, least of all myself. Lu Ping's disbelief deepened. His origins were humble. His father had passed away early, and his mother, afflicted with a grave illness, had only managed to raise him until the age of 10 before succumbing herself. Thankfully, the villagers had aided in burying his mother, leaving behind barely edible scraps to ensure he did not starve. Yet, Lu Ping regarded those meager offerings as the most delectable sustenance he had ever tasted. His sole aspiration was to mature swiftly so he could contribute to the village in return for their kindness. He understood well that under the oppressive taxation of the dynasty and the officials' extortion, each household in the village struggled to survive. How could any of them afford to spare food daily? Eventually, fortune smiled upon him when a Chinquan sect elder, descending from the mountain to recruit disciples, took notice of him. He vaguely recalled the elder village chief kneeling before him, urging him to heed the words of the immortal. A decade later, having achieved success in his studies, he envisioned returning home in splendid attire, only to discover that the village had long since vanished. It was only after numerous inquiries that he learned of a formidable immortal who had passed through the area years prior, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake, and no one cared about this tragedy. Many assumed the villagers had provoked the immortal's wrath, or that the village had been cursed. The ignorance of common folk was one thing. But what of the dynasty's officials? Angered, he sought an explanation. Was there not a decree to restrain cultivators? Yet his mentor had intervened, advising him against pursuing the matter further. Their demise was destined, while your survival signifies a fateful connection with the Chinquan sect. Do not stir up trouble till he had been dissuaded. Yet, even after all these years, he could not let go of this grievance, and his cultivation had stagnated as a result. Why had it come to this? He found himself in a state of confusion until that fateful day when Pei Qingyu and Wei Hao obtained those items known as the laws from the hands of Yu. It seemed as though he had finally discovered a path forward. Consequently, he sought out Chen Fan, yearning for answers. The true disciple had advised him that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. And thus he resolved to give it a try. That he chose to remain, to construct a new Lianyan city, in pursuit of the so-called correct path spoken of by his senior brother. However, just moments ago, Chen Shixiang and Wei Hao's words were shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of all the cultivators he had encountered, who exchanged interests to achieve their ends. Observing this, Chen Fan sighed deeply and remarked with profound wisdom, Go forth. If you cannot comprehend this, nothing will come to fruition. Your path must be sought by you alone. Life is traversed through continuous compromise and perseverance. Grateful for his brother's guidance, Lu Ping refrained from further discourse and took his leave. Although he did not fully grasp the meaning of those words, he understood that Chen Shixiang was ultimately correct. Before his arrival, no one paid heed to such matters. No one cared for the lives of the ordinary. No one regarded whether cultivators adhered to the rules, and no one pondered what was truly right. Did you not have any inquiries? The great hall fell silent once more, and Chen Fan cast a curious glance at the yawning Yi Yu. He too questioned whether it was right or wrong to present these items at this juncture. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the system of rules governing cultivators in this world was remarkably comprehensive. Aspiring to achieve success within such a framework was an impossibility. To challenge those who had played the game for countless years using their own tools was tantamount to courting death. The best course of action lay in forging a new path. Regardless of whether it was fate or something else entirely that loomed behind, it mattered not. He could not fathom how one could remain seated after shattering the chessboard. Chen Fan believed this action to be well considered, yet the actual act of revealing it still filled him with trepidation. Previously, he had been an ordinary civil servant, yet now he was poised to challenge the very rules of this world. To claim he was untroubled would be disingenuous. The starkly contrasting reactions of Wei, Hao, and Lu Ping had already sown seeds of doubt within him, and he yearned for affirmation. Regrettably, questioning Yi Yu was evidently not a prudent choice. The Blood Guard leader scratched his head and exclaimed, "What am I supposed to ask?" Chen Fan retorted with irritation, "Get lost, get lost. The farther, the better." Strangely enough, this was one of Yi Yu's redeeming qualities, his obedience. With a single command, he vanished without a trace. Chen Fan sighed, reflecting on the death of Chu Tian. This presence, which had lingered like a heartache since his arrival, had finally ceased to exist. Yet, the matter was far from resolved. There was not just one child of destiny. There remained that fated individual, the destiny spoken of by Feng Zhaoyang, and more. As Chen Fan pondered these complexities, Yi Yu returned. "Young master, Miss Murong has arrived." Chen Fan paused, gazing at the beaming Yi Yu in bewilderment. At that moment, Yi Yu added, "She is alone, young master. Rest assured, I shall discreetly lead Miss Pei away. It will not impede your endeavors." Just as Chen Fan wore a puzzled expression, Yi Yu had already slipped away, and Murong stepped gracefully into the hall.